Alright, I'm not sure if this is working. I ran into some last-second issues setting this all up. But hopefully I got it right. Okay, it shows it as live. And if I refresh the actual link, I think it works.
Cowboys.
Yeah, okay. Should be working. Alright, so I'm just gonna hop into my warrior. As you can see here, it's a brand new character, so there's no funky business going on. I have obviously set up some, consumables and whatever, and I've mailed it over. But I can hop onto this, and then I'm gonna have to get my UI set up. Oh, I knew there was one thing I was forgetting. I need to get my timer set up. Aha. Yes, always forgetting stuff until the last second. That's kind of how it goes. But let's see, live split, and let me make sure it's working properly. So I can go into OBS. It's not showing at the moment, but if I uncheck that, yeah, that should be good. Alright, so obviously with the UI rework, there's going to be a lot of stuff that I need to figure out here. So for starters, if I go into edit mode, I have this preset, which I can use. So I'll drag that over here. And then I can use this to cover my chat box, as per usual. What are the main changes from 1 to 60 leveling? So nothing has changed in terms of actual routing from 1 to 50. That's going to be pretty much exactly the same, or at least it should be. I don't think anything has changed, and that's kind of one of the things I hope to demonstrate with this run, that the exact same route that we used before will be the same in Dragonflight. The difference, the key thing, is 50 to 60. So now, instead of being 4 Shadowlands, you can do Chromie time all the way up to 60. So I'm not 100% sure what the best stuff will be for there, because I also don't know how the XP values have turned out. So it's not going to be exactly the same. Like before, you would do Silverpine Hillsred, and then like Wad Intro, Gorgrond, etc., Parts of Spires, and that would get you to 50. Presumably, with the values that I've been reading, that should now get you closer to like 55, and then you'll probably need 5 levels from something else. So, as for what I'll do for there, I'm not 100% sure. Probably a new Cataclysm Zone, maybe a bit more of WAD. I'll have to see. That's kind of the entire reason I'm doing this. And I want to be clear, the current frame rate is too high. Please set the frame rate to 30 FPS or less. Okay, well, I'm going to ignore this warning. Hopefully it doesn't cause any issues, but if anybody's having issues viewing the stream, let me know, because there's a little pop-up on YouTube. Caught you live. Nice. Greetings from Holland. Thank you. Glad you get to watch me live, and glad to see people from Holland are watching. I'd imagine it's a bit later here. No, I'm starting pretty early. It's still 12:30, so it's probably not too late there. I say usually, I haven't streamed in almost a year, but when I was streaming before, I would start pretty late, so I guess these are pretty early streams for me. Hello, Daniel Camilleri. Greetings from Malta. Ooh, that's pretty cool. So is it a good idea to wait or to use the active 50% buff on live? That's a good question, and it's one that I've heard a lot of people talking about. I've seen a lot of posts on like Reddit and stuff asking about that specific thing. I'm not 100% sure. My guess would be that you'll want to level up to maybe 50 or at least 40. I would say 50% XP buff up to 40 would be pretty fast. And then, if anything, wait for the Chromie time rework to do 40 to 50, or 40 to 60. Definitely 50 to 60. I think even with 50% XP, Shadowlands is probably still going to be slower than this route. But once again, I cannot say for sure. What I'm going to be doing here is my initial testing. So, in the past, when I did Chromie time testing for Shadowlands, basically everybody got to watch me do the optimized runs. So, when I was doing all this initial testing that you're about to see here, I did not have a YouTube channel. I basically did all that for fun, made one video about it after I had already figured out the route, and then it kind of blew up, and I started doing streams from there. So all this initial testing, figuring out the math behind which zone is the best, that I actually never got to show on my channel. So this is going to be kind of new. So to be clear, this is all my speculation based on past knowledge and what I've seen the changes are. I do not know for sure. That's the kind of stuff that we're going to figure out as we go throughout the stream. It's 18:35 Greenwich Mean Time. Ah, cool. That's not too bad. There will be a recording of the stream. Yes, all YouTube streams immediately get turned into videos after the fact. It usually takes a few hours to process, so I would say maybe like 3 hours after I end the stream, it should be fully processed, and YouTube will have it up as a recording. So yes, any of my live streams will be saved, and generally speaking, I keep them up forever unless it's like something that's no longer relevant. Like, I've taken down some of my really old live stream recordings, like 2 years old, because they're no longer relevant. But this will be up for a very long time. So if you can't watch it now, it's all good. You spam Torghast for 50 to 60? Oh, God. Yeah, I guess it is kind of easy to do if you're working from home, but in terms of efficiency for XP, that sounds really, really bad. I don't like Torghast leveling. I've talked about that a few times. I do not find it fun. Okay, so I'm not going to start the timer yet. I'm going to start working on my UI. Just making sure everything's correct. So I can do options. Is all my interface stuff correct? Yeah, that looks... Oh, always show nameplates. Got to check that. And I think action bar up to 6 is what I want. And... oh, auto loot isn't default. I don't understand why they still have auto loot as not default. It really should just be checked. I don't get it. GTFO is not working. Okay, I have to reload. Hello, the Nixa. Hello, Cuthbert. Fun to catch live from Texas. Cool, cool. But yes, early on, this is going to take a little bit of time. I was kind of hoping to set up my UI before the stream, but the reality is I had a ton of stuff to do because initially I was going to do this on the PTR. So I wanted to test it purely on the PTR without any of the Dragonflight specific stuff. It won't really impact the run. All this really means is you're going to see a bunch of evokers everywhere, which doesn't really change anything, but I wanted a slightly more accurate experience of what you're going to be seeing. And this is mostly the same. But point being, PTR is not actually updated for Chromie time. So I did not realize that. I unfortunately did all of my leveling setup on the PTR. Then this morning I realized, oh shit, it's not working. And I had to do everything on the beta, and that took like 2 hours, and the stream got delayed. And I'm still working on setting up my UI as a result. But, you know, it is what it is. So I'll throw this here. I can take these portals off. And I should also note that, technically speaking, if you remember from a lot of the old streams, I've talked about how the official speedrun.com rules state something to the effect of the moment that you move or interact with your UI upon entering the game, the timer starts. I'm no longer going by the speedrun.com rules. I expressed in the past that I was not really happy with it, and there's a lot of things that I would have changed. So I've just decided that now that I'm coming back to speedrunning, so to speak, not official speedrunning, more speed leveling, I'm just going to make my own rules. I'm going to make a rule set that I believe is fair and representative of the average player, what most people would do while leveling up. And I think overall that will be more useful to people watching, and I think it'll be more enjoyable as like a streaming experience, because the whole idea of having to immediately enter world and then, you know, run and do stuff and set up your UI on the fly, it's not fun to do for me. I don't really think it's fun to watch. Personally, I like to take my time, set the stuff up, and then once I have everything ready to go, then I start the run. But doing that ahead of time is just frustrating and not a fun experience for me. You like the new UI changes, you just wish you could make some more editability of the action bars, like setting each bar's row limit and being able to move each bar independently. You can move each bar independently. That you absolutely can. I have clustered them all together because I personally like this, but if I wanted to take this bar and, you know, chuck it over here, this stuff's following it, but it shouldn't be. obviously I want to revert all changes, yeah. But I can move this bar here, this bar here. I can even split these up. I can do whatever I want in terms of bar movement. You can even flip them. I can go to this bar, and I can make it vertical, and boom, now it's vertical. So that can be heavily customized. The only thing that I think you said you want... Actually, can you change the number of icons? So if I go like this... Yeah, you can do that. You can make... I don't know if you can make a 4 by... Oh yeah, you can do exactly what you're describing. Number of rows. So 4 by 3 bar would be... I guess 4 rows, right? Yeah. So you can do that. Bam. 4 by 3 bar. So actually, yeah, that is something that they enabled. I did not realize this. I haven't messed around with it that much because I'm pretty basic. This is how I like my UI. It's very center, very clean. I prefer it that way. But yeah, no, there apparently are a lot of customization options. Generally speaking, I think initially when I talked about my thoughts on the UI revamp, I wasn't a huge fan of it, but that's more because, and I did make this clear, I just don't like change. You know, I like my own normal thing. I've been using the default WoW UI for a long time now, and I was comfortable with it. I don't like having to learn new things. But now that I've had time to actually adjust to it, I think it's good. So I've been playing beta for quite a bit. I'm perfectly happy with the new UI at this point. I personally don't like to customize a lot of stuff, but I know some people do. Oh, something here. Yeah, I don't know why this is always showing buttons when I clearly told the bars I don't want that to happen. Oh, can I hide? I'm so confused. It's supposed to be if you click always show, or if you uncheck always show buttons, then it only shows it if something is actually on the bar. But that's not working properly here. Here, let me... If I swap to one of the other presets and then swap back to my default one, will that fix it? No. That's annoying. Let me just add this. Can I reduce the number of icons? I can, but that also cuts off my... whatever. I'll try with this. Maybe that fixes it. And I'm just going to disable action bar 6. Oh, crap. Oh, this is difficult to set up. Okay, action bar 6, disable, then... Weak ores is apparently not working either. Hold on, edit mode, move this here. Wait, now it's not showing. Okay, I don't understand. Here, I'm just gonna swap back, switch. Okay, we're going with this. Hopefully this works the way I intended it to, and cool. All right, let me catch up in chat real quick. You can do row limits. Oh, okay. Yeah, people are talking about that. No more bartender. Yeah, I've never liked using UI add-ons, personally. So this works out well for me, because I get all the fancy UI stuff without having to adjust to an add-on. Looking forward to the new UI and not having to mass modify the base game. Yeah, for sure. Probably still going to use LVUI. I know a lot of people who will. A lot of people in my guild still say they're going to use LVUI. I mean, to each their own. A lot of people prefer it. Making new routes for World First 70. I am not going for World First 70. I want to make that absolutely clear. World First 70 is not something which is even achievable by somebody like me. Because a lot of people think that, oh yeah, you just need a really good route for World First 70. So for anybody that wasn't around for Dragonflight, or not Dragonflight, Shadowlands leveling, here's how Shadowlands got, somebody got the World First 60 in Shadowlands. They did questing on their own, while in a group though. So they were solo questing, and then the 4 other people in their group were soloing the Necrotic Wake. And then every single time they reached the final boss, the Warlock would summon that solo player into the dungeon. They would kill the final boss, get the experience from finishing Necrotic Wake, teleport back out, continue solo questing, and repeat that process. So they literally had a group of 4 players spam farming a dungeon and summoning them into the final boss. That's the type of stuff that you need to do if you want to get world first, whatever the new max level is. And I guarantee you, for Dragonflight, it's going to be the same thing. Now, I don't personally like that because to me, I just like to level my characters with like a fast solo route. I like to do questing. I like to optimize stuff that people can use for alts that's actually applicable to the average player. That's what I enjoy doing, so that's what I'm going to be focusing on. And I am absolutely not, under any circumstances, going to be getting World First 70. Not even a chance. But I will be trying to go fast. I will definitely be one of the first 70s, but not World First. That's absolutely not in my ballpark. Let's see. Might be in the general interface options. Yeah, I think it definitely was a reload thing. That fixed it. And I need to... Oh, my stance bar's all fucked up. Hold on. Let's see. Stance bar. Move this over here. And did that fix it? No, it did not fix it. What do these even do? A balanced combat stance that increases the critical strike chance of your abilities. Okay. The fact that stances came back at all is kind of weird. They definitely have made a lot of class changes that are very classic inspired. Like, hey, you enjoyed this aspect of classic, right? And I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I don't really think stances needed to come back. I think stances definitely served a purpose in classic, but did we really need them back in retail? I don't know. But it's not something I really care enough to harp on. Okay, let's see. Gotta actually start the run at some point, but unfortunately it's going to take me a bit of time with how long all this stuff is going to take to set up. I don't really know what I'll do for all these things. And then I need to pick my talents still, which is... Oh, I only have 1 point. Okay, never mind. It's not that difficult to pick talents. Am I going to do any more 60 to 70 runs on the beta? Absolutely, yes. I will be doing plenty of 60 to 70 runs, just not right now. So, as it currently stands, they haven't announced an official Dragonflight pre-patch date, but it's one of like the worst kept secrets that it's going to be 2 weeks from now. So, probably 2 weeks from now, at which point I'm going to need to have my guide finished. So, I need to make sure I fully test this stuff, 10 to 60, before I even worry about Dragonflight leveling. So, I've been messing around with it a bit on my own. I don't know if I have any like major game-changing routes. The reality of new expansion leveling is you just kind of go through it in a linear process. So I will, if anything, just be optimizing it, like figuring out which side quests do you need to do. Are there any like little skips you can do? There were a few we found in Shadowlands, stuff like that. But I definitely will be doing those. That's more of like a November thing though. Because in November, that's like the month leading up to Dragonflight. All of my pre-patch stuff will be done by that point, and I can focus entirely on new expansion stuff. So absolutely, there will be those streams, just not at the moment. There isn't any restrictions on skill usage for specific stances. I think that's a good point. It is more like the presence is, but I mean, the reality from what I've seen is that while actively tanking, you're probably going to use defensive stance, and then for everything else, I think you use battle stance. I don't know for sure, but I remember the warrior DPS in my guild were saying that like even Fury runs battle stance over berserker stance. I don't know. It definitely seems like a bit of a half-baked idea at the moment. Is Slam even worth using? I don't think it is still. Yeah, Slam is one of those things where like it does less damage than Whirlwind. So at least for Prot, it's just not worth it at all. Battle Shout can throw on there. No stance dancing. It doesn't look like it, no. Which is why it feels kind of redundant. Like, there's no actual gameplay to stances. It's literally just, well, in battle stance, you get crit. Well, in defensive stance, you take reduced damage. Cool. It's not bad. It feels like this could have been a passive effect. It's just arms gets 3% crit. I don't know. And then Prot Warriors take 20% less damage. I guess the nice thing about this is it gives Arms Warriors the ability to swap to defensive stance as, you know, an active mitigation thing. If there's raid damage coming out, there's some use here. So it's not useless, right? There is a little bit of value, but I feel like, I don't know, there's just better ways to do it than bringing back stance management, which is very much a classic thing. It's cool, though, I guess. on the plus side, it might seem, oh, why did this need to happen? But it's flavorful. It is, in many ways, just there because a lot of people played Classic recently, and a lot of people thought stances were cool and Classic. And that's maybe the entire reason they did it. And honestly, might not be a bad thing. There's the benefit of if a main tank dies, a DPS warrior has a chance to temp tank. I mean, at that point, if a main tank dies in most cases and you don't have another tank alive, in most situations, it's a wipe anyway. But if anything, I could see it as a case for like a DPS warrior to throw on a shield, swap the defensive stance, and then like eat one taunt swap mechanic. Depends on the boss though. Sometimes that will still just kill a DPS warrior. But it does give them some flexibility. I would say it's more useful in terms of like mitigating raid-wide damage, but yeah. They didn't have a point for a long time. You aren't tanking anything with the tank stance? Yeah, for sure. What if the next expansion is about a race of tree dwellers called Eduklar who emerge in Kalimdor and begin pillaging? The factions must annihilate this annoying race and open up... I'm not reading that last part. That's an idea, I suppose. Okay, let's see. What do I take? I'm guessing just War Machine, because I have 1 point. Is there anything that I would need to go to? I'll be completely real. I have not looked at the warrior tree whatsoever. I probably should have. It was one thing I meant to do, and I kind of ran out of time. But I've mostly been looking at monks. I looked at demon hunters a lot, death knights too. But warrior is one of those things where I've been kind of leaving it until the end of beta, and then it won the poll. So it kind of forced me to figure out what I'm doing with protection early on. I guess it's nice. Let's see. I'm guessing I have to go down the middle. So, yeah, War Machine definitely seems like the obvious pick, and it branches off into some nice stuff. I want to get Heroic Leap as soon as possible. It's just... okay. Last thing I'm going to do before I start the run. I swear I'm going to start it soon. How long have I been streaming? 20 minutes, and I still haven't started the run. Apologies. I'll probably have to put a timestamp in the description for people watching the recording of this. Hello, Tamlord. But I want to at least quickly plan out the route that I'm going to take, just so in the middle of the speedrun, I'm not stopping and going, oh, wait, what do I pick? So let's see. I definitely think Heroic Leap early on is going to be big. So whatever I pick, it needs to be either Fast Footwork or Spell Reflection, just because this is going to be my third pick, no matter what. I mean, Heroic Leap is insane. Hello, Lycan. Good to see you. Do I think Dragonflight will be better than Shadowlands, even though Shadowlands was amazing? Well, that's a hot take. But yes, I definitely do think Dragonflight is better than Shadowlands. It's rushed. I will always give that disclaimer. I'm never going to try and say Dragonflight is perfectly ready. It has a lot of problems, but in total, it is a more complete and enjoyable expansion, even right now, than Shadowlands was for, like, its first year. There's no bullshit like Covenants, nothing that I absolutely hate. And I really like a lot of the class design. A lot of people have been super doom and gloom with the talent trees. I love the talent trees. This is actually one of the major changes that they made that I am completely on board with. The Brewmaster tree is awesome. I fucking love it. Everything in the Brewmaster tree is just perfect. It's all the stuff that I've wanted for years now, back on the tree, usable together in a build that I've never actually gotten to use different things together before. It's great. And I have... I almost want to spoil it now. I'm going to leave that for a future video. I have a sick Brewmaster build cooking for leveling. It's probably what I'm going to do for my first character on, like, day one of Dragon... I almost said Dragonlands. Day one of Dragonflight, I will be leveling as a Brewmaster. I have a sick build planned. I'm really excited for it. So overall, I really like this stuff. But Dragonflight does have its issues. It's by no means a perfect expansion. Anybody that's, like, saying, oh, Dragonflight's amazing, it's going to save WoW. No, it's not that good. It's a fine expansion, but it is not like the WoW Savior X-Pack that a lot of people claim it is. It's just okay, and that's about it. Let's see. I think Shadowlands was worse than WoD. I 100% agree with you there. I actually enjoyed WoD, and I said this a lot. People always are like, what? WoD? WoD was shit. WoD was fun. There just wasn't a lot of stuff to do. If you actually played WoD, it had some good shit. Class design was great. Raids were fun. challenge modes were probably the best content they've ever had in this game. Better than Mythic Plus, and I will stand by that. But there just wasn't enough of it. So it was like, the content we had in WoD, fantastic. That's not nostalgia, that's not copium. It actually was fun. But it was a shit X-Pack because there was just nothing to do if you did not enjoy that content. Yeah, WoD raids were absolutely amazing. I love them. Do the talent trees let you hybridize the roles so you can be a rep paladin but do damage in different ways? Yes, they're definitely very diverse. And even within each talent tree, there's like multiple different builds you can make. So like as Brewmaster, for instance, we'll obviously look at Prot in a second, but as Brewmaster, because that's the one I played around with the most, there's like a Keg Smash build, a, whatchamacallit, a Breath of Fire build, a Blackout Kick build, and you can heavily specialize into one of them, or you can take a mix. So, for instance, right now, the best build for Brewmaster, at least that I've seen, is a mix of the Blackout Kick and Keg Smash stuff. And then a lot of the really heavy Breath of Fire synergy I haven't been taking, because on its own, it's not very strong, but I will say there are some ways to make it really powerful, but I will discuss that another time. Blackrock Foundry is by far your favorite raid. 100% agree. It's great. Okay, let me... I need to stop reading comments and get into it. So I'll probably take Fast Footwork next and then go Heroic Leap. But I do want to get Thunderclap. So I'm tempted to just go Spell Reflection for now, because that lets me go Heroic Leap and then Thunderclap. And then I feel like Furious Blows is also really good. Revenge deals 25% increased damage, but now costs 10 more Rage. That's also probably important. But where do I get Revenge? Oh, it's on the Prot tree, the first node. So I don't even get Revenge until... I'm guessing this is around level 15. Because it takes a little bit to actually unlock the points. You don't get one every single level. Whoa, my voice just died there for a second. Let's see. Auto attacks have a 20% chance to hurl weapons at your target and 3 other enemies in front of you. Okay, so the right side of the tree is definitely really good. Oh, but this is also Shield Slam does more damage. Oh, shit. Sorry. I don't know what just happened to my voice. My throat just, like, gave out for a second there. And it's all of a sudden... Oh, that's not good. I've only been streaming for 30 minutes. My throat can't die on me just yet. Okay, let's see. This is... Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. It definitely is very complicated, but... I didn't even, like, drink coffee or anything. That's usually what causes me to start coughing. Oh, wait, hold on. Is, no. I asked one of the warriors in my guild if he had a really good Prot Warrior build. But I might just need to wing this and see. Hydrate? I had water and coffee right before the stream. So, I don't know. It hasn't even been that long. Just random thing. I heard Shockwave is okay. Does, like, a lot of damage. I have a feeling, though, it's probably going to be Spear Bastion. Yeah, it's honestly going to break my brain if I try to figure all this stuff out right now. So I think I'm just actually going to have to wing this. Hello, Azaro. Good to see you. Yeah, I'll go down the middle. So I'll pick Spell Reflect, and then that way I can take Heroic Leap and Thunderclap immediately. I feel like... I don't know where I go next. I might take Movement Speed, and then I think Frothing Berserker seems really good. Yeah, there's so much good stuff in this tree, which I think is one of the nice things about the talent tree. There's almost too many good options that it's impossible to pick all of them. All right, we'll just go with this, and I will actually finally start the run now. So I need to head over to this mailbox, and I'll grab all my fancy stuff. I've gone fairly minimal with the consumables and stuff in this particular run. So if you watched a lot of the budget speedruns that I did a while back, this is going to be a lot like that. And generally speaking, my format for all future runs is going to be the budget speedrun format. Because I messed around with that a few months ago, and actually it's been about a year at this point since I tried those out. But generally speaking, there was a lot of good reception to those runs, and I personally felt they were more enjoyable because it meant that I didn't have to do hours and hours of prep work beforehand, and a lot of people enjoyed watching them because it was something they could easily reproduce. So a lot of people don't have 100,000 gold to spend on consumables before a run even starts. But if you do something simple, and it's just, oh, you know, goblin gliders, gun shoes, this thing, the XA1000 surface skimmer, and some swiftness potions. That's it. And obviously I just sent over a lot of raw gold. You do not need 90,000 gold. I think at most you would need like 50,000 gold. That's about it. So I think this is much more reasonable. And I'll throw this. I need new binds for my goblin glider. I haven't figured that one out. I guess we'll go with Control 1 and Control 2 for goblin glider and gun shoes. And then just do Control 3, Control 4. Sure. I'll figure something out that's better long term. But for now, I think that's just what I'll be going with. And we're off. Now that you've started the run, can you tell us some of your fantasy football hot takes? I am not a good person to ask for that. I am not really a big fan of fantasy football, or, well, sports in general. But I don't know if my dad is watching, but if he is, I'm sure he could provide a lot of good hot takes, because he's always into that kind of stuff. But yeah, definitely not a big sports person. Oh, one thing, I also get to showcase this now. So, as you probably have heard, Shadowlands is now part of Chromie Time. So, all the stuff like Threads of Fate and the campaign, you can now do that at any point from 1 to 60. Well, 10 to 60, right? Because 1 to 10 is still the usual starting stuff. But, right now, if I talk to Chromie and click in the Realm of Death, not yet implemented. So, I will not be doing any Shadowlands Chromie Time testing, because they still haven't finished it. Reminder, this comes out in 2 weeks. So, some people will say, oh, well, the invasions are, you know, they still have time, because that's going to be 4 weeks from now, because it's not launching until right before Dragonflight. No matter what, this is coming out with the pre-patch, the first initial pre-patch where they're doing the UI revamp. And they need to have Chromie Time ready, and this doesn't work. Now, if I click on it, what you'll see is there's like a weird delay, and then, yeah, this pops up. So, technically, the initial part of it is working, but I'll spare you the time. I already went ahead and tested this. Basically, when you hit Ouroboros, you do a few introduction quests, and then the entire thing breaks. Like, none of the follow-up quests work. Threads of Fate is not working properly. So, none of this is actually working, so I can't test it. So, we're going to do the usual route. The standard stuff. Silver Pine Forest. Oh, Darian, shut up. I stopped picking Shadowlands. I already went over to Cataclysm. So, I'm going to head over to Silver Pine. And that's what we'll be doing. So, a lot of this is going to be the generic... Are you... Does this just constantly pop up? Okay. I guess it's just hard-coded to always give you the quest if you don't have it. So I'm just going to leave it here. Can't get rid of that, even though I'm not in Shadowlands Chromie Time. Technically I am, though, so it's probably a weird coding thing on Blizzard's end. But alright. Yeah, a lot of this is going to be the same run. So we're going to be doing Silver Pine, Hillsbrad, Wad. The main thing that I want to test is how far that actually gets me. So before, doing all this stuff would get me to 50. I suspect I will actually hit 50 much earlier, even without, mind you, I don't have the XP pot. I don't have Darkmoon Fair. That's not active at the moment. So none of that stuff. So I'm missing about 20% bonus experience. Also, because this is on the beta, I do not have Winds of Wisdom. So even without all that, I suspect if it's tuned correctly, I will hit 50 a lot earlier than I normally would. It might not be in terms of, like, time efficiency on the actual timer, because, you know, I'm still figuring out Prot Warrior, still adjusting to the new talents. This is not going to be as efficient as if I was doing a Guardian Druid speedrun, or something like that. But it should still be fast, relatively speaking. Oh, crap. I should have gone along the cliff. And hopefully, all the rare mobs are up. Unless somebody has sniped them. I suppose if somebody has gone out here and sniped all the rare mobs, that would kind of suck, but oh well, I can't really control that. Any advice on getting into leveling speedruns? Depends on what exactly you're looking to do. So, if you're looking to get like a competitive time for speedrun.com, I personally am kind of burnt in that idea at this point. So, I dislike that. Like I said, I'm using my own rule set at this point, but I know a lot of people are still looking for that, because the reality is it's nice to see your name on a big leaderboard. And I did enjoy that early on, but I feel like one of the main issues with the Speedrun.com rule set is that it's really hard to get into, because you need to invest a lot of stuff up front to getting all of your consumables and all that fancy stuff, and it's just a pain in the ass. So I guess early on, I would just recommend, just in general, practice, right? As with anything. But also, don't use all the fancy consumables. Before you actually start using, you know, gun shoes are probably fine. So I would say gun shoes, goblin gliders, those are cheap enough at this point that you should probably use them just to get used to the usage. But, like, enchanted heirlooms, maybe. Don't invest in that. I don't know. Like, crafted gear, potions, flasks, all that really expensive, like, min-maxy stuff, don't bother with that. The first and most important thing you need to learn is the routing. So get used to the routes, make sure that whenever you accept a quest, you know what you need to do and where to turn it in. So you're not sitting there reading it over going, what do I have to do? That needs to be muscle memory. You need to, like, just instinctively know, where do I have to go? What do I have to kill? When am I using my gun shoes, goblin glider, etc.? Once all that stuff is muscle memory and you've got it down to a science, then you can start min-maxing it. Then you can start optimizing, well, do I want to use a better class and spec that might be able to kill mobs more efficiently? Do I want to use potions, consumables like food, flasks, that kind of stuff? That's where you can start to really do the optimization. Hello there, I wanted to thank you for your videos. They really helped me over time. No problem. Glad you enjoyed them. What's the best method for leveling with your route with rares? I mean, outside of the exact steps I have listed on my written guide, I don't really know if there's a best method. The nice thing about this route is that it is really straightforward. If you find rares, you kill the rares, you get bonus experience. That's nice, I suppose. But other than that, you just kind of follow the quests. Silver Pine is very linear. There's nothing special to it. Same with Hillsbrad. The only maybe kind of weird thing about Hillsbrad is it has a few group quests, which are efficient in terms of experience, but maybe are hard to do solo. So that might not be the best thing to do if you're not 100% comfortable with it, and if you don't have other people to level with. And then WoD, I guess, can be a little bit confusing. WoD is probably the main thing that, within Goreground, optimization can be a bit tricky with, what's it called, the Gladiator Ring, and getting all those trophies. That's something that I think I discuss in detail in my guide, but you might just need to practice that. So, hard to say, but most of the stuff is really straightforward. So, I guess if there's something else that you're wondering in terms of best method for leveling, you'd have to specify, because otherwise, it's all there. It's all in the written guide. And if you haven't seen my written guide, it's in the description. I always say that, and then I remember some people are like, what guide? And they just found the YouTube channel, but they haven't seen the doc yet. So, I guess should mention that big Google Doc in the video description. It has literally everything you need to know about Shadowlands leveling, and I will constantly keep it updated until the end of time. So, unless there is a big thing at the top of that guide saying I am no longer maintaining this, which I don't plan on doing anytime soon, you can consider that guide 100% up to date at all times. And obviously what I'm doing right now is making sure that when the pre-patch launches, I can keep that statement true, as all the information will be right there the moment it hits live servers. Hopefully, if these tests go well. Probably shouldn't have used gun shoes there, but oh well. And I think it's kind of weird that at the moment, the best thing to do for AoE as a Prot Warrior is Whirlwind for some reason. Auto-loot's not working. Options. Okay. Latrix Plus. Did I disable faster auto-loot? No. It should be working. That's strange. I've seen your guides, like really good ones, just wondering how much more time you would spend if you only spam dungeons. Oh, significantly more time. As for just doing WoD, it really depends on how comfortable you are with WoD. I would say if you're super experienced with it, you would maybe only lose 1 to 2 hours. Maybe. But personally, I think this guide, or this route, is not only much more intuitive for people who aren't familiar, slightly less because you have to zone hop, but in terms of Silverpine Forest is much easier to navigate compared to Frostfire Ridge or Shadowmoon Valley. So I definitely think that part of it is easier. And it is faster. I can absolutely guarantee you it's faster by a pretty significant amount. As for dungeon spamming, once again, it depends. For Shadowlands 50 to 60, if you have a really good group, dungeon spamming will be slightly slower, like only 30 minutes. So I've seen dungeon spam groups get within like 30 minutes of my solo leveling. But we're talking like you are in a group with 4 other guildies, you are all super familiar with the dungeons, and you're doing massive pulls, AoEing it all down, and just chain running dungeons back to back with instant queues. That is what I'm assuming when I say it's only slightly slower. And this is only for Shadowlands. So I would say if you're solo queuing dungeons in Shadowlands, expect it to be about 3 to 4 hours slower, roughly. I did kind of just pull that number out of my ass, but in my experience, that's how slow it is, but it really depends on how lucky you get with pugs or how familiar you are with dungeon running. I also always play a tank, so whenever I do spam dungeons, I get instant queues, and that obviously speeds it up. So if you're solo queuing as a DPS, that would be very, very slow. Very, very, very slow. And then for anything else, significantly slower. I can't even begin to imagine how slow leveling through dungeons only would be for 10 to 60 or 10 to 50. At the moment, I mean, you're probably looking at like a 12-hour leveling process. Because I did a bit of that recently when I was doing testing for my Raft dungeon guides, which I had to put a lot of work into. And one of the main things that I was doing was just queuing up for random leveling dungeons for those things on a brand new paladin that I made. And I kind of paid attention to the experience that I was getting just for science, even though I was mostly there for testing the dungeons. And I was getting really bad XP. It was something like I would do dungeons for about like 4 hours and I got 2 levels or something like that. It was really slow. So it would take you days to do estimating. I don't know if there's a faster way because haven't really played around with it much, but it would probably take you a few days to level 10 to 50 or so if you're only doing dungeons. But with my route, it would be significantly faster. So I don't see why you would want a dungeon spam. It's so much more painful. It used to be fast, don't get me wrong, but it's not great at the moment. Thanks for the info, no problem. Shadowlands dungeon running, if your guildie's a full Mythic 15 gear and they carry you through it, it shouldn't be that faster. I think you're touching upon what I said, that yes, if you have... or no, you're saying shouldn't dungeon running be faster if you have 4 guildies carrying you with, like, BIS gear? Admittedly, that is something I haven't tried. I'm going to go ahead and say probably not. If anything, it would be about the same time. Now, I think that's not ideal for 2 reasons. One, I mean, you have to waste 4 your guildie's time to do something which is, if anything, slightly faster or the exact same speed as just leveling on your own. Which, I guess, if you have 4 guildies that are willing to sit there and carry you for 3 hours while you do nothing, sure. That is an option. But, I mean, the amount of people who have guildies that are willing to do that, yeah, it's not realistic. So, I suppose you can try that. I have not personally tried that because it's just not relevant. very few people are going to be willing to do that. Hell, I don't even think I could convince 4 of my guildies to do that. And the people in my guild are extremely nice and extremely helpful. And I think if I asked them, hey, could you just spend like 3 hours carrying me through dungeons? You know, they would say I could maybe do 1, probably. What? Oh, I get the Keystone Master mount by hitting level 11? Okay, cool. That's weird. I guess it just automatically hands it out in the beta now. And I got a new talent point. Okay, so while I Gunshoe's back... Well, lots of options to pick from here. So ignore pain, and I'll throw this on... Let's go with T. I think that was the bind I used to have it on. But yeah, I think... Epidemic, the thing you're specifically asking about is not necessarily queuing with a full group of 5 people that are all leveling together. It's 1 person being boosted by 4. And I will say, it's surprisingly less efficient than you might think it is. Because one of the main issues with leveling, through dungeons specifically, is there is a limit of 6 dungeons per hour. I think it's 6. I want to say it's 6. It might be higher. I know on Classic it's 6. And I think it's the same on retail. Either way, there is a limit to the amount of dungeons you can do per hour. And if you're going really, really, really fast with a pre-made group that's all leveling together, it ends up being roughly the exact same number of dungeons per hour as a carry group, because the carry group will have to stop and wait like 20 minutes before they can run the dungeon again. 10 dungeons an hour? Okay, somebody said 5, another person said 10. Even if it is 10, it might be slightly faster. But the reality is, if somebody's speedrunning you through dungeons, and you get 10 dungeons done an hour, you're probably still going to finish at the 40-minute mark. So, if we're talking about /played time, I guess, at that point it would be significantly faster, because you can just have them speedrun you through it, and then you log off for 20 minutes, log back on, do it again. I guess. But it actually wouldn't be that much faster in real time. And, in my opinion, it would be way more boring, and it would inconvenience your guildies. So, if you want to try it, go ahead. But that is definitely not something that I think is as efficient as people make it out to be. And I also just don't see why you would want to inconvenience 4 other people when you could do something almost as fast or faster on your own. Because the Shadowlands leveling experience at this point is pretty straightforward. I honestly don't really use any major time-saving tricks in my Threads of Fate run. It's really just do the bonus objectives, do the dungeon quests, and then do world quests. It's pretty simple. Like, obviously, I have some fancy shenanigans in my 10 to 50 route with, you know, killing rares and swapping between different chromie time things that maybe the average player won't really want to do, even though I don't think it's very hard. But it really can't get much simpler than Threads of Fate. It's pretty, like, hold W and kill stuff. Thanks for the info, no problem. Alright, where do I go next? I always forget the order of these quests early on when I haven't done these for a while. I think this is where you get sent to the other beach area. Or no, this is the closet RP thing. So you go over here, you hide in the closet for like 3 minutes and do nothing, and then you go to the little beach area. Right. So I'm going to save my gun shoes then. Wonder, while I sit and wait in this closet, I might be able to look through my talents. Alright. Oh, crap. No, because it's a cutscene. Here, I'm going to open up Wowhead in another tab, and I'm going to look through the talent calculator. So, Wowhead. I can't be asked to give Blizzard any cent in my heart. Oh, any cent of my hard-earned money anymore, but it's enjoyable to watch other people play WoW every now and then. Yeah, I feel that. Blizzard has done a lot of shitty stuff. I absolutely do not blame somebody for not wanting to support Blizzard. Quite frankly, it was something that I struggled with for a while there. Like, early on, I wasn't entirely sure what I wanted to do, because, I mean, you do feel a little bit dirty to an extent playing the game, or at least I do, especially when I hear about all the bad shit that they're doing. But, I mean, as long as they are trying to change things, I'm like, okay. And I'll be completely honest, I still enjoy the game. So, it is one of those elements of, you know, do you throw away something that you really enjoy just because there's like some bad connotations associated with it? And it's a tough call. It's something I'm not going to get into. I fully understand why some people may choose to just throw away anything Blizzard related because they hate the company now. For me, that's a much harder decision because I've been playing WoW since I was 4 years old. This is a game that not only has like a lot of nostalgia and, you know, is near and dear to my heart, right? But I just enjoy playing it. You know, I still actively mess around with it in raids and stuff like that. WoW has the best MMO combat? Yeah, I'd agree with that. You know, there's a lot that I love about Guild Wars 2, a lot that I love about Final Fantasy 14. But yeah, it is really surprising how, even after all these years, WoW just has the most responsive combat. And I don't necessarily think that, you know, Final Fantasy combat or Guild Wars 2 combat is bad. I definitely think it's still enjoyable. But it is one of those things where it's hard to put your finger on. But something about WoW, the way that the combat flows, it does feel really responsive, really good, and it's so much easier to come back to. Like, I can stop playing WoW for a few months, come back to it, and it clicks right again. It's just like I never left, right? But if I, you know, reinstall Final Fantasy 14 and play through that, it will take me a little bit to readjust to my rotation. And once I do that, it's not bad. It's perfectly fine. But it is a little bit one of those things where you need to get into the right mindset to play it, at least for me. Guild Wars 2, I run into the same exact issue. Where a lot of times, whenever I come back and play it for a little bit, I'm like, oh crap, how does this work again? And I'm like, oh yeah, I have to swap my weapons. And, you know, once I figure it out, okay, I settle back in, the muscle memory readjusts, and it's fine. But WoW just, it clicks so much better. So I can absolutely agree with that. Am I on the beta? Yes. I was initially going to do this on the PTR, but this was not working on the PTR, so I had to set everything back up on the beta, so that is where I currently am. I am on, I want to say Coronos? I forget the exact name of the server. There's only 3 of them. So there's Valdragon, which is the max level one, then Coronos and Tierhold, I think. And I'm pretty sure I'm on Coronos. Let's see. World of Warcraft will always have the most intuitive system of tab targeting. 100% agree. Yeah. Something I never really thought of, but absolutely. There definitely are some like little finicky things with tab targeting in other MMOs. I got a new... Okay, so I'll pick Spell Reflect here, just because I want to get Heroic Leap and Thunderclap next. So it's every other level. I think I remember hearing about this, but I never actually tested it until now. So every level you get either a warrior point or a spec point, and it alternates. At least that's how it seems. Hello, Goose Comics. I'm glad to see you leveling in beta. I'm super excited to level, and it's been interesting testing on my end with the new talents. How's my experience so far? It's good, yeah. I've only just been getting into it. I guess I've technically been streaming for almost an hour, but only been leveling for about 23 minutes. But so far, it feels good. And I did one complete 60 to 70 run, which admittedly, due to bugs in the beta, wasn't great. And I only posted like the first 5 hours of it, because after that point, it kind of went off the rails. But overall, I enjoyed it, and I've leveled a few characters a bit on the server so far, and it's been good. So, haven't been able to form a complete opinion on it yet, but I will say I'm tentatively hopeful for the leveling experience. I think it's pretty fun. Tab targeting never works right for me in Final Fantasy. Yeah, it's a bit finicky. I do enjoy the game as well, but most of my friends stopped playing, and there's really no people to play with, especially doing high keys or things like that. Yeah, high keys especially are really hard to get into unless you already know people. Like, at this point, I haven't really been doing high keys just because, I'm going to be real, it's not something that appeals to me a ton. But when I was pushing for Keystone Hero, at the very least, you know, I have a lot of people in my guild who do that. Like, I think my co-tank was posting the other day. He got, I know his IO is 3,200, which is, like, crazy. But I think it's, like, top 15 blood DKs in the world. which is just absolutely nuts. The dude is a complete monster when it comes to pushing keys. And, I mean, there's also people in my guild who literally used to compete in the MDI. So at this point, you know, I have enough people who I can just run keys with, but it is absolutely a case of, unless you have an established group of people who you know, who do high M+, it's a really hard thing to get into. And generally speaking, pugging into high M+ is not the easiest. 3.2k is really big, yeah. I mean, he just got it yesterday, and he's been pushing almost non-stop the entire season. Like, every single time I log in, he's in an M+ key pushing. It's crazy. Do I know if the item level requirement on Shadowlands gems was raised? I'm not sure. That's something I'll have to look into. I will say it's one of those things where I'm not going to, like, look into super min-maxy stuff about, you know, gemming for alts. I'm assuming you're asking about leveling alts. Like, can you socket Shadowlands gems into, like, leveling gear? If you're asking about something else, then I'm not sure. But I haven't looked into anything like gemming out alts. Schwinks, yeah. I figured it was something like that. I'm not 100% sure. That is not something I've looked into. I suppose that's something that, if you happen to be here after I'm done with the run, usually, like, after I finish a given run, I'll spend, like, an hour or so testing random things, especially on the beta. So if you happen to be here in a few hours, and you remind me, it's something I can look into, but I don't think that's something that I've checked out yet. It's hard to push keys with the Ragnaros habits. Yeah. It's rough, man. And it is funny how I've actually, at this point, I've played with a lot of people from Ragnaros, because not my current guilds, but my guilds at the start of Sofo. So at this point, it's been almost half a year ago. But that guild actually was, like, made of half Ragnaros players, because I talked about this in a previous video, but basically that guild was a real money boosting community in disguise as a guild, which I didn't find out until I was already in it. It was pretty interesting. It's the kind of thing where, like, I almost made a video on it, because it is crazy how the GM ended up scamming millions of golds from random people. And I feel like I could make a pretty good video, like, talking about how crazy this drama was, but it's one of those things where I have better topics to cover, right? I don't want to really get into it with, you know, old guild drama when I could be making relevant guides that actually help people. But it was a pretty interesting scenario. But the reason I bring this up is half of that guild was from Ragnaros, because I guess a lot of people on Brazilian servers will do WoW boosting, because from one of the people I talked to, who I won't mention their name, because actually at this point they're a good friend of mine, but they live in Brazil, and they told me that they make more money selling real money World of Warcraft carries than, like, a lot of decently paying jobs in Brazil. Want to be clear, I don't know for sure if that's true. This is just what I was told. But if it is true, I mean, I can kind of understand why a lot of people like that would want to do boosting. At that point, I mean, that's literally how they're making a living. And I should obviously give the disclaimer that I did not touch any of this stuff. I just happened to be in a guild with people who did that. And I discussed this way more in a different video. Oh, there's a chest. Cool. But the funny thing about all that is the people I played with who did the boosting were actually really good. So the Ragnaros players I knew were really good players, and they all also hated Ragnaros players. Shit. So Ragnaros as a server is so bad that all of the good players on Ragnaros hate their own server, because they know that most of the people on that server are really bad and give them a bad reputation. But it is funny how that server, for whatever reason, and Azralan too, to an extent, it's just, holy shit. And at first, you know, early on, I was like, it has to just be a stereotype. But no. And especially when even the Brazilians were telling me, no, yeah, most people on our server are fucking trash. I was like, okay, yeah, no, it really is just a Ragnaros thing. So I don't get it, but you're absolutely right that Ragnaros players fucking awful. I'm hoping they can fix the Shadowlands Chromie time leveling soon, as you do want to test it. Yeah. I don't know if you were here. I showcased that a little bit ago. And I should say thank you, Goose Comics, for pointing that out to me. But yeah, I looked into that and I ran into the exact same issues that you pointed out. I don't know why it's not working, but it is weird how it's not like completely disabled. Like you can start it, you can go to Ouroboros and do some of the quests, but then randomly you just stop getting follow-ups. I don't know why. Because at that point I feel like they should just hard disable it. But it's also one of those things where it's being enabled in 2 weeks. So this isn't a pre-patch event per se. It's something that's literally dropping when the patch hits. So I don't know. I feel like that should kind of be their top priority, since one of the main things a lot of people are going to be doing in those first 2 weeks, I don't know how long, before all the little event stuff is enabled, is leveling. They're going to be leveling new characters, testing out the UI, all that fun stuff. And to have a major Chromie Time campaign not testable this close to the release, I guess it's even less than 2 weeks at this point. It's just bad. It's like a week and a half. As a Brazilian, that sounds about right, yeah. And I've said this before, I'm half Brazilian, right? So, I mean, it's definitely, like, I'm not saying it's like a racist thing, because no, I mean, if I'm saying Brazilian players are bad, I'd be saying I'm bad, and obviously I'm biased. I don't think I'm bad. But, no, I've met a lot of good Brazilian players. It's just a server thing. I don't know what it is about Ragnaros. Let me see here. Oh, there we go. Okay, Agatha's working. Cool. Am I familiar with the zone percent category of WoW speedrunning? I mean, I've seen that it exists, but I don't see the appeal personally. So, I've looked at it, yeah. But I will say, in terms of speedrun.com categories, maybe I don't want to show my hand a little bit too much, but what I will say is I'm actually working on... Can I get this? There we go. I'm working on a big document, Google Doc or something, and I'm basically going to write up my rule set for WoW Speedrun. So I'm not just kind of working on my own wishy-washy rules that I'll play with whenever. I'm literally going to take like the speedrun.com rules, adapt them into my own personal rule set, and put it on all my videos and basically say, this is the rule set that I am going by with my runs, including categories and everything, because I personally feel that speedrun.com is poorly managed and honestly has a lot of redundancy. Like, I personally don't care for the zone percent thing. I guess if people want to do it, sure. But the only thing that I care about is full leveling runs. I guess 1 to 10, you could call that, because it's like its own little bracket. 10 to 60, 1 to 60, and then, of course, 60 to 70. So, I'll be operating under those rules. I'll probably... I don't know when I'll have that finished, because early on I was hoping to have that big Google Doc finished before starting this stream, so I could go over it and explain the rule set that I'd be using. But the reality is, with all the stuff that's happened this week in terms of raid testing, PTR testing with the pre-patch events, and then Mythic Plus testing, there's been too many things that I've needed to get done, like, at the moment, before it goes away, that I just haven't had time to work on little bonus stuff, like a speedrun rule set. So I figured, I'll do this run, I'll do some testing, and then maybe for, like, next weekend or something, I'll iron out, like, an actual rule set and have that posted. But all that to say, I know that zone percents exist. I have no strong opinions on them other than I just don't find them interesting. And if you're asking whether I ever will run one, not a chance. I just don't see why that would be better compared to just doing it within the run. Because technically speaking, I mean, for the purposes of a zone percent run, you could just take my time from the start of Silverpine to the start, or to the end of Silverpine, and do that. But I also dislike it because it kind of fits you into this mold of you need to do the entirety of a zone. Whereas a lot of times I'll cut off the last few quests in a zone because I just don't think they're efficient. It's like Red Ridge Mountains. I think the very end of Red Ridge Mountains just isn't efficient, and I dislike doing that. So I just cut it out. At least clip this if not making a full video. Sorry, oh, you're talking about the guild drama thing. I actually did talk about that in a previous video already. So I'm not going to make a full video on it, but if you want more information about that whole, like, real money trading, like, boosting guild drama thing, I told a somewhat complete version of the story on, I want to say the video was Catching Up Alts in Shadowlands. It's whatever the one was where I took a bunch of alts that were like level 48 or something, and then tested different zones on how efficient they were to top up those alts. It was about like 2 months ago or so. So the story is in there. I don't know where exactly. I want to say it's like an hour into the video, but I talked about it at some point. Let me see, what else? Definitely, Azralan and Ragnaros are on constant hate, mostly because of the language barrier, since most of Azralan only speaks Portuguese and most of Ragnaros only speaks Spanish. Yeah, that's fair. I definitely do think the language barrier plays into it. I've had some edge cases in M plus 22-ish where some Rag and Azralan players were fine, but in general it's true. Oh yeah, there's absolutely cases where they're fine. I remember one of the best rogues I ever saw, at least at this point, I mean, I can't really say that anymore, because at this point I literally am friends with some of the best rogues of the game, but up until this expansion, one of the best rogues I ever saw was, whatchamacallit, wasn't an Azralan, there was a Ragnaros player in a Pug Mythic Plus in, what was the dungeon? It was Legion. I'm trying to remember the name. Cathedral of Eternal Night, right. And it was just this random Ragnaros pug that just dumpstered everybody. And, I mean, he spoke fluent English, and he was really nice, really chill. I actually ran a lot with him after the fact, but he was from Ragnaros. And once again, I think I asked him just for fun, like, what's your opinion on Ragnaros as a server? And he also said, yeah, most people are bad. So it's a common trend. A lot of end of zone chapters are filled with RP. Yeah. Sometimes I skip the very last quest in Silverpine Forest just because it can be really long-winded. It depends, though. The thing about this last quest in Silverpine is it actually just gives a ton of XP, even if it is kind of, like, long and RP-focused. But I would say that very much toes the line between what is efficient and a bit too RP-filled and slow. Also, am I missing talent points? Oh, yeah, shit, I'm missing 2 talent points. Revenge, I think, is just better than Whirlwind. Actually, it's not. Revenge is 46. I probably should still use it just because I actually have synergy with it. And then Heroic Leap. Okay. So I'll just take Whirlwind off my bars. I'm guessing that eventually, once I get more talents, Revenge will just outscale Whirlwind. So I'm not going to bother keeping it on my bars, taking up a slot when I probably won't use it for too much longer. Alright. Heroic Leap should be on 7. And less rage than Whirlwind? Yeah. Well, it's less rage than Whirlwind, but at this point, at low levels, you have so much rage. So it isn't really an issue. Like, I'm one-shotting most things anyway. But the main thing is I think as I start to get more talents, they're going to buff the damage of Revenge and not the damage of Whirlwind. Because Whirlwind isn't meant to be, at least I don't think, I haven't really looked too heavily at the prot changes, but it's not meant to be a protection warrior ability. We just have access to it for reasons. Did they fix heirloom scaling? What do you mean fix heirloom scaling? I was not aware there was an issue with it, so it seems fine. But if there was an issue with it, I'm not sure what that was, so I would not know what to be looking for. Wait, was that a chest? Aha, that is a chest. I'm probably going to find a lot of these, just because absolutely nobody is going to be testing this on the beta right now. Alright. How much XP does this give? Still a decent chunk. Because even though that's only a little over a bar, there's actually less bars on the leveling thing now. So, yeah, I think it's still really efficient. Do you need to be in a rested area to change talents? Without a tome, I believe so. So, Obviously, if you have one of those consumable tome things, you can change it anywhere. But yes, I believe it's rested area only without one of those things. Oh, and I just saw what DFG Prometheus said. I was curious about Zone Percent and decided to try it. Now I'm the proud owner of the slowest Silver Pine Forest run. Nice. Yeah, I'm not knocking it. I'm sure people enjoy it, but for me personally, it's just not something I'm interested in. I think there are some cases for where, like, zone percent, or I think, like, individual level percent obviously isn't something that has no uses in speedrunning in general. Like, in many games, that is the bread and butter of your speedrunning. It's how quickly can you complete one individual level. But I think for the purposes of World of Warcraft, I personally don't really like that, because I don't personally find it fun to do a whole individual zone, and I find the routing to be much more interesting of just a full 1 to 60 run, that kind of thing, or well, 10 to 60. Just because in that case I can be more creative, I can mess around with like combining different zones, seeing which quests are efficient, which quests aren't, and stuff like that. Whereas I don't know the exact rule set for zone percent. I don't know if it's like complete the final quest or get like lore master or whatever. So what is it, like quests, calendar? Yeah, so I'm guessing it's probably something like this, like complete every single one of these chapters, in which case I just don't think that's worth it. Some quests like Silverpine, you get lore master of Silverpine just by doing the leveling route. So in cases like that, yeah, it's efficient. But there's going to be a lot of scenarios where a zone isn't quite as linear as this, and you have to go off and do random hubs that you wouldn't normally do in order to actually complete it. But quite frankly, Silverpine is the exception, not the rule. Because one of the reasons Silverpine is so efficient is because of its design. It's completely linear, and it's really, really fast. So if all zones were like Silverpine, my job would be a lot easier, because I wouldn't have to figure out, okay, how do I string these zones together? It would just be hold W. Silverpine is a breath of fresh air because it is a hold W zone. But even Hillsbrad has a few hubs that are not really linear. And it just gives you a bunch of quests and says, go do this. And then I had to figure out what's the fastest way to do all these quests. You know, what order do you do them in? That kind of thing. Early on in beta, heirlooms did not scale well at all, and they were using the old retail scaling. So level 30 heirlooms were retail scaling, yet the gear you were getting from quests was way higher. Ah, gotcha. They have fixed heirloom scaling. I'm just waiting for them to scale crafted gear. My Ghost Iron Dragonling looks really bad in beta. Yeah, I haven't messed around with any of that. Going forward, I probably won't do any crafting gear heavy leveling runs. I might do one. I think what I'll probably do is closer to Dragonflight's launch, just for fun. I'll do maybe one stream where it is just a, you know, pull out all the stops, go full-on crafted gear, all the fun old stuff. I don't know if we'll still have Winds of Wisdom at that point, because I know they said it's going away when Evokers come out. But the wording of their post was weird. It said something like, with the release of Evokers, the Winds of Wisdom will fade. But it's pretty clear at this point that Evokers will not be launching with the start of pre-patch. So I have to wonder, does that mean that we're going to have Winds of Wisdom slightly into the pre-patch, and it's only like halfway through whenever Evokers drop that we lose it? I don't know. So that's a bit unclear. But if they have Winds of Wisdom enabled, I could get like a really fast time. That would be pretty fun. But I'm not 100% sure. But I might do that, just for fun. I might get like a bunch of crafted gear things. Just do like a crazy speed run. But generally speaking, for like the, you know, purposes of testing, I won't be messing around with that. If you need help finding crafted gear for that speedrun, you might do. I can help you. I appreciate it. I think I have most of that stuff. Unless there's something new that I'll be playing around with. All the old crafting gear pieces, I have like alt set up with all the professions to make it. So I think I'll be fine, but I do appreciate it anyways. And also, I don't know if I would be doing it on beta. So if I'm doing something like that, I might actually do it on live servers just for fun, but I'd have to see. I also, there is an argument to be made for doing that kind of a run on beta, because it would be really fun to just do that on top of having all these chests, all these rares. I guess that would kind of be a best case scenario run. Like, you get perfect RNG, all the best crafted gear, all the best stuff. Yeah, that would be an interesting experiment. I feel like leveling to max is more useful for general play too, like being helpful information even if not speedrunning. Exactly. And that is literally the entire thing that I'm going for here. Because one of the main issues, or one of the main complaints that I got with a lot of my old speedruns, which, I mean, I kind of ignore most of them because the reality is I think anybody with a brain can look at some of the more min-maxy things and understand, yeah, that's just for speedrunning purposes and not something that I'm expected to replicate. But I would get a lot of comments like, oh, now add up the time it took you to set up the run. Or, oh my god, I'm not going to bother with like all these consumables and stuff. This route doesn't apply to me. And it's like, no, that saves minutes at best, seconds in some cases. The vast majority of this route is replicatable even without the stuff I'm using here. Like, even if you don't have gun shoes and goblin glider kit, you can do this route and still have a really fast leveling time. This is like purely for convenience and minor time saves, and I just think it looks cool. So I think that's... What is going on there? Some of them are bugging out. But that's kind of one of the main reasons why I've decided to change this, because, I mean, early on, obviously at the start of Shadowlands, I was just, you know, making my YouTube channel. I wasn't entirely sure what I wanted it to be. I pulled away from speedrunning for a little while, partially because I didn't want that to become my entire channel. So for a while there, I think people kind of expected that I was just going to be the WoW speedrunning guy. And I don't want to be the WoW speedrunning guy. I did not want to get that brand, right? So I did a few speedruns just because I was still enjoying it at the time, but I kind of tried to pull back from that because it's just not something I really want to do. I personally enjoy the, you know, optimization of leveling more. So I felt that for leveling in Dragonflight, this was just a better option for helping people and just for me personally. I am going to enjoy this more. I'm going to feel less pressure from having to be like constantly told, oh, you know, are you going to get like world record in this run? And it's like, no, I'm just trying to test stuff. You know, don't put that expectation on me. I just want to make a fast leveling route that can be used by everybody. And quite frankly, I enjoy chill leveling, right? Speedruns are fun. Like, I think anything that's really, you know, adrenaline focused like that, like, you know, you're on a timer and you have to do something as, you know, well as possible. Anything like that is fun once, at least for me. I'll try that. But at a certain point, unless I really enjoy the gameplay loop, like Mythic raiding, really stressful. But I love Mythic raiding. You know, I am sitting there for 4 hours every single night, stressed out of my mind, trying to make sure that I get everything done properly, but I love it. Just the gameplay loop of tanking Mythic raids, I could do that forever. I've been doing it for years, and I will continue to do it for years. But I will admit, after the first few times, you know, being against the timer, having to, like, constantly worry, am I going to be able to beat my next run? It's rough. And especially, I think the worst part about it is with World of Warcraft speedrunning, there's an investment, right? So if it's just a game where you get a bad run, so what? You know, hit escape, press restart, and, you know, reset the timer, and you're good to go. Start a new run. You cannot do that in World of Warcraft. Every single time I set up to do a really good, really fast speedrun, I'm investing like 100,000 of my hard-earned gold into that run. If it goes sideways and I don't get a good time, I'm not getting that money back. I've already used those consumables. So there's an added level of stress of isn't something that I can just infinitely repeat. I can't just keep throwing shit at the wall and hoping I get a really fast time. And if I don't, oh well. So overall, what I'm trying to say is the experience wasn't really enjoyable for me. And I found that when I just lowered my own expectations and just said, yeah, I'm testing routes, I'm making a leveling guide, that's it. I was having a lot more fun, and I felt it allowed me to focus more on what other people found useful. So that's why I've decided to do that going forward. Bit of a tangent, but something I wanted to talk about. Back in Silverpine, hello, Toth. And yes, you know, it doesn't matter how much Chromie time has changed, Silverpine remains efficient. So this is still going to be something that I'm pretty sure every run is going to use. I mean, so far, it feels like this has been fairly fast. Because I'm not using tons of fancy consumables and stuff like that, so level 16 isn't amazing by my standards, but it's still reasonably fast. And one thing I've heard is a lot of the time saves, according to Wowhead's data mining, a lot of the really big time saves while leveling are going to come from, I believe they said 30 to 50, is where I think it's like a 60% reduction in experience needed from 30 to 50. Some big number like that. So the first 20 levels of the speedrun should feel largely the same as before. It's later on when I think I'll really start to see it pop off. Oh, and also I'm playing Prot Warrior, which isn't the fastest. I considered actually doing Guardian Druid for my first run back, because there's something to be said about playing the thing that I am familiar with, and for speedrunning purposes, I mean, you can't beat Guardian Druid. So I could probably do this run, even with all the changes and UI updates, with my eyes closed, just pressing Moonfire, but I figured it would be fun to try something new out at the same time. Yeah, I'm using Winds of Wisdom to try and get Gnome Heritage Armor. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'd imagine that right now with Winds of Wisdom, leveling is pretty good. But personally, I mean, Gnome Heritage Armor. I mean, to each their own, but I hate gnomes. Can't stand them. Especially Mechagnomes. Let's see. With the AH merge... oh yeah, okay. So that's the last one I haven't read. With the AH merge, do you think min-maxing leveling speedruns is more affordable, since a lot of the old mats and consumables became dirt cheap? Hard to say. I haven't really looked at it, but I think it really depends. Once again, it depends on your goals, right? So overall, I think from a perspective of like getting gun shoes and goblin gliders, like everything I'm using in this run, absolutely, it's become more affordable. The average cost will have gone down, but the main issue with speed running wasn't per se it wasn't like the stuff that the AH merge would actually help with. So for instance, it was specialized crafting gear, which I can kind of do on my own now because I've gotten all the professions, but first off, that isn't merged across regions. Crafted gear is still, I'm pretty sure, your server only. So if there isn't someone on your server that can make the really good, like, Mists of Pandaria crafted gear, you're shit out of luck. Or you're going to have to pay, like, 40,000 gold per piece still, because people will upcharge the shit out of that. So in that case, it doesn't help. And just lowering the material cost doesn't matter, because the main issue with that is that if your server doesn't have competition, somebody will just set the price at an extreme amount. And it doesn't matter how cheap it is. They will just upcharge you. So in that case, no. In the case of very niche consumables that aren't really obtainable anymore, or especially, I kind of stopped doing this with later runs, but early on I experimented with like some potions that were no longer obtainable, and only a few people had those recipes, so each potion was like a few thousand golds. For that reason, obviously, I no longer even bothered with that towards the end, but that is still very much not going to be helped with the AH merge, because that's still going to cost an arm and a leg, just because most people don't have those recipes. But I think the big winner out of all the AH stuff is gun shoes, because gun shoes were already a very popular item, and I think the Chromie time resurgence in speed leveling made them even more popular than they already were, but maybe not a lot of servers had people actively crafting them. I'm not sure if gun shoes themselves... that's probably worse. Yeah. Actually, what about this belt? No, because the starting gear is secondaries. What am I missing? Oh, the quest is over here. Right. And... yeah, so on the topic, I think real quick, earlier I was saying the most important part about speed leveling is just knowing exactly where to start every quest and where to go. And you can see here, I still sometimes forget that. It's admittedly been months since I've done another one of these runs, so I'm a bit rusty. But that's the thing. I mean, I lost like 20 seconds there because I momentarily forgot where to go. And that is the biggest area that you can save time if you're learning speedrunning. But back to the AH thing. Yeah, I think gun shoes are definitely the big winner. Goblin gliders are already dirt cheap. Gun shoes at this point, I definitely think will become a regularly sold commodity and should probably even out in price across all servers. Whereas before, on major servers like Area 52, they were super cheap. But on smaller servers that didn't have a lot of active players, each gun shoes would cost like 1,000 gold, which is very prohibitive. So I always felt kind of weird recommending gun shoes because on some servers they were really efficient, on other servers they were just inaccessible, but they are just so good. So I think now that is one that will be a staple for speed leveling. Spent a little bit of extra time on that, probably more than was needed. Let's see. Hello, Annie Uwu. And Toth, you're not sure how you feel about what? The leveling rework? Like Chromie time stuff, or just Dragonflight in general? Only just saw your message there. Oh, it's better for speedrunning, but leveling is already as quick as it is. I guess it comes with the extra 10 levels. So, I agree that leveling is already really quick, but I think the entire idea of what they're trying to do with Chromie time is have it be like an even, balanced, like time to get to max level. So, obviously it makes sense that, you know, with an extra 10 levels, it's going to be slightly faster. I already dinged? Didn't I just ding like 5 minutes ago? Holy shit, that felt fast. But I think the general idea that Blizzard's going for is it should take you only slightly longer to get up to 60 in Dragonflight compared to getting up to 50 in Shadowlands. So the entire process of getting from like 1 to 70 should be comparable to 1 to 60. Just because, and I think that works out well from a new player perspective. Because one of the main issues with the old system, oh, the XP nerfs, yeah, I'm fine with it. Totally fine with it. Because the entire reason Chromie time was introduced in the first place was to solve the old system we had. Where you had to level through, Classic, well, I guess, Kata revamp zones. Then you had to level through Outland. Then Northrend. Then Kata. Then Mop. Then WoD. Then Legion. And then finally you get to BFA. And it was like, there's so much shit that you had to go through to even catch up to the current expansion. And the entire idea now is everybody has a normalized leveling time. It's about, 5 to 10 hours, depending on how fast you are. And you can pick a cohesive leveling experience. So you're not bouncing from expansion to expansion. You're just picking, I want to level in this expansion. And then a new player can say, hey, I want to check out Cataclysm. And they'll level through Cataclysm on their first playthrough. And then maybe on their second playthrough, they're like, hey, let me check out that Wrath of the Lich King expansion. I heard its Classic is coming out soon. Obviously, at this point, Classic's already out. But, I'm looking at like the perspective of somebody that was leveling recently. I don't know. Point being, a new player might want to pick individual leveling experiences, and then each one of those will take the same time, and they can have like a different experience on their on each new character. I don't know if that was a good explanation, but I think inherently Chromie time isn't really designed for us. It's not designed for me. I'm optimizing it because, I like leveling alts, and obviously I want to save time. But the entire point, I think, of Chromie time is just for brand new players who want to get caught up to the game early on. And then, as a nice little bonus, it's really fast. So it does make things easier for people like us who just want to have alts caught up at max level. Because I've said this before, I don't really enjoy leveling. I enjoy the optimization of the routing, and I like saving time. So I think creating the fastest route is fun for me. So I'm having fun doing this just because, well, partially because I can talk at the stream, but also because I get to think about, that level felt fast. Maybe I can do Spires of Iraq and do that entire zone, even though it mostly got cut off in my old routes. That's the stuff that I'm thinking about that makes me enjoy this. But if I wasn't streaming and I was just leveling a character, in silence with an already completed route, I wouldn't be having any fun. I don't find that interesting. So the entire point of Chromie Time for me, the entire thing that I enjoy about it, is just let me get it over with as fast as possible. And then, of course, finding the way to get it over with as fast as possible. So I don't care if the XP gets nerfed. That means I get to spend less time leveling, which, nice. Easier for me to make alts to farm stuff, because speaking of making alts to farm stuff, Dragonflight Professions, if they don't get changed, you are going to need an army of alts to do those efficiently. And I've taken on the responsibility of trying to manage all the crafting shit for my guilds. I've said I'm going to try and do that. And based on my current testing, I think I'm going to need at least like 5 max level alts before Raid comes out to properly get everything crafted in Dragonflight. And that is just me. I will need 5 alts in addition to the help of my guilds. But I know a few people have already volunteered to do like alchemy and stuff like that. So I'll have some professions covered that I won't need to worry about. But Dragonflight Professions are a clusterfuck, and they're all about like daily cooldowns and, you know, limited resources that you can only get per character. So you need to make multiple characters to get around that. It's going to be a mess. So my entire goal with this is just, what's the shortest time? If they make it faster, cool. I don't give a shit. Goose Comics said, I've been leveling most new tunes from 1 to 30 on live and then waiting for pre-patch to level 30 plus. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Also, with Chromie Time, you don't need to waste time getting to different continents to level in each bracket. Exactly. I think I touched upon that. But yeah, 100%. Don't get me wrong, I love Chromie Time Walking. I just wasn't sure how significant the XP nerfs were. Yeah. I think they're pretty large, from what I've read. We'll see, of course, but I want to say they're in the ballpark of like 60%, which definitely is a lot, but it was significantly slower after we hit like WAD in previous runs, so I'm totally fine with that. Alright. Come on. Yeah, this is so fast. I think I got like 3 levels in Gilneas alone. It's crazy how efficient this short quest line is. Like, Silverpine just picks up. Alright, let's go with Thunderclap, and then I guess fast footwork. Can't go wrong with movement speed. Hello, Ahmed. Good to see you. You've done a lot more zones that you never would have because you don't have to worry about the time that you're spending in them. Yeah, that's true. For people who just want to see the story, who maybe didn't play the content when it was current, it's a really great way to test out old campaigns without feeling like you're being super inefficient. That's a really good point. Your thought process was, if you start Legion and never get to the last leveling zone, let alone Suramar, that's a fair point. So if you're not doing my route and you're just doing one expansion, yeah, I guess the design of it should be that if you're leveling purely in like Legion, you should have to go through all of Azuna, all of High Mountain, Val'Sharah, and Stormheim, and that should get you all the way there, however long it takes. So I do agree with that. Yeah, I hope it's tuned correctly. But I don't know. I can't speak to that because I'm definitely not testing Legion. Because I know for a fact that Legion is not that efficient. It's not terrible, but it's definitely a good bit behind all the stuff in the route. You love Chromie Time because you can fill all the things out on while leveling. Yeah, that's fair. I know a lot of people who enjoy doing that. Are you wasting time leveling to 60 with the XP buff? I wouldn't say you're wasting time. I would say the only thing 100% that you should not be leveling right now, and I say should, 100% up to you, right? If you want to play a character at 60 right now, go for it. But 50 to 60 specifically, Shadowlands leveling will be significantly faster the moment pre-patch drops, even with Winds of Wisdom. So those 10 levels, if anything, leave those for pre-patch. But up until 50, it's kind of up in the air. The number I've seen a lot of people using is that level 30 or 40 is a good place to stop on each character. But the point where I can 100% guarantee you it will stop being efficient is 50. After 50, it will be slower with Winds of Wisdom on live than pre-patch. Get things to 50, yeah. I think that's a good rule of thumb. Profession specialization benefits guilds the most since solo players are going to have a bad time. Yeah, that's honestly my main issue with the current professions in Dragonflight. There's like pros and cons, because for anybody who hasn't messed around with Dragonflight Professions, basically, the way it works is you now have specializations. So you can specialize in armor crafting. Like, let's take blacksmithing as an example. Blacksmiths can do armor crafting, weapon crafting, smelting, and like utility stuff. Those are the 4 main specs. And then there's like sub-specializations. So within armor crafting, you could be, I think it's like heavy plate armor, sculpted armor, and light plate armor. And then light plate armor branches off into 3 more sub-specializations of like belts, gloves, boots, and then heavy plate armor would be like shields, helm, chest, stuff like that. So the idea is every single blacksmith or leatherworker or whatever can specialize into being better at crafting a specific type of item. And that sounds cool on paper, but the problem with it is it's so specialized that in order to get everything, you need multiple people of different specializations. So it's not like classic specs. So if you played classic, you might be familiar with the idea of, what's it called? There was like armor smithing and weapon smithing or something like that, or like elemental leatherworking and some other type of leatherworking, where it's just you get access to a few new professions. And then, of course, the classic gnomish goblin engineering. That is not what it is, because that was just you get some new recipes, but you're still just as good at crafting all the other stuff. With the new Dragonflight system, it's like if you want to be able to efficiently craft high-level materials, like if you want to be able to smelt bars the right way, you need to specialize into that. And then if you want to then turn those high-quality smelted bars into the best mythic quality gear, you need somebody specialized in that. So it sounds great on paper, because I think the pitch with Dragonflight Professions is it allows anybody to make gold. Because think about it like this. With Shadowlands Professions, the problem was if somebody specialized in making legendaries, they just dominated the market. And it was really hard to get into, because in order to make it profitable, they had to make it a really high upfront cost. So if you specialized early into Shadowlands legendaries, you would make a fortune. But it cost like 1 million gold to get all of the specs, all of the legendaries leveled up to max. So it was something where the average player just could not get into it. So what Blizzard has done now is made it so there's all these little different specs. And the idea is, well, if all of the big mythic raiders are specializing into crafting their high-end armor, little Timmy can go and specialize into crafting toys. And then little Timmy can be the kingpin of the blacksmithing toy market, or something like that, because he can make toys more efficiently and better than any of the big mythic raiders who put all their spec points into, endgame raiding. I believe that is supposed to be the pitch of it. In practice, that's not how it works. I mean, maybe for toys, I don't know. The problem right now for endgame raiding is that it is genuinely impossible, once again, to get the high-end gear unless you already have a ton of gold to invest in buying the materials, or if you're in like a cartel situation where you have a guild with all the different professions and you can have one person spec into each individual thing, or if you have, what's it called? 1 million alts. So if you have an alt with all the different specs, then it's just, well, I'm going to send my resources over to this alt and craft the bars on this alt, mail the high quality bars over to my gear crafter, and then craft it on that. And that is the reality that we're facing. And this is just with specializations, right? It gets even worse if you look at the way that Artisan's Metal works, because there are limited resources like this thing called Artisan's Metal, which is going to be really valuable because you can only get a set amount per character. There's ways to like get a small bit of it over time, but it's really not good. 1 second. I need to, before I continue, make camp. And I know I'm missing a lot of comments, so just let me finish ranting about this, and then I will respond to everything else. But yeah, so the idea obviously is, crap, what was I saying? Oh, I went to the wrong place. You know what? See, this is what happens when I ramble and don't pay attention. I go to the wrong fucking place. So I have to do Ambermill Codex first, and then I go to the Sepulchre, right? Getting distracted. Can you zoom in while in combat? Want to see the animation at a closer look? Yeah, I can do that. But anyways, yeah, point with the professions is it's going to basically create an even worse cartel situation than we had with than we had with Shadowlands. It's going to be harder for like those profession cartels to get set up because you're going to need way more alts and you're going to need way more money to invest in it or more people. So, you know, you either need a guild backing you or a lot of alts. But once that gets set up, absolutely, I can guarantee you it's going to be just as bad, if not worse, than Shadowlands crafting. The only thing I will say as a silver lining is the items are not as impactful as Shadowlands legendaries. So a lot of people basically needed a Shadowlands legendary to basically play their spec. Like, without their legendary, their damage was just complete dog shit. I'm not going to say that the stuff in Dragonflight isn't impactful, because there's some really broken shit that you can get from professions. Like, the Darkmoon decks, which are going to be really expensive, are crazy. I made a bunch of them, and my guild's been using it during Mythic Raid testing, and those things do work. Like, Darkmoon deck Inferno especially, holy shit, it does damage. So, absolutely, professions are going to be worth your time and really good. There's also, whenever I upload my next Mythic Plus testing video for Algathar Academy, oh, here, let me zoom in so you can see the animations. It's mostly the same as Shadowlands, I think. But yeah, so whenever I upload my Algathar Academy video, which will probably be sometime next week, like maybe Monday, just watch that and look at my engineering shit. Because there's an engineering flamethrower that you can get, which I used on one pack, and just, it fucking melted. I just deleted a Mythic Plus pack from existence, just by using an engineering crafted item. And it's usable in Mythic Plus, it's usable in raids. I was using it during raid testing on like these ads that spawned on one of the bosses, and it was crazy the amount of damage that this thing dealt. So a lot of the things that you get from crafting are very good, but it's not necessarily a like, oh, your profession or your spec doesn't function without your legendary. It's just like you get really good gear with like special effects and bonuses, like the jewel crafting trinkets, Darkmoon decks, and engineering crafted items, and you get like some weird on-equip effects through other things. Like there's one that plate users get, which is every single time you kill I think a boss, your cooldowns get reset. So basically people were speedrunning Mythic Plus and they were just killing a boss, getting all their cooldowns reset, doing like a giant trash pack and just deleting it immediately after. And it kind of breaks the flow of M+ when you get that much cooldown stuff. So it's good, but it's not as good as Shadowlands Professions. So that's the one caveat, because every single time I bring this up, like when talking to somebody, inevitably I'll get the comment of, yeah, but Shadowlands legendaries were mandatory, right? And professions are min-maxy. They're not mandatory. It's just good crafted gear. And it's like, yeah, yes and no. It's definitely not as good, but it is still very powerful. And it's the type of thing where if you're like a heroic raider and all you're doing is getting AOTC, yeah, you can probably ignore crafted stuff. But if you're like me and you're in a Mythic guild and the expectation is that you're doing at least the bare minimum to keep your character up to date and, you know, prepared for killing bosses on time, you're going to need to interact with professions, and it's going to be a nightmare. So, heads up on that. Let me scroll up because I missed a little bit. This will give you time to get your dream one of every race druids. Oh, nice. Good evening. Am I trying to speed level? Yes. Well, yes and no. I'm not speed running, so I'm not trying to go like super fast, like using all the fancy consumables. I'm just trying to do testing on the most efficient route. That's all I care about at the moment. So yes, speed leveling, yes. Speed running, no. Just to be 100% clear on that. And what I'll do here is, okay, this is where I go to the Sepulchre, so I'm going to Hearth to Org. I'm going to turn on War Mode, and then I'm going to use my Volpera Camp. Let's see. Legion is not really about efficiency, it's just the most fun. That's fair. I love Legion zones. I think the quest lines in Legion are really fun. Honestly, I wish Legion was efficient, because I do think it's a very fun expansion to level in. But, alas, it is not. Let's see. Critical strike chance of devastate and shield slam while shield block is active. Ooh. I like Dragon Charge. I remember using that a long time ago. I'm going to go with Sword and Board, though, just because it seems more generally useful. And we'll throw War Mode on. Also, before I forget, I will pick the rest of my talents, because I keep forgetting to do that. I keep getting, like, a level up and then forgetting to actually take a peek at my talents. Let's see. Can anybody tell me what kind of add-ons he's using? Pretty much nothing. I can show you exactly what add-ons I'm using, but very few, honestly, because very few are actually working on beta. So these are all of my add-ons. Weak Auras is disabled because it wasn't working, so I'm using Details. That's the damage meter. I'm using Leatrix Plus, so if I go to LTP, you can see all the different settings. It gives me a faster movie skip, easy item destroy, faster auto loot, and that's the thing that skips all my quests. So whenever I turn in a quest and it goes automatically, that's Leatrix Plus. And other than that, I think it's just DBM, which DBM you won't really see a lot. But most add-ons are not working on the beta. Generally speaking, though, I'm a pretty minimalistic person when it comes to add-ons, so I don't use a lot of them. Most of the stuff you see here is just the base UI revamp in Dragonflight. So no special add-ons there, it's just default UI. All right, let me keep catching up. Do I know where the saying rule of thumb comes from? You shouldn't laugh, but it's one of those historical nuances. I do not actually know where the saying rule of thumb comes from. I love saying rule of thumb, and it is definitely one of my favorite sayings. So if it has like a weird historical backstory, I would actually be curious to hear about that, because I did not know. Not really a fan of the new professions, way too overdeveloped. I 100% agree. The new professions are one of those things where, on paper, if you look at like the base changes they're making, it sounds cool, but then you look at the implementation, if you look at the implementation, it's just weird. Like, I don't know where they went wrong. They had a lot of cool ideas, and then they just shoved so much shit into it. Like, I don't even know what you would change. I think I like the general idea of, you know, making professions more useful. I think that's always good. And I think one of the big things that I really like is the profession gear, you know, and the stats, right? I like inspiration. I like multicraft. I think that's a cool idea. You know, Final Fantasy does that. You know, you have your profession sets and whatnot, and you want to make sure that you're speccing into whatever you prefer. If you want to save a lot of money, go resourcefulness and multicraft. If you want to get the best crafts, you stack inspiration, right? So I like that in concept. I think that's really cool. And I actually think it's translated pretty well into the game. That being said, all the other stuff I think is just way too complicated and overdeveloped. Like, the specializations it's just too much. Especially because there's like 30 points to every spec, and most of them do absolutely nothing besides give you a 1% increase to your skill. So it's literally just... It's like they took old classic talents as a base, as a framework, and layered it on top of professions, where it's like 1 point gives you 1% increased efficiency at this thing. Just why? At that point, it just feels pointless to spend most of your points. I would be fine if it was like actually, I think a really good thing that they could have done for that is something like the old talent system. With, you know, I say old, but the Shadowlands talent system, what we have on retail right now, where there's a few different options, and at whatever profession level, you pick one of 3 options or something like that. Honestly, I had no issue with the current talent system on retail. I like the new generic talent system, but I think, if anything, if you're going to argue where would a simplified retail-esque talent system work, it would absolutely be professions, because professions don't need to be any more complicated and harder to get into than they already are. So having something basic like, do you want to be slightly better at making armor, weapons, or miscellaneous things? And you just click a button, I'm better at making this? Cool. But right now, it's like you can mix and match your talent points, and at certain breakpoints, you get like really big upgrades and you unlock new recipes, but at other points just don't give you anything. It's just way too convoluted. So I really... Oh, I was about to say I really hope it gets redesigned, but there's no shot, right? We're too close to launch. So at this point, all I can really do is practice a lot of it. Like, I have easily spent at this point, like, 16 or more hours just testing professions on the beta. Just sitting there, messing around with it, picking up different professions, looking through all the recipes, crafting an item, seeing how the different, you know, material things work and quality and stuff like that. Just to understand it, so I can make guides on it. The current plan is I will have a guide for every single profession, talking about all the important shit, everything that matters, recommended specializations, everything. I will make detailed guides, because the reality is it's too complicated for most people. And I want to make sure that the average player can jump in, watch a guide, be like, yep, here's everything I need to know, and just send it. And also, I need to make this for my guild, because one thing that I plan on doing is making, like, a guild cartel. And a lot of them have basically told me, hey, I'll do profession shit, but I'm not going to figure it out. But if you tell me, do this, do that, and here's the materials, you know, I'll do a profession. So I need to make it as foolproof as possible so that everybody can just pick up professions and go. But it's going to require a lot of work. It already has. Anyways... I once again forgot to pick my talents. Let me do that now. I'm going to distract myself again if I look at chat. So, pick talents. Right. Thunderclap. Do I get Devastator? Okay. Yeah, I get Devastator right now. Strategist. Have a chance to reset the remaining cooldown on Shield Slam. That's really good. Last Stand and Demo Shout are both very good, but what about these? Using Shield Slam increases the damage by 5%. Oh, that's really good. Ooh, Best Served Cold is also nuts. Ooh. I think I need to go Best Served Cold for now, and then I'll probably go down here, maybe? I don't know. But I'll go with that. And... Fast Footwork... Frothing Berserker, probably? Yeah, I think that's... This is the play, I think. Right. That's how I had my UI set up. And there we go. I can take Devastate off, because now I have Devastator. Perfect. Now I actually have all the basic Prot Warrior stuff. So, we're back to the standard setup. And I have to go here. Let me try to catch up. What would be the best way to level up? Is there a simple thing? Yes. I'm sorry. At this point, the message was probably like 10 minutes ago. But if you're still watching, my leveling guide in the video description is by far the best way to level up. Just follow that. It tells you everything you need to know. Check his playlist. Oh, Toth answered it for me. Thank you very much. Dragonflight out. Anyone in chat? No, quit 2 years ago. No. Dragonflight will be out... on November 28th. I am testing the beta right now. That dynamic style is kind of nuts. Yeah, for sure. Am I doing WoD intro into Silverpine, Gorgron, Spires of Iraq? I'm doing WoD intro later on. But yes, for the most part. But, I mean, technically speaking, yeah, the route that you just laid out, Saris, is like an adapted version of my route. I don't think that's the best order, because I don't really think anything like that would change. But generally speaking, you want to do WoD intro later on. So I think always start with Silverpine. It's just more efficient to do this because it's pretty linear. Then I would say stop, do Hillsbrad later on, then do the WoD intro. And maybe do like the early bits of Gorgron since they don't require flying. You can mix it up, I would say. But personally, I'm going to be doing the order stated in my guide, which is Silverpine, WoD intro, Gorgrons, then Hillsbrad, then back to Gorgrons, and then I think at that point I'll hit 50. And from there I'll play it by ear. But my current guess is that I'll be doing Spires of Iraq after. I think Spires will be the fastest way to do 50 to 60, but That is honestly the entire point of this stream. That is something I'm going to be testing out. I forgot to... I can kill those 2 rares later. Because the Godfrey quests take me right past them. So, doesn't really matter.
Too far away.
Alright, let's see. Have the crafting orders been tested? Oh! Troy, you just brought up another major thing that I want to talk about. I'll save that. I'll try to remember to rant about work orders. But no, work orders have not been tested properly. They're technically there, but they don't really work. So you can't really test them. But I have a lot to say about work orders, and I'm going to save that rant until a little bit later, because I want to catch up on chat. You're saying that farming mats will be important in Dragonflight, and druids are the best farmers of mats. Druids are the best farmers of herbs. Bar none, druids are the best herb farmers, but that is when they have flight form. So early on, it's going to be pretty equal, because druids will not have flight form, and just in general, the speed at which people can farm mats is now... It's hard to say, because before, obviously, when druids can pick up herbs in flight form, and everybody is flying, and druids can just go over there, grab the herb, and then keep flying, yeah, they're the fastest, by far. But with dragon riding, it's actually going to be faster to just run around on your dragon and zip from node to node, and then dismount, loot the node, and hop back on. So I think even druids will probably just use dragon riding instead of their flight form for, like, herbalism and mining, stuff like that. So they'll still be fine, I guess, but I actually don't think their advantage will be as significant for Dragonflight specifically. But that is something that I need to test a bit more. I haven't messed around with gathering a lot. I've mostly been testing the crafting professions, because honestly, they're the ones that are really complicated. But I think it's pretty equal. Every class will have a pretty equal chance. Let me make sure I don't... Oh, these guys hit for nothing. Okay, I'm not too worried. I'll use a speed pot just to save a little bit of time here. And then once I get to the portal... I missed the jump. Oh well. Alright, there we go. Let me see, still catching up. Speaking of Legion, I really hope they allow you to level in Suramar at a lower level. Yeah! Actually, I'm surprised they haven't done that already. That would be really cool. I would definitely mess around with that, because Suramar is really fucking fun. And technically, that would be kind of a unique experience, because Suramar has technically never been a leveling zone. So if they adapted it to fit, like, a leveling zone format, I would absolutely try that. And who knows, it might be efficient, because I haven't tested it. So that would be cool if they ever actually did bother with that. Let's see. Hoping they let us stay in Chromie time locking once we hit 60. Unfortunately not. Based on what I've heard, I think the thing where it kicks you out at max level is still very much in the game. So, alas, you cannot stay in Chromie time. I agree with you, it should be a thing, though. I don't know why it isn't. Where did I... I think... Did I have Demoralizing Shout on... I completely forget my Prot Warrior binds. It's been too long since I played this. What's that red spell / proc from? Oh, yeah, Victory Rush. Somebody answered that. Cool. Let me check for a chest. Sometimes there's one in this little area. No, I think... I haven't found a chest in this house in a very long time, but I always check. Just in case. Because one time I found a chest there. And I've checked every single time, just in case. Yeah, let me keep reading. So, rule of thumb origins is because a judge in 18th century England incorrectly stated that there was a law under English common thumb that a man could... Okay, I'm not going to read out the last part. Could do that thinner than his thumb, but it wasn't actually true, but did translate to the United States laws for years after. Oh. Yeah, that's a bit fucked up. I figured it had some weird, like, probably not great origin like that, but that's unfortunate. I still think it's fun to say as an expression. Whoever invests time in figuring it out will make a ridiculous amount of money. Absolutely. Assuming you're talking about professions, you're 100% correct. Which is, I suppose, one of the advantages of it. I am spending so much time testing professions, I will probably be able to make a good amount of money off it at launch. But I'm also going to be spending a lot of money because one of my other major goals is getting my guildies crafted gear. And I'm probably going to be paying for a lot of that out of pocket. Because generally speaking, my mindset is, if I have to sacrifice some of my own gold to get the rest of my raid items that will benefit all of us, I'm perfectly willing to do that. I, generally speaking, don't care much about gold in WoW. My mindset is like, gold is just a resource that I use to kill bosses. So, if that resource goes to getting my character better gear, cool. But if that resource goes to getting somebody else in my raid better gear, I'm also totally fine with that. So, I will probably be making a ton of gold at the launch of Dragonflight, but I'm just going to be sinking that right back into professions and crafting. And I should also say, one thing that I want to be perfectly clear about, and I'll specify this whenever I make my profession guides, I am not going to be making my guides from the mindset of, how do you make gold with this? Because there, for starters, are a million videos on YouTube of, Dragonflight Professions, what are the best props to make money with? Like, use these 5 early tricks to make the most gold when Dragonflight comes out. And then it's like a picture of a night elf, like, shouting. And, you know, there's a million gold displayed in, like, a little window next to them. And, you know, it's just, YouTube is filled with shit like that. And one of the issues I have with that is it's inherently misleading. Because the problem is, if you're looking at leveling, or looking at a gold-making tips on YouTube, at that point, it's already not a viable method for you to make at least nearly as much money as that person made. Because the reality of gold making, especially when it's auction house related and it's like related to supply and demand, is by the time that information has now reached you through a YouTube thumbnail, you're behind the curve. The way to make gold in this game through stuff like crafting is 100% through being early in the game, testing it and finding all the secret methods before everybody else figures it out. And then exploiting the shit out of that to make a ton of golds early on before everybody else catches on. Once it reaches clickbait YouTube thumbnail levels, everybody already knows about it, and you're not going to be making any gold from it. So the inherent issue with making videos like that about how to make gold is that once you put it into a video, it's no longer a good method of making gold. So it's like a catch-22. So my entire goal with profession guides is not going to be how to use this to make gold. I will tell you what each thing does, and if you watch my guide and think of a cool method of, oh, I could use this spec to make gold, great. You know, hopefully there'll be some information in there which will help people just looking to make gold. But I'll primarily be looking at it from a perspective of how does everything work, and what is the best way to set up your professions if you want to get the best gear. Because I am a Mythic Raider, what I care about is getting the best gear. That's all I give a shit about. So that is going to be the primary focus of my guides, not gold making. And that can be reproduced by anybody. Because honestly, the hope, right, is if I make it easier for other people to get, or to craft gear like that better, then it drives the price down. And I want to drive the price down because I want the best gear to be accessible to the most amount of people. So if I make a guide on it and it drives the price down, it actually has a good effect for me compared to if you make a guide on how to make gold and it drives the price down. It's actually counterintuitive. So yeah, that's going to be the main focus of those guides. But inherently, I think that any gold making guides like that are just flawed. So your entire point about what is it you said? Whoever invests time in figuring it out will make a ridiculous amount of money? Absolutely. And that is the only way that you'll make money, not by watching somebody else who has already figured it out. So, a little bit of a tangent, but I did think that was worth talking about. Oh, the projectile things that sometimes go out at mobs. That is my neck enchant, Mark of the Hidden Satyr. So, whenever this neck enchant procs, it fires like little red bolts at mobs that deal bonus damage. If you look at the damage breakdown, yeah, this thing, Mark of the Hidden Satyr. That's what's causing it. Okay, what else? What else? He should pick impending for bigger pulls. Nah, I mean, do you really see me being in danger at all here? I don't think I need impending victory. And the nice thing about Protection Warrior, impending victory is inherently a trap talent, because I guess it was worse when you had to pick it compared to other stuff. But if you're solo leveling and you're killing mobs quickly enough, you'll get more than enough victory rush procs to keep yourself sustained. The only real change with impending victory is it's a cooldown, not a proc. So it's not like a kill an enemy thing. It still has the proc effect because it replaces victory rush, but the only new thing this adds is I think it heals for slightly more. Yeah, it's 30% instead of 20, and you can use it every 25 seconds if you don't kill an enemy. But the only instances where something like that would be good is if I'm doing massive pulls, and in that case, I'm going to be getting killing blows because I'm solo leveling, right? And every single time I get a killing blow, boom, victory rush. So it doesn't really help in those cases. Victory rush already has all the best effects. And the 10% extra healing is not worth a talent point. Because in that case, basically the only thing this reads is victory rush heals for 10% more. Or I guess in this case it would be victory rush heals for 100% more because it's 20% to 30%. It's still not good. That's not worth a talent point. Alright, let me keep reading. I've fallen so far behind and I am sorry. Does Sky Golem not work? Yes, Sky Golem works. But basically, Sky Golem lets everybody else do the same thing that Druids can do baseline. Druids can't fly in flight form in Dragonflight? Yeah. Which is why, early on, obviously, Druids won't be, special. But even later on, when flying is a thing, dragon riding will still be faster. With profs, even if it turns out to be way over the top, personally, I think for the start, it would be fun considering we didn't have that huge of a change for profs ever. Yeah, that's fair. I definitely agree that it'll be interesting to experiment with. I'm going to have a lot of fun just min-maxing it. And I think people will probably have fun with it initially when they're just trying to see how does this stuff work. But there's a lot of people who don't enjoy that and who don't really care for professions at all. And they're just like, I want to get the best shit by killing bosses. That's a completely fair mindset. So those types of people will not enjoy it. They will be really frustrated, especially when they see how much it's going to cost them because of how prohibitive the system is. Okay. This pull I actually need to focus. Wait, they're kind of doing like no damage to me? Prot Warrior is kind of good for leveling. I mean, Guardian Druid, at least old Guardian Druid, would have killed this faster. I can't speak to how it would be now. It's going to be a major shakeup for, leveling speed. But that was good. Like, those mobs normally hit pretty hard. Guardian Druid, I said Guardian again. Prot Warrior just kind of shredded those. And I took no damage. I guess most of their damage is physical, and Prot is kind of nuts at dealing, or mitigating physical damage, so kind of makes sense, but still kind of crazy. I think, actually, I want to say I had it on queue. I'll need to check my Prot Warrior binds after. Wow. These battle plans do not want to drop, though. Anyways, for me, complicated equals fun. I agree, yeah. But I think we're probably in the minority of people who think that complicated systems are fun, because I like to basically solve complicated systems like that. Most people don't. Like, it's safe to say most people see an overly complicated system, and they're just like, fuck this shit, I'm gonna look up a guide to teach me how to do this thing. So, overall, I think for the average player, professions are not designed well, but I will personally enjoy testing it. They should give Druids and maybe DH the same Dragon Flying that Drakthir has. I don't think Druids should get Dragon Riding. I could see an argument for Demon Hunters being able to do it with their wings, but I feel like even though that would be thematic, it would take away something special from Evokers, and I mean, from a gameplay perspective, that would feel bad for any people who picked Evoker thinking they could have, like, the cool dragon stuff. And to a certain degree, I think it should be at least somewhat special early on. But I could absolutely see, like, maybe after Dragonflight, they just give Demon Hunters the dragon flying aesthetic thing. But who knows? But for right now, for gameplay purposes, I'm kind of fine with that being an Evoker-specific thing. Just because it would make the Evokers happier. I think that's fair.
I must get closer.
Gold is meant to be spent? Absolutely. I don't like to be a dragon who just sits on a pile of gold. I like to use my golds on things that, you know, make me enjoy the game more. Alright. This guy's not moving. Oh, he turned in the quest. There we go. And there we go. So now the Lorna Crowley quest. While I walk, let me try to see if I can catch up. What would be the most efficient route with Winds of Wisdom up? My route. Nothing changes. The only change with Winds of Wisdom is you finish my route faster. So you follow it, and then when it gets to the very end where it's like, now go to Spires of Iraq, you can go, haha, I've already finished leveling up to 50. I don't need to go to Spires of Iraq. So start from the beginning, follow the entire route, and at some point you'll just finish early. That's the fastest Winds of Wisdom route. You are way backed up? I know. I know. I'm trying. It's, every single time I see something interesting and I start talking about it, and then like 10 messages go up and I have to go back and speedrun all of them. Any idea how good explosives are for engineers and non-engineers in practice? I assume you're talking about the new Dragonflight bombs? Because current bombs, not great. Like, anything on retail is not tuned properly. There are new bombs on Dragonflight. There's, like, Dynamite and Easy Throw Dynamite for the new professions. That I haven't tested. But one thing I can confirm is that it shares a cooldown with your potion, so probably not very good. Now, I said that about the flamethrower, and the flamethrower turned out to be crazy, so who knows? It's something I definitely need to test, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. All I tested was, does this share a cooldown with potions? And when I saw that it did, I was like, yeah, it doesn't really warrant that much further testing, because it's probably not going to be good. It would have to do damage close to the flamethrower to be worth it, and at that point, you're already using your flamethrower as an engineer once every other potion, because it has a 10-minute cooldown and it shares a cooldown with your potion. So you can use it instead of one potion, then you use a potion, and then your flamethrower is back up. So it would only replace one of your uses of a pre-pot, and you would still be using the flamethrower in the other instance. And I can only really see it being useful for AoE, because generally they're tuned to be good on like 3 to 5 targets or more. So the question there would be, you know, can you use it on 5 targets and have it be a damage increase over a potion? And in that case, it might be worth using in Mythic Plus specifically. But if it's tuned like the older explosives, where it requires like 10 targets or something crazy to actually be good, then you probably won't run it. But that's the kind of thing where I'd have to test it. I'd have to see the exact numbers. But I'm going to go ahead and say probably not. But once again, still got to test it. It's a great expression, but the origin is just hilarious. That wasn't even true and ended up being quoted by the Supreme Court in Northern Carolina. Wow. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. The way to make gold in this game is to spread out your investments early on and then narrow into what makes you the most money. Yeah, for sure. Just like in real life. Kind of, but WoW investing doesn't perpetuate balding nearly as much. Yeah. Wait, Sylvanas is outrunning me here. Why do I feel so slow? Okay, good, she stops. I thought Sylvanas was slower than this. Maybe I'm just crazy. They nerfed it, it used to be 40? Oh. I still think, honestly, even if Impending Victory was 40%, would it really be good? Because on single target, it still doesn't do that much healing, so it's only really useful. And the main issue is it consumes a GCD. So if it was like a passive healing effect, like every time you killed a mob, I think a good way to make Impending Victory work is like, it makes like Victory Rush a passive, where it's like every single time you get a killing blow on a mob, your next attack has the Victory Rush effect built into it. That would be pretty nice, because that would give warriors really good sustained healing. But the main issue with Victory Rush in general is a lot of times it's just not a button worth pressing. You know, most of the time it's like I could press Victory Rush, or I could just do stuff that generates rage that feeds into my self-healing, because rage spent heals you, at least currently on retail. And then I could, you know, keep shield block up time and rely on my healer to just throw a hot my way every now and then. So it's just using a button that doesn't work within your economy. Like, this doesn't feed into your other abilities. And from what I can see, Prot Warrior is still very much the same in that it's all about your rage economy. You know, you spend rage, you get shield slam procs, you generate rage, you spend that again, and it's just one big feedback loop. And Victory Rush just kind of operates outside of that. It feels bad to press, because it doesn't do anything for you. And a lot of times you just have better ways to heal. Impending Victory is good situationally for duels and soloing shit. Yeah, that's fair. The one time I remember really liking Impending Victory was years ago, and I was soloing Blackwing Descent, and I needed a way to heal myself while Nefarian was doing his lava phase. And that was the only time where I'm like, I keep dying to this. How can I solo this on my Prot Warrior? And I looked at my talents and I saw Impending Victory, and I'm like, yeah, I guess that works. And it did. I got the kill using that. So specifically soloing old content, yeah, I'll agree. It is actually kind of good for that, for certain bosses. But yes, as a general thing, not great. What else? You need to also get lucky for professions. Personally, you got to gold cap by overpricing the whole Ragnaros server at the 9.2 launch. You had a monopoly on the contracts and sold them for 18k each. Yeah, contracts are going to be huge too. And now, see, okay, I will say, my guess, and I could be wrong on this, but I think one of the biggest ways to make money early on, and we're talking like day 1, day 2, before people figure it out, Inscription with the spec knowledge. Because there's items that Inscription can craft, which give you specialization points, and you can only use it once a week, but early on, people are going to really want that shit. Because there's going to be a lot of people who are getting to, like level 70 towards the end of the first week, and they'll realize they can only get a limited amount of spec knowledge, and they'll be like, oh shit, I need to buy this item. And because it's a limited resource, on a weekly cooldown, it resets, I think, on the weekly reset. If you sell a ton of those spec knowledge things on the Monday before the first weekly reset, people will probably pay up the wazoo for that thing. Because, I mean, something like that early on, it's kind of crazy. Which I think is a problem. I really dislike designs like that, but that's the reality we're facing. Personally, that's kind of one of my first priorities. I'm going to be getting all of those things crafted. I think if nothing changes, I'll probably be starting the expansion with Inscription, and the other one is a bit up in the air. I'm not entirely sure. I think I'll just do Inscription for sure, and then I'll rotate the other professions. Because here's, I forgot to mention this before. One of the other really broken things is every single time you craft a new recipe for the first time, you get 1 spec point and Artisan's Metal. Artisan's Metal is this rare resource that you only get a set amount of. But it's limited to your character, and it's every single time you craft a new recipe for any profession. And it's a universal profession currency. So my point with all of this is, I should probably swap my gear at some point. But my point with all of this is that you can basically get all the crafts done with, let's say, leatherworking. So if I want to be a blacksmith, that's my end goal. I want to get all the best blacksmith shit. You start with tailoring. You learn every tailoring recipe, craft every single one of them once. You get a lot of free rewards for crafting each tailoring recipe for the first time. Then you unlearn tailoring, Pick up leatherworking, craft every leatherworking recipe once. Unlearn leatherworking. Pick up alchemy. Do the same thing with every single profession. And then your final profession is blacksmithing, because that's the one that you actually want to be. Now, because you've crafted every other profession recipe once, you suddenly have all of this artisan's metal that you're stockpiling, and then you can use all of that artisan's metal that you got from other professions on blacksmithing. And you can use that to get all the best blacksmithing shit really easily, because you can basically use it to improve your crafts and stuff. That currently works. And admittedly, this is going to be, in terms of gold sinks, a lot of gold to get that done. But what that effectively allows you to do is kind of break the game. It breaks the amount of access to artisan's metal that each individual profession should have. So you'll have the same amount of this limited resource on day one that somebody else would get by doing daily crafts over the course of, like, I don't know, like 4 months. So you can only do this entire process once per character. But if, let's say you did this on every single one of your alts, and, you know, each one of your alts had a different end profession for that, every single one of your professions would basically have this limited resource equal to 4 months worth of time spent. And then you could start doing high-end crafts way earlier than other people. So that's what I'm going to be doing on my monk. I'll probably pick up inscription early on to get those, like, weak cooldown items and craft them for every single person in my guild. And then my other profession, I will cycle through all of them until I land on, I'm probably going to be the guild jewel crafter, I think. I haven't really set that in stone yet. So I'll probably settle on jewel crafting at the very end, after I've already cycled through every single other profession. It's crazy. And the other thing that this is really nice with is, if you don't really care about getting all the best gear, you still get a ton of artisan's metal, which is going to be a valuable resource, because it's really useful for work orders, which, once again, work orders are another thing that I could talk for 30 minutes about, but I'm going to start falling behind on chat again, so let me read. Oh, impending victory carried you in the time-walking mage tower. Yeah, I still need to do that. I haven't really messed around with the mage tower much. I mean, I did it current content, but the new one, I haven't really tried. The route of 10/15/2022. Well, the present day is 10/15/2022, so yes. That is quite literally, by definition, up to date, because, yes, I posted that thing today. So yeah, the route is up to date. I think the route hasn't been edited for a few months, but there's nothing new. So the route was updated for whatever the last patch was, and then there haven't been any changes to it since. And the only major changes are going to be coming in 2 weeks, probably, whenever the patch hits. Presumably 2 weeks. And that's what we're doing right now. So we're testing what I'm going to have to change in 2 weeks. YouTube keeps telling me that I should be running ads. Is it turning into Twitch now? I keep getting this pop-up saying, now is a good time to run ads. And I don't like doing that. Because, I mean, there's the whole argument with, like, Twitch and, you know, trying to force people to run ads. But, I don't know. I never like running ads on my stream in the middle of it. Like, if I happen to go AFK for coffee, I'll probably run some ads just because nothing will be happening. But if I'm in the middle of doing something, why would I just, like, throw an ad break? That would just cause people to just say, fuck this, and stop watching. It would be really disruptive. But YouTube keeps giving me this pop-up. Like, every 30 minutes, it's like, hey, run an ad. Is there a VOD archive? Yes. Anytime I stream, you'll be able to find the VOD. It automatically gets posted on my channel. So, it's very easy to find. It's not even like a VOD archive. It immediately gets turned into a YouTube video. So, the moment this stream ends, YouTube does like a processing thing on it. And then a few hours later, it'll pop up as like a regular video on my channel. And it has the little chat replay thing. So, yep, everything will be viewable. At least it's not forced yet. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I don't think YouTube has been bad about forcing ads. Because when I was streaming a year ago, I never got these pop-ups. It never really pressed me to use, like, ad breaks or whatever. It's only now that I've returned to it that I'm seeing all these little ad pop-ups, but as far as I know, there's no... I think my phone just pinged. Whoops. I forgot to put that on mute. If it keeps pinging, I'll have to go over there and turn it on vibrate. But yeah, I mean, the situation with Twitch is still kind of weird. I will say, I feel slightly vindicated in the fact that I never streamed on Twitch, because early on when I first started doing YouTube streaming, I got so many people saying, why don't you stream on Twitch? Twitch is so much better. Nobody streams on YouTube. And I was just like, I don't know, I want to stream on YouTube. Like, I've always been streaming here. And then when I saw all the shit happening, it's about a month ago at this point, I kind of laughed to myself and I'm like, you know, YouTube streaming doesn't seem so bad now. But, you know, a year ago, I got so much shit for it. That's the thing. So many people are like very... I wanted to say territorial. Territorial is the wrong word about it. But a lot of people are ride or die Twitch fans. Like, they think Twitch is the only option for streaming. And it's definitely not. I just realized I forgot to get faster riding. Whoops. It gets turned into a video as long as it's not too long. Correct. Yeah. So I ran into the issue with, I think a few of my videos had this problem early on in Shadowlands. So and it's really unfortunate that it happened there because I was really happy with that stream and I lost it completely and it's unrecoverable. I can't even like download the raw footage, which is a shame because I would have accounted for that. But my day one Shadowlands leveling is gone because that was a 26-hour stream, and if it's longer than 10 hours, you can't recover it, and it doesn't get turned into a VOD. So only stuff below 10 hours gets saved. And I didn't know that because at that point, I think my longest stream had been 8 hours. So it was just an issue I never ran into. And then suddenly I went to, I think I was like looking at stuff on YouTube and I saw a comment that said, hey, one of your streams isn't viewable. Like it keeps giving me an error when I try to watch it. And it was the day one Shadowlands. And I checked and it was gone. And I looked into all the customer support things and they basically all said, yep, sorry, it's just YouTube dumps it if it's over 10 hours. And I think I lost a few other streams, but they weren't as good. Like, it was generic streams of me, like, farming BOEs and just, like, rambling and stuff. Stuff that wasn't really important, that I wouldn't have minded losing. But the one that really sucked was losing the Day 1 Shadowlands leveling. Because there were so many good moments during that stream. I mean, it's day one of an expansion. Of course, there's going to be good moments. So many things that I would have loved to save for future use. And it's just lost the time, unfortunately. But on the plus side, I learned my lesson. And now I always end my streams before 10 hours. And what I'll probably do, because I said this before a while ago, but I guess now is probably a good time to bring it up. I will obviously be streaming Dragonflight's launch. That is something I 100% plan on doing. I'll be streaming my leveling just like I did for Shadowlands. But to avoid running into the same issue, I will be around the 9-hour mark, ending the stream and then immediately starting a new one. And it kind of sucks because I think the reality of doing something like that is I'm going to lose a bit of viewers during the transition. Inevitably, what will happen is it hits the 9-hour mark and there are people who are like half watching in the background. And maybe they go away to make food or something. They come back and they're like, oh, Haraldin stopped streaming. Okay, and then they close the tab. But then really, I'm still streaming. It's just I started a new stream to bypass the 10-hour limit. So I'll probably keep mentioning that in the lead up to the day one Dragonflight thing, just so people know. So they don't like get surprised when I do that at 9 hours or something like that. But I don't want to lose my footage again. So I will absolutely be doing stuff like that to work around it. How good do you think your current pace is compared to live? Compared to live, my current pace right now is fairly slow. But there's a few reasons for that. I don't think it has anything to do with Chromie time specifically. This feels solid. Like, I'm level 23 or 24, coming out of Silverpine. That feels comparable. It's usually low 20s when you're coming out of it. So that is very, very fine. The main thing is, well, for one, I'm playing Prot Warrior. I am not used to Prot Warrior. So a lot of my fastest times are with a maxed out Guardian Druid with like all the big AoE stuff. And Guardian Druids also have really fancy like speed things, and I'm really good at doing the movement with that. So basically, experience with the spec really plays into it, and I don't have that, so that's going to hinder it. But also lack of consumables. So you can see it's taking me about like 5 seconds to kill every single Murloc. On retail, most of these mobs die in one hit with like my best speedruns. And that's not a scaling issue, that's a I don't have the best gear issue. Like on retail, I have all the different proc effects where it's like I tag a mob and a bunch of different procs hit it and just delete it from existence. Right now, I'm only running some of that. I have my enchanted heirlooms, which I can carry over from any character. I have the fancy movement things like this surface skimmer, gun shoes, all that fun stuff. But a lot of the really min-maxy like proc effects and stat bonuses I'm not using. So that's going to inherently make the run take a little bit longer. But overall, I mean, it's still on pace. And most of the changes for scaling don't kick in until higher levels. So as long as I am somewhat on pace for these few levels, I'm totally fine with that. And I am. So this run so far feels pretty good. Like, for instance, when I did a Blood DK speedrun, I did Blood DK 10 to 50 a while ago, and I did Mage 10 to 50, and those runs took like 10 hours. And that was just up to 50. It was a disaster. I was really not comfortable with the spec. And, well, Blood DK I was comfortable with. Blood DK is just so slow. It has shit mobility, and it takes forever to kill anything at low levels. Obviously, at high levels, Blood DK is crazy. Once you get it gear, it slams. But while leveling up, Blood DK feels really bad. So those speedruns were way behind the curve. I did not feel good during the entire process. This is very fine. This is like the average run that I'm doing without all the fancy speedrun things. Now, 2 hours, level 24. That is a good time. More than good. Let's see. Not sure about contracts now since they're region-wide. There's always a guy that sells them at 10% region value, tanking the prices instantly. Yeah. I forgot that contracts for now region-based. Okay, that's a good point. That would definitely limit their usefulness. It really does depend on what's limited to your server. I think if something is limited to your server, it's inherently going to be more valuable than anything that's region-locked. Okay. Do the humans quest. What do I look for when assessing a zone's level efficiency? Is there a priority I place... Oh, shit, I accidentally killed it. Is there a priority I place on things such as quest and mob density? What do you feel an average leveler should consider while leveling? Yeah, quest density is the big one. I will say the best way to figure out how efficient a zone is just to time it. It's really that simple. That's what I do. So for stuff like this, I'm not timing it because I already know that Hillsbrad's efficient. But what I'll probably be doing, well, I guess I am timing it, but you know what I mean? I'm not like jotting down notes and stuff like that. What I plan to do is after the end of the speedrun, I'll record how long it took me to do like each of the later zones. And then I'll do some further testing with like specific zones. Like I'll test Shadowlands whenever that's working. I'll test a few other options, like some old Kata zones. And I'll basically compare, you know, how long did I spend in the zone, how many levels did I gain, and the overall efficiency of it. And that's how I made this route in the first place. I tested like 20 different zones that I knew were roughly efficient, and you can kind of tell, right? I think anybody can look at a zone based on the general like quest and mob density and say, yeah, this is fast. But a lot of times it's hard to say which one is faster. Is the WAD intro faster than like Hillsbrad Foothills or something like that? And I think the WAD intro is actually a good example because a lot of people for the longest time thought it was inefficient and skipped it. And the reality of the WAD intro is it's really efficient. It's actually currently the most efficient set of quests in the entire game, but people thought it was inefficient because back in the day, during WAD, Gorgrond and Spires were just so absurdly efficient that they just made the WAD intro look bad. So that's where context is important. Everything is relative, right? So when everything is at a fixed level, and you can choose between Gorgrond, which previously was the fastest zone in the game, Or the WAD intro, which is really fast, but not quite as fast. Obviously, you're going to skip the WAD intro. But suddenly, when you're able to pick anything, well, the WAD intro suddenly becomes amazing. And then they nerfed Gorgrond and Spires, but not the WAD intro, so then it became the best set of quests in the game. So that's where it becomes a bit weird, where it's really easy to look at an overall zone and say, this is fast, but then you have to say, well, is it faster than X? Is it faster than Y? Another thing you need to consider, travel time. There's a lot of zones that are close to Silverpine and Hillsbrad, but these are two of the fastest zones, and they're right next to each other. You finish one, you immediately go into the other. That absolutely plays a major factor. Because if a zone is really good, but it's like out in bumfuck nowhere, not connected to anything else, then you have to now factor in the 5 minutes of travel time it takes to reach that zone. That is inefficient time spent. A good example of this is, I think Fellwood is an example of a zone where if you start off in Fellwood and you level from start to finish, it's a pretty solid zone. It's like comparable with Silverpine and Hillsbrad, but it's just so far away from anything else that's good. So Fellwood, unless like Ashenvale suddenly becomes insane, will never be relevant in a speedrunning route because it's just so isolated. There's nothing that you can chain from or into Fellwood from. There's nothing you can do after Fellwood. Every zone around it is really bad. The only thing comparable is the start of Stone Talon Mountains, which isn't enough to really warrant it. And even Stone Talon Mountains is another example of there's a lot of travel time required because it's kind of disconnected and its start position is weird. It's like it's in Ashenvale and it starts off with like a long bit of RP. So there's a lot of factors that go into it. But basically, I think the best way to look at it early on is you test each zone individually. And you say, okay, what are the fastest zones? And then you think, you know, kind of, I guess it's like, you know, making like a big Lego block or something. How can I connect these zones into something that's better? And sometimes, you know, each individual Lego block in this metaphor might be really good, but it just doesn't fit together correctly. And two slightly inefficient Lego blocks connect perfectly. And that's the route that you go with. Not the best metaphor, but it's the only one that came to my head right off the top. And generally speaking, I mean, I like stuff that's a bit more complex in terms of routing. I like when I get to do fancy things in my speedruns, but I think one of the best things about Chromie Time is it's really just a whole W route. Like, this is very much just a route where any average player doesn't need to think much. You know, you follow the route, you hold W and stuff like that, and you're good to go. And I've seen a lot of people saying, oh, I wish you had, like, what's it called? Azeroth Autopilot or something like that, where the big arrow tells me what to do. And I understand the appeal to a lot of people, but I feel like in so many cases, if you've done this, you know, route once or twice, you don't even need the big arrow. The big arrow helps when things are a bit more involved, and the big arrow is especially helpful with zones that are more spread out. When it's like you have a bunch of little hubs and you have to pick something up like at a different point. Like for learning Hillsbrad Foothills, Azeroth Autopilot Arrow would actually really help. But for Silverpine Forest, you don't need an arrow. Definitely don't need an arrow to do Silverpine. It's literally just hub, back to back. You have no choice. And it ends up being efficient. So that was a long-winded answer, as always, to a short question. But let me try to catch up. Any plans for suggested consumables in your guide as a TLDR to your video? I already have that. I will probably mention a limited list of consumables. So I already have a very detailed video on that. So I think it's an old video, but it's still very much relevant. It's like speedrunning items in World of Warcraft. If you look into my like WoW speedrunning playlist, one of them, you'll find that video. I think the thumbnail is like my Demon Hunter riding a cracked Radnax control gem, which unfortunately at the time was relevant, but has since been nerfed and is no longer relevant as a speed leveling item. So it's one of those things where it's not 100% up to date because items like cracked Radnax have been nerfed. But that's the thing. I don't like making the same video multiple times. So I could go ahead and make another video on speed leveling consumables. But it's like, I've already done that, and the video is like 99% accurate. So it feels like I would just be farming clicks if I made a video just regurgitating the same info, right? I think I also made a shorter guide covering a similar topic about which heirlooms are efficient to buy. But that's a bit more different. But in the similar vein of like speedrun prep. Covering like what's the best stuff to get for preparing for a speedrun. But as for consumables, yeah, detailed detailed video is already out, but I might make a TLDR guide. That's the only thing I might do. As like a little add-on to this guide, I might basically say, you know, hey, if you want a full list of all my consumables, check out this video. But if you just want to know what are the really important like top 5 items that you should be using while leveling, well, that's a good clickbait title. Top 5 speed leveling items. I don't know if I'll use that. That's almost too clickbait, but it does. It works. So that might be something I'll do. But that would be more just for... I mean, I can tell you right now. It would be basically the stuff I'm using. It would be Swiftness Potion, XA 1000 Surface Skimmer, Goblin Glider, and Gun Shoes. Are those 5 items? 1, 2, 3, 4. It would... Okay. So I would think of a 5th item to go along with that. But those are the 4 most important items, and then I don't know what I would do for the 5th item, because heirlooms is obviously like too obvious to really use. Like, yeah, obviously you want heirlooms while leveling. How did this guy's not working? Come on, activate Magistrate Burnside, because there's supposed to be a little bit of RP. There we go. Now he's activated. I guess I needed to like walk into a trigger range, probably. This quest area is notoriously buggy, especially if anybody's ever tried to do this with level sync on. It's so bad. Like, most of the mobs don't spawn, it turns into a total mess. So, I don't know what's up with this little subzone, but there's some weird phasing issues with it. Oh, there's a spam bot. Hold on. Hide user on this channel. Okay. I missed the spam bot until now. Oh man, I've missed a lot of messages. I'm just constantly playing catch up. This is one of the stressful parts of streaming. Every single time I stream, I just take too long to answer every question. And then I have to like scramble to answer all of them. And it just makes me stressed out. But I'd rather do this than just ignore comments. Let's see. Twitch operates kind of weird. So many gray areas, unwritten rules, milking money from the big streamers because they know they have the monopoly. Yeah, 100% agree. I do think... You know, a lot of people are like, oh, I hope Twitch dies. I don't personally like Twitch, and I think it does a lot of things wrong. But obviously, I hope Twitch does fix its shit, because you need competition, right? I want YouTube to get better. I like streaming on YouTube, and I just hope that if Twitch fixes their shit, it'll force YouTube to finally implement a lot of the features that it's been missing. And they've been doing that slowly over time. Overall, like, the streaming experience so far seems a little bit better than when I tried it a year ago, so that's a plus. But there's still a lot of things that it could fix. Come on. And I think when I get to the next subzone, I'll slam down my Volpera camp and I'll go learn... But do I want to do that, though? I might just wait until level 30, because I realized at some point that I forgot to learn my fast riding. And, I was supposed to do that when I picked up War Mode. But at this point, I might just wait until level 30. Alright. Yeah, charge works really well for canceling that. Alright. And then it sends me to Ruins of South Shore. Right, so what I'll do is I'll check this rare and then gun shoes over. Streaming better on YouTube for people with less powerful internet? Hard to say. I don't know. My internet's fine, so I'd imagine I'd be able to do both. If YouTube had Twitch Prime and better emotes, they might have a shot, but Twitch culture is really hard to beat. Yeah, absolutely. Because one of the issues with better emotes is it kind of puts more stress on me to make emotes for my channel, and that's just not something I've really had time to do, because the default emotes are just non-existent, right? So when people say the chat experience is bad, it's usually because of something like that. Because you have all these, like, default emotes that people like to use on Twitch. There's other things, right? But I think that's the big one. And unless I have custom emotes, which I don't have time to do it, plain and simple. I want to eventually. Making emotes for my channel is something I keep meaning to do. And I think my stepsister said at one point that if I asked her, she'd be willing to do that because she's like an amazing artist. But I never felt like it was something I had the time to do, and I didn't want to bother her with it. But eventually, maybe, now that I'm actually streaming again, I might take her up on that. Let me pick my talents. Oh, shit. Actually, before I do anything else, I need to pick my talents, because I keep forgetting to do this. I think this is going to be one of the most annoying things about speed leveling, is like having to remember to do this every time. Because it's like every level you have to put a point in, and you get levels so quickly. I guess Brace for Impact? But Unnerving Focus is so good. That's a tough call. Let's see, what else? Devastate deals more damage. That's good. Challenging Shout is kind of shit. But Sudden Death is good. Like, ow, the stuff down here is good, but Challenging Shout is just so mediocre. Oh, it gets upgraded. Disrupting Shout, taunt all enemies and cause... It's an 8. Whoa. Challenging Shout becomes a 1.5 minute cooldown old Arcane Torrent? Okay, never mind. That's sick. I did not hear about that. Oh. I guess we get Rend now. Is Rend actually something I have to maintain as a Prot Warrior? I hate bleeds. I am not a fan of, like, maintaining dots on my enemies. It's just too much micromanagement for me. Bleed effects have a chance to grind. I feel like I have to pick Rends. But it's probably not good for right now. Like, end game content, I feel like Rend is just... It's too easy to access, and it's free damage. And, I mean, there's shit like this, which that's good. But while leveling, I don't think I'm going to bother with it, just because kill times are too low to really benefit from the bleeds. But we'll see. Take this, take this. What else? Revenge deals 25% increased damage, but now costs 10 more rage, unless it's free, I would imagine. Thunderclap's radius is increased. Thunderclap deals 10% damage if you have Rend... Wait, okay, hold on. Thunderclap deals 10% increased damage, and if you have Rend, Thunderclap affects... The wording on this ability is terrible. I'm guessing this means that if your target is affected... The way I read this, if your target is affected by Rend when you hit them with Thunderclap, it'll also hit 5 other targets that are also affected by Rend, but the wording on this is kind of ambiguous. It could also mean it applies Rend to 5 nearby targets, which would be crazy. But I feel like it would say applies instead of affects. I dislike this wording. That's bad. Probably Bounding Stride, just because mobility is really useful. Okay. And now we keep moving. Let's see. There was a chart in Wowhead about 20 to 30 being slower than Shadowlands, and then it picks up a lot after 30 or 40. Yeah, something like that. I remember hearing that. This definitely feels slightly slower, but that's the thing. I don't know if that's just because I'm playing Prot Warrior and not being super efficient, or if it's because... whatchamacallit, or if it's because of the changes. It could be either one. It really is hard to say. Hold on. Oh, one of my friends... I got a ton of messages on Discord, and I wanted to make sure it wasn't, like, something important, like my mom was texting me. But it's one of my friends, so I can check after stream. Something seems to have changed in Shadowlands with the campaign Threads of Fate. The most recent time you did the Kyrian campaign, then switched to Threads of Fate, you only had 1% progress. I've had that happen before. Yeah. I don't know what that's about. I feel like it's a bug, because it definitely wasn't an intentional change. But yeah, I'm not really sure. But I've definitely experienced the exact same bug that you mentioned, Kill Team Academy. And yeah, I used to get around 50%. Isn't the first 2/3 of Mount Hyjal pretty good? I don't think so. I suppose I haven't really tried Mount Hyjal, but the last time I did it, I don't recall it being a great zone. But it's also not really next to Fellwood, right? Because it's about as close to Fellwood as Stone Talon Mountains is. That is to say, It's not. And you would also need flying. So at that point, I guess to access Felwood in the first place, you would need flying, right? But, wait, oh. So if I hover over these guys, it just gives me the option to use my quest item. Is that new? Because if that's new, that's awesome. That might be a new feature. And if so, sick. But I'm going to be really embarrassed if this has been a thing on retail forever and I just only noticed it now. But I feel like I would get a snarky YouTube comment at this point saying, how does this guy not know that you can hover over mobs and right-click them at this point? Oh my god, and you call yourself a speedrunner. So the fact that I haven't seen a YouTube comment like that makes me think this is new to Dragonflight. So that's kind of cool, actually. I was wondering why that icon kept popping up for me. And I was kind of annoyed it was happening, but now I understand why. And that actually... that's really nice for quality of life. I must get closer. Cool. Turn off brain and follow route. Yep. Back to your roots, I see. How is Prot Warrior feeling with all the new talent trees? Hard to say. I've looked at some of the Prot Warrior changes, and I am happy with them, but I have not play tested enough to really know how it feels. So, my general opinion on Prot, based on what I've read, is it looks really strong. As for playstyle, I don't know. That's what I'll be figuring out today, I guess. Most of my testing so far in beta has been Demon Hunter, Monk, and a little bit of Death Knight, but I've been meaning to test Warrior, and I just haven't gotten around to it, so I guess this works out well. I had the same thought early on when I first tried this run, but after running 5 characters through it, it's very easy. A bullet point list of what plus Y is more than enough. Yeah, exactly. I use Silverpine Hillsbrad, Western, Eastern for all my characters, and it's pretty chill. Yeah, Western and Eastern Plaguelands are very good. I would say, I think actually in my original speedrun video, like my first ever video on YouTube, I actually did Western Plaguelands. Eastern is a bit weird, because the problem with Eastern Plaguelands is it's very backloaded. I think Eastern Plaguelands has the single best subzone in the entire game. There's a subzone, I think it's, let me find it. It's Tyr's Hand. This place down here, it is so fast. It's actually crazy. Like, if you go there, you get, like, I think an entire level in 5 minutes. And this is like in the 40s or something. It's crazy how efficient that little subzone is. But you need to do like 25 minutes or more of questing just to reach Tyr's Hand. So one of the main issues with Eastern Plaguelands is it's only efficient if you're doing Western Plaguelands, because otherwise the travel time is really long. And Western Plaguelands is only okay. And then even with Eastern Plaguelands, it's only really efficient towards the end. And I think, if I recall, Eastern Plaguelands is about as efficient as like Silverpine Forest if you do the entire thing. But it's just too much of an investment to actually go through and do that whole thing. But that's one of those things where I could absolutely see a case for if you need to fit in like an extra zone with the new Chromie time changes, there is maybe a case for running Western and Eastern Plaguelands instead of Spires of Wreck. So you cut out Spires and you just do Western Eastern. That is absolutely something I'm considering. I don't know if that'll be the most efficient route. Once again, have to test it. But you're absolutely correct. Those two zones have a lot of potential. They just haven't really been quite good enough to fit into the route so far. But very, very close. They are definitely one of the top... the combo is one of the top contenders. But that's another issue with it. It has to be done together. So their inherent, like, isolation means that if you're only doing one, it's not worth it. So you would have to do both of them combined to really make it worth it. And that's what I still need to test. But anyways. The UI is looking good. How about the bags? All-in-one Bagnon style? No. That is not a default UI thing. So you would still need Bagnon if you want that. I personally dislike Bagnon. I've used Bagnon quite a bit. It's one of those add-ons where I gave it a fair shake. I tried it out for a while. And eventually, I did not like it. I understand why people like it, because there definitely are some things about it where I'm like, oh yeah, this feels so much better for certain things. Like, if I have a ton of gear, I just put all of that at the very bottom of the big bag. But I really like having everything compartmentalized, right? I have my consumable bag, I have my gear bag, I have my crafting reagent bag, which actually, one nice little thing, we get a brand new bag slot in Dragonflight. I don't think enough attention has been drawn to this because it's really cool. There's a brand new bag slot for a reagent bag. So, you know, all those like really big, like 32 slot mining or skinning or whatever bags that you used to have to sacrifice a normal bag slot for, you get one of those for free now. Just a brand new slot. I think that's great. So that alone, I think, is a major change. But I still like having like a consumable bag and a gear bag, and that's where I keep it. And then a lot of times, whenever my gear bag fills up, that's kind of the symbol to me, or the signal to me, better word, that, hey, I'm probably hoarding a bit too much gear. I should probably swing by the bank and dump all this stuff out. Because usually if I have like 30 plus pieces of gear in a single bag, I'm holding on to stuff that I'm not actually using. And then I look through it and I'm like, yeah, do I really need this trinket that I'm absolutely never going to run? It's like, I only ever use cache required treasures and reactive defense matrix anyways. I'm never going to use this trinket. I'll just throw it in my bank. And that kind of helps me stay somewhat organized. So I personally dislike Bagnon just because the way that my brain works, having little individual bags works better for it. But that's 100% a personal thing. If YouTube wants to compete with Twitch, they have to replace Twitch culture. Twitch culture is really important and a gigantic reason to why Twitch is where it is today. Yeah, absolutely. But that's definitely a hard thing to do. I think the problem with that is there's no clear way for YouTube to just replace Twitch culture, because it's one of those things you can't force culture to develop. You can encourage it, but it's really entirely up to the actual streamers and viewers as to whether that develops. And I don't know. But I think as just a watching and streaming experience, it works perfectly fine. And obviously, there's a lot of advantages that YouTube has that Twitch just doesn't. You can get into the Shorts algorithm with speedrunning or tips for top content. That's, Shorts is something that I've thought about. But I feel like I'm not sure how I feel about Shorts, right? Obviously, I understand the appeal of Shorts as a general feature. So I have no problem with that. But I feel like for the type of content that I'm making, it's like it doesn't really fit into the format of Shorts. Because my entire thing, right, is I make long, comprehensive videos. I do a shit ton of research into something, and then I put out an overly detailed guide. I mean, like, if you want an example of that, look at my Wrath Classic shit. I made long guides for that, and there's people making, like, 30-second guides. And honestly, the 30-second guides that other people make do better. And I understand that. Like, I look at somebody's 30-second guide, and I'm like, this thing got, like, 50,000 views. But I can't, like... I dislike the idea of something like that. Because if I can make a 30-second guide for something, if something really is so simple that you only need 30 seconds to explain it, sure, absolutely, make a 30-second guide for it. But I dislike how people try to force concepts into a smaller time frame just because they know that viewers are impatient. Like, I want my channel to be the place where it's like, if you want to actually understand something, you come here. I will fully explain everything you need to know about a topic, and you can count on that being in every single guide. So that inherent philosophy, which is what I've been trying to do with all my videos, it does not work inherently with the idea of Shorts. And I feel like if anything, because I've had the suggestion, right? A lot of my friends have like suggested, you know, oh, try Shorts. You know, why don't you try Shorts? It's like, it's a big thing. You're going to get like a lot of help in the algorithm, right? And I'm torn on that because they're right. It absolutely is almost a cheat code, right? For, yeah, if you start making Shorts content, YouTube is actively trying to promote that because they want to help their channel or their platform compete with Twitch, with clips and stuff like that. So I would be able to get a lot of views doing that. I just don't, I never want to do something that I feel is blatantly just clout chasing isn't the right word. Just not actually helpful. It's literally just there for me to mooch off the algorithm. I dislike that. It just makes me feel dirty. And maybe that's like kind of a bad mindset to have. Maybe I need to shake that mindset and just like embrace the full clickbait. But like the most I'm willing to do with my clickbait is like, if you look at my video last night, that is like my limit. And I will only use clickbait to that degree if I think it's warranted. And I think that's warranted. If you look at the stuff I talked about in my video, absolutely the pre-patch event looks fucking dog shit. And I'm really not happy about it. So I will gladly clickbait the shit out of that and be like, hey, this sucks ass, to get more people to click on it and see, yeah, this does suck ass. But nothing in that video is misrepresentative of what was showcased. You know, the title and thumbnail are a bit sensationalized, but it absolutely is accurate to what I'm displaying. And I think it's an important topic. And I think that's one thing that's like kind of important when considering stuff like that. If I think the information I have is really important and I want people to see it, I'm willing to be a bit more clickbaity. Because if I clickbait my video, but then I know that if somebody clicks on it, they won't be disappointed, yeah, I'm fine with that. But I feel like inherently, if I make like a clickbaity short, it's not going to be informative inherently, just because it almost what I'll have to do for anything speed leveling wise, it's too complicated to fit into a short form video. It would have to be basically an advertisement. I would basically say, here's something cool, and if you want the rest of the information, click on my video. And I could do that. I could absolutely be, here's one small nugget of information. If you want to learn more, go watch the full guide. So shorts would be more of like an advertisement for me than an actual like really fully fledged content. And I just dislike that. The only thing that I think I might do shorts for is something completely unrelated to my traditional content, which would be short, funny clips. So I've done videos like this in the past just for fun, where, you know, one of my guildies does something silly. You know, like the drunk raid video. Obviously that one was really long, right? But another one is like the drunk hunter video. It's always people getting drunk, right? But when people get drunk in mythic raids, it ends up being pretty funny. But I could take clips from like those videos. I could take a clip of like the drunk hunter running off the platform on Anduin, and I could turn that into a short. I think that would be a good short. Do I want to do that? Maybe. I'm not 100% sure. I don't think I'm going to retroactively do it, but I think if anything, if something like that happens in the future, instead of making a video about it, that's the type of thing where I might just turn it into a YouTube short, because I think that fits the format well. It's a very short, very funny thing, and you just get to click on it, go, haha, that's pretty funny, and then click on something else. And I've done videos like that in the past, and I think that's the closest thing I have to something that would work well for the shorts format. But that would be the only situation I would feel comfortable actually doing that. Anyways, still way behind. Okay. Where can I see your current level? Never mind, found it. Stepsis Pod Champ Dab. A lot to unpack there. But yes, there you go, Psy Guy. Current level 27. You can see it in the top left. 30 Rage Rend, yikes. Yeah, it does seem a bit overcosted. WoW tooltips are infamous for being badly worded. Yep, 100% agree. It does apply Rend. Interesting. That might make it really good. You don't need to even have Rend on the target. You just need the talent Rend selected, and it'll apply Rend as far... Okay, if that's an AoE Rend on Thunderclap, that's nuts. So, I'll try that with my next 2 talent points. So what was that? That was, Blood and Thunder? Okay, the next time I get a warrior point, I'm not going to respec, but I'll try that when I level up again. But if that's, like, if that's what it does, absolutely that's insane. That's busted. Yeah. So in that case, it would be, my next point would be this, and then Blood and Thunder. Okay. Unless I get it in this order. If I get, I forget where I'm supposed to get it. If I get a warrior point first, obviously this wouldn't work if I don't have Rens, right? Which is kind of weird. I don't think there should be talents that do nothing. I suppose it would technically still do 10% damage, so it wouldn't do nothing. Whatever. I'm out of range. I'll figure it out. I won't ramble about this. We'll just test it next reset. I must get closer. It borders Felwood, and you need flying to get to Hyjal, and there's also a portal to Hyjal in the capital city. Yeah. I think if you were to do Hyjal on the route, you probably would just do it on its own with the portal, so that's fair. I guess you could do Felwood and then Hearth, but at that point you could just do Hyjal anywhere in the route. But I really don't think Hyjal's that efficient. It's not bad, right? I would say it is one of the more efficient actual kata zones, but I don't think Hyjal is as good as any of these. Because Hyjal's very spread out. There's a decent amount of downtime. Now, compared to Vashir, right? Oh my god, it's so much faster than Vashir. It's faster than Uldum. It's faster than Twilight Highlands. There's a lot of kata zones, the actual endgame ones, that are really slow. What are the others? Deepholm. I think, yeah, Deepholm's kind of inefficient. So I would say absolutely out of those endgame kata zones, Mount Hyjal's probably the fastest. Do I think it's fast enough to fit into the route? Probably not. But I might test it. Now, I have a decent amount of time to test different zones. I don't think I ever actually tested out Mount Hyjal, but I'll give it a shot. Because the main thing is, I don't think it used to be fast in terms of within the leveling route that you would do. I remember always doing other stuff for kata. I think, like, back in the day with the old routing, dungeon spamming was the fastest method to do kata, so you never actually did solo questing anyways for that. So it's just never something I considered. But who knows? Maybe there's like a scaling thing. Pretty sure you talked about it, but still, isn't it faster to quest as DPS? Not always. 1 second. I think leveling as a tank is good if you AoE pull a lot, but questing. So I will say, I do prefer tanks, absolutely. So that is just partially personal preference. Now, there's a few things to answer with that statement. For starters, I did not actually pick Protection Warrior for this run. I picked 3 different specs. I picked Prot Warrior, Frost DK, and Windwalker Monk. And I put up a poll on my channel to decide which one I would be doing today. And Prot Warrior won. So I put it in the poll, right? So obviously if I hated Prot Warrior and I thought it would be garbage, I wouldn't have put it on the poll. But that being said, I probably still would have enjoyed leveling as this regardless, which is why I'd made it an option. And the reason it ended up getting chosen was not because of me. Now, that being said, once again, I do enjoy tanks more. So I think generally speaking, if I have the option, if I'm not trying to speed level, I will always just pick tanks. So I think there is a case to be made that like Ret is faster than Prot Pally. And I think Windwalker is actually faster than Brewmaster at low levels. So for Dragonflight's launch, I will be leveling as Brewmaster. I don't know if Brewmaster is faster, but I will say that Brewmaster is very, very good when you have gear. And I have BIS gear for Brewmaster, and I am very experienced with it. So I am... Where do I turn in this quest? Oh, the little tooltip is just bugged. Okay. Weird. I think this is... Oh, they just despawned? Okay, yeah, something weird happened there. Oh, okay. So we pick Rend and Blood and Thunder. So we'll try that out. And I'm going to put Rend... Throw on where Victory Rush is. I don't like that placement. I think I might put it on 5 and charge on 6. It's going to take me some time to readjust to the new position of charge, but this will feel more intuitive for me. So I'd rather adjust to this now. But yeah, so at high levels, Brewmaster is good because it starts scaling much better. At low levels, Brewmaster is dog shit for leveling. Especially because the main issue with Brewmaster is at low levels, it doesn't have sustain. And by like sustain, I mean self-healing, etc. At high levels, Brewmaster is unkillable. It's insane, but it's only at high levels. So when you have all of your passives online, and you can do gigantic pulls, and you're just getting Gift of the Ox procs and staggering infinitely, and just getting giant Celestial Brews, Brewmaster genuinely cannot die. If you watch my recent Ruby Life Pools Mythic Plus testing, I literally soloed the final boss of a +10 as a Brewmaster. It's that insane. You just do not even need a healer at some points. It's crazy how good they are. But they don't have all those passives. So Blood DK has Death Strike, right? Prot Warrior has Victory Rush and a lot of other good early on self-healing abilities. Brewmaster has none of those. It has just insane passive abilities which keep it alive over a long fight. So for high-end leveling like Dragonflight Day 1 leveling, I will be pulling the entirety of a subzone and just cleaving it down as they do absolutely zero damage to me. And Brewmaster is good for that. Windwalker is still really, really fast and probably faster than Brewmaster. I am just nowhere near as experienced with it. So I'm going to leave the Windwalker leveling to Babylonius and Fochi, the other 2 Windwalkers in my guild. They're insane Windwalkers. They're actually the theory crafters, right? So I'll let them figure that stuff out. I'm going to be playing Brewmaster because I'm better at that. But for other tanks in general, I just prefer playing it. But I will say, caveat to that, some tanks are just faster. Guardian Druid is just fast. My world record is, well, old world record. I guess at this point I can't keep saying world record because now it's kind of outdated. But my old world record is with Guardian Druid. And it is still technically the fastest Druid run. So the only things that have beaten it is my run has been beaten by an Arcane Mage, a Windwalker. I think that's it. I want to say it's just Arcane Mage and Windwalker. I think technically speaking, a Havoc Demon Hunter beat it. But it's like, it's a different category, but like within that category, they got a faster time than me. So technically, my run has been beaten by an Arcane Mage, a Havoc Demon Hunter, and a Windwalker Monk. But my run is still 4th fastest for Guardian Druid. And that's a tank. So there are many cases where Guardian, or just tanks in general, are very fast. Specifically because, as you said, you can do gigantic AoE pulls and not die. We haven't really seen those pulls yet, but you'll see them coming up. A lot of the really big AoE pulls are in WoD and late Hillsbrad. So the first few are these little hills over here. I'm going to do some big AoE pulls, and then Gorgrond has a ton of them. There's a lot of cases in Gorgrond where you just pull a shit ton of mobs and just destroy them. And if you try to do that as a DPS, I won't say you will die, because good DPS players can like kite and survive it and then kill it faster, but it's easy as a tank player. And you just pull it all, nuke it, and you're done, and you don't die. So there is absolutely a case to make for tanks. How am I going to do this, though? Because I'm so close to getting... I have to go around. I'm so close to getting flying. This is where I kind of need flying to do a lot of these quests efficiently. But I'm still 1 level off. Combine bags in the default UI. Click your backpack. There's an option for combined bags. Interesting. Let's see. Your favorite bag add-on is Combustor. I'm happy they're giving the UI some love. I have not tried that one, so I can't speak to it. They get to 38 slot for reagent bags. Yeah, I think you can get up to pretty high reagent bags at this point in Dragonflight. I'm not 100% sure. Here, what I'll do is... let me set my camp. So make camp, and then I'm going to go out and just kill some rares. So I'll take this little hook and then end at Aid the Frostwolf, because I have to do that anyway. And then while doing that, we should pick up enough experience to get 1 level. And then I'll hit 30, then I can go back and get riding. And that should help out. So we get Chortix. The only thing is, this is a risky strat on live servers because the rares might not be up. But on beta servers, it's really safe because I'm 100% sure the rares will be alive. So this is where doing an adaptation to a strat that requires the rares to be alive for it to actually work is not always the best option. But I'm only doing this because I made a mistake earlier. So obviously, if I hadn't made that mistake, this wouldn't be relevant. And I can be confident that the rares will be alive because I'm the only person leveling on the beta. At least at the moment. Let's see. Just vendor the gear, though, if you aren't using it. Yeah, I do need to clean my bags. That's absolutely true. My bags are a bit of a mess, but I should actually be using some of the stuff. I just keep forgetting to replace it. Let's take a look. Actually, is any of this good? Gloves. That's better. And probably it for now. Yeah, I'll just quickly toss out all this stuff. I keep forgetting to do this. This is one of the only nice things about having like preset crafted gear going into a run. You don't need to do any inventory management. But at the same time, it's like, I think the 1 minute it takes to do inventory management every now and then is way less time than it takes to set up all the crafted gear before the run. So it's one of those like lesser of two evils things. I would rather have to do this and stop shortly than spend thousands of gold and hours of my time doing other stuff beforehand. Reagents now stack up to 1,000. Yeah, that's another good point. Forgot to mention that. Doing shorts for a guy who likes to rant for 10 minutes. Yeah, doesn't exactly work. Shorts is not competing with clips. It's trying to compete with TikTok. That's true. Yeah, absolutely. Twitch hasn't done shit with clips. Yeah, I think if we're comparing YouTube and Twitch, that's definitely the closest comparison. But as a whole, I 100% agree. It's definitely more aimed at... Okay, let's see. So if I... It does apply. Oh, that's so good. That's a broken talent. Yeah, so I don't... Why do I even have this on my bars? I don't even need that. Just fucking hit Thunderclap and it does it for me. So I guess... that kind of feels a little bit bad just because I need to spend a point into Rens just to have this passive do that for me. But holy shit, that's really good. I mean, it feeds into the Prot Warrior idea of just saving GCDs. Like, Devastator, yeah, you just take Devastate off your bars. And then Blood and Thunder, yeah, just take Rend off your bars. Another ability has that baked into it now. So that seems really fucking good. I feel like it would be a bit more balanced if I at least had to apply the first Rend. Like, I think one thing that would be maybe okay would be if I had to basically hit one target with Rend, and then I splash that Rend onto nearby targets. I think that would fall into the realm of, it's not as efficient, but it's a bit more balanced, and it's still not too much of an inconvenience. Maybe I shouldn't be, like, volunteering ways for Blizzard to nerf the spec that I really want to play, because I'm looking forward to playing Prot Warrior and Dragonflight. Right now, I'm leaning towards Brewmaster and Prot Warrior, because I've tested Vengeance a lot, but one of the main things that I've kind of discovered the more I test Vengeance is that I do not enjoy it. Because it's strong, and there's a lot of stuff in it that looks really good. But I've been talking with the other people in my guild, because like my guild is a lot of theory crafters, right? So they've been looking at it, and we've been discussing what the best build is. And I think I found the best build, or well, we've all found the best build, right? It's just not interesting. Like, I tried it out on beta, and I'm just like, yeah, this is numerically strong, but it just feels so bad. And I don't know. At the moment, I can't stand Vengeance. So I gave it a fair shake testing it. I did it for my very first Dragonflight 60 to 70 run. But man, the more I try it out, the more I am just eternally disappointed in it. It's a shame, because I think it's a really fun spec. It used to be a really fun spec. And Blizzard, they've lost their way in terms of designing it. And, you know, I know that there's some Vengeance Demon Hunters who are going to say, oh, well, I like the design. And that's great for you. But it changed drastically in Shadowlands, and the changes made it more viable at the cost of making it more homogenized, right? And I think you can keep some of those key changes, like Demonic giving you meta. That's fine. I think that's like a key thing that makes it feel really good. Totally. Keep that. But a lot of the other stuff they changed with it just makes it feel bad, and I dislike it. I don't know, though. I won't rant on it, because I could talk about Vengeance Demon Hunter for hours. Oh, yeah, that's the Alterac Valley quest. Right, don't want that. And then I'll go over here and kill these 2 bonus rares. Let's see. Gaming clips are big, too. I had so many Sekiro edits on my Shorts tab. Yeah. So that kind of falls into the category of things that I might want to do. Like short little clips from like a raid or a dungeon. So if something funny happens in a Mythic Plus, maybe I'll turn that into a short. Like a good example, unfortunately it happened while I was not actively making videos. I turned it into a video for my guild, and I like put it in an unlisted video and shared it with them, and they enjoyed it. But one of our players re-rolled Shaman, and she kept dying to like certain boss mechanics because she was still figuring it out. And every single time, like, my raid leader is like really predictable. He'll say like, so-and-so, go ahead and use your Ankh. And one of our healers basically said, you know, Shaman player, use your Ankh is my new favorite phrase because I get to hear it on every single fight because she keeps dying to mechanics, like in a fun teasing way. So I think that was like a really funny clip. It's hard to like really explain stuff like that and make it sound funny out of context, but I edited the whole thing together in a way that I thought was pretty funny, and I shared it with my guild. They liked it, and I think if I had been actively making videos, because it was while I was taking like a month or two break from YouTube, like a little while ago, that might be a case of, oh yeah, I can turn something like that into a short. But I don't know. I'll have to see. Let's see. Oh, a lot of messages just came in while I was talking about that. How different is the leveling path from Horde and Alliance and Dragonflight? Are Horde getting shafted again like they did in BFA? It's the exact same. So I assume you're talking about 60 to 70. In that case, exactly the same. Nothing has changed. So in terms of like, they use the same route. So BFA, I think, was a very unique experience. Oh. I checked this room. I was like, yeah, maybe there's a chest in here, but I wasn't really convinced because I looked in from this angle and I didn't see anything, but it was like tucked away in the corner. Nice. I got a BOE, which I can't sell because it's on beta, but cool. But yeah, no, BFA was kind of unique. BFA had split leveling zones. Even Shadowlands was identical. And this is definitely closer to Shadowlands in that both factions have the same route. I think it starts off different. Like, the quest line starts in Orgrimmar. So you pick it up in like your main city, so Stormwind or Org. You talk to one of your faction representatives. I think like Abyssian is the Horde representative. So you talk to him, he introduces you to some Drakthir guys, and then you have to go around Org, talk to a bunch of NPCs, then you have to get on a Zeppelin, then it takes you to the Dragon Isles, then you do a very short faction-specific quest line, but it's like 3 quests or so, where you land at the Horde camp, and then you do like Horde quests, or you land at the Alliance camp, and then like, I would say in total, this is like 10 quests into... Oh, nice. Level 30. Perfect. 10 quests or so into Dragonflight, it merges. And then it's both Alliance and Horde, exact same, all the rest of the way through. So that will not be an issue. Cooldown of Shield Slam and Pummel reduced. That's good. That seems kind of lame for a 3-minute cooldown. I mean, situationally, this is nuts. Double time is good. What? Whoa. AoE heroic throw? Situationally, this is really good. Seismic Reverb. I feel like I gotta go with Seismic Reverb. Let's see, what are these? Pain and Gain. Wait, what the fuck? 10-second ICD for 4.5 heal? That's good. Definitely, this is like an endgame, really good talent. While leveling, it's not going to matter. That's really good. That's good for endgame stuff, but not for leveling. Oh, it's like, wait. Hold on, what's the difference? Hurl your weapon at the enemy, causing 303 physical damage, ignoring armor. Deals up to 500% increased damage to shields, 45-second cooldown. And then Shattering Throw. Ignore... Oh. So the only difference between Shattering Throw and Wrecking Throw is that this removes bubble, and this one has a shorter cooldown? So I feel like this is PvP, because obviously Shattering Throw's removal of bubble is really crucial for, like, destroying paladins. But this actually makes Wrecking Throw a really interesting, like, utility pick for certain fights. Like, for instance, one thing that maybe not a lot of people knew, on Sun King's Salvation, Shattering Throw is really good for the intermission phases. I'm not sure if it's still worth the GCD, but in Nathria, back in current content, it was absolutely worth the GCD to use Shattering Throw on the Sun King shield because it did Mongo damage because it's an absorb shield. And you need burst damage like this. So you can obviously only use it on one shield on every intermission, but I would have our Warrior Shattering Throw the first intermission shield, and then it would be up for like the second shield in the second intermission. And that was really good. So there are niche cases where this bonus effect of 500% increased damage to absorb shields is really powerful. So Wrecking Throw could be nuts. Huh. Interesting. I definitely picked Seismic Reverb now, but there's a lot of good shit here. Let's see. Grab these quests. I think I already set my camp. So yeah. Did I? Let me just... I'll make camp again just to be sure. I don't want to be stranded somewhere else. And then I can hearth to org. Let me check my bags. Anything special? No. None of this is plate. Gas away the questing will, same for everyone. You're not even leveling fast. I'm not sure what that means. If you mean I'm not even leveling fast compared to my other runs, I guess. I mean, this is slower than some of my other runs, for sure. But the purposes of this is not for speedrunning. It's for testing. And I still think it's fairly fast. I don't know. But I also don't understand what that comment was supposed to be. What are the changes in Chromie time leveling? It's just a scaling thing. So it now goes up to 60 instead of 50. Shadowlands is supposed to be included, but right now in beta it's not working. And the XP values have been adjusted. So you need a lot less XP now for 30 to 50 than you used to. So no major changes, but enough that it's like worth testing, which is why I'm doing this. Because obviously, whenever you have like XP value shakeups, and of course a new maximum level, the route is going to shift. There's still going to be a lot of staple things. Like Silverpine and Hillsbrad have been a staple of speedrunning routes since, I mean, Cataclysm, right? Ever since they got introduced, those two zones have been extremely efficient. Same with Gorgrond and Spires. Like, I know people are probably like, not Silverpine again, not Gorgrond again, but hey, they're good zones. That's the reality. So it doesn't matter how many times Blizzard changes the, like, specifics of the leveling. As long as they're options, they're going to be picked. What's interesting about this is how much experience each one gets you, how much experience you still need, and then what you fit into the gaps. That's what I need to figure out. Alright, this should speed things up a little bit. I also have a new PvP talent. Probably Morale Killer. Well, I assume that, what's that talent called? The one that makes, Intimidate or Demoralizing Shout generate rage. I assume that still exists. I think I remember seeing it. Let me just take a look. What's it called? I can't find it. Juggernaut. It's Demoralizing Shout is a prod ability, right? So, Sudden Death, Show Force, Into the Fray. Increases the radius of Demo Shout. Reduces the cooldown on Demo Shout. Yeah, no, that's a different thing than what I'm thinking of. Where's the Demo Shout buff? Do they not have that anymore? Is that not actually a talent? Because if so, that's lame. Oh, there it is. Booming Voice. Okay. I was like, there's no way. I could have sworn I remembered seeing it, because I've looked over the prot tree. I just haven't planned out a build. And I was like, I could have sworn Booming Voice is on here. Yeah. Okay. But Booming Voice is way down here. So, actually, Morale Killer is not great at the moment. I feel like Thunderstruck would be pretty good. That would allow me to kite pretty effectively. Yeah, sure. I could take Morale Killer later on, once I get Booming Voice, if I go down that tree. Not 100% sure, but it looks like I'm kind of heading towards a middle build. We'll have to see. Anyways, Now I do return to camp. Actually, I've set my... See, here's the thing. I've set my camp there, so I could technically just return to Hillsbrad at any point. So I think at this point, Hillsbrad is much more effective when I do it with fast flying, especially that end section. The end section is much faster. So I'm just going to wait, and I'm going to do WAD now. So we'll swap over. I don't think I need to swap over, but whatever. Yeah, so for anyone who wasn't here at the start, just because while I'm here, Shadowlands is now part of Chromie Time, but as you can see, the Realm of Death not yet implemented. It kind of works, but it bugs out. Oh. Whenever it's available, I'll test it. I was kind of hoping to test it today, because I was thinking, well, of course, by the time when it's like 2 weeks out from the... Why is this quest popping up again? Didn't I have this earlier? Oh, whatever. Yeah, so I kind of had assumed when I said I was going to do this run weeks ago that, oh yeah, by the time that I do my speedrun, it'll be 2 weeks out from the patch. Of course, Blizzard will have implemented Shadowlands Chromie Time by then. Because, you know, this comes out in less than 2 weeks. They need to get some testing done. Apparently not. So, I don't know, man. This pre-patch, whew, it's gotta be something. And don't get me wrong, like, I want it to be good. I don't want to be that doom and gloom person. But when something looks mega yikes, you know, you gotta point it out. Like, I could just ignore the fact that we're this close to the launch and we still don't have Chromie Time. But, I mean, is it entirely possible that Blizzard just kind of forgot? I mean, they're working on the pre-patch event. They're working on Evokers. They're working on, of course, the new expansion. There's so many things they have to worry about. Is it entirely plausible they just kind of let the fact that Shadowlands is not working and Chromie Time slip past their minds? Sure. And then it might get to a point where we're days beforehand and they do like some emergency fixes and then it goes live and it's bugged as hell. And it's not like that has never happened before. So I do think it's important to keep bringing stuff like that up because there's a higher chance that Blizzard actually fixes it then. All right. And real quick, before I jump into the WAD intro, I'm going to try to just catch up on chat because I'm going to need to focus a little bit for this. So let's see. Guardian Druid is so efficient, it's crazy. Stealth healing, good AoE. Yeah, it's awesome. I gotta say, because of you, I tried Brewmaster Monk, and I'm loving it. It's amazing. Yeah, you added Street Fighter sounds. Good choice. I like, there's an add-on that gives you, like, JoJo sounds for all Monk specs. You can make it work with Windwalker, Mistweaver, or Brewmaster. It's really good. I don't know if they're still keeping it up to date. I haven't used it in Shadowlands, but I remember using that a lot during BFA, and it was great. I fucking love that add-on. Let's see. What do you think about playing WoW with a controller? Nah, not interesting to me. I've seen people doing it. It's one of those things where, like, I know that they have improved it. One of the Demon Hunters in my guild made a video about him playing Havoc Demon Hunter with a controller. So, I've heard a lot about it, but I don't like controllers. I've never been a fan of consoles. Nothing wrong with them, I just dislike playing with a controller. I much prefer having a mouse and keyboard. So just as a general format, for me, if I were to try that, it would purely be for the gimmick. And I would try it for like 5 minutes, say, cool, and then go back to mouse and keyboard because I just prefer that. I've never liked controllers. Ren seems wasted that way unless there's builds for Ren without Blood and Thunder. That's a fair point, Saris, but I think even though it is a wasted point here, this is just such a powerful effect. So look at it this way. If this was a 2-point talent that was first point rend, second point AoE rend, you would spend 2 points of that talent. That's crazy. And then you also have stuff like this. Your bleed effects have a chance to grant you 5 rage. If you have 5 rends up on different targets and each one has a chance to grant you 5 rage, that's insane. So this is something that I think I'll probably take later on. I don't know if I take it right now. We'll see. But no, that's absolutely busted. AoE Rend, if it's tuned well, which it looks like it is, really fucking good. So, absolutely, I think that's really good. Personally, I won't be using it, but I fucking love how they're embracing it. I could see some cases where you just want to chill on the couch doing some non-competitive things with the controller. Totally fair. Probably for Rend, you would use probably for rating, you would use Ren without Thunderclap. I don't know if you would, though, because it's more of a GCD thing. If you could just apply Ren to automatically with Thunderclap, and this talent is just Thunderclap deals more damage. So even without that, it's just good. So Thunderclap deals more damage, and it basically gives you free GCDs. That's crazy. I mean, there's a reason why Devastator is just so strong, because it means you don't need to press Devastate. This is baked into your auto attacks, and you get it for free. And now you can literally do the exact same thing with Blood and Thunder. That's really good. Really fucking broken. Absolutely worth the points. As someone who picked up Vengeance and Shadowlands after coming back to retail from Fury Prod and Classic, I'd love to hear the Vengeance DH rant. If you want to see the Vengeance DH rant, it's in an unlisted video on my... So if you go to playlists and you go to Dragonflight, one of the videos you'll find there is, I think I titled the video, Ranting About Vengeance Demon Hunter for 50 minutes, or something like that. Basically, before starting my first ever Dragonflight run, I just started ranting about it, and it kind of lasted for an hour. And I realized I can't really put this at the start of a video because it literally took me an hour to talk about it. So I cut it out, put it in an unlisted video, and just threw it onto a playlist so that people can still listen to it if they want. But oh yeah, there are some long rants that I have about Vengeance Demon Hunter. Absolutely. But it's one of those things where, like I said, I was already able to rant about it for 50 minutes, and that was without any of the changes they've made since then. If I started ranting about it again, it would take forever. So just go check out that video. If you have any more questions about my thoughts on Vengeance, you can ask them either here, or if it's after the stream, just shoot me a message on Discord. I am always happy to rant about Vengeance, even if it's like on Discord messages or something. I like talking about it. How long after creating an Evoker can you use it for farming Transmog and mounts? I don't know. I have yet to play an Evoker. Probably something I should have tested by this point, but the reality is I'm a tank main, and Evokers can't tank. So I've just not tested it at all. I will eventually. I think what I'll probably do at some point is on one of the streams closer to Dragonflight, I'll do like Evoker leveling or something. I mean, I have to do a 60 to 70 Evoker run, right? I feel like if I don't do a 60 to 70 Evoker run, everybody's going to be mad at me. So I'll do that, I promise. But I need to figure out what I'm doing on all the classes I plan to main before I worry about stuff that's just for YouTube. Because I would only ever play Evoker because I know people would want to see me play it, not because I have any interest in it whatsoever. And it's not that I think it looks bad. I think it looks fine. All my friends seem to really enjoy it. It's just not a tank. And I don't play DPS for raids, so. They like to do absorbs for damage checks? Yeah, absolutely. Mage Tower still sets you as level 50? Yeah, the Mage Tower scaling's really weird. You basically need to make like a time walking set for it. It's jank as hell. I wish it was possible to do dungeons solo and have the party filled with AI bots. Absolutely. Yeah, I love how they've been doing that with Final Fantasy. In fact, I really want to do a Final Fantasy speedrun, but I've been waiting for them to finish these changes. So I promise, hold me to this, because I've been saying I'll do it for years, and people keep saying, when are you going to do the MSQ speedrun? The moment that Final Fantasy has finished making all dungeons runnable with AI bots up to patch 2.5, I will do a full MSQ speedrun. Because the problem I have with Final Fantasy speedrunning right now is it's like 90% solo, and then you have to jump in a dungeon with randoms. And the problem with it is I hate speedrunning random dungeons because I need to do it to level. It's part of the quest. But I feel like such an asshole just sprinting through Copperbell Mines, pulling everything, and there's like this poor Sprout healer who has nothing to do with my leveling speedrun, who's forced to just heal my ass as I drag the entire dungeon around an LOS spot. And that's just, like, it's what I need to do to speedrun, but it's so toxic, and I can't bring myself to do that. I would just feel like such an asshole having to do that for a Final Fantasy speedrun. So until they make it so you can do all dungeons with full AI, I won't speedrun MSQ. But they're doing that. So whenever they finish that, I will speedrun MSQ. And I really like that change. And I think it would be great if WoW did that as well. But they probably won't. That is definitely more of a Final Fantasy will invest the resources to do something like that because it is inherently a story-based game, and that meshes with the type of players they attract. I don't think WoW will ever do that, even though I agree it would be great. Okay, let's see. Dragon Charge is good too. If I recall, it's off the GCD. Yeah, honestly, I think you're probably correct that Dragon Charge is the play here. But I already have to relearn my rotation as is. I really don't want to add new actual abilities while I'm still relearning it that I will then have to use and then forget to use and then adjust to, and then I won't actually have it when I'm playing Prot Warrior. So that's the only reason I'm not picking it. But you're absolutely correct. Dragon Charge is really good. I used to play with it. I just don't want to mess around with it at the moment. Will be useful to know once you get here in 10 minutes. Yeah. I'm trying, okay? I'm speedrunning the YouTube chat. How fast is leveling looking specifically 50 to 60? I do not know. We will find out together today, later, whenever I get there. AI bots in my dungeons truly were going solo MMO style. Yeah, I think it's good, though, for solo players. A lot of people prefer that. I'm the only human being that likes pressing Devastate. I feel you there. I understand people liking pressing it because it's a fun button to press, but the reality is the rotation feels smoother. I think the problem with Devastate is Devastator is a solution to a problem that could have just been solved by making Devastate a more fun and useful button to press. So the issue is they keep adding new abilities, and then they're like, well, we'll make the rotation feel better by just making some of these abilities passive. But I agree, Devastate is a fun button to press thematically. It has a cool animation. I like the sound of it. It's like a meaty ability, but the rotation is just smoother with Devastator. So I think it would obviously take more work to do this, so they won't do it. But absolutely, if Devastate was like a big button where you actually wanted to press it, I would like that too. I think it's a fun button. We'll check it out. Thanks, no problem. What would be the best tank for new players in Dragonflight? Hard to say because I have yet to test all of them. I think tanking in Dragonflight, unfortunately, has gotten a lot more complicated. I just saw my dad ask me if I want coffee. Yes, please, if you can. Would greatly appreciate that. But whatchamacallit? At the moment, hard to say. Yeah, I would really need to test it further. The problem is, it's like, normally my go-to answer for what is the easiest tank for new players was Guardian Druid. And I don't know if anybody's been paying attention to Guardian Druid, but oh man. So my co-tank at the moment plays Blood DK, and he is a damn good Blood DK. He's the one who I said earlier is 3.2k IO. The dude is a monster at Blood DK, but his heart is with Guardian Druid. And he's been saying the entire time I've been raiding with him, he really wants Guardian to be good. And if Guardian is good, that's what he's playing in Dragonflight. And he has just been so sad. This entire time during beta, it's like every single time there's a new Wowhead post about Guardian Druid got nerfed, even though it receives absolutely no changes, and then it gets nerfed with zero communication, and everybody in the guild just ats him. And it's like, hey, did you see that they nerfed your favorites? Oh, I feel so bad for him. But it's like, Guardian Druid is mechanically the most simple tank. But unless something changes, oh my god, Blizzard is trying to kill it, and I don't know why. Because it has always been that really nice tank where Guardian Druid is great because, historically at least, it's really, really easy to learn, but has a really high skill cap. So I would always say, if you're a new player, go Guardian. Because you'll be able to pick it up really easy. You spam Thrash, you hit Frenzied Regen, you hit Iron Fur. But there's so much more to it than that. And you're able to get into tanking just pressing like 3 buttons. And then when you really like hit your stride and want to learn more, there's like so many options open to you. So it's always been a great tank for that. But man, I cannot in good conscience recommend Guardian Druid for new players in Dragonflight. At the moment, at least. That might change. But as it stands, oh, it's bad. It's really bad. Not sure if I still do the random MMO speedrun series. Oh, thank you. I'll move this. Oh, you might want to take him out because he's going to like climb all over the place. And I'm normally fine with that, but then he's going to sit there and meow at me and ask to be let out. That's, yeah. Thank you, though. My dad brought me coffee, and my cat tried to sneak into the room. And I love my cat, but, you know, he is one of those, like, attention hog cats. And it's like, you know, I can't give him attention while I'm streaming. That's the reality of it. Because he'll sit there, and he'll just, like, be sitting by my leg going, meow, 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 until I pet him. And then when he gets bored, he'll go by the door, meow, 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 until I let him out. So I don't have time for that right now. Yeah. For a random speedrun series. So I guess that's a good question, Toth. Because I don't really think... It was never like a series that I had. Like, I've done series on this channels before. Like, you know, short little trying things out. I will definitely try speedrunning other MMOs. But it's never a thing where I'm like, oh, I'm going to try speedrunning this MMO. It's more just I'll be playing another MMO that I like, and I'm like, can I speedrun this? And sometimes it's a mistake. Like, I love Guild Wars 2, but outside of those initial videos where I tried to speedrun it, I realized the things I like about this game are not leveling. But I still love the game, so I don't know. I do think there's a lot of interesting stuff in Final Fantasy speedrunning, which is why I want to do it at some point. Because I've had a lot of cool ideas for something that I could do with, like, an MSQ speedrun. But I don't know if I would say it's necessarily a series. And I think that's one of the issues. I never like defining it as, like, a speedrunning MMO series. Because you're right, I've done a lot of videos like that. But it's more so that a lot of times I just kind of, like... While I'm leveling, I just do that as a challenge, but then I just end up feeling like I have nothing else to cover, so it ends up being the only video I make for a different MMO, and then it has kind of caused me to have a little series of speed leveling in different MMOs, because I start playing it, and I make a speed leveling video, and then I just continue playing it, but don't make videos about anything else. So I think that's more of like a me problem, rather than like that's actually what I was going for there. But we'll see. I think in the case of, like, some other MMOs I've wanted to check out at some point is, like, Star Wars The Old Republic. I kept meaning to check it out at some point. I still, as much as I love Guild Wars 2, I haven't played, what's the expansion called? God, I forgot it now. End of Dragons, I think? I keep meaning to play it, and I remember, I feel bad, my Guild Wars 2 friends for a while kept asking me if I was going to try it, and I kept saying, oh yeah, you know, give me like another month or so, and I need to do this, and then I never did. And I kept putting it off, and at this point, I haven't had time. It's like I have been, the only times when I've taken a break from YouTube, I've been busy with other stuff. So, like, over the past year, early on in this year, I made a shit ton of videos covering patch 9.2. That took a ton of time. And then I finally stopped covering patch 9.2, and then I was graduating college. So I had to spend a lot of time finishing like various projects and assignments for college. So I took a YouTube break, but I was still very much busy. Then I started making videos on, whatchamacallit, Shadowlands Season 4. And then I took another short break, but what I was focusing on was, well, Shadowlands Season 4, right? My guild was doing a lot of stuff with, like, getting everybody set up for, like, you know, running N+. I was basically spending a ton of time helping people get their plus 15s done. So that was just me spending a shit ton of time playing WoW instead of making videos. And I took a short break from YouTube. And then I came back. I did all the Wrath Classic stuff. I took a 1-week break, kind of. I still uploaded videos last week to actually level in Wrath Classic and get all the raids done. And now I'm doing Dragonflight shit. So I've had no time this year to play any other MMOs, even though I really want to, because I've heard good things about End of Dragons, and I just have not gotten a chance to test it. But I think, hopefully, I'll finally get, like, some breathing room, maybe, like, at the start of next year. This might be copium, but I would love to go and check out Guild Wars 2 at some point. And obviously, I'm sure I haven't played Final Fantasy's last patch, so I played 6.1, but I did not try 6.2. I haven't tried it at all. So, at this point, I just don't think I'm going to ever play it. And I'm just going to wait until 6.3, and then... Or 6.3, I think. I don't know if I said that right. So I'll wait until 6.3, and then I'll just go back and replay all the Final Fantasy content I missed. But we'll see. I guess on the topic, another thing that I really want to do, and I didn't get to fully do it, and this is a shame, and I don't know. Because I might never do this, and I might just be, like, saying or teasing it, but I really, really actually want to play the Warhammer MMO. So I did that video, Speedrunning a Dead MMO. I think the original title was I Tried Speedrunning a Dead MMO, or something like that. And I forget, I think I changed the title on point. I don't know what it's called now. But basically, I played Warhammer Online, and I tried speed leveling in it, and it was terrible. Not the MMO, but the process of speed leveling. It was a disaster. But I actually enjoyed it a lot. And I played off, like, the video, like, outside of it, a little bit more with one of my friends, and I was really enjoying it, but it's one of those things where I couldn't really get anybody to play with me, because it's like, it's so hard to convince somebody, hey, do you want to play this old private server dead MMO with me that you have to, like, do weird funky things to install? And I only got one friend to actually give it a shot. Everybody else was like, what? Fuck that. So I didn't really get to test it properly, but I looked into, like, all the content, and there's, like, all these raids and stuff, and I love Warhammer Fantasy. You know, I love Total War Warhammer in general, so after playing a lot of Total War Warhammer, I looked into the lore, and I got, like, super addicted on that, and I really, really want to play that game. And I keep meaning to go back to it, but I would need people to play with. So it's one of those things where, who knows? In the future, I might try to put something together for that, but I would absolutely need to, like, make sure that I have a full group of people who want to play that, because it's rough to try and do that alone. Let's see, okay, I've missed a few messages. Evoker, but I barely know her. Alright, that's good. Hold on. Need to put this talent point in. I'd probably just take Shield Wall. Shield Wall is just a no-brainer there. Heavensward Dungeon Support is planned for 6.3. Really? They're already doing Heavensward. Okay, well, that's good. I'll look into that. I haven't been paying attention to how much they've been doing. But yeah, if so, that's huge. I would love to see Star Wars The Old Republic MMO speedrun someday. Not sure if you played that game before. Oh, wait, so did I actually mention... I think I said I wanted to check out The Old Republic. I think I said that before you sent that message. Or you probably sent that message, and then I said that before reading your message, but I don't know. Oh, wait. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. So I read the message about not sure if you still do the random MMO speedruns, and I missed the original message about Star Wars The Old Republic. Whoops. I don't know how I missed the first one. But yeah, I used to play Star Wars The Old Republic, and it was never an MMO that I played a lot, but basically my experience with Star Wars The Old Republic was this. I tried it the week it came out, because I think my dad bought it for me as, like, a Christmas present, because he was like, oh, a new Star Wars MMO, that seems cool, I'm sure he'll like this. So he bought it for me, I installed it, and I remember I couldn't log on for, like, the first 3 days, and I mean, at the time, I was, like, you know, I was younger, so I didn't really care. I think it was, like, I tried logging on, and I couldn't. I was just like, whatever. And I just went back to playing WoW. So, like, later on the launch week, I was able to get in. And I tried it out for a little bit. I think I played, like, a bounty hunter at the start. And I didn't really like it. I remember thinking it was, like, there were some cool things. But the moment that I stopped enjoying the game was when I did the space combat. And I know you're going to say the space combat has been improved, and I know, because the follow-up to this is I tried it years later, so I know what's changed. But my initial experience with the space combat was the original version, which sucked. And I was immediately just like, oh, I'm tired of this game, because the space combat is garbage. And I actually played Star Wars Galaxies. So I know that game might seem before my time because, you know, I'm still fairly young, right? So I know a lot of people have been playing MMOs since, you know, the really old days are probably like, that game came out in like 2000, whatever, early. But I still played it. I played it towards the end of its life cycle. But I remember when I was like, I want to say like 7 or 8, very young, and I had already been playing World of Warcraft because I started playing WoW when I was 5 years old. I've talked about this before, but for anybody who doesn't know, my dad got me into WoW very early on. But then after my dad showed me all of the Star Wars movies when I was like really, really young, I remember thinking, this seems really cool. I wish there was like a Star Wars World of Warcraft. And then I looked that up and I found Star Wars Galaxies. So I convinced my dad to buy me Star Wars Galaxies and I tried it. And obviously it was like, at that point, by the time I played it, kind of dated and definitely showing its age. And I remember being really confused because it was very much like an older MMO with systems that, you know, my 7-year-old brain was just like, what the fuck? And there was like crafting classes and all these like weird things. I think you could only have like 2 characters active at once. So I remember creating a bunch of characters, getting them to like level 5 and then deleting them to try a different character. I probably did a lot of things wrong. But the one thing that I remember about Star Wars Galaxies is, first of all, the housing system was so cool. Because I got up to some level, whatever you get to unlock like your speeder bike or whatever, and I was just like sailing around Tatooine, and I thought that was the coolest thing ever, because obviously Tatooine's in all the Star Wars movies, so as a little kid, I'm like, whoa, I'm on Tatooine! And I was just zipping around, going to all the cool places, like I went all the way down to Jabba's palace, and I thought that was really cool. And I remember just out in the middle of the desert, I stumbled into this town, and it was like this little player-created town right next to an oasis. And the oasis was like really cool, really pretty. And there was this whole like well-organized player town with like a town hall, a bank, and all this fancy shit. And I remember initially thinking like, this is kind of weird because there's all like this text on the buildings and like the signs and stuff that makes it seem like it was written by a player. But this seems too structured to be anything but an NPC town. And eventually I realized, no, this is actually just a bunch of player-created houses structured in a way that it made a genuinely believable village. And like I was confused for a bit because I was like, this has to be like a game-created NPC town. It was that cool. And I remember being blown away by that. And then the space combat, I tried that and it was amazing. Just like completely open, freeform space combat with like little bandits and merchant ships. It was amazing, honestly. Some of the most fun I've ever had in an MMO. Obviously, I'm sure if I went back and played it now, the rose-tinted goggles would fall off and I'd be like, yeah, actually, this is kind of clunky. But as a little kid playing that, I remember just being like, wow, this is awesome. And because of that, those were my expectations of Star Wars space combat in an MMO. The moment I saw the on-rail shooter thing in Star Wars The Old Republic, I lost interest. And I think it was like the day after I played the first on-rail shooter, I just stopped playing the game. And, you know, I guess follow-up to that is years later, I forget what the expansion was. It was the one after Shadow of Revan. It was whatever that one was where there was like, I'm trying to remember the story. I never finished it, but there was like a time skip, and then after the time skip, there was like a secret empire of, you know, Jedi that were kind of evil, and there were like these 2 identical twins that were like killing all these people, and you had to like join some resistance and fight against like the evil empire. I don't know. I remember trying to like follow the story and I was not interested in it. The original stories in like the base game of Star Wars The Old Republic, I actually thought were kind of good, but I just remember being completely bored by whatever that expansion story was. And that was the endgame content when I picked it back up again. But that being said, I did try other stuff. So at that point, this was, I think, sometime during Warlords of Draenor, because obviously there was nothing to do during WoD, right? So when I wasn't raiding or doing challenge modes, I was trying out other MMOs. And I think, I'm trying to remember what the raid was that I did, but I joined a raiding guild. And I did some of the stuff, some of the content, but it was like, I'm trying to remember. Also, I feel like my time to kill has slowed down drastically at this point, which isn't good, because this is definitely feeling a bit worse. Because normally I melt that boss in like a Guardian Druid in a speedrun. But yeah, all I remember is the first boss of the raid that I did, and there was like one other. I did the one with Revan. So I did the Revan raid, and then the other raid that I remember doing was, it was like, the first boss was a big robot, and you fought it like outside this big locked door, and there was like, it was icy. That's all I remember. So it was like a big locked door, it was snowing, and there was a robot. And that was the first boss. And then I remember the last boss had all these bridges, or no, floating platforms, kind of. So it was like there were a bunch of floating platforms, and I was jumping from platform to platform, and I thought that was really cool. Because any sort of fight where there's like a well-designed room and like movement throughout the room, I think it's cool. Like, I am one of the few people that actually likes Phase 2 of Mythic Sylvanas. Every single time I say that, people in my guild are like, you're fucking crazy. Phase 2 of Mythic Sylvanas was fucking horrible. And I liked it, because I thought it was a really cool room. I like the idea that there's like bridges connecting all these different chains and you have to run across it. I enjoyed it. I can understand why people think it was dog shit, but I see a cool room design and my monkey brain immediately goes, ooh, cool boss. So I remember enjoying that part of Star Wars The Old Republic. Temple of Sacrifice and Eternal Vault. Ah, okay. We do have better raids right now, but they looked cool. Yeah, I'm sure I'll, at some point, I mean to go back and try it. But I'll have to see. It entirely depends on when I have time, like I said before. I'm one weapon short. Okay. Let me... I missed a lot of messages while I was rambling about Star Wars The Old Republic. Okay. People who offer coffee and are willing to pay for it are the best types of people in the world. Well, thankfully, my dad just brought me Keurig coffee, so he didn't really need to pay for it. He just brought it downstairs, but I still appreciate him anyway. Real-life MMO speedrun. Man, I was throwing up between Paladin and Warrior tank for Dragonflight, but I've also not tanked in WoW since Legion and never did M+, so pugs are scary. Huh. So, admittedly, having not tried Paladin a ton, I will tell you right now, based on everything I've read, take this with a grain of salt because balancing is not finalized, and there are still changes they can make to any of the specs that will either make them really bad or really good. So, this is very much an early opinion I've gotten just by talking to my friends and looking at the talent trees. I think that Warrior will be better than Paladin for tanking. So, my reasoning for that is Paladin doesn't really offer any amazing raid utility at the moment. It has, like, the same stuff that every other Paladin has, but the thing is, all the Paladin utility is basically now the same across all three specs. In fact, actually, no, Holy Paladin has the easiest access to it. So, Holy Paladins can very easily bring all the needed raid utility. After that, an extra Paladin gives you a slight amount of utility, but that could also be brought by a second Holy Paladin. So, I don't know for sure, but I think it's safe to say that you're almost always going to have one Holy Paladin in your raid. And obviously, from a Mythic Plus tanking perspective, a lot of this doesn't matter because Mythic Plus tanking is really weird, and I would say, if you want my speculation, it's probably just going to be Death Knight over everything, as it almost always is. So, if you're specifically looking for M+, I would say they're probably going to be equal. Hard to say, depends on tuning, but basically, Death Knight's going to be better than both of them. Most likely. just because Death Knight has really valuable M+ utility, and that isn't really changing. So, hard to say for sure. But for raiding, which is the main thing where raiding is where you have limited spots. If you're doing M+, it's easy to find groups, right? I usually rank tanks specifically in a raiding perspective because that's where I think a lot of their strengths and weaknesses really come to the forefront. And it's also, generally speaking, more balanced. So, obviously, Blood DKs have dominated the M+ meta for a very long time now. And that's just because Blizzard doesn't really give a shit about M+. Whether that's good or bad, I'll leave that up to you to decide. I obviously think they should give a bit more care into M+ balancing. But the reality is, Blizzard has made it clear that they view M+ as a lesser endgame activity than raiding. It's shown throughout the entire game. So balance in there is not a huge concern for them. And as a result, Blood DK has pretty consistently been the best tank for it. Other than, like, obviously Vengeance was really good Season 1. But other than some situations, and, like, Prot Warrior for BFA was really nuts. But, you know, historically, Blood DK is probably the most consistent, best M+ tank. Anyways, for raids, there's a lot more, like, pros, cons stuff to weigh. And the other thing about raids is you have to really consider what value your tank brings in terms of utility. So, generally speaking, and I'll say this right now, all tanks, by the look of it, except maybe Kraken Druid, if they don't get fixed, are going to be perfectly fine options for raid. In terms of, can they tank all the content? Probably, yeah. Can't say for sure, because who knows, maybe something is tuned really poorly. And there are situations where one tank cannot do it. And by cannot, I mean cannot if you're an average player. Like, I played Prot Warrior in Sanctum of Domination, and for Sylvanas, I had to swap to Brewmaster, because Prot Warrior was just so bad at Sylvanas that I was just putting too much strain on our healers. So my raid leader just said, hey, swap to Brewmaster, make our lives easier. And it doesn't matter how well you play it. If a tank is really lacking in one area, and Prot Warrior was at the time really lacking in consistent self-healing, and basically survival against heavy ticking magic damage compared to every other tank, they were the worst tank in Sylvanas by far, and it was a really bad tier for them. Really bad expansion for Prot Warrior in general, this past one. But they're looking great in Dragonflight. But overall, yeah, every tank can do it. But specifically, making a case for raid. Prot Paladin offers no unique utility that can't be brought by, whatchamacallit, Holy. And I could be wrong, but I think I recall hearing that even Blessing of Spell Warding, which normally was Prot's main big utility, and the one that, if you think of what was a Prot Paladin fight, like, the one that jumps to mind to me immediately is Elreth Renferal. It's a hard boss name to say. Why? Because that was a big Blessing of Spell Warding fight. And there's other minor examples where Blessing of Spell Warding has been super clutch, but that has been their main thing, where if you think, what does Prot Paladin offer? From a purely utility standpoint, it's been that. Now, there have been tiers where Prot Paladin does Mongo damage, and is brought for world first kills, because it's just tuned really well. But at the moment, if you're looking at what tank is most likely going to be the best pick, you can't look at tuning, because it's not done yet. All we can look at is what utility they offer, because that's the stuff that we have access to at the moment, and that's the stuff that is unlikely to be drastically changed until at least Vault of the Incarnates releases. I'm sure they'll make changes over the course of the X-Pack. But as it stands, Prot Paladin offers nothing. At least nothing unique. And this is one of those cases where you look at Castle Nathria. Vengeance Demon Hunter was obviously overtuned, but one of the reasons why Vengeance Demon Hunter and Castle Nathria was so broken is because not only was it an overtuned spec, but it was also offering a really valuable utility, namely Demon Hunter debuff, and Havoc was in a very bad spot for that specific tier. But then what ended up happening is Blizzard nerfed Vengeance pretty heavily, because obviously Vengeance was super dominant for that entire raid. So they're like, wow, Vengeance is so good, we need to nerf it into the floor. And then they over-nerfed Vengeance, because the reality is, it wasn't that broken. It was broken, but not nearly by the degree that Blizzard nerfed it, because they were looking at it as like, oh, every single guild is running a Vengeance Demon Hunter. But that was a combination of two factors. It was a combination of the spec is overtuned, and the spec provides an invaluable utility because Havoc is really bad right now. But then they buffed Havoc, so now every single guild suddenly was running a Havoc Demon Hunter. So now if Vengeance offers no specific utility because you already get that from Havoc, there's no reason to bring Vengeance unless it's overtuned, and they nerfed it into the floor. So stuff like that is really finicky. If you have a utility that can only be brought by your spec, that's big. Now, admittedly, Prot Warrior I don't think has that either. So at the moment, it's really just like overall Prot Warrior, whatchamacallit, has more survivability tools and looks like it's going to be a more flexible tank that can deal with a variety of situations. But if you want to talk about what tanks look really insane, I mean, honestly, I'm thinking Brewmaster's going to be crazy. There's so much stuff that Brewmaster can do right now, but the really big ones, I think, though, there's a lot of DPS specs. Tanks, honestly, are going to be buff fillers. So one of the main advantages of Brewmaster Monk is if Windwalker ends up being bad, which it probably won't be, actually looks pretty good, Brewmaster has the Monk buff in their back pocket. But they also have stuff like Speed Taunt, which is really good. There's a few things I'm forgetting. But Brewmaster is just a very versatile tank in terms of utility options, but it's a bit harder to play, correctly at least. And in terms of simplicity, I would probably argue Prot Warrior is simpler than Prot Paladin, but that's a bit more subjective. Alright, let me... While I do this quest, since it's pretty straightforward. Now that I think about it, as much as I'd love you to check out Star Wars The Old Republic, speedrunning it would kind of suck, yeah. Most people play MMOs that have a lot of people that are active because you feel like you're actually playing an MMO instead of a single-player game. Yeah, I'm fine with playing like an MMO single-player experience, but if I'm going to do like group content, I want to have a pre-made group for it, generally. If I'm just testing it out, like for upcoming World of Warcraft content, I'll throw together a pug. But I think I would always rather have a group of friends to test something with compared to, you know, just doing it with random people. It consumed your life for the summer, yeah. I think a lot of MMOs, when you first start playing them, can be, like, really addictive. I was definitely that way with Guild Wars 2. The first time I played Guild Wars 2, man, I just got lost in that game. Played it non-stop and nothing else for, like, 2 months. And I still played it for a little while until it kind of petered out, and I started focusing more on WoW again. You started playing at 2 years old. Holy shit. Yeah. The thing about that is most people play solo these days, but it feels good to know that a large amount of players are there for certain things. Yeah, I think just in terms of having a more vibrant world, it definitely helps to have, like, a large active player base for stuff like that. What else? Let me scroll up. I forgot I was subbed to that Star Wars game. I've amassed a large sum of cartel coins. Yeah, I guess that's one of the other things about it. I didn't even think about that, but like the paid currency, any game that has like a paid currency that's used to unlock a lot of different things, I just dislike that. Because like I think, it could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Star Wars The Old Republic is like a freemium game, right? Where it inherently has that thing that, yeah, you can play it for free, but you need to pay money to get like a subscription or something to access all the content. So makes it a little bit harder for me to really enjoy it. Just because I always feel games are a little bit worse off. Like, that's honestly one of the main reasons I've never been able to get into the Elder Scrolls Online. I dislike the model. And it sounds like it's a perfectly fine game, but I just don't like that model. Alright, what else? Oh, I think I accidentally bumped the microphone, sorry. Star Wars Galaxy crafting housing was the best I've ever seen. Yeah. Definitely, Galaxy's housing, I think, is easily better than any other game. But crafting... I mean, admittedly, I don't know exactly what the crafting was like, but I remember it feeling a little bit counterintuitive. Who knows? Maybe if I had gotten into it nowadays, I would have loved it. But man, I mean, Final Fantasy is such a good crafting system. I think, for me, I'm biased because I really think any crafting system I see, I compare it to Final Fantasy. And I'm like, is this as good as Final Fantasy crafting? And everything I've seen so far, it's like not even close. Like, are the WoW Profession reworks good? Yeah. I really like the Dragonflight reworks. Is it even remotely as good as Final Fantasy? Not even close. Final Fantasy Professions are leaps and bounds ahead of WoW Dragonflights. So, I don't know. I'd have to see it, but I will 100% agree that Galaxy's housing, fantastic. And sorry, I'm still about like 20 minutes behind on reading chat, so we'll get there. If Paladin had Aegis of Light back, it would have proper raid utility. I think it does have Aegis of Light. It's just not that good. Like, Aegis of Light would have to be tuned as, like, literally a Disc Priest bubble for it to actually be good. Because then you also have to say, well, warriors have Rallying Cry. That's another one that I forgot. So, yeah, Rallying Cry is actually pretty significant utility. Where is it? And now you have, what's it called? Inspiring Presence, which makes it even better. So, I don't know. Like, especially if we're comparing Prot Paladin and Rallying, or in Prot Warrior, and you're comparing Aegis of Light and Rallying Cry, I think it's still there. It's just so weak. I don't know. That's like a tuning thing, but historically, I mean, Rallying Cry has just been insane. And I think Aegis of Light, isn't it like a flat absorb? Like, it absorbs percent damage up to an amount. So it's more like, it's like a conditional anti-magic shell, which is just so much worse than something like Rallying Cry, which is just, your raid gets more max health, which is huge. Like, it's instant healing, effectively, so it can help you, like, recover from a near wipe. But generally speaking, if your raid is doing it properly, you assign Rallying Cries to right before a big damage instance, and then suddenly your raid is, like, 20% more max health, and you just live through a mechanic that you otherwise would not. It's crazy good. And technically speaking, it has no cap, right? So last stand effects like that on the entire raid, hard to top that. You would think a stationary boss like Sylvanas would be good for Prot Warrior. I'm not sure what you mean by stationary boss. Sylvanas was the last boss I would call stationary. I guess she was stationary in that while she was standing still, it was harder to move her. But I would say that's actually more of a detriment than anything. Because it was so annoying to try and move her around. And all of her, like, attacks were, like, technically ranged attacks, except Banshee's Blades in the final phase. And then there's, like, a lot of movement in Phase 2. Prot Warrior was good for Phase 2, actually. But the entire reason why, if you're curious, at least, and this is specifically within the context of patch 9.1, Prot Warrior is perfectly fine for Sylvanas right now, and it's entirely because of their tier set. So, Prot Warrior's tier set right now, where they get like a shit ton of rage, a shit ton of ignore pains, that solves the issue. So, Prot Warrior's issue has already been fixed within the context of Sepulchre of the First Ones and Season 4 in general, but your rage economy was really bad in patch 9.1, and it was also kind of nerfed in general. It wasn't very good. So, Prot Warrior was basically a combination of being tuned low and having not enough rage to actually use Ignore Pain. So you had no way to keep yourself alive during the rot damage from Banshee's, I think it's Banshee's Blight? Whatever that dot is. Let me find the adventure journal. So, raids, Shadowlands, Sanctum of Domination, Sylvanas, Ranger's Heartseeker. Yeah, Banshee's Mark. So this thing. Phase 1, it was fine because you would drop the stacks. But the problem with Phase 3 is when you have to have your tanks vacuum the entire platform. And as a Brewmaster, I can hit 20 stacks of Banshee's Blight and just kind of live. It hurts, but if I pop, like, Dampen Harm, and I, like, constantly get gifted the Ox proc, so my healers at least pay attention to me, with Stagger, I will live at 20 stacks of that. So I can just go vacuum an entire platform, make it back, and I'm completely safe. But as a Prot Warrior, halfway through vacuuming the platform, if a healer was not directly babysitting me, I would just fall over, and there's nothing I can do. And the problem is you need your cooldowns to deal with Banshees, or yeah, it's like Ranger's Heartseeker, because it deals instant burst shadow damage, and it does not work with Spell Reflect because it's not one hit. So you can't Spell Reflect a single hit. You would Spell Reflect the first one, and then take 2 massive blasts of damage. So it was a really bad fight for Prot because it countered Spell Reflect with the fact that it was over multiple hits instead of one. It was consistent high ticking magical damage, and we could not use like Shield Wall to mitigate those windows because of the fact that we could, right? And this is where it's like it's weird because I technically could. If I perfectly set up my cooldowns, what I was doing to live until we swapped. Once we started consistently hitting phase 3, my guild leader asked me to swap. I was using Prot Warrior, and I was basically rotating Last Stand for, I would use like Last Stand on platform 2, and then I would vacuum and Shield Wall and ignore pain midway through my vacuum on platform 3, and then I would make it back just in time to like basically be slammed by the healers, and then they would kind of keep me up, and I would try to keep up Ignore Pain. But one of the other issues is because Ignore Pain was like, you had to send rage into that, it would kill your feedback loop, so I couldn't really spam it. There were so many issues with it, right? And basically, all of this to say, if you did that perfectly, and you had really good healers, yeah, it was doable. But there were so few Prot Warriors that killed it, specifically because, and this is the issue, if you get, what's the mechanic? The worst fucking thing Blizzard has ever made. This is the only thing that makes me think Sylvanas is, like, not a great fight. This fucking thing. Veil of Darkness. Yeah. This mechanic is fucking garbage. Worst part of Sylvanas by far, in my opinion at least, and the reason that I can't honestly, genuinely say Sylvanas was a good fight. I enjoyed parts of it, but Veil of Darkness is such a shit mechanic because of its RNG component. So what do I have to do? Oh yeah, I have to do the senior peon number 2 stuff. Right, so it's... Yeah, this is the quest I'm on, right? Yeah, so the problem is with the Veil of Darkness, it would randomly target multiple players, and it puts a massive healing absorb on you. So the amount of times when we would have had a kill, and I get targeted by Veil of Darkness immediately after I pop Shield Wall and soak the final platform, and then I have absolutely nothing, and I just instantly rot out because my healers can't heal me through the massive absorb. It happens so many times, and it's so tilting, because there's nothing you can do about that. It's completely random. So some pulls that wouldn't happen, and some pulls it would. And, oh my god, I got so tilted. Because I don't know why a mechanic like that, which can target tanks, is random. Like, either it targets tanks every time, and I just have to plan around it, or it doesn't target tanks at all. The fact that that ability ever made it to live servers in its state, where it randomly targets like 3 players, and it can target tanks, is so awful. And I don't think a lot of people realize how shit that mechanic is, because if it targets a Brewmaster, it doesn't matter at all. Every single time that would randomly hit me on a Brewmaster, I'm like, whatever. And I just, I stagger, and then my healers keep me alive. And I would not even notice it. But playing as a Prot Warrior, I was keenly aware of how bullshit that mechanic was, just because every single time it would target me, I had nothing, and I was just dead. So it was very, very RNG. And I think that's one of those cases where I got really unlucky, and I also didn't get any defensive trinkets. So I was farming every single week to try and get anything for Anhild's Shard of whatever, and Reactive Defense Matrix, and I never got it. So I made it to Mythic Sylvanas with no defense trinkets. And I was using, I think, Old Warrior Soul and something else, which was like a bit more damage-oriented. And I think you can make a case where if I had used Shard of Anhild's Aegis in like a different instance and saved Shield Wall as like an emergency cooldown to press if I got targeted by that, yeah, I probably would have been able to scrape by. But basically, it's like without that one specific trinket, it was a really bad fight if you got bad RNG. All that to say, which I don't ever think that should be the case. I think that if a fight is designed to the point where bad RNG can just kill your tank, I dislike that. But that's side tangent. And it was overall, like, other than that, I think Sylvanas was a fine fight. A lot of people hate it. I think it was pretty good. Not like an S tier fight by any stretch of the imagination, but like still solid. And it had its moments. But also, and once again, to be clear, that is not even currently on retail, the case with Prot Warrior. A lot of the fixes have made it so much better at that exact problem. In fact, it's almost good in that category of like sustained magic damage with Necro Prot. Necro Prot Warrior right now has like infinite uptime on Ignore Pain. It's so dumb. Because you can maintain Banner infinitely, which means you basically have infinite rage, so you can just slam Ignore Pain. In fact, you sometimes want to overcap on Ignore Pain just because it means you don't overcap on Rage. So you're basically wasting an Ignore Pain just so you can spend Rage, because that feeds into your Rage economy. It's so crazy right now. And honestly, the only reason why a lot of people haven't realized how broken Prot Warrior is because it wasn't really, I guess, broken until after the Race to World First. And I don't think anybody really gave a shit about Fated Raids, but it has been broken this entire tier. It is, I don't know if I would say it's the best tank, because like Demon, or whatchamacallit, Death Knight exists. So is it better than Blood DK? Probably not. But is it still really fucking busted? Absolutely. I might get dismounted here. The phasing can sometimes be really buggy. Okay, no, I'm good. But I've had that happen before, and it's like super annoying. Anyways, let me catch up. Guessing Druid's flight don't get any of the dragon riding benefits? No, unfortunately not. Did I talk about Guardian Druids? Yes. Briefly. Basically, I said how my co-tank is a Guardian Druid at heart, but he's currently playing Blood DK, and he has been so sad about the current state of Guardian. And I feel bad for him. Because here's the thing, I don't play Guardian Druid. I used to play it a little bit, and I've used it for speedrunning at least. It's really fun for speed leveling. But for endgame stuff, I've never really been a Guardian Druid player. But I know a lot of people who really like it, including my co-tank, and I absolutely hate to see what Blizzard's doing with it currently. It's genuinely embarrassing, in my opinion, that they've managed to just ruin it so badly without saying a word. Like, none of the Guardian Druids are happy with the current state of it. They say absolutely nothing, and then they nerf it. And the thing is, the nerf was warranted, right? Like, Ursoc's Fury Remembered is really broken, but nobody's going to give a shit if a nerf is warranted or not when you just don't communicate at all, and then just nerf it after saying nothing. And still not communicate about the nerfs. So it's just really, really bad what they've been doing with Guardian. I feel really bad for any Guardian Druid mains. It's definitely weird what Blizzard's doing there. But I don't really think they'll fix Guardian. I mean, will they? Because, like, Toph, you said they'll fix Guardian, they always do. Have they, though? Like, Guardian Druid was just okay for the entirety of BFA. Obviously, when everybody talks about Guardian, they talk about the glory days back in Legion. And yeah, sure, it was broken in Legion. But it was, like, super mid for all of BFA. And then in Shadowlands, it was kind of mediocre for Nathria. It wasn't bad. It was kind of mediocre for Sanctum, which, you know, once again, not bad. It's been very consistently just an okay tank. It hasn't been meta, it hasn't been bad, it's just been solid, which is why I've always liked to recommend it as like, hey, if you're just getting into tanking, it's a great tank to learn. Because it has like no clear weaknesses, it's not really amazing at anything, but it's just one of those tanks where it's like the jack of all trades tank that will always be solid. And then it was briefly insane in Sofo, and they immediately nerfed it into the floor, which is... I think it's the biggest, like, travesty of this entire patch, right? Because Guardian Druid basically flies under the radar just being an okay tank, never really being in the spotlight, and it's finally in the spotlight, and Blizzard goes, no, how dare you be a good spec for one patch? And it was like a week or something that the tier bonus lasted, and they immediately just destroyed it. And then they nerfed it again after that. It was just, man, it was brutal. Like, they went out of their way to make sure that Guardian Druid was never played for, like, the end of this raid tier. And, I mean, Fated, too. I don't know if I would say Guardian Druid is the worst tank in the current patch, but they're definitely not great. I think there's definitely an argument to be made that, what's it called? I think, do I go back to Hillsbrad now? I think here's what I'll do. I normally don't do this, but let me find Toy Box, Draenor. I'm going to fly over here, because that'll be faster than my current flying speed. But yeah, no, the current state of Guardian Druid is definitely not good. I don't think they're garbage in the current patch, but like Vengeance Demon Hunter is worse overall, by far. They're definitely the worst tank. But like, is Guardian Druid the second worst tank? Maybe? It's entirely possible. They're definitely not bad, though. It's like they can tank all the content. I'm sure a Guardian Druid can easily clear all the Mythic Fated raids, but it's just they're a shadow of their former self. And it's sad, because they were so good for like a week. Blizzard killed it. And then now, to go from all that to the shit that we're getting for Guardian Druids on beta right now, it's bad. So, I can say 100% I will not be playing Guardian Druid for Dragonflight. I will 100% do a leveling run with one, because Guardian Druid has been like my bread and butter for world record speedruns in the past. So it would be a crime if I didn't do at least one run with it at some point, just to see how it stacks up in the current content. But, I mean, I'm not going to play it right now for multiple reasons. One, because of the current state of it. Two, because I find the other tanks to be more interesting personally. And three, because if anybody is going to play Guardian Druid, it's going to be my co-tank. Because my co-tank loves the spec, and he wants it to be good. So, like, imagine if it's finally good, and I tell him, like, I want to play Guardian Druid now. That would be such a dick move. So, even if I did want to play Guardian, at this point, I 100% want to leave that for him, because, you know, he deserves it. If Guardian ends up being busted, I want him to get all that glory, because he's been suffering through all the patch notes, waiting to get, like, one glimmer of hope. So, I'm probably not going to mess around with it much. But I will be heavily testing, I think my current order, which might change, I mean, it's just kind of how I'm feeling at the moment based on looking at it. My current leveling order is going to be Brewmaster first. So my very first day one Dragonflight leveling stream will be my Brewmaster Monk, because that's what I've been maining at the moment. I'm really happy with it in Dragonflight, so not only do I already have like insane gear on my Monk to do like really crazy leveling shit, but it's also something I genuinely want to play. So that's like a no-brainer. That will be my first character. The second one will be my Prot Warrior, which also has a decent amount of mythic gear. So it'll be a pretty fast leveling experience. And I think Prot Warrior looks pretty cool. I mean, I didn't even see some of the shit like AoE Rend. I missed that talent. But just looking at the general stuff, like the moment I saw, oh yeah, we're getting like Avatar, where is it? Avatar over here, that's staying. We get all the fun, like, Demo Shout stuff. Spear of Bastion, where is it? Yeah, down here. Spear of Bastion stays. The moment I saw all that, I'm like, oh yeah, I already like Prot Warrior, and all the shit that I like about Prot Warrior is carrying over into Dragonflight. Yeah, definitely. So that's my second pick. Probably the second character I'll level. And at the moment, I would say I'm leaning Prot Pally for a third. I just got done kind of almost shitting on Prot Paladin and saying how I don't really think it's going to be valuable for raid, but I mean that purely from like a, does it have any unique utility? And I mean, regardless of whether or not it has unique utility, I still think it looks fun. I looked at Paladins, I think they have a lot of cool stuff. The Avenger Shield synergy seems really nice. I think that's going to be really cool. So I feel like definitely based on like I've talked to like the officers and stuff, and they're trying to like, you know, plan out rosters and stuff for Dragonflight, seeing what everybody's playing, And the two that I think they were very keen on just making sure, like, you're playing this right, was Warrior and Monk, which luckily I already wanted to do that, but they're like, yeah, that works perfectly fine, because they want to make sure one of those two will probably be meta for the buff. I think we're definitely going to have a Warrior, so unless Prot Warrior is insane, I'll probably end up playing Monk. Probably. But I think having a Brewmaster in your back pocket for any guild is always a good idea. And my co-tank is not really a big fan of Brewmaster. He's played it a little bit. But definitely, I was talking to him about it, and he was like, yeah, I'm going to let you cover Brewmaster stuff. I'm focusing on, like, Death Knight Druid. So right now, it's like, I'm focusing more on Monk Warrior. He's focusing on Death Knight Druid. We're both kind of looking at Prot Paladin, and I don't think either one of us, it's like, it's not our first pick, but we're both probably going to level it just in case, because it looks fun. And then neither one of us really wants to play Demon Hunter. So I really hope Vengeance isn't broken, because if Vengeance ends up being really busted, either I'm going to have to play it, or my co-tank's going to have to play it. And I guess if Guardian Druid ends up being shit, he probably wouldn't mind playing Vengeance if it's meta, because, you know, at that point, he's like, whatever. Like, he's basically been saying, I guess I'm stuck in DK jail, because he doesn't love Death Knight, I don't think. It's like his second option. But, we'll see. Like, the only concern I have, the situation that I really hope doesn't happen, is if the meta is DK-DH. Because if the meta is DK-DH, my co-tank will 100% be playing Blood DK, because that's the thing that he's extremely good at, right? Like I said, 3.2 KIO, dude's a monster. And he's already spent a ton of time preparing Blood DK and stuff like that. And I'm going to be honest, I also don't really like Blood DK. I don't hate it, it's just not really my thing. So, in the case that meta is Blood DK Vengeance, then I'm basically forced to play Vengeance because there's no other option. So, yeah. Wait, did I? What the hell? I used the flare and it gave me all these titles. I don't know why that happened. That's like weird, kind of delayed thing. I'm guessing it was like I leveled up and all these levels are tied to level 35, but then it didn't trigger until I used a quest item. I don't know why that happened. Odd. Could probably use this. That'd be a slight upgrade. Let me see. Sorry, I keep missing messages. He did it and made me super sad for Guardian Druid. Yeah, sorry about that. I do hope they fix it, though. Have I seen the new heirloom trinket? Ah! Good point. I actually have not mentioned that. So, good call, Varus Baslija? I don't know if I said that right. Hopefully I did. I probably sent that about 10 minutes ago. Sorry, I'm only just getting to it now. Yes, I have seen that. A few people told me about it. I have not actually mentioned it, though, so good bringing it up. So for anybody that hasn't seen yet, which I'd imagine most people haven't, because it's not even a well-known thing to the point where I didn't know about it before putting out my video yesterday. There is one new trinket from... actually, I might be able to show it. Savage Fight Club. Yeah, so there's one new trinket from the Dragonflight pre-patch event, the Elemental Invasions. So, I was slightly wrong when I said the only reward is a toy. Now, I will say, obviously, one bonus heirloom is not sufficient as, like, the entire reward for the pre-patch. Because as far as I can tell, after hearing about this, I looked to see, did I really miss something? And no, as far as I can tell, the only reward from the Dragonflight pre-patch invasions that I missed was this heirloom. So I didn't see that, but that is the only other thing available, as far as I can tell. But let me see. If I go to collections, heirlooms, and I guess it would, yeah, this thing. So this is from the pre-patch events. As you can see, Primal Storms, Gather and Combine, Dimmed Primeval Fire, Water, Storm, and Earth. So if you watch the video I uploaded last night about the pre-patch event, there's basically 4 different types of elemental invasions, one for each elemental type. Presumably, this obviously hasn't been confirmed because nobody has gotten this trinket. It's just, you can see it in the journal. But presumably, you're able to get a dimmed primeval X, so dim primeval fire water, from killing the end boss of each invasion type. So if you kill the final boss of each invasion and you get the drop, mind you, it's not a guaranteed drop because I did kill the final boss. I killed the whatever primeval Earth or whatever. I killed the final boss of an Earth invasion, and I did not get this item. So you have to get this to drop off 4 different types of invasions, which, I mean, it's bad. Like, the trinket itself, sure. I don't know how good it is, because it just says deals damage and buffs allies. I would have to see the buff, and I would have to see how well the damage is tuned. It might end up being a good trinket for heirloom level. I don't know. What I can tell you is if I was able to kill it and not get the drop, that means it has a drop chance. And if you have to get a drop chance item off 4 different types of invasions, which are only available once every 30 minutes, and it's 4 different types, right? So you have to specifically say, oh, well, I'm going to make sure that I get the, I need to wait for a fire invasion to roll around, and then you need to camp the fire invasion every 30 minutes until you happen to get the drop. That's just bad. So maybe it doesn't function exactly how I just described. That's how it looks like, based on my experience with the event, and it does not seem good. But I guess it is worth noting that I did miss that in my initial overview. I did not see that. So thank you for pointing that out. Real quick, I'm going to do this thing. I need to do a big pull here. I want to make sure I focus for this, because I have a chance to fuck this up if I'm not focused. Hell, I have a chance to die if I'm not focused. So I want to make sure I cleave this all down as quickly as possible, and then I need to move on to the next pack so I can get the most, or the best chance at getting these quest items. Okay, did I get, I got Gorin and Botanai Bloom. Okay, did I get... Nope. So I need to get Orcthorn. I have 30 seconds on this. So I want to kill Infested Vine Warden and get loot off that. And then I want to kill the Gronling. Didn't get that. Okay. It's hard to efficiently kill these things. I didn't get that. Okay, last chance. I'm going to try to get the Gron one, because the Gron one is the one that's hard to get later on. So, fingers crossed. Workthorn is also hard to get. Okay, thing expired. Let's see. Ah, nothing. Alright, 2 quest items is fine. Ideally, you want to get 3 from this, because it's like, this is a big area to get a lot of them. Not getting Gronling is totally fine, because, you know, if you're familiar with the route, we can easily fit that in later. Missing Gron sucks. But Gron and Orcthorn is what we missed. So the plan at the moment is I'm going to continue doing this stuff, and then I'm going to get the Elemental and Basilisk ones, and then do a big pull here after the fact and try to loot it then. So hopefully that works. Let me see. Okay, can I... Yeah, this isn't interrupted by taking damage, so I can just do that. And I'm just going to do that, and... Are my potions on cooldown? Oh, does this share a cooldown with potions? Huh. It must, yeah. I don't see how else I used a potion, because I definitely didn't press a speed potion there. Unless I fat-fingered it? Oh, actually, I think I did fat-finger it. Oh, okay. Anyways. Haven't really raided since WoD, took a break for Legion and BFA, and that was as a DPS. I'm switching to maining a Guardian Druid, and I've been really enjoying it since you came back this year. Yeah. Apologies, but it definitely isn't looking good for Guardians at the moment. I mean, I don't know. They'll probably be fine. That might be copium, but I don't know. Definitely, things aren't looking great, at least in the balancing department for Druids. And I know in terms of the builds that are meta, my friends haven't really been enjoying the current build. So, who knows? You might enjoy it, but it's entirely possible that it will feel really, really bad. Hard to say for sure. You may not know, or you may know or not, it's cool. Have you got a chance to test out hunters? How are they in Dragonflight? So, I have not personally tested hunters, but I have a lot of friends who play hunter, and I have run a lot of Mythic Plus with them. So first, if you want to see examples of hunters, in every single one of my Mythic Plus testing runs, so far at least, there has been a hunter, one of my hunter friends, and she has been demolishing with BM. Now, admittedly, BM is a little bit broken at the moment due to a scaling issue, so... Or it's not, is it a scaling? I think it's something with Beast Cleave is really broken, causing them to do Mongo damage. So, I think even with that bug being fixed, BM will still be very good. So if you like BM hunters, big thumbs up. They're looking crazy at the moment. That being said, there's a bit of an issue with hunters at the moment. So... Max from Liquid put out a really good video about this, talking about raid comps and what you will or will not bring. Obviously, this applies more to a high-end level, so if you're not really like a big raider and you're just doing like heroic level stuff, this won't apply. But the main issue with hunters at the moment is they offer absolutely zero raid utility. I'm pretty sure across all 3 specs. So there is currently zero reason to bring a hunter to raid unless they are tuned really well. Now, as it so happens, like I said, BM hunters are tuned really well. So right now, I'm pretty sure you would bring only BM hunters, maybe, depending on how the tuning is finalized, because it may not stay this way. But you may only bring BM hunters as out of the 3 specs because they do big damage. And they're also, like, they're typically the same thing as always, like, they're really good at doing mechanics. But I think one of those things you have to think about, like, BM hunters may be really good at doing mechanics, right? Just because it's not necessarily an easy spec to play, but because it's really mobile. And it's really easy to do your entire rotation while moving around and handling other complex mechanics. So you don't have to, like, plant in, like, a rune like a mage or something like that. You don't have to be on the boss like a melee DPS. It's really flexible. Even marksmanship hunters have to stand still. So that has always been one of the main advantages of BM hunters. So obviously, whenever they're tuned well, it's great, because they have the tuning and that historical really good thing of good mobility. But that alone is not enough to justify giving them, like, a lot of raid spots at a high-end level, just because, like, technically speaking, any class can do mechanics, they just lose damage overall. So that's where tuning really comes into play, where... yeah, sure, a mage might be able to do a mechanic just like BM, but then it's a question of, well, how much damage does the mage lose if the mage has to do this mechanic? Whereas the BM hunter can do all of its damage. It's a reason why on Halandris, BM hunter was insane, because they could handle bombs and do all the movement down the ramp while continuing their entire rotation. But they were kind of weak on every other boss. Not bad, just not amazing. But, at the moment, all that to say, BM hunter's looking great if they change nothing. Survival Hunter, I've heard mixed things about. I think a lot of people are saying from Survival, it looks good in theory, but it just feels like they don't really know what they want to do with it. Because obviously, Survival's in a weird spot where it's really broken at the moment. More broken than most specs have ever gotten. I don't know if I would say that, but I would say Survival Hunter is in that period of time where, like, it's the Nyalotha Fire Mage of the current patch. I think that's fair to say. Where every spec has that one period of time where people are like, oh, remember X spec during Y tier? And that's Survival Hunter right now, or Fire Mage during Nyalotha. Stuff like that, where you're like, oh my god, that spec was insane at that period of time. And I think everybody who plays that spec wishes, can we go back to that point in time when they were absolutely broken? Like, Prot Warriors for the entirety of BFA, or Guardian Druids during Legion. Like, that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about. So, Survival Hunters have that moment right now. So I think to a certain extent, you kind of need to expect them to not be that great. Because it's almost impossible for a spec to end up being the most broken thing in the game, and then, unless you're Warlock, and then still maintain that title into a new expansion. Blizzard almost always says, yeah, you've had your time in the sun, we're going to take you down a few pegs. And that's kind of what they've done to Survival. A lot of their bomb synergy that they still have right now is there, but based on what I've been told, once again, haven't looked into it myself, but my friends, it's kind of like half-baked. Like, it seems okay, but it just doesn't really work out in practice. And everything that I've heard about MM is pretty dire. A lot of people I know do not like MM. Universal opinion I've heard is the spec is a fucking disaster, Blizzard has absolutely no idea what they're doing with it, and it desperately needs a rework before launch. So, I don't know if I just know a lot of doom and gloom hunters, or if the spec really is that bad, but that is the opinion that I've routinely heard about it. So, you know, take that as you will. I don't know if it's absolutely true, but that is what I've heard. But overall, I mean, the nice thing about hunters, right, is as long as one spec is good, or should classify that, as long as one range spec is good, people are usually happy. Because obviously survival being good might not necessarily be a good thing for hunters who don't like playing melee DPS, which is totally fair. But at least BM's good, and I think historically BM is the spec that most hunters enjoy playing the most. So, I'd say that's probably good news. Let's see. My idea was having free charges with Reprisal, but if I recall, top Prot Warriors were not playing that legendary. Reprisal is still very much run in a lot of situations. Reprisal is the one that gives you, like, shield block and best served cold when you charge or intervene, right? I'm pretty sure that's the one. I haven't played Prot Warrior a ton recently, so I'm forgetting if I'm mixing it up with a different one. But if that's Reprisal, the charge and intervene one, it's definitely still run. I don't know about Mythic Plus. I think it's still running Mythic Plus. But the last time I played Prot Warrior, which was like right at the start of Season 4, I played it for like a few resets while my guild was missing a warrior buff. Absolutely, Reprisal is still very good. And I think Reprisal's on the tree. I'm pretty is it not? I could be wrong about that. I thought I remembered seeing Reprisal, but it's entirely possible I just imagined it. Where? No, it doesn't look like it. Which I think is fine, because I personally thought Reprisal was an interesting playstyle, but I know a lot of people who really didn't like it, and it's fair. The idea of having to, like, bounce around the room as a Prot Warrior is one of those love it or hate it things, where I enjoyed jumping around, heroic leap, intervene, charge. Like, that was fun for me, but I can 100% understand why somebody might be like, God, that was so cancer, please never make me do that again. So, yeah. It looks like they have not carried that over. Is this talking about Shadowlands or coming in Dragonflight? I think I answered that. Coming in Dragonflight, sorry. For Guardian Druid, at least. Sorry, it's hard to keep up with all this. I also know how much I like to stack defensive trinkets. Sylvanas didn't even scratch me. On Heroic, so my entire point with Sylvanas was specifically for Mythic. Yes, on Heroic, it's not an issue. Because on Heroic, you really didn't need to vacuum platforms. You still could, but you would not routinely get up to 20 stacks on Heroic. So you wouldn't really notice how bad the ticking damage was. It was specifically when I hit Mythic and I had to do vacuum strats for Sylvanas P3, that's when I started to really run into issues as a Prot Warrior. I wanted to say you inspired and motivated me to level all classes to 60. Thank you. I'm done in 6 levels. My personal record is 11 hours 1 to 60, and yes, that is very fast for me. That's a good time. I mean, I know that you're saying, first of all, I'm glad the guides helped you, but when you say something like, my personal record is whatever, that's very fast for me, that's a fast time in general. Because, like, my times are about, like, 5 hours, give or take, is, I would say, a fast time for 10 to 50, and then you can add roughly 30 minutes for 1 to 50, and my fastest time is around 4 hours for 50 to 60. So in total, that's like 10 hours, give or take, is how long it takes me on average to get up to max level from like level 1. So 11 hours is really close. Most people I know take like 14 hours, 15 hours, somewhere in that range. So absolutely do not like talk down on yourself for an 11-hour time. That is very good. Let's see. How's Dragonflight 1 to 60? Same as Shadowlands so far? So far, yes. So far, it's been the same. Where it really changes is definitely the 50 to 60 area. I'm doing this more because this is the kind of thing where I need to make sure it works the same, right? So I know most people want to see the new level bracket, 50 to 60. How does that feel? And I will test that, of course. But either I do this stuff on my own free time, or I do it as a little stream, and then I get to talk while doing it. So I think this is a better option of showcasing this, testing it on stream. But it is, so far, it has been mostly the same. This has felt like any old leveling run. But I think we're going to see some significant changes when we hit level 40. And you also have to remember, this feels roughly the same for me with, what's it called? With no experience bonuses. So I'm getting roughly the same XP that I would normally. I think in a normal speedrun, I'd be around this level, like maybe 37 or something, 38. So it's close, but I'm also missing 30% XP compared to normal, give or take, from like Darkmoon Fair buff and experience potions. And I also don't have any of the Darkmoon quest items because, well, Darkmoon Fair isn't active. So I'm missing a good chunk of XP that I would normally have in an optimized run. And yet this still feels comparable to what it was on retail, just because of the XP adjustments they made. So presumably if I had all the little bonuses, it would be even faster than normal. And I'll try that at some point. But, well, the reality is Prot Warrior won the poll, and I thought that would be more fun for a first stream back. So Prot Warrior is inherently not going to be the fastest while leveling, and I figured I wouldn't go like all out and do like a no holds barred testing run this early. I would wait at least for like Guardian Druid or something a bit crazier to do that. And now there's a little bit of RP, so I can catch up briefly. What do you think the easiest tank is that is viable from medium M+ up to 20s will be in Dragonflight? Impossible to say. Like, I can give speculation. Like earlier I was saying I think Blood DK will probably be good, but it's really hard to say. Because one of the main issues with best M+ tank is it's almost always tuning. So Blood DK is a safe bet because I think Blood DK will almost always be one of the top 3 tanks for M+. And then a lot of times, if Blood DK is tuned well, it's just far and away the best tank. But, I mean, there are cases where Prot Warrior is insane, like in BFA, and then there's cases, like in Shadowlands, where for a large part of the expansion, Prot Warrior is the worst Mythic Plus tank because it's tuned poorly. So that was 100% a Prot Warrior was just tuned really well and Ignore Pain was busted in BFA, and that's why it was the best M+ tank. So it's much easier for me to say, what do I think the best tanks will be in Raid? Because that has more to do with, like, utility and what each tank brings to the table. Whereas Mythic Plus, it's like, who fucking knows? We'll figure it out when Blizzard finalizes tuning. But I will say, if you want to always have an easy time tanking Mythic Plus, play Blood DK. Because Blood DK, I don't think, has ever been bad in M+. There have been tanks that, for like a few patches or so, are terrible in M+, and then are really god tier in another one. That is never the case with Blood DK. Blood DK is either, like, only decent at Mythic Plus, or it's just the best by a mile. There's never been an instance in recent history that I can think of where it's like, oh yeah, Blood DK sucks in M+, don't bring them. Because they have the best self-healing, pretty much always. They have grips, which are just crazy for grouping up mobs, and that's a unique utility that no other tank brings. And when Blood DK's tuned well, they just don't even need a healer at all. So it's just crazy. Blood DKs at the moment are a one-man wrecking crew. It's fucking wild. Also, that was a, unfortunately, fairly inefficient Champion's Honor, just because it took me so many Basilisks to get the quest item. So, we're not doing too hot at the moment as far as these things. The kill time is also really bad. Oh well. Man, I keep falling behind. Looking for the most reward with minimal effort. Yeah, definitely Blood DK then. Absolutely Blood DK. Is there catch-up gear in the pre-patch? Yes, but it's 252 item level. If you want more information about the pre-patch, I put out a video about that last night. But as like a TLDR, it's 252 item level, which is completely garbage and is literally worse than LFR gear. On that note, I think it is amazing how I've gotten comments defending 252 item level catch-up gear. And that really surprises me. Because when I initially made that video last night, I suspected I would get two types of, like, gotcha comments. Of, like, your opinion is wrong because... And the two that I suspected would happen is, your opinion is wrong because who cares? Which I've gotten those comments. Because, obviously, there's so many people who are like, I don't care about this, therefore you shouldn't care about it either. And it's like, I like pre-patch events. I've always thought they were fun, so I'm disappointed that they're bad. So I don't understand the argument of like, who gives a shit that it's bad? It's just a pre-patch event. Like, okay, but I care. I think it should be fun. I mean, why can't we expect to actually get a good pre-patch event? I'm not expecting something amazing either. I'm just expecting something that isn't a literal waste of my time. So that was my main issue with it. Like, if you're going to design something that's literally just there for, like, grind out just garbage that isn't even fun to play through to get 252 gear, which isn't even good catch-up gear, that's just a terrible event. But, I don't know. Personally, I think it could be so much better. But then the other comments I got that was weird is people saying 252 is perfectly fine. And no, it's not. And I didn't even need words. I didn't even need to. All right, I can't speak right now. I didn't even think I needed to say that within the video. I think I briefly mentioned that obviously this is a bad number, but I think I even say within the video that this cannot be their final number. I say something to the effect of, you know, obviously there's no way that 252 is the final number for where this catch-up gear will be. Because it's so absurdly bad that I'm like, yeah, I think it's maybe unfair for me to even say that this is bad item level. And then there's somehow people defending it, saying, well, like, one of the comments I got, I left it up. I deleted a lot of the really nasty ones, so if some comment is just, like, blatantly, like, saying, you're a fucking asshole, spreading misinformation, go fuck yourself, that kind of thing, a lot of times YouTube will catch those, but sometimes one gets through, and those, if it's just blatant, like, hate spewing, I'm just like, yep, delete. Like, I don't even interact with those. But one of the comments I left up that I just thought was amusing, even though it's so wrong, is somebody saying it's 100 item levels. And, like, how can you possibly say that going from 119 item level to 252 is not a lot? It's 100. And it's like, yeah, buddy, 100 is a very big number, but everything is relative. Just because 100 is big number doesn't mean that it's a relevant amount of catch-up gear. If 100 is big number, but you can go into Zereth Mortis and get 102 upgrades to your item level, then suddenly it's bad catch-up gear. It has nothing to do with how big the number is. It has to do with how big the number is relative to the other big numbers. And, like, the fact that that was even an argument, I'm like, what? Do people think like this? It just blows my mind. Like, you can literally do a Mythic Zero World Tour and get better gear. Where is it? Dungeons. Where is it? Shadowlands Missive Tyrna Scythe on Mythic. It is 262 item level, an entire 10 item levels higher than the pre-patch event. From a Mythic Zero, which, I'm sorry, but if you can't clear a Mythic Zero, you definitely don't have your brain plugged in, because that shit has been tuned to be mindlessly easy. I can do a Mythic Zero in questing greens. It's not hard. So that is catch-up gear. That is literally shut your brain off, pug a group, run it with random people, and you get free 262 gear. And the pre-patch event should be better than that. I mean, bare minimum 278. In fact, I think 278 is the standard, because like every single pre-patch event has given like normal raid quality gear of the current raid tier. which I think is the definitive level of catch-up, because at that point, anybody who's hopping in at the last 2 weeks, mind you, it's last-second catch-up gear, if you're playing actively the final 2 weeks, I think you should get catch-up gear relevant enough for you to be prepared for the next expansion and hop into raids to try them out. Because what I know a lot of my friends like doing, who maybe aren't active into WoW, is a lot of my friends will resub in like the last 2 weeks or so leading up to an X-Pack. They'll try out the pre-patch stuff, and then they'll be like, hey, you got a raid spot for like a heroic alt run? And then they'll get their character up to like normal item level gear, and then hop into like a heroic weekend raid or something like that, and just do it for fun, to see like, what was the raid content for this past tier that I got or didn't get to experience? And a lot of people like doing that, you know, trying it out last second. Hell, that's literally what I did for Burning Crusade, Classic at least. Before Wrath came out, I reinstalled Classic, I hopped on, I geared up my Druid with like all the Scourge Invasion shit, then geared up my Paladin, right. So I geared up my Paladin with all the Scourge Invasion shit, and then I did some heroic dungeons, I bought some badge gear, and I did every single raid. I did Black Temple, I didn't clear Sunwell because I didn't manage to find a guild, and Sunwell pugs are really bad. But I got to at least experience Sunwell, and I was like, oh, this is cool. And I, wasn't really a big, super interesting experience, but it was like fun for me for like a night to just see what Sunwell was like, kill Calicos, and then have the group wipe to Brutalis. And I'm like, I get a taste of the experience that everybody has been doing for the past, like, however many months. And then Wrath comes out, and I have some nice gear to do questing with. So that's what I enjoy doing, and I think that's what catch-up gear from pre-patch events should be like. It should give you enough to experience the current endgame content at its, like, entry level, and then be prepared for questing. Anyways, I ranted about that for a little bit too long. Sorry. It's definitely something that I was really frustrated by, because that was not something I was expecting to have to respond to, right? Like, that wasn't even something I was prepared to address, because I figured it was so obvious. But anyways. 25 levels in 4 hours? I'm not at 25 levels. I'm at level 37. Not 25 levels. But let's see. According to data mining, Evokers and Primal Storms may not appear until 2 weeks into the pre-patch, which may mean Winds of Wisdom will last until then. Yeah, I think that's likely at this point. I wasn't sure before, but after seeing how unfinished the current event is, it's entirely possible that this isn't until, like, right before Dragonflight launches, but also I kind of dislike that. But that's a different topic. But I do think you're probably right. I do think it won't be until much, much later. But we're still going to get, in 2 weeks, we still have, probably, they haven't actually confirmed it, but it's highly likely we get the first wave of pre-patch. So, they're disabling Season 4. So I think if we look at the calendar, right, where is it? So this is when Season 4 ends. So Dragonflight launches here. Season 4 ends here. So that gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks from the ending of Season 4 to the start of Dragonflight. Now, I think they've already said that Evokers are only going to be playable in the last 2 weeks leading up to Dragonflight. They said that in an earlier interview, though. I'm not sure if anything's changed, so take this with a grain of salt. But it sounds like this is when Evokers will become testable. Now, the question is, when do we get the other stuff? So, does this stuff launch with Evokers, the Primal Storms, or does it launch earlier? I don't know. But they've said, like, it's a... I've seen them say there's going to be like 2 waves of the pre-patch, but I'm not sure if that's actually splitting up the content or just everything and then Evokers. Hard to say. The only thing we know for sure that doesn't come out until the second half here, Evokers. They have 100% confirmed they are not launching with the initial pre-patch. So I think it definitely is very likely that we get like here... I think it would just be so weird if we have 1 week of like no raids. I guess we could still do Fated Raids, but it would be 1 week of no official Season 4 stuff. So I think Shrouded... Does Shrouded end as an FX? I don't know. But I guess maybe 1 week of, like, nothing. Then 2 weeks of, like, UI adjustments, chromie time leveling, etc. And then 2 weeks of evokers and pre-patch events. Maybe? That's, like, a guesstimate. I don't know for sure, though. They haven't really stated this 100%. But that means, I will say, the absolute latest that Chromie Time will be launching is, whatchamacallit, is the 1st, right? So, at the absolute most, they have, like, a little over 2 weeks to get Shadowlands Chromie Time working, which is, yeah, they're really pushing it to the last second. But at least everything else, from what I can see, is working mostly fine. Can I pick up this treasure? Okay. I normally don't do that, but I just figured why not. Getting a little bit stuck here. There we go. We keep catching up on chat. Revenge Pollock and Extra Rage, yeah. Reprisal is under shield charge, but they renamed it. Interesting. Protection Paladin seems broken on the beta at the moment. I was doing so much damage. Yeah, that's the thing. That's tuning. And at the moment, Protection Paladin lives or dies based on tuning. So, Protection Paladin may end up being good if it's really overtuned, but it's really hard to say. And also, I'm doing Mongo damage as a Brewmaster Monk. I am beating DPS as a Brewmaster Monk. And I've seen Prot Warriors also beating DPS. So, tuning is just a little bit weird at the moment and will probably be finalized later on. But you can't look at like, oh, I'm doing big damage at the moment. Because though I am doing definitely too much damage as a Brewmaster Monk. Because I need to be nerfed. And I hate saying that because I love Brewmaster and I don't want to be nerfed. But I know what's going to happen. Because there's no reality in which I am out DPSing DPS as Brewmaster. Like, with all the stuff that Brewmaster already offers, if they're doing that much damage, it's too good. Way too good. Was on lunch at work when this started, home from work now. Enjoy these videos, and like others, find them very helpful. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. So watching a streamer play Prot Warrior and his health bar was not moving at all. Yeah, it's crazy. Prot Warrior is really fucking good. But that's the thing. Prot Warrior, I also think is overtuned. So, very hard to say. Like, at the moment, Prot Warrior Brewmaster, nuts. After tuning, who knows? They might over-nerf Prot, they might over-nerf Brew. I don't know. Prot Paladin will also be good for casual M+, simply because you get to handle necessary kicks by yourself, and it is good self-healing. That's true. Avenger's Shield actually is a pretty important utility. It's very niche. I've rarely seen it be crucial in raid fights, but it is really good for M+. And there have been cases where Avenger's Shield is very useful. There are like situations where the ability for a Prot Paladin to just lock down one ad is huge. Like, massively important. So, yeah, I could see that. Oh, my dismount vehicle button is... Let's see. Vehicle exit button. That's clipping into my bars. Let's move that over a little bit, and we're good. And now... There's a cutscene that I have to skip, right? Yeah. And then we do this. So now it's, yeah, this is the Ogron one. So... Oh no, it's the Ogron, not Gronling that I get here. Right. So I get these guys low, then I pop my Champion's Honor. And... Not low just yet. A little bit more. I've leveled up Blood DK, so hearing you say they're fairly easy to pick up and play in M+, and very viable is good to hear. Oh yeah. Blood DK is one of those, like... I think there's a lot of, like, specs that are just very safe picks. And Blood DK might not always be the best tank. Right now it is. I would say Blood DK is the best tank for everything right now. It's honestly a bit broken. Like, Blood DK and Prot Warrior are way overtuned at the moment. Blood DK especially. But Blizzard hasn't really focused on balancing because it's Shadowlands Season 4. Now, as for Dragonflight, Blood DK, once again, looks good, but it's a little bit too early to say. But I think if you look just at historical data, Blood DK is always good. Like, there's very rarely been a situation where Blood DK is not a good option. I'm trying to think of the last time they were just sheer dog shit. Like, they were weak in Nathria, I guess. A little bit. And so you could maybe argue that in Castle Nathria, Blood DK was pretty weak. It still wasn't unplayable, and I would argue it wasn't even the worst tank. I think Prot Warrior was... It's a tough call, actually. It might have been the worst tank, specifically in Castle Nathria, but that's like one tier. And if you look at almost every single other tier, it has historically been very, very good. And it looks good in Dragonflight, which I think is the most important part talking about right now. Let's see. I agreed with you that the 252 item level from the pre-patch event is really low. Even PvP gear is better. Yeah. Once again, yeah, I don't understand how people can defend that. It's just, it's indefensible. And I'm not even mad at Blizzard about that. That's the funny thing. Like, I think I kind of made a quip that I think it's a bit bad for on your test to have it be 252. And I meant that more from the perspective of, I think that your first offer, right, should be better, Blizzard. Like, when you showcase the pre-patch event, at least give us, like, 262, like equivalent to Mythic Zeros. At least in that case, I would be like, okay, this should probably be buffed to be 278, but at least 262 is equivalent to Mythic Zero, so it's not the worst. But 252 is just an insulting starting number, even though I genuinely think it's a placeholder. I think they will buff it. So the fact that some people still defended it was just, like, mind-blowing to me. Anyways, I've already ranted about that enough, so I won't get into it again. I just got back from my little brother's football game. I tried to convince him to yell for Azeroth during kickoff, and he said no and called me a loser. So I shouted it myself in the stands. Nice. You start at 10, that's why I said 25. Oh, yeah. That's fair. Okay, so you're saying I've only gotten 25 levels. I mean, honestly, though, this is not that much further behind my average runs, because if you're looking at it from a speedrun perspective, yeah, I've had speedruns that, you know, at this point I would be basically done with the run. But what you have to keep in mind is that my casual runs, and most people's casual runs, are closer to 6 hours. And I think this is going to land at 6 hours, and, as a reminder, no Darkmoon Fair buff, no 10% XP pot, and I'm playing on a class and spec that I'm not super familiar with. And I've easily taken, like, 5 to 10 minute breaks at random points of the run to just look at the talent tree and figure out what the fuck I'm going to play. So this is absolutely not meant to be a, you know, how fast can I level? That's going to be towards the end. This is purely a science run. This is I'm trying to figure out how long Chromie time takes from a experience value perspective. Because, like, I know how fast I can do Gorgrond, right? If I wanted to know how fast I could complete Gorgrond, I have data already to suggest that, or to figure that out. Words. What I'm trying to figure out is how much experience does Gorgrond give relative to what it used to be? And that's the type of stuff that I don't need a timer to figure out. I just need to run through it and then compare my ending and starting level to what it was before. Something like that. So that is definitely more of the focus of this. It is not a speedrun. It is a leveling testing run. That is why I've called the stream is called Testing Dragonflight's Leveling, not Dragonflight 10 to 60 Speedrun. Because it is very much not that. It's very much testing. I'm still obviously trying to go fast, right? Because I want somewhat accurate data, but I'm not going to go fast at the expense of enjoyment of myself or the stream. So if I want to take 5 minutes to look at Prot Warrior talents, I'll take 5 minutes to look at Prot Warrior talents. If I want to waste 10 minutes making sure I read every single message in chat, I will read every message in chat, because I don't like missing anything. I'm going to break these eggs. I'm missing 2. They're going to delay the launch, calling it right now? I don't think so. So one thing I will say, obviously pre-patch is looking really bad, but Dragonflight itself is rushed. And I will always say is rushed. It is not ready. But them delaying Shadowlands, it was a last second decision that was really, 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 really not what they wanted to do, but they knew it wasn't ready. And I will say once again, the Christmas season, I guess I didn't say this before. I've been talking about this with my friends a lot. So I have had some friends who are also convinced that it's going to get delayed. You have to remember that the only reason they even allowed Shadowlands to get delayed is because it was still out in time for the Christmas season. And that is all people care about at Blizzard, right? If they really wanted to delay Dragonflight until it was ready, it wouldn't be releasing this year. It is absolutely being rushed out so that it is in time for Christmas. That's very obvious to literally anybody with a brain. The unfortunate thing this time is their initial projected launch date is late November, whereas Shadowlands had a projected launch date of, I think late October or early November. I forget exactly when it was. And they delayed it a month until pretty much exactly when Dragonflight is normally supposed to be releasing. So if they delayed it any further, they would miss Christmas, and they will not let that happen. Absolutely not. Should they? Absolutely. The old Blizzard would have delayed it, but, I mean, come on, this isn't the old Blizzard. We all know that they're not going to delay it, because delaying it means they lose money. That's just a fact of life. Now, am I pissed off about it? Yeah. Is literally everybody else pissed off about it? Yes, I get it. A lot of people have already said it's rushed, it should be delayed. I agree with you. We just need to accept the fact that's not going to happen. There is a 0% chance Dragonflight gets delayed. It sucks, but I guarantee you it's a 0% chance. Because of the fact that they would miss the Christmas season. That was the only reason Shadowlands ever got delayed, and it's not going to happen here. But, and I will say, that's the doomer take, right? The plus side of things is Dragonflight is looking a lot better than Shadowlands was at this point in its life cycle. I mean, holy shit, Shadowlands at launch was bad, guys. I know we're upset about a lot of stuff that's coming in Dragonflight. There's a lot of things that aren't looking great. I ranted about Professions for a while. I have a lot of serious issues with Professions. Definitely the pre-patch event is not looking good, but come on. Shadowlands, it's not even comparable. On launch, I was just so pissed about everything. Everything about that expansion was fucking trash. And I mean, there were still people defending Shadowlands, which I thought was amazing at the time. People saying, oh, Covenants aren't going to be nearly as bad as you think they are. Because I was ranting about Covenants before it was cool, right? I was the one who made the Covenant spreadsheet. So anybody who maybe wasn't around for that part of my channel, if you remember seeing this big Covenant spreadsheet, circling around the class Discords, basically showcasing how Night Fae Hunter was trash from most of beta, that was me. I made that, and I brought attention to the fact that Covenants were dog shit for the longest time. I was pissed off about it before everybody else was. And I hated Covenants, and I literally took a break for half of Shadowlands until Covenant swaps were added, because it was just such a garbage system. Early Shadowlands was such a fucking dogshit expansion. It is, in my opinion, the worst that WoW has ever been, and hopefully ever will be. So, I mean, Dragonflight has issues, right? But what expansion doesn't? And that's where I think, as long as they can iron out some of the problems, there are definitely some clear game-breaking bugs. Every time I talk to my guild, they're like, oh yeah, Rogue has 5 talents that don't work, or Demon Hunter has 3 talents that don't work. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff that just doesn't work properly, but they still have a month or so. It's just fixing bugs, right? That kind of stuff. I highly doubt the talent trees will release in a state that are just so completely broken. That I'm pretty sure they'll fix. And otherwise, I think most talent trees, with some exceptions, are really good, and I'm really happy with the design. And I think that's the most important part, right? Playing Shadowlands just felt bad. At the start of the expansion, I was not enjoying really anything. Brewmaster was the most that I enjoyed, because Brewmaster just has a base kit that I will always enjoy. Stagger is just a fun mechanic. But I still really hated Shadowlands launch Brewmaster. And it got a lot better. I actually quite enjoy it now with the tier bonus and stuff. But goddamn, was it rough early on. And Covenants, especially early on, felt so awful to play with. it was just not a fun game to play. Whereas right now, doing Mythic Plus and Dragonflight, oh my god, does it feel fun. I'm loving it. Raid testing, I've been enjoying the shit out of, because Brewmaster just feels so nice, so complete. It's like everything I've ever wanted from my spec. So, I 100% agree, the game should be delayed. There are some problems, but trust me when I say that there is nothing even close to the degree of, like, problems with Dragonflight that Shadowlands had. If Dragonflight launched right now, it would have issues, people would complain, but it would honestly be a perfectly fine expansion that a lot of people would enjoy. And they still have 2 months. So I really don't think it needs to be delayed as much as people think. I think it is rushed, but I think they've been surprisingly good at doing all of the testing and tuning needed, given their obviously constrained time frame. The game just feels fun. And yeah, I think that's something which should be recognized, because it's really easy to look at Shadowlands and say that. And I know a lot of people watching probably won't believe me, but just remember, I was probably the biggest doomer about Shadowlands out of anybody. I got a lot of hate because I was really toxic about, I don't know if I would say toxic, but I was really vocal about how bad Shadowlands was and how much I hated the expansion. And a lot of people said, oh, the Covenants aren't that bad. And I kept basically shouting it from the rooftops that this expansion is going to be dog shit. The only thing I liked about it was Chromie Time. That was the only feature that I remember looking at being like, yeah, I can have fun with this. And I literally started a YouTube channel off it, right? But everything else I hated. And it's one of the reasons why I stopped making videos for a while, because it got to the point where I couldn't talk about Shadowlands without being negative. And I really don't like, as I've said before, I don't like being that negative YouTuber who just farms hate clicks. It makes me feel dirty. So when the only thing that I could think of for Shadowlands is just videos about why XYZ is dog shit, that's when I said, yeah, I think it's time I take a break from YouTube. Because I just wasn't having fun with the game or making videos with it. But other than isolated things, and I swear, obviously people will say, yeah, right, but I swear that I went into the pre-patch testing yesterday fully hoping that it would be good, and fully hoping that I could make a video saying, this event is awesome, and it just wasn't, that's not how it shook out, right? So I have to accurately cover it, and I did heavily debate, do I even cover this? But I thought it was important enough to warrant a video, and based on the reception I've gotten, other than obviously some people who are really negative about it, I think it was the right call. But I generally don't like to do stuff like that, and don't expect to see a lot of videos like that. I think if I run into any more major issues with Dragonflight, like, one thing is I could absolutely make a video, and I did actually initially consider this a while ago, but I have since, especially given yesterday's video, decided, yeah, I shouldn't do that. A video titled, Dragonflight Professions Are Looking Dire, or something to that degree. Because, as I discussed earlier, they are looking bad. But that's the type of thing where I think from now on, I'll just talk about that on stream. And if you want to hear about some of the things that aren't looking too great, you'll hear that here on the stream, not in its own video, because I don't want to continue making negativity videos. From now, I've said this before and I'll say it again, I want to make just guides. Something might be garbage, but I'm not going to complain about it. I'm just going to make videos teaching you how to deal with the bullshit. So I think that's a much more productive use of my time. But I do think sometimes videos like the one I put out yesterday are needed to tackle a certain issue. Because, I mean, given the short time frame, right, there's really nothing Blizzard can do besides seriously rework it if they want it to be better. It's not like, oh yeah, this pre-patch event kind of sucks, but here's what you can do to min-max it. I don't know. It's just bad. There's not really a whole lot of feedback I can give other than it's bad. Whereas like Professions may be overly complicated, but it's like, okay, this isn't terrible. There is a lot of good stuff in the Professions rework. I like a lot of it. It has problems, but instead of complaining about the problems, given it's this close to launch and probably won't get changed, I think it's better for me to just make guides teaching you how to deal with the bullshit parts of it that are counterintuitive and honestly a bit over-designed. So that's what I'll be doing. Nice, level 40. I think level 40 in 5 hours is definitely solid with no XP buffs. That feels pretty good. What do I get for talents? Oh my god, I've forgotten to place talent points. I really have been forgetting this. Let me do this real quick, and then I'll try to catch up on chat. Now, let's see here. Anger management, that's like, I need to pick that. Massacre seems good. I feel like Unbreakable Will is going to be really crazy. I'm not sure, but there is like an argument that this talent is broken on certain raid fights. So think about it like this. Obviously, right now, Hunters are really good in terms of survivability. Hunters are way tankier than they were in Shadowlands. But think of it from a Shadowlands perspective. Like, you have Hunters in your group, and they do not have enough health to survive a mechanic that everyone else can. You put them in a group with a Warrior, and have the Warrior use Shield Wall. And then every Hunter in your group gets 20% flat DR for 8 seconds. That's good. There are some crazy use cases for this talent. This is one that I remember reading and going, oh, fuck. The wall is solid. I think this is more general use. Let's see here. Thunderlord isn't good until I get Booming Voice. It's fine, but it's just not that great. I think I take Massacre. Challenging Shout. I think for leveling, for big AoE pulls, Show of Force is better. This is very much a single target, you pick Sudden Death, AoE, you pick Show of Force. Okay, that's all my talents for now. What do I take for this? Definitely Double Time. I might take that. I don't know if Wrecking Throw is good while leveling. I feel like there's limited use cases. That's really good. 20% armor. Cooldown on Shield Slam. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Those are all solid. And Challenging Shout isn't really useful at all. At least until I get the upgrade for Disrupting Shout. Disrupting Shout, this is crazy. Arcane Torrent, OG Arcane Torrent, on a fucking 1.5 minute cooldown. That is so fucking broken. This actually might make Prot Warriors insane in M+. Not 100% sure. I don't want to say that because somebody's going to walk in and be like, no, you're wrong. It's actually not as good as it seems. I don't know. I'm just saying it looks pretty fucking good. But we'll see. What's the follow-up from Duratan? Oh, that's the finale thing. Yeah, I never do that. The finale of this zone is really, really bad. So, what do I do here? I think I'll do this later. Okay, so what I'll do now is I have my Garrison Hearthstone. I'm going to Hearth to Orgrimmar. Then I'm going to do Volpera Camp to go to Hillsbrad, because that's where I placed it. Then I'm going to do Hillsbrad. Then I'm going to Garrison Hearth and head back to Wargrounds. Yeah, that's the plan. All right. I probably should have changed my Hearth so it's closer, but doesn't really matter. And you can see all the evokers testing out their abilities in the target dummies. Okay, I fell really far behind, sorry. You're 38 and you get, Quest for the Shadowlands intro. Yeah, Shadowlands is part of Chromie Time now. So Shadowlands is, once again, like all the other zones, I mean, now scaling from 10 to 60. So that's why I get it. All right, return to camp. Oh my god, I fell really far behind. I'm so sorry. Would I start Shadowlands leveling at 48 or 50? 50. For retail. For what I'm doing right now, different thing entirely. But if you're asking specifically for retail leveling, start at 50. Don't take the bait. Don't go at 48. It's not worth. You can, but it's just slower. Gotten the skip is until 50. Hey man, just got in your stream. The reworked Chromie time is actually faster than it was before. Yes. So just to be clear, do not use my current leveling time as a baseline. This is not like I'm trying to speed run through this as quickly as possible. I am just testing XP values. So it is faster, but I'm playing a spec that I am not as familiar with, that is not as good for leveling. And it is definitely not going to get a faster time than my Guardian Druid runs, but it is still a faster experience. So if I did this as, like, Shadowlands Guardian Druid with all the broken stuff that I had before, it would be faster with this route. Let's see. Gonna try to speedrun through this. What DK spec is the best for 10 to 50? Oh, I got a chest. Cool. I'd imagine a lot of people who have asked questions at this point have probably left, so sorry. I feel bad if somebody asked the question. I'm only just answering it now. It's one of the realities of trying to respond to literally everything. But best DK spec for 10 to 50 leveling, I don't know for sure, but I would guess Frost. Most people I know who have leveled a lot of DKs tell me that Frost is the best, and it makes sense. Frost is really good AoE starting at a low level. Now, I'm not sure if that has changed, because obviously, if you're asking right now in retail, it's definitely Frost. I'm guessing that Frost DK is still going to be the fastest in Dragonflight, just because they still have a lot of really good early AoE tools that you don't need to invest heavily in. Like, obviously, at max level, Unholy DK does Mongo AoE damage, but that's due to a combination of different, like, talents and passives that they get. Like, Festering Wounds, or I think it's like Festermite or something, that gives them absolutely crazy burst AoE. But that's definitely not something you get while you're leveling, so it's not a good reason to level Unholy DK. Unholy DK is more like single target oriented while leveling, and single target damage is not really important, at least at this point. Will this live stream be uploaded onto your channel? Yep. Any live streams on YouTube automatically get turned into videos after the fact. Just leveled a blood DK, so hearing they're fairly... I think I already responded to that one. Anyways. Let's see. 12 Stormpike soldiers and Captain Ice Right. Just want to make sure I had the quest. So this is where you start to get really big pulls. Obviously, we saw a lot in Gorgron, but I was saying earlier that starting in Hillsbrad Foothills, you can do some really big pulls. This is a classic one of just pulling all these mobs and cleaving them down. And Prot Warrior is doing this surprisingly well, but Guardian Druid can do this and just shred them all, at least before. But a lot of DPS specs, if you try to do this pull, you will just get shredded. Like, Windwalker is really good for doing pulls like this, because with their Fist of Fury talent, where it's like, while you're using Fist of Fury, you parry all attacks from the front, that's really good for stuff like that. And it's one of the reasons why Windwalker is an amazing leveling spec, because they can basically get away with doing tank pulls if they line up Fists of Fury with stuff like that, because suddenly they're parrying all melee damage, and then the moment Fists of Fury ends, they roll backwards and kite for a bit. So if you play around that, Windwalker can get away with really crazy shit like that. Whereas, like, I'm trying to think of an example. I don't know, like a Rogue wouldn't be able to do that. Absolutely not. It's one of the reasons why Rogue is just kind of weak for stuff like speed leveling. You just don't have enough tools to do massive pulls. And that's just kind of necessary to really efficiently level up. So, like, warriors, even a DPS warrior, like, I would say Fury is probably the best leveling spec, because Fury gets a ton of self-healing. So as Fury, you'll still take a shit ton of damage, but you can just heal right through it. So Fury is another great contender for stuff like that. Whereas, like, they don't even need to do fancy Windwalker stuff. They just sit there and eat the damage. And, oh, okay, there's my disguise. It took a little bit to activate. So Fury doesn't even need to kite. Fury just sits there, eats it, self-heals, and they're good to go. So a lot of DPS specs can work. Like, Arcane Mage is really good, or at least was. I actually don't know how good Arcane is going to be now, because one of the weird things about Arcane is they got, like, their entire AoE kit at a super, like, early level, and I don't know where that stuff is on their tree now, so it's entirely possible that Arcane kind of fell behind a little bit. In fact, one thing I might do, not 100% sure, so don't hold me to this. This is like, if I have free time, and I'll need a lot of free time to do this, but if I have free time, one thing that people have been requesting for quite a while is a leveling tier list for specs. Or at least, like, classes. I might not make, like, a Frost or something. But, so I might put Mage into a category and say, like, just level as Arcane, because in most cases it is just that. It's like, if somebody's leveling a spec, or a class, they'll just pick whatever spec is best for leveling and then swap to what they want to play when they hit max level. I mean, hell, I do that even in Classic. Like, I play Prot Warrior right now, but I leveled as Ret. Because, I mean, Ret Paladin leveling in Wrath Classic is just so much faster. So, I'll probably do, like, class rankings or something like that. And I don't know where Arcane would fall there. Because definitely, Arcane was a bit weird. The fact that Arcane was so good at leveling didn't make sense, because casters are normally not good at leveling. It's just that Arcane was able to do, like, crazy AoE burst, even at low levels, but they were so fragile. So you needed to be really good at playing Arcane to make it work. But I did see some Arcane mages put out really good times. So it absolutely was a viable option. But very risky. And then I need to put the bomb down here. And I am missing a bunch of trainees. Right. Yeah, let me keep catching up. I hope they fix Warfronts. I mean, at this point, will they ever fix Warfronts? Warfronts are just so jank. Because I had to try them out for that video I made a little while ago, where it was like how to farm experience potions in Shadowlands. And trying to do Warfronts was a nightmare. They're just so jank at the moment. I don't know if Blizzard even gives a shit anymore. Unfortunate, but yeah. I wanted to ask you a question about your guide. One of the Hillsbrad quests that I think you have, the one to take meat from the elves takes forever. Yes. So that's a good point. That particular quest it's weird. Basically, what I'll do is, as you'll see here, I mean, I guess it's coming right up, so I'll kind of answer it and then I'll showcase the rest, is I try to do the quest every single time, but you'll see in a lot of my old runs, I will frequently just abandon that quest and move on if it is not dropping, because you're absolutely correct, sometimes it just doesn't drop. The drop rate, I think it's very low, which is already bad, but then there's also a chance that you just don't get kill credit on the mobs if, like, one of the wolves kills it, I think. There's NPCs in the area that kill the deer, and if one of them lands the killing blow, you don't get credit for it. But then, the fact that it's not even a 100% drop chance on top of that bug makes it just extremely inefficient. But you already need to kill stuff while in the area, so I've had runs where I just kill all of the other quest mobs I need while killing the stags, and I get all the stuff I need. And then I'm just like, oh, okay, cool. And I turn it in. But if I'm finished with every other quest and I still haven't gotten any of the stag meat, I just abandon it. Now, sometimes if I'm like 5 out of 7 and I finished all the other quests, I'll be like, yeah, I'll try. But then there's a few times where I'm 5 out of 7 and there's like a bunch of other players in the area killing all the stags, and it's just not worth it. So absolutely, yeah. We'll see how this goes when I try it now. But it may very well be a skip that I do. Any new gear? I think I'm still rocking... No, I've replaced all my other gear at this point, so we're doing pretty good, all things considered. Okay, the fawn. Can I hit it? Nice.
That item is still recharging.
And you also never want to activate the fawns before killing the stags, because if you do that, the fawns will sometimes kill the stags, and I've actually had runs where the fawns killed me, because they have like a self-destruct thing. And also, always make sure the stalker is aggroed on you, and it doesn't tag the stag. Because yeah, in that case, I got the killing blow, it just didn't drop it. So, unfortunate. And we'll keep going, we'll see. But always make sure the stalker is attacking you, so I have aggro. This way it's not attacking the hill stag. But, oh right, yeah, another thing I forgot. It applies rake, right? So I want to make sure that its rake falls off, because I think what happened there, I'm not 100% sure if it just didn't drop it, or if the rake dot killed the stag, in which case it counts as the killing blow being stolen. So that's something to keep in mind. It's crazy that only one guy is working on all the classes. That's not true, though. There's only one guy working on a lot of the classes. Oh, shit. So, generally, the way they do things at Blizzard is they divide it up, where it'll be, like, the guy doing Demon Hunters is doing... Oh, this is scary. I was out of range. Oh, that was really terrifying. That is an auto one-shot, by the way. If you get hit by that fawn explosion, it insta-kills you. I've had that happen a few times, and it is not good. Yeah, so here, 0 stag meat. It's just bad. So what I'll do is I'll kill... I've already gotten most of my fawns. So I'll do this. They'll probably attack the stag, so I don't need to worry about that. And then Yetimus.
Too far away.
Alright. So, I'll see if I can fight this guy. One of the nice things about Warrior is because of charge, I never need to worry about taking fall damage unless I use both of my charges early. No pun intended. But, that was definitely not a good shit. Do that. Want to make sure I save charge for when I actually need it there. Want to use Volpera Racial for self-healing. Charge back to Yetimus. Throw up Ignore Pain. Use Shield Wall here. I need to get Shield Block back up. And charge. So that's nice because it generates me an extra bit of rage. And want to use Heroic Leap for this. So I want to use Heroic Leap off cooldown and charge when it comes up, but I don't want to overspend. Come on. I'm going to play a little bit defensively here, but when he gets really low, I will be sending executes instead of maintaining shield block up time. Okay, charge again. At this point, I think we're good. Come on. Yeah! Alright, that's not easy. I've had a lot of classes not able to solo Yetimus. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm not gonna... Thanks, though.
Too far away.
Not in the middle of a stream! My dad gave me, like, chocolate, which, like, I appreciate, but I'm not gonna eat chocolate in the middle of the stream. Not only that, it's hard to be hungry when I'm, like, so focused. I don't have time for hunger right now. Anyways, I can finally catch up with chat. That was something I needed to focus on. I wish they would delay. Gonna miss the first week because of uni. Yeah, that always sucks. Thankfully, it would really suck for me if I was still in college because, generally speaking, my finals dates lined up right around when Dragonflight raids are going to launch. But thankfully, I graduated college last semester, so finally don't need to worry about that. I was always like a really big hindrance to my raiding schedule because I would have to juggle school and raiding, and yeah, that was always rough. Because I know a lot of people are like, oh, you know, education comes first, and I get it. Yeah, I mean, I graduated, right? So eventually I did have to prioritize my education, but I mean, you really hate having to miss like a raid launch or something because of like a final or whatnot. So the end result that would usually happen whenever I had like a conflict between school and World of Warcraft or whatever is that I just wouldn't sleep. And that sucks too. It means that I'm able to meet my schedule and I'm able to get everything done, but then I'm miserable for like an entire week or two because one week I basically sleep for 1 hour a night, and then the next week I'm catching up, and I just feel tired and grouchy the entire time. So, one of the really nice things about not having to worry about college anymore is like finally having normal sleep schedule, kind of. So, like, sometimes I will stay up really late because I'm, like, hyper-focused on testing something. Like, the other day, I stayed up till 6 a.m. testing Dragonflight Professions, just because it was, like, around, like, 11 when my raid night ended, because, like, we killed the final boss, so it ended early. I was like, yeah, you know, let me take a bit of time before I go to sleep and test out Professions. And then I just, like, went down the Dragonflight Profession rabbit hole, and next thing I knew, it was 6 a.m., and I was still just messing with Professions on the beta. I just got hyper-fixated on that, and I genuinely didn't even pay attention to the time. That just happens sometimes. But then at least I was able to get enough sleep instead of it's like, oh, well, now it's 6 a.m. and I have to drive to class, which is what would happen a lot of the time before, and that always sucked. Bobby needs a new yacht. Yeah. honestly, like, the Bobby needs a new yacht thing is so overdone, but honestly, like, it never gets old to me. Because it's just, I love that phrase. And it's always fun to take the piss out of Blizzard, right? With all the shit that they do sometimes, you know, I'll still play WoW, but I will take the piss out of them at every opportunity I get. Let's see. 9.0.5 was pretty decent. The catch-up was good. Valor was added, but goddamn was class design dogshit in Shadowlands. Yeah, absolutely. I think the problem I had with 9.0.5 is I agree. It was... in hindsight, it's hard to really call it a good patch because you have to think about it this way. They did 9.0.5, which I agree was good, but then they immediately turned around and hit us with 9.1, which I made a clickbaity video at the time. I still remember this because it was one of my most disliked videos ever, but I made a video called Why Patch 9.1 is the Worst WoW Patch Ever. I think it was like a bit more concise, like why 9.1 is WoW's worst patch ever, or something like that. And I stand by that. That was not just like clickbait shit to, you know, get people to click on it. Like I said, I will sometimes clickbait things that I think are really bad, but I always stand by it. Like, I stand by my thoughts in the pre-patch, and I stand by the fact that 9.1 of Shadowlands was the worst patch this game has ever had. And then, of course, people will say, oh, but the Garrisons update. And to that I'll say, at least it was fun. Yes, the Garrisons update had the least content of any patch. It was an embarrassment of a patch. But here's the thing. Nothing was bad in the Garrisons update. It was just, like most of WoD, a lot of nothing. They added some new quest lines to the Garrison, and that was it for a 0.1 patch. And I agree. It's embarrassing that that's all the Garrisons update had. But the thing about patch 9.1 is it actively made Shadowlands even worse than it already was, which is amazing. You have probably the worst expansion WoW will ever have, and then you put out a major patch that somehow manages to double down on everything that makes it garbage. It was just such an ill-conceived patch from the get-go, which is why I will say patch 9.1.5 was a great patch, because they basically just undid all of the bullshit. And yeah, I mean, making Covenants swappable and adding a lot of nice quality of life stuff, that was good. Patch 9.1.5 fixed a lot of the shit in Shadowlands. That patch single-handedly made the game playable. But holy hell, did they try to double down with patch 9.1. It was bad. So I agree that 9.0.5 was good. But I will say, even at the time, too little too late. I think that when you have such a disastrous launch like Shadowlands had, and you wait until, I think it was like March, that's how late it took for them to actually get it out. So it didn't launch until that long into Shadowlands, and only then did they add like bare bones fixes to Valor. And honestly, the initial implementation of Valor was pretty shit. They've since, once again, fixed it in Shadowlands, and it's really good now. I think the current Valor system is fantastic, and as far as I can tell, they're carrying that over into Dragonflight, so thumbs up for that. I mean, it's a great system. I'm really happy that they're sticking with it. But the initial implementation wasn't terrible, but it also wasn't great. And it was very much just a lackluster patch to fix only a handful of issues when there were so many other things wrong. And it wasn't until 9.1.5 when they really did the fixing that Shadowlands actually needed. So, I don't know. And I think definitely the biggest issue for me is that 9.0.5 fixed a lot of the gear acquisition issues, which, yeah, that was a huge problem early on in Shadowlands. That sucked. Especially, there's so many issues. Like, I don't think people who didn't raid Nathria really know how bad it was. In terms of early on, they just couldn't decide how badly they wanted to fuck the WoW players. And I really hope the Blizzard of early Shadowlands never comes back. Because the moment they start pulling that shit again, I'm done. I almost quit mid-Shadowlands. And I'm still... I'm not saying I'm gonna quit, because admittedly, I'm happy with all the stuff they've changed in Dragonflight. But I mean, I definitely did say to my friends a few times, if Dragonflight is dog shit, I'm done. And thankfully it's not. But if we ever get shit like that again, I don't know. To give you an idea, if you didn't play back then, they literally, like, midway through the first raid week, halved the amount of loot you got from Nathria, because they were like, yeah, there was a bug that was causing players to get too much loot. And it wasn't even too much loot. It was like, you were getting 4 pieces of loot per boss, which I think is now the norm. I'm pretty sure we get 4 pieces per boss. If anything, it's 3. I forget. But they were like, yeah, that's too much. We meant for it to only be 2 pieces of loot per boss. And everybody was like, what? Hello? So you think not only is it like, that's just such a weird thing to be like, oh yeah, that's an issue. 4 pieces per boss? No, that's too much. You can't be getting that much loot. We don't want you to get geared that fast. Nobody had a problem with it. Absolutely nobody even realized it was broken because it seems so normal. And then they decided to nerf it midway through the first raid week, so some people already got the higher loot, and then anybody who raided later in the week got fucked. It was just such a random fuck the player base type of move that I could not believe it. And then also, another big one, Time Walking, I think it was Ulduar, was giving gear equivalent to normal raids. So normal Castle Nathria was dropping equivalent loot to Time Walking Ulduar. And if nobody has tried Time Walking Ulduar, let me tell you, it's about as hard as a normal raid. Now, I would say, probably, if you stack them up side by side, Castle Nathria is probably a bit more difficult, but in terms of tuning, it's about the same, really. And you could honestly make the argument that normal, or Time Walking Ulduar was harder, because A, nobody knows the fights. On retail, absolutely nobody knows what the fuck they're doing. And B, everybody is like, oh, it's time walking, it's easy. So most people aren't even trying. So you run into the issue where you're missing a damage check on a time walking boss, and everybody's like, what the fuck? Why are we wiping? And it's like, well, yeah, because you're pressing one button. And it's like, then the guy says, oh, but it's time walking, I shouldn't need to try. Well, that's not how it's tuned. So I would argue that it was actually, at the very least, comparable, the difficulty. So a lot of people, what they were doing in alts is running Time Walking Ulduar to get some more loot, because loot drops were already kind of shit. And then Blizzard nerfed the item level drops of Time Walking Ulduar. Because, and once again, midway through the week, right? So, anyone who did it early, it was just, there's so much stuff in that patch where I just remember being like, why am I even playing this game? Because they clearly just hate me as a player and don't want me to have fun. It's like, so I'm doing more content, I'm going out of my way to do this bonus raid, time walking, I'm playing your game for longer, and you're punishing me because we don't want you to be getting normal quality loot from Time Walking Ulduar. And I remember being like, what the fuck is that? And this is obviously a while ago. They definitely bounced back from a lot of those serious issues. But yeah, all this to say, early Shadowlands, fucking bad. So when people are saying, oh, Dragonflight looks rushed, man, it's not even close to what Shadowlands was. If Dragonflight is even, like, a fraction of it as good as, like, Legion or something like that, a traditionally considered good expansion, it will be infinitely better than Shadowlands. Shadowlands was just that bad. Oh, hey, another chest. How many am I up to at this point? I think I'm, like, at 6 chests. I've gotten quite a lot. Which, you know, is to be expected, seeing as I'm on the beta and there's nobody else around. So, yeah. Let's see. Okay, I've fallen even further behind. What do I think about Paladin and Dragonflight? I wanted to try something new. Never played Paladin before. I kind of got discouraged when all I saw the Paladin mains hating, saying that Paladin is ruined. Yeah, so, Tomas Mikolak, I don't know if you're still here, because I know I've been taking a long time to read through stuff, but I will say, Paladin mains are the biggest whiners I have ever seen, because holy shit, it's busted. At least Ret Paladin is, which is the most I've seen in terms of complaining. A lot of people are like, oh my god, Ret is dead, because they nerfed Ret by 35%. So you might think, wow, a 35% nerf to a spec, they must have really killed off Ret. And yet, if you do a dungeon right now, post-nerf, with any Ret on the beta, they're going to double, like, the second DPS's damage. That's how broken it already was. and it's still so broken that it's just destroying everybody else in damage. Post 35% tuning nerf. So Ret, numbers-wise, is looking a bit crazy. Holy Paladin is eternally useful. It has a lot of really good utility. And Prot Paladin at the moment looks like it's going to be very ride or die based on tuning. If Prot Paladin doesn't get tuned well, it's probably not going to be great. But if it gets tuned really good, then I think it'll be pretty strong. But it's hard to say for sure yet until we really see it in action. What do I actually need? I guess this is probably pretty good. Passive self-healing at this point is starting to reach a point where it's very useful. And I think heavy repercussions is pretty good. Yeah. And what else? You were healed for 50% of the damage dealt by deep wounds. Any self-healing is good. Shit. I should have moved away. I don't know why I just stood still. Oops. But yeah, any people saying Paladin looks bad, they're wrong, because Paladin looks really good right now. Prot Paladin is... I don't even think Prot Paladin's bad, mind you. I actually think Prot Paladin looks fun. The only argument to be made against Prot Paladin is, like, if it's not tuned well, it provides nothing really useful to a raid group. And I guess that same argument can be made for Ret Paladin. If Ret Paladin is not tuned well, it will end up being dog shit because it offers nothing. But at the moment, Ret Paladin is tuned insanely well, Holy Paladin is extremely useful, and Prot Paladin is good. I mean, I don't think Prot Paladin is, like, insane at the moment, but it's doing perfectly fine. Its numbers are in line with the other tanks, and it may not end up being meta unless it gets significantly buffed, but I think that's fine. I don't think it needs to be crazy good to still be a solid tank. I mean, honestly, I think... I don't know, I know a lot of Prot Paladins may hate me for saying this, but I don't really think Prot Paladin should get any, like, special utility, because for the past few tiers, it has always been the, I want to do big damage tank. And it, like, you know, you look at Castle Nathria, right? They were doing insane damage back in Nathria. And that's kind of always been its thing. It's the tank that just does mongo damage, especially on single target. And as far as I know, Prot Paladin still is very much that tank, and it can do that very well. Now, based on the current tuning, other tanks can also do that very well. I think tanks in general, minus a few, are, like, Guardian Druids obviously are crying in the corner, but, like, Brewmaster, Prot Warrior, Prot Paladin, and Blood DK are all very, very, very... I don't know if I would say very overtuned, but definitely tuned a bit too highly. I think they should be brought down a little bit to keep them in line with the other tanks. Obviously, to varying degrees, some are ahead of the others. And then I think Guardian Druid obviously needs some major attention at the moment. It's not looking too good for them. But, yeah, no, Prot Paladin's fine. But it would really depend, once again, because you only said Paladin. I don't know what spec you're interested in, so I can't speak to it. Alright. For some reason, a lot of the textures aren't working, because I've noticed a lot of the things on Beta are using, like, these new, weirder textures. So I think they just updated the generic fire and water textures in Dragonflight. And it looks like that's causing a lot of issues with quest mobs like this. Because the fire textures are not showing up on the ground like they normally would.
I'm out of range.
Oh, I can't spell reflect that, apparently. Worth a shot, I suppose. This mob is going to be the most dangerous, though. I think if I can kill this, I might be able to kill the final elite. Because this guy is all about magic damage, and apparently it can't be spell reflected. So, if I'm able to kill him, which I should be able to, I have shield wall coming back up. And Ignore Pain is doing work. Then the last guy is mostly physical damage. So I should be able to tank through that. It was definitely the right call picking up those self-healing talents just before. Otherwise, this would be a little bit trickier. Oh, shit. I might need to slam. I didn't want to have to use major cooldowns here, but I'm going to have to slam Last Stand there, at the very least. Oh, perfect. I leveled up, so I didn't have to stop and heal. And what do I get? Ooh. I feel like I want to take the survivability thing. Bitter immunity. Yeah, early on, I wasn't really too keen on that. But right now, that seems like the exact thing I would need. Ooh. Hoo, hoo. Wait, a stun on Heroic Leap? Yeah, I can use that. So, where do I want to put this? I'm going to put this on Control H. Right there, next to Ignore Pain. And I'm sorry, I know I'm falling way behind in chat, but I do need to focus for this. These elites are basically one of the only things in the route that I actually do need to really focus and not fuck up my rotation for. So I can like half pay attention and respond to chat while doing leveling in almost every other part of this run. This is not that part. This part actually will kill me if I am not paying close attention. Because these elites are not meant to be soloed. But tanks are really good at it. Okay. Yeah. Most of this damage is physical, so Prot Warriors are perfect for this. Gonna interrupt that. And... nice, stun him. Oh, that's so dumb. Yeah, that's a broken PvP talent. I haven't even had to use this heal. Here, I'll use it just for fun. Wow. 3-second AoE stun and Heroic Leap seems pretty good. I don't think I got that until now. I'm pretty sure that was a higher level PvP talent, though. Why do I... It says I have a PvP talent slot available. No, I don't. Eh. I think the other one's good. I guess, yeah, Warbringer seems like it'd be pretty good. I'd probably replace Thunderstruck with Warbringer when I pick that up. But I don't think I have access to that right now. Okay. Let me try to catch up in chat. Apologies. I'm very far behind at this point. It's weird that the work orders are still not testable in the beta. Yeah. I thought about talking about work orders, but I think I have a lot of issues with their general design. And the fact that they aren't even testable yet is kind of bad. But even beyond the fact that we can't test them specifically, they have some issues.
Too far away.
So, we'll see how that pans out. Especially because work orders are literally the central key thing of Dragonflight Professions. It's a bit oof. 25% wall for the entire raid is ridiculous. It's better than AMZ and they absorb capped it. Yeah. Prot Warrior has some nice shit. Prot Warrior is looking really hot right now. I am looking forward to it. Do I ever miss Legion? Any patch raid in particular if you do? I miss Legion every single day. And any patch, I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but you gave me the perfect opportunity to say it, and I'm going to get memed on by all my friends. Tomb of Sargeras. I love Tomb of Sargeras. I think it was an amazing raid. I had so much fun during that raid. And every single time I say how much I love Tomb of Sargeras, all my friends, if they hear it, will go, oh, there he goes, talking about Tomb of Sargeras again. And yeah, I know. Yeah, I loved it. I thought it was a great raid. Most people hated it. And the fact that I can't shut up about how much I love a raid that most people hated seems to piss off a lot of people. But works out well for me because I get to talk about a raid that I love and was so much fun for me. And it also makes people really angry. So it's like, you know, a little bonus. But yeah, I love TOS. And I'm not even memeing, right? Like, I know a lot of people will jokingly say, yeah, you know, I love TOS. I loved having soak mechanics. And I can acknowledge it had a lot of issues. It was not a perfect raid tier by any stretch of the imagination, but it was fun. As a tank, specifically. Fallen Avatar, banger fight. I love that boss. Even Kill Jaden. Kill Jaden had some serious problems, and I acknowledge that most of my raid team hated it, but man, as a tank, KJ was fun. I love that fight. So, I don't know. I personally love that tier. I love Legion in general. Honestly, that was just my favorite tier or my favorite expansion. I think it's pretty safe to say that it was one of the best expansions ever. Some people will like get really angry if you say that for some reason and say it's like nostalgia. Like one thing I've heard a lot recently is a lot of people say Legion wasn't even a good expansion. Everybody's saying it's good, just has nostalgia from like the end of it. It was so bad at the start. Legendaries were awful. And like, yeah, they were. But Legion was still a banger expansion at the very beginning. Like, sure, it's easy to look back on it and say, oh yeah, the legendary acquisition was shit. It was, absolutely. I had a friend who didn't get even one of his 2 best legendaries until like 4 months into the expansion. It had serious issues, for sure. Emerald Nightmare, I don't think it was a terrible raid, but it was definitely an underwhelming raid, yeah. But it had really good dungeons, some of the best dungeons in the history of the game, in my opinion. The world content was phenomenal, and overall, it was just a great leveling experience. Obviously, not the entirety. I think Legion leveling from 1 to max was probably the worst it's ever been. It was really slow and clunky. But the leveling through Legion from like a previous max character up to level, what was it, 110? I think. I might be misremembering. I think it was 110. Anyways, it was good. I liked it. There was so much to love about Legion, and then you also have to remember, we were just coming off of WoD. So, does a lot of my love of Legion absolutely stem from the fact that we had just gotten out of WoD, and we just got introduced to this amazing expansion, though flawed? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like having Hamburger Helper for like 2 years, and then suddenly somebody puts a plate of filet mignon in front of you. Of course, it's going to seem really good at that point. Yeah, no shit. But come on, it's still a good expansion. So I really dislike that argument that I've been hearing so often of, oh, it's just people with nostalgia. No, it was a good expansion. Like, I feel bad for people who did not enjoy Legion early on, because I get the vibe that a lot of people had a really bad experience. And that sucks. And I feel bad because I loved it. I was having fun from day 1 of Legion. It's not nostalgia. I just enjoyed that expansion. Blocking attack deals... Huh. I mean, I feel like against a lot of mobs, that could be pretty good. And I'll be doing large pulls. That seems insane. Deep Wounds, Rend, and Thunderous Roar? What's Thunderous Roar? Wait, they renamed Dragon Roar? What the fuck? Okay. This seems insane. I feel like I need to look into this more, and I need to talk to my guildies, because I haven't really looked too deep into the Prot Warrior builds. But I kind of feel like Bleed build is going to be crazy, because some of these modifiers are nuts. Like, especially this, Bleed effects have a chance to grant 5 rage. If you stack up multiple Bleed effects, does this apply a bleed? It does. What the fuck? That has to be broken. Yeah. I'm going to say it now. It's probably broken. I'll take Bolster for now, just because as a single point, I think that's better for this immediate moment. All right, and then we're done with Hillsbrad. So Hearth to the Garrison, and then move back to Gorgrond. That is the plan for right now. Why am I leveling in Kata timeline? Because that's the route. That has always been the route. I guess if you're not familiar with the route, I do Hillsbrad up to mid-30s, then I swap to WoD when like my Hearthstone lines up, then I set my Volpera camp and go back to that. Obviously, that message was probably a while ago, sorry. I'd love to see a Nightborn Arcane Mage run. It wasn't Nightborn, but I've done a Nightborn run, and I've done a Mage run, but I haven't done a Nightborn Mage run. I did a Nightborn Death Knight run, and I did a Troll Mage speedrun. I will give the disclaimer that the Troll Mage speedrun was really bad. It went off the rails. So, I think I've unlisted it. I don't know for sure. I might have at least kept the first part of that video posted. But I would say if you want to see my Troll Mage speedrun, it's 100% in my WoW Speedruns playlist. So all of them are going to be kept in there. So if you want to find it, it's in there. I think I might have actually forgotten to add this stream to the playlist. So I'll probably need to do some like management, housekeeping stuff after the stream. Like add this to the correct playlists, update links in various video descriptions, blah, blah, blah. So, we'll see. But yeah, Troll Mage run was pretty bad. It didn't go well. I basically wasn't experienced enough with Mage. I bit off more than I can chew, and it just ended up kind of collapsing. It was not a fun time. I think it took me like 14 hours or something like. It was bad. It was really bad. So that's the thing. Like people, like I know people popped in and been like, "Wow, 6 hours and you're only level 45? That's really slow for Harlden." And then it's like I'm just thinking to myself like, I remember when I did a Troll Mage speedrun that took 14 hours from 1 to 50, and this is a blessing. Like, I am more than happy with this as a leveling time. In fact, one of, like, my greatest fears that almost, like, made me not able to fall asleep because I just kept staying up saying, oh god, what if that happens? Is I was like, what if this run just goes terribly wrong, and then it's, like, hitting the 10-hour mark and I'm still level 40, and just everything is bad. And that was the kind of thing that I was afraid of happening. Of just a repeat of the Troll Mage run. And, thankfully that hasn't happened. We're still making decent time. So, I definitely want to... When is... Darkwind Fair isn't for a little while, unfortunately. Darkwind Fair isn't for a long time. I missed the testing period over here. But, I mean, that's only for big speedruns. I guess... So, realistically, any of the big speedruns that I would be doing for, limit testing this, seeing how high I can go, it would be, like, within this week, right? And pre-patch will absolutely be out by the 8th. No shot it's not out by then, at least Chromie time. So, that'll probably be on live servers whenever I do that. Anyways. Moving on. I need to keep catching up. I'm, like, so far behind. I can literally see a gap beneath, like, the scroll bar in my chat window. Sorry about that. Good luck, man. Try to solo this one as a Prot Warrior. It's not good. Oh, I assume that was for Yetimus. Oh, God. I'm still catching up with messages from there. But I managed it, so I guess that was good. What I noticed is you want to kill the Stalker first, then let the Stag reset and kill the Stag. Yeah, but it's still not a 100% drop chance, so it's not consistent. Let's see. What is the minimum item level that a 60 twink should have or need to start Dragonflight leveling? Is 226 enough? I mean, no? I don't know what you mean, like, 60 twink. Like, endgame character? I suppose there's no, like, minimum item level that I would say is, like... it's hard to say, right? Like, unless you're in full Mythic Fated gear, which is 304, you're going to eventually have to replace your gear. Like, I will probably only start replacing items on my monk when I hit level, like, 69. Haha, funny number. But when I hit 69, I'll start replacing items, because at that point, it'll start to outscale Mythic Fated stuff. But up until that point, you know, I'll basically get to keep all my gear. But obviously, if you're just getting back into it now, you can't get that. So I would say, what is a reasonable gear level to get? Probably 278, I think. That's why I think 278 should be the baseline for the pre-patch event. Because with 278 gear, you can very easily do, like, the first few levels of Dragonflight. And then by the time you start to reach stuff that's, like, a little bit over your starting gear's level, you'll start to get replacements from the questing. So, I think that's reasonable. Now, that being said, of course, you know, people will say, but, you know, you can technically level at 200 item level, and if you want to see somebody level with dog shit questing greens, I've already done that. My Demon Hunter speedrun, which I've posted, oh man, I had garbage gear on that character, and the reality is, it felt really bad. It actually, you won't notice early on. Because I think early on in the run, Blizzard actually fucked the scaling, and I was doing really well on my Demon Hunter, and then midway through the speedrun, I took a break, I came back, and Blizzard pushed out a hotfix that increased the health of all leveling mobs. So, midway through that speedrun, everything got buffed, and suddenly my gear was really bad. So, yeah, I would say 278 is very safe. If you're going in at 252, you'll be fine. Like, you'll be able to kill stuff, I guess. But you'll definitely notice that your time to kill is kind of slow. I think I missed that. Ah. Oh well. Let's see. No such thing as a level 60 twink, as that's just capped level. Yeah, the wording kind of confused me too for a second there. My dad's implying I should do eating ASMR. God, no. I would hope not. Do I have to run over these things, right? Yeah. So I just run over all this stuff with my mouth. What do you think about the M+ loot changes scaling up to 20? That's a good question. I don't know. I think some of it's good, some of it's bad. I don't think it's an entirely bad decision. I think they're probably not going to adjust the numbers. So I would say overall, I err on the side of it's a bad change. But if they buffed the item level slightly, I would think it's fine. The problem right now is what they're doing effectively is making you have to clear higher level Mythic Plus for arguably worse rewards. And I am not okay with that. If they made you clear higher level Mythic Plus for equal rewards, I think that would also feel pretty bad. But I probably wouldn't care too much because I'm already doing plus 20s, right? It's just more effective once you're able to do it. Early on, it's still going to suck, don't get me wrong, because when you don't have gear, it's going to be rough trying to push up to that keystone level. But I'm already doing plus 20s just because it gives more gear drops. So in terms of, like, farming items that I need, it's just better to do that with, like, a pre-made group. So one of the biggest issues I have with that is that that change doesn't impact me as much as it impacts a newer player. So somebody that's still trying to get into Mythic Plus is going to have a way worse experience with the changes than I am. Like, I am actually probably the most safe kind of person to be with these changes. I don't know a good way to word that. I'm not concerned with it, or at least I shouldn't be, because it won't really affect me at all. But obviously, if I only think of it from a perspective of, oh, how does this impact me, the individual, then I can't really make videos that help the average player, right? So I always have to think of it from a mindset of, like, how does this impact the average player? How does this impact some of my friends who don't take WoW as seriously as I do? And the reality of it is, it's shit. It's a shit change. Because it just forces people to have to do more work for basically equal, or in some cases, less rewards. Because a lot of people who are reliably doing plus 15s will not be able to do plus 20s. And now they're going to feel bad, because suddenly they're used to being able to reliably do the highest Mythic Plus things for rewards, and suddenly that bar has been pushed to a level that they cannot reach. And I kind of understand the mentality of, like, oh, well, the goalpost should be constantly shifting. You should constantly be striving to improve yourself. And I'm 100% of that mindset, but I can understand that a lot of people are very comfortable just staying where they're at. And it feels bad when a system has worked the same for 3 entire expansions. Mythic Plus rewards, other than the Great Vault, which the Great Vault obviously was a net gain, because it just added more chances for you to get loot. But in terms of the way that loot has scaled, it has always either been plus 10 or plus 15, and that has always been more of a formality. The only reason why it would be plus 10 versus 15 in the old days was because of, like, scaling reasons. So a new season plus 10 would be equivalent to an old season plus 15, something like that. You get what I'm saying? And it was always basically the same difficulty to get the best rewards from Mythic Plus. So I can absolutely understand why a lot of people are upset about that. But on top of that, I dislike how the way that the new Mythic, like, drops are scaling. So if I look at Dragonflight, Raids, Vault of the Incarnates, if we look at Mythic drops, 415 item level is from the first few bosses. Some of the stuff is weird, like this gives 421. All right, but this is 415. Senarth is still 415. And then you get up to Dathia. Dathia now drops 421 loot. Then you go up to Broodkeeper and Razageth, and it's 424. Razageth, once again, 424. So now, instead of Mythic being a fixed set of loot, where, oh, if you do the highest level of key, you get Mythic quality loot, it's now like you get slightly worse than the highest Mythic level loot. And I think if it was at the mid tier, right? So if Mythic Plus was tuned so it dropped gear equivalent to Dathia and Kurog, I would be perfectly okay with that. And I think it would still suck for new players, and I would still feel bad for them, but I would be perfectly happy with the change, because at that point, I think it's a very well developed, accepted, I guess, exception at this point that the final few bosses of a raid should give the best gear. Even better than Mythic Plus. Like, the Jailer gave the best gear, Sylvanas gave the best gear, etc. There's obviously still standouts like specific trinkets, which will still be the case, but I think the idea that for everything that isn't KT, Sylvanas, the Jailer, Lords of Dread style loot, you can either take a Mythic Raid item or a Mythic Plus item. I think that was a good system. And the fact that now it's equivalent to like Eranog and very early Mythic bosses, it just kind of feels bad because it's going to mean you're going to have to replace way more of your gear. And I just hate having to replace my gear. In my opinion, it just doesn't feel good. My favorite feeling is getting that piece of gear that I know I'm going to be using this for a long period of time. Like my Brewmaster right now, I love it because I have almost full bis in every slot. So I can look at my gear and I can say, yep, this is not getting replaced until Dragonflight. And that is a good feeling. It feels really good to know I have gotten the perfect item for this slot. And the longer it takes to do that and the more complication there is, it's just not fun for me. And especially, I think I'm okay with some items being like, you use something that's lower item level. Trinkets especially, obviously, are weird. But I think it's okay when, like, maybe you don't use the highest item level ring available because one that's, like, a bit lower has, like, the best stats. But this is just going to make things even more complicated because there'll be, like, low item level mythic rings, then mid-tier mythic rings. It's a mess, man. So, I should say I don't absolutely hate all of those changes. I think that they're fine to the mythic loot, but I would say I lean negative. I think that's the best way to put it. Leaning negative. I have more issues with it than things that I'm excited about. I will say the one plus, and this is why I think it very much depends on tuning, I am happy to have a reason to do plus 20s. Because I've always wanted to do plus 20s more, but a lot of times it just feels like, why bother? Like, a lot of times in a season, I just feel like I should spend most of my early time farming plus 15s, and then towards the end of the season, or towards the end of my gear farming in the season, which is usually like week 3, week 4, it's like, all right, now I farm plus 20s for a bit, but at that point it's like, in this case, it was for the Mechagun ring. So I did a bunch of plus 15s to get like Valor and all the basic stuff I needed, at least in season 4. Then I spent a week or two farming plus 20s to help everybody in my guild get the Mechagon rings they needed, and then I just stopped doing Mythic Plus. And it felt like I didn't really get enough time to do plus 20s, and by the time I was done, I didn't really feel encouraged to push. So I do like the idea of, hey, this is an incentive to get people to do the more difficult content. So I like that aspect of it. I just dislike that they haven't actually tuned it properly to really push that incentive. It's really just like, now you gotta do this, which it feels bad when you're doing harder stuff for the same reward, even if I like doing that harder stuff already. That's, I guess, my take on it. Long-winded way of saying that, and of course, every time I ramble for too long, I fall behind, but such is life. That's a decent upgrade. Is there anything else I can equip that would give me a boost? I think that's about it at the moment. Let's... You finally finished Classy Night Elves. It was a Night Elf rogue that you needed to hit max level. Nice. So you're like doing guild achievements just as a single person? That's actually pretty cool. I like that idea. It seems kind of fun to try and like do achievements intended for a large group of players just on your own to see if it's possible. I think that's like a fun little challenge. 9.1 was fucking... Oh, I'm finally getting to where people were hearing about my 9.1 rant. I see. 9.1 was fucking terrible. Yep, 9.1 worst patch so far. We haven't seen Dragonflight. God, I really hope nothing in Dragonflight is as bad as 9.1. If it gets close, God forbid. I mean, cannot overstate how bad that patch was. You would have to have something seriously bad to compete. PvP was broken, Stitchy catch-up was worse than M0 gear, and you had Shards of fucking Domination. Yeah. Shards of Domination was the worst system ever introduced in this game, bar none. I think that's a fair statement. And it came on the heels of Covenants. Just such a misguided patch in general. I do not know what they were thinking. PvP... Why does it keep saying a PvP talent's available? Oh, because I unlocked Rebound. And I also need to spend these points... For you, nothing can top 8.3. You didn't like 8.3. See, I agree corruptions were not super good, but I do not think corruptions were nearly as bad as, like, Shards of Domination. Because corruption acquisition sucked, but they fixed it relatively early on. And I say that as in, like, they fixed it a few months into the patch, but we had to deal with Shards of Domination the entirety of 9.1. Even after patch 9.1.5, we still had Shards of Domination. So they didn't even fix that. They only disabled it in the follow-up, like, major patch. So, I don't know. I'm with you there in terms of, was corruption the second worst system ever created? Yeah, probably. I am definitely in the camp of, I did not like corruption. I understand why some people did, but I think the cons outweigh the pros in that case. I am also in the minority of thinking Twilight Dev was garbage and should never return. Now, whenever I talk about that, people are like, how could you not like Twilight Dev as a tank main? Twilight Dev was the kind of thing where it was like a guilty pleasure, almost. I liked when my Twilight Dev went off, and I just deleted entire packs. But I was never happy. I would just, like, let out hysterical burst of laughter and just cackle maniacally at my DPS who were doing less damage than me because my spec was just so broken. Because I played Vengeance DH, so I wasn't having fun when a big Twilight Dev one-shot everything, but I took pleasure in seeing all of my DPS friends get really pissed off because they were losing to a Vengeance Demon Hunter who just got lucky with procs. That was fun. So I like that aspect of corruption, but goddamn, Twilight Dev was a toxic playstyle, and I hope it never returns. So I'm with you there. It sucked, but I do not think it was as bad as 9.1. Let's kill off this thorny stabber. What I really dislike is that Prot Paladin needs holy power for the battle res. Oh yeah, I forgot that Paladins get a battle res. See, this entire time I'm talking about like Paladins bringing utility. And like, oh yeah, Paladins have all this cool utility with their auras. And then I forgot that they actually gave them a fucking battle res. Yeah. To think that there are still Paladins who exist that are complaining that their spec isn't good. Or at least, I don't know. Like, I get that Ret Paladins are worried they're going to be tuned into Oblivion. And I can kind of understand why Ret Paladins might be upset. Because for the past God knows how long, they've been pretty dog shit. And I feel bad for them. Because it really feels bad seeing your spec be constantly shit, and then the moment you see a 35% damage buff or damage nerf go out, immediately I understand how your mind goes to, my spec is dead. I get that. But they are still very good right now on the beta, even after the nerfs. So, I would wait until the final tuning to see how things shake up, but I think Ret should be fine. My early guess. And yeah, getting battle res is huge. I completely forgot that was a thing. Yeah, that's going to be massive for them. Do I know the add-on Azeroth Autopilot? It's not, so, yes, D-Civlo. Yeah, D-Civlo, I pronounced that correctly, I think. It's not the way you think it is. So, Azeroth Autopilot, a lot of people think it works like Guideline for Classic, where it's like an open thing that you just, like, create a route for it, and then people can plug it in. No, Azeroth Autopilot, it has these cool little features with, like, the arrow and stuff, but it's not guideline. It's not an open source thing that anybody can plug around into. The guy who maintains it is stubborn, only maintains the WAD route, refuses to let anybody port anything into it. That's just how it is. So in order to make something like Azeroth Autopilot, I cannot use that add-on. I would need to make my own add-on. And I am not the type of person who knows how to make my own add-ons. It's just not a thing I'm good at. The funny thing is, I actually know people now who do make add-ons, so I thought about asking them if they know how to do that. Because, like, and this is not something I would do anytime soon, so I'm talking about this purely from a in-the-future theoretical sense. Let's say, mid-Dragonflight, I have nothing to do. I might learn how to make a leveling add-on just because it's one of the most requested things I've ever done. So I might do that. But that's like a future passion project, probably a year in the future when I have absolutely nothing to do and a ton of free time on my hands. If one of my friends who makes add-ons is willing to teach me how to do that. I love learning new things like that, so if I have time, would be absolutely down. But as it stands, that's not something I know how to do, and it's not something I am able to do with Azeroth Autopilot. The only way that my route will ever be on Azeroth Autopilot is if the guy who runs it decides to use my route as the thing. But for whatever reason, he refuses to do that. Because I remember a bunch of people were pestering him early on, and I kind of feel bad, because, like, I don't hate the guy, I don't know him. I don't even know his name. Right? But all I know is somebody linked me a comment on one place of a bunch of people were asking him, like, are you going to import Haraldin's new route into Azeroth Autopilot? And he wrote, like, a slightly snippy response, basically being like, that route's too complicated. I think the WAD route is more straightforward, so I'm just going to keep Azeroth Autopilot as is. And to an extent, I understand why he would do that. Because first off, it sucks having people pester you about anything. So I don't blame him for being annoyed that a bunch of random people were going and asking him, oh, update your route, update your route. And of course, obviously, don't do that, right? That's shitty. I think most people weren't mean about it, but the comment I saw was just people asking inquisitively. But even if people are nice about asking something, it still gets annoying if you heard it for the 100th time. So I can understand his frustration there. But I also can see how it would be annoying for him, because the problem with my routes initially is when I first made my leveling route, I did not make it when pre-patch came out. The timeline was like, Shadowlands pre-patch came out, Shadowlands was about to launch, it got delayed, and then I said, well, I have now an extra month of free time to do whatever I want, I'm gonna go make a leveling route. Then I made a leveling route, that route blew up and became really popular, and now it's like 3 weeks into pre-patch, this guy has already completely updated his add-on to be ready for, like, the WAD route that he thought was going to be the fastest, and suddenly there's a new, faster route that everybody's using. So, imagine being that guy and having to do all the work, because, like, obviously, most add-on creators don't get paid, right? They do it for free. It's a passion project for them. So imagine spending all this work, setting up your add-on that a lot of people use for leveling, and then you find out, like, weeks after you've done all that work, that now it's all obsolete. And everybody's asking you, when are you going to update it again? And it's like, you just did all that work, and now people are asking you to redo all the work you just finished? You can understand why he would probably be like, yeah, fuck that. I don't care. So it is unfortunate, because I know a lot of people really like having the whole follow the arrow thing. But that's the reality of the situation. It's not an open source thing like Guideline. It's not something I can work on. There's nothing I can do. Unfortunately. But, yeah. It would be fun to make my own little add-on. I don't know, I would feel maybe kind of like an asshole for doing that, because it would be, like, directly competing with Azeroth Autopilot, and I don't know if I want to do that, because... And this is all purely hypothetical, right? I'm going to be real, there's, like, a 90% chance that this never happens, and I never end up making an add-on, because, like I said, I know fuck all about it. But I have always thought in the back of my head, it would be a fun thing to do at some point. I've always wanted to learn how to make add-ons for WoW. I've never known. And I've never really had the time to figure it out. Probably not as hard as it sounds. I'm sure it isn't, but I guess that's one of those things. When you know nothing about something, it's hard to know what you don't know. So I don't know what I don't know about creating add-ons. So So for all I know, it could be extremely difficult or extremely easy. And maybe it's something I'd look into, but no matter what, right now, I definitely don't have the time to do any projects like that. Earliest I would do that is next year, because I'm going to be swamped for the next 2 months. Let me see, okay. Hand this in, and then we've got a few more bonus objectives to do, and then Talador and Spires. Close to 48. Yeah, so they definitely... 40 to 50 is way faster. Because this feels significantly faster than it would have otherwise. I don't get it. What was really good in Legion? 7.3 seemed pretty boring because there were only 3 story chapters. I loved 7.3. I mean, Argus was just a fun zone. I would say, other than like maybe Timeless Isle or something, Argus was, in my opinion, one of the most fun outdoor zones. You had like the invasion portals, just the general layout and aesthetic of it was great. A big one is the dungeons. I think the biggest thing to me in terms of what makes WoW enjoyable to play is, are the classes fun to play, and is the content, you know, engaging and fun to run through? Legion dungeons are amazing, almost universally, with the exception of, like, Blackrook Hold is one of my less favorite ones. I don't hate Blackrook. I've found, like, I want to say a newfound love for Blackrook Holds. Maybe love's a bit too strong, but now that I've been running it, or, well, I ran it a lot during Legion time walking to help my Resto Druid friends get Amalgam 7 Spine. And during those runs, I actually found that I didn't hate Blackrook Hold as much as I thought I did. I remembered it being just a horribly awful dungeon that I couldn't stand. And towards the end of Legion, I literally refused to run it. Like, if somebody asked, I would just say no. Fuck Blackrook Hold, I don't want to do that. But when I was running it for Amalgam 7 Spine, I'm like, actually, yeah, this isn't the worst. The bosses are still kind of jank, and the trash is still not the best, but it isn't a horrible... I was about to say horrific and terrible dungeon. I almost said, like, horrificable. But, yeah, it's not a horrible dungeon. It's definitely not great. But yeah, I would say Seed of the Triumvirate was garbage, and I'm one of the weird people that thinks Cathedral of Eternal Night is one of the best dungeons they've made in a while. I love Cathedral of Eternal Night, but I know so many people hated it. Now, that obviously day one balance, it was really bad day one, but they fixed it, and it was amazing towards the end, so, you know. All I'm going to say, Seed of the Triumvirate, banger, or, Cathedral of Eternal Night. I almost said Seed of the Triumvirate, banger dungeon, which would have been such a lie. But no, Cathedral of Eternal Night, banger dungeon. This thing? Where is it? Adventure Guide, Legion, Dungeons. It also had a bonus raid tier. That's something I don't think we talk about enough. Trial of Valor was just free. I mean, how many other expansions just have, like, a bonus 3-boss raid? They haven't done that in a while. And that was sick. Actually, they did that with Crucible of Storms, come to think of it. But I guess I remember Trial of Valor off the top of my head, because, like, this raid slapped. But I forget about Crucible of Storms, because Crucible sucked ass. Oh, that raid was so bad. But anyways, yeah, like, this place, Cathedral. Mephistroth, easily one of the most fun dungeon bosses ever created. I love this fight. It's so good. The fucking Aegis of Agrimar. Oh, so good. I really hope they add that to the Mythic Plus pool at some point. Because every single person I know is going to hate it, and I'm going to love it. So I get to get one of my favorite dungeons back, and I get to feed on the rage of all my friends. So it's great. But is Dragonflight Legion 2.0? Dragonflight is not Legion 2.0. I've seen people saying that. I've seen clickbait shit like, Dragonflight is like Legion all over again. And like, the most you could say about Dragonflight being Legion 2.0 is a lot of the fun abilities that were introduced in Legion that people really enjoyed, they're finally bringing back in Dragonflight. And that's good. I think that's awesome, because so many things that were just broken for like the entirety of Shadowlands and BFA, like Exploding Keg was just so useless for the last 2 expansions. And I love it as an ability, but I had absolutely no reason to pick it. And now finally, in in Dragonflight, Exploding Keg is not only back, but it's good. Exploding Keg slaps. So you're gonna run that, I think, almost all the time as a brewmaster, and it's great because I thought that was a really, really fun covenant or artifact ability. So I'm glad that it's actually viable now. But there's a lot of other stuff that finally gets brought back that we just lost for multiple expansions since Legion. So yeah, I think a lot of stuff in Legion is coming back that was really good. But other than that, it's definitely not Legion 2.0. It has nowhere near the content of Legion. The dungeons, I still have yet to test all of them. I will say, though, I was about to say they aren't as good as Legion dungeons. I haven't been wowed by most dungeons yet, but you know what? For fun, I'm going to show you guys No Coup Defensive at the end of this run. Whenever I'm done, I don't know when that will be. Probably still got another few hours to do 50 to 60. I don't know how long that's going to take. Hopefully not too long. But if I have time, obviously, I'm not going to 100% promise that because... okay, I thought my gear was broken for a second. On the off chance that, like, this ends up taking me 10 hours and I hit level 60 at that long, yeah, at that point, I'm not going to waste my time. Or, well, I wouldn't even be a waste of time. I just wouldn't be able to. Because if it hits like 9.5 hours, I won't be able to do anything else on stream. Because at that point, if I go any longer, YouTube will just dump the VOD. And I obviously don't want that to happen. But if I have time, I will show you the best dungeon in Dragonflight. Because it is so cool. So No Coup Defensive, just to give like a little something to look forward to. Even if I don't cover it here, I will eventually talk about it on my channel. It's a dragon riding dungeon. It's the only dungeon, I think, in the expansion where that's a thing, but you can literally use the dragon riding system to navigate through the dungeon, and it's so cool. I love it. No Coup Defensive is so good. But it might also be hard to find it because right now it's not available for M+ testing, and I don't really want to queue for it on this server, because technically, the only character that I have that can queue for it is my Demon Hunter, because I haven't actually leveled up any other ones at the moment. We'll see. We'll see. Let's see. Consecrate is part of the rotation for single target as well as AoE. I mean, Consecrate's always been part of your rotation for single target and AoE. Like, that has always been a thing. It might be doing more damage in single target now, but just because of Protection Paladin's Mastery, maintaining Consecration uptime has always been a key part of it. Unless you're talking about Ret Paladin. If you're talking about Ret Paladin, then I apologize, because I did not know that. But if that is Ret Paladin, then that's a bit weird. But I also don't know much about Ret Paladin, so I can understand why, if they dislike that design element of it, they might be complaining. That would be fair. But I don't play it. I've just seen people slam with it. Right, so I've done dungeons with Ret Paladins, and every single time I invite one to Mythic Plus testing on beta, they do godlike damage, and I am never unhappy. So I've been very heavily, like, prioritizing inviting Ret Pallies to my dungeon groups, which, I mean, if that happens, it can't be a bad spec, right? Maybe I piss people off by saying that. I don't know. But I think it looks good. What changed in Dragonflight Chromie time? XP scaling. So obviously, the interesting thing is this route is almost directly following my fast speedrun routes in terms of XP values, but you're going to finish Gorgrond a lot earlier with like Darkmoon Fair and potions. You still won't even need to really dip into Spires at all. Because as you'll see here, I'm probably going to ding 50 very early into Spires of Iraq, which normally would only happen if you were doing all like the really big XP shenanigans. So I guess in a sense that means it roughly translates to being like 20% faster overall, because that's how much XP I'm missing, kind of. That's like rough math. It's probably not 100% correct. And then of course, you know, 50 to 60 is now Chromie time instead of Shadowlands only. Ever thought of doing an Iron Man challenge? I've heard multiple definitions for what an Iron Man challenge is, so you'd have to specify. But if it's what I think it is, no, I don't really think it's interesting. Because, like, assuming Iron Man challenge is, like level up without dying, I mean, that's easy, right? At least in retail. So retail Iron Man level up just without dying is, I think I haven't died this run at all, right? So it could still happen, but if I was playing really safe, it would be just trivial. But the only thing that would happen if I was doing an Iron Man challenge while doing one of these runs is I would just end up playing way less aggressively, which would be less fun for me, and I think would be a less fun viewing experience, personally. That's what I believe. But then I've seen people use, like, other rules on top of Iron Man, like, or on top of not dying, where it's like, oh, you need to do it with only, like, gray items or something, or you have to... I'm trying to think of all the different rules I've heard for it. I've heard a lot of different variants of what constitutes an Iron Man challenge. The only universal thing is not dying, but a lot of people will say, oh, well, doing it not dying is too easy, so you had to add all these other bonus modifiers, and I don't know. I do think the idea of doing a classic Iron Man challenge is slightly more interesting because there's actually a risk of dying if you're playing classic, which is not present in retail, but as for whether I would do that, no. I feel like that's something that could be fun, but I don't know. The main issue is I really dislike anything that's like that falls into like the Iron Man hardcore type of like playstyle, where basically if you make one mistake and you die, your run is over. And I understand the appeal for it, but it just makes it feel that much worse if you do happen to make a mistake. And I think it's natural that a lot of people will fuck up at least once. So I think everybody who does challenges like that is probably going to have one story of them. Oh yeah, you know, I was playing like a hardcore Diablo character or leveling like an Iron Man WoW character and I died because of some really dumb thing. Like I remember hearing in a classic Season of Mastery, there were like lots of server issues where people would DC and they would come back and their Soul of Iron was gone. And I mean, imagine having that happen. It sucks. I don't think anybody wants that. So, I mean, if I were to do it, it wouldn't be because I enjoyed it. It would be because of the novelty factor and because I think maybe people would enjoy watching me do it. So my response to that, I suppose, is no personal interest, but if that's something that there was like a lot of demand for, like a lot of people really wanted me to try it, it's something I might be willing to attempt. Like, I'm not against the idea, but nothing personally makes me think, oh yeah, this looks super fun, I want to try doing an Iron Man challenge. If that makes sense. Let me see. I don't want to try to fight these one at a time. Okay, here's a group of two. It's like kind of close together. I can grab this guy. Unfortunately, with their casts... Is he really not going to come over here? Oh, that's so annoying. I hate caster mobs like this out in the open world. Let's see. Will we have an 18% XP boost on WoW's 18th anniversary like usual? Probably, yeah. I don't see why there wouldn't be. I mean, they've had one, as the name implies, I think the last God knows how many years. I don't know when it started. I think it started with like the 10th anniversary or something. But yeah, for the past like 5 years at least, they've been doing an anniversary buff. So I don't see why that would change. I feel like that is probably going to happen. Now that I played Star Wars The Old Republic, it's actually eye-opening how much Blizzard fucked us on loot. The way I look at it, Blizzard almost fixed BFA in 8.2, and then they released a completely broken system that can fuck me over in 2 ways because of the Kiss Curse effect. Yeah. That's completely fair. I understand why people didn't like that. And, I mean, 8.2 was definitely the beginning of the end for BFA. And I think that's one of the biggest issues with it. BFA, I maintain, might have not been as dogshit of an expansion if they had just stuck with 8.1. Because BFA launched in a pretty bad state. Almost as bad as Shadowlands, but I actually think Shadowlands launched worse. So, BFA launched in a pretty bad state, and then 8.1 was a really good patch. BOD was a great raid. A lot of the changes they made to gear were really good. Azurite acquisition was improved pretty significantly. Overall, I was surprised by how good the 8.1 changes were. And then once again, it's just, they immediately went back on it. And they added essences, and then they added corruptions, and it's just like, no, you were so close. You almost had a good X-Pack. So I definitely think that was a shame. Let's see. My dad said, Mighty Harlden, we have ordered a bread pie with tomato sauce and boar sausage for dinner at the local tavern. Alright. Thanks, I guess. Fucking role player. The story is like a reskin of Legion. Yeah. I mean, I don't even know if I would say it's a reskin of Legion as much as Kata. Because one of the weird things about the pre-patch event is I agree that the pre-patch event is definitely like a reskin of the Legion event, but it feels out of place because the story is not Legion. The entire idea of Dragonflight, based on what I've gathered from the story, is the Dragonflight, or the Dragon Isles open, and all the Dragonflights are like, yee fucking ha! Our old home is open again. So they all head over there, and they're like ready to kick back and relax and do all the fun stuff in the Dragon Isles that they used to, but uh-oh, it's inhabited by evil dragons that are led by this Ragnaros fellow. And Ragnaros is a bad dragon, and Ragnaros wants to... Let's read the lore. Hold on. Raids, Dragonflight... What does it say about Ragnaros? Ragnaros devoutly believes that dragonkind was meant to be as wild and free as the storm itself. Should she succeed at freeing her fellow incarnates from their ancient prison, Ragnaros and her kin will topple the aspects and scour the world clean of every trace of the Titan's influence. So, like, that's the TLDR on Ragnaros. Basically, she's a dragon that hates humans because, or like the mortal races, I guess is a better way in WoW. Hates the mortal races because, oh, I don't like Titans, and these guys are descended from the Titans, and the dragons are friends with these guys, so I gotta kill them all. It's a trope, right? But here's the thing. I don't really give a shit. What I give a shit is, where I will give a shit is if Ragnaros then, after she dies, says something to the effect of like, you killed me, but I was actually trying to release the incarnates to prevent an even greater threat, because there's like a big mecha demon coming in from outer space, and he's the real evil. He was the one the jailer was trying to save us from, but now you killed me too. And then the mecha demon was just trying to save us from the Void Lords, or so. It's just, that's my main issue with the story. So as long as Ragnaros is just some fuck-off dragon that, you know, wants to be edgy and say she hates mortals because reasons, and, you know, frees her brothers and sisters from a prison, Ragnaros is immediately a better villain than the jailer, and I'm here for it. You know, I don't expect amazing writing from WoW. I just want a moderately compelling villain that I can punch and get loot from. That's the reality of this game at this point. You know, if I want a good story, I go play WoW. Hell, I go play Guild Wars 2. Anything except this game. Or did I don't know. If I said, I don't know what I said. Either way, yeah, good story, Final Fantasy, and Guild Wars 2. If I said if I want a good story, I play WoW, I might have said that. I don't know. Not what I meant. Problem with WoW lore is that there always needs to be a bigger fish. But that's the thing. There doesn't always need to be bigger fish. That's not how you write a compelling story. But I agree with you that that is how they are writing it now. The way they are writing it now is that it's like they don't know what to do if there isn't a bigger fish. They're like, how do we handle the power escalation? And the answer is you don't. Just don't think about it. Look at Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy has, for most of the narrative, a bit of a bigger fish issue, but there are still a lot of patches where you just take a break to go beat up some guy that isn't a larger force in like the cosmic power scale. And it's just a normal dude or whatever. And I think you can tell more interesting stories if you don't restrict yourself to the idea that, oh, my evil villains need to be constantly more powerful than one another. That doesn't need to happen. It's like, it's just a random restriction that you shouldn't have to force on yourself. Anyways, let me get... I want 2 points into this. because that seems broken. And I'm going to take... This looks good. Sidearm looks nuts. Oh. I guess I take Barbaric Training and then Sidearm? Okay. And where do I go? For Talador. Oh, there's a treasure right here that I need to grab. Am I going to get in combat with this?
I'm out of range.
Probably not, because it's asleep. Okay. 6:15 and no bio break? You must be new here. I don't really take bio breaks. I mean, I have water and coffee. Obviously, if... Thanks to my dad, I'm able to get, like, refills and water and coffee without having to, like, take a break. So, that's nice at least. But you can thank my dad for that. Obviously, there have been times in the past where I've had to stream without, you know, my dad here. So, it's nice. But usually if I just have to rely on myself, yeah, I'll take a break to grab, like, quick coffee and water or something. But in this case, I don't need to. And generally, I don't need to take, like, lots of bathroom breaks or whatever. I don't know, it's a weird thing to talk about, but yeah, it doesn't really bother me. I think that's the only quest I do here. After that, it's inefficient. And then we'll do this. Actually, no. We do this one first. The lumbers. Right. But no, I plan on going all the way until this run is done. I will take a bio break after the stream. Until then, for one of these leveling runs, you know, it's just nonstop. I don't like to take breaks. But honestly, that's how I prefer it. Because the problem is, if I take a break, then, like, you know, I lose my rhythm, right? It gets harder to, like, readjust to it when I come back. It's easier for me to just stay focused, stay in the zone. Like, just keep leveling, right? It's easier when I don't have to take, like, a long time to kill everything. But, unfortunately. I will say, I should note, I intended to get a bit more prepped before this run. So I've been saying before I don't have the 10% XP pot. I actually did intend to test this with the 10% XP pot. The problem is, I set up all of my stuff on beta and on PTR, right? So all this stuff was initially set up in the PTR, and then I realized that they haven't actually started Shadowlands Chromie, or just in general, the Dragonflight Chromie time testing on the PTR yet. So I can only test this on the beta. So I had to scramble shortly before starting the stream to actually get all this, like, reset up on the beta. And I had leftover leveling potions on some of my PTR characters, because I've done a lot of my leveling testing on the PTR. But in order to get it on the beta, I would need to copy over a character from live that has experience potions. And I looked for 30 minutes, and I could not for the life of me find the character that I stored my experience potions on. I think it was like one of the alts that I was leveling like a month or two ago, but I started leveling a bunch of them for that the video where it was like topping up my Shadowlands alts. I forget the exact name. So I leveled like 4 different characters. Only 3 of them I think made the video. And then I might have sent them to a different character after the fact. So I have no idea where those potions went. I might need to just farm new ones, and that's probably what I'll do before the next run. But yeah, that's kind of what happened. So it got to the point where I'm like, I can either try to grab experience potions before starting this run, or I can just do it without. And I figured, yeah, I mean, it's going to take me 10% more time, which sucks, but for the purposes of testing, I don't really need the XP pots. All I'm trying to figure out is, from a baseline experience, how long does each zone take? But for the next time, I will be doing a bit more optimization. I'll probably get a few more items. One thing that I forgot to get is I forgot to get the mount equipment. I also meant to do that. And I literally bought it on a character and then just forgot to transfer that character over to beta. And then like an hour into the speedrun, I saw my mount equipment, and in my head I thought, fuck, I forgot that. So there's a few things that I definitely meant to buy for this run to make it a little bit more efficient. And it feels kind of slow, and I just kind of forgot to do it or ran out of time. Because the main issue is, one of the main things about streaming, and it's part of the reason why I haven't streamed in a long time, is there's a lot of stress to this. And a lot of times, you know, you have that feeling of you want everything to be perfect. And one of the things that I really like about making videos, and why I've kind of gravitated more towards just making guides and stuff like that compared to streaming, is I can make my video perfect, or at least in my eyes, perfect. I can do all of the work that I want to do on it, and I can basically say, yes, this is the video I want to publish. I have spent all the work needed to edit this properly, and the moment I press upload, I'm content with the knowledge that that video is as good as I want it to be. And if that takes me days to make, so be it. I can sink as much time into editing and recording and script writing as possible just to make that video perfect. So I really like that. I love making videos because it's a controlled environment. It might take time, but I love that aspect of it. But streaming is inherently unpredictable. I have no idea what's going to happen. I have no idea what's going to go wrong. It's a lot of stress because I have to respond to comments. And then as I'm doing this leveling run, I'm constantly reading off the chat. And then obviously I've been about 10 minutes behind the chat for the entirety of the stream. And I've been trying to play catch up. And that's a lot of stress, but I like doing that. But that's the thing. The way I like streaming is inherently very stressful to me. So it's a bit of a trade-off. So it's the kind of thing where I love doing it every once in a while, and I want to do it the way I enjoy it, which is like, you know, interacting with people, literally answering every single question, stuff like that. But the reality is that puts a lot of stress on me. And one of the main issues that I ran into is when I was streaming before, I wasn't entirely happy with a lot of aspects of my stream, and I wanted to make it better. But I felt that if I didn't take a step back from streaming and stop for a little while, I wouldn't be able to make those changes. And I haven't even made all of them. There's a lot of stuff that I wanted to have done by the point that I returned to streaming, and I didn't get done. A big one is like emotes and subscriber badges or whatever. I didn't get any of that stuff done, right? I don't have a streaming overlay. I actually, I think my stepmom bought me like one of those Stream Deck things, which I haven't set up. She bought me that for like Christmas last year, and then I stopped streaming for 11 months, right? So I've never even gotten a chance to use it or set it up. So there's a lot of things that like a lot of streamers have that I just have not set up. And there's a lot of expectation for streamers to have like the perfect setup, the perfect everything. And it puts a lot of stress on people to get into streaming. And that's one of those things where I kept thinking, you know, after I had taken a long break from streaming, I kept thinking to myself, why would I come back to streaming now when I haven't actually done any of those things to improve my stream quality? And I kept like getting all in my head about like, I need to make my stream better. I need to make my stream better. And until I can confidently say that my stream will be better, I won't stream again. And then, you know, 1 month turned into 2 months, into 3 months, into 11 months. And here we are, and I haven't streamed in 11 months, and I still haven't fixed a lot of those problems because I've just been too busy to do it. And I think at a certain point, I kind of just realized that it's never going to be 100% perfect. And if I keep telling myself that, you know, I'm not even going to try until I can do it absolutely perfectly, I'm never going to stream again, right? So I just kind of accepted the fact that at one point, I'm just going to have to stream. I'm going to have to get back into it. And then hopefully the next time I stream, like next week or whatever, will be a bit easier, and I'll feel a bit more comfortable, and I'll be less stressed, and I'll have more things prepared and all that stuff. And slowly over time, by doing it more and more and more, I'll get better at it, right? So we'll see. But I definitely plan to continue streaming at this point. It's one of those things where I just figured at some point I had to bite the bullet and return to streaming. But because I had been away for so long, it made that even harder. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. But this kind of gave me the perfect opportunity to get back into it, right? Because everybody already expects me to cover Shadowlands, or I keep saying Shadowlands, Dragonflight leveling. And obviously I was planning on doing that anyway. So the only question was, am I going to still just continue to make videos on it? Or am I going to actually go back to streaming it like I did before? And I figured, if any stream is going to perform well enough to make me slightly less nervous, it's going to be this one. And as I expected, decent amount of people wanted to watch me test out Dragonflight leveling. So glad you're here, because I can tell you right now, it made my life a lot easier. If you're watching this, I mean, obviously you get all up in your head, right? About, oh, nobody's going to watch. I'm going to have like 5 viewers or something like that. And I'm just going to, it's going to be difficult because I won't have anything to respond to. Because I'm going to be completely real. I am not the most, what's the word? Like, outgoing social person who can just like constantly think of things to talk about. I say that, but I ramble a lot, right? But inevitably, if nobody is talking in chat, it's really easy if like somebody asks me a question, like I can just look in chat right now, and a lot of you guys have asked fantastic questions this stream, and I can just read one of those questions and boom, I immediately now have a prompt to go off of. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's a topic that I have a lot of thoughts about, and then I can answer the question and give myself something to talk about. So when chat is active, I mean, this is honestly much easier because I'm less stressed, because I have things to talk about, because I can actually interact with people. But if I'm just talking to myself, it's so much harder. I'm only really good at that when I can tell a story. And the reality is, I don't have a lot of really interesting stories to tell. For better or for worse, my current guild is awesome. There's no drama in this guild. It is one of the only guilds I've ever been in which literally has no drama, and everybody is just like awesome and nice. And I've been in here for a few months at this point. It's been quite a while. It's already longer than I've lasted in many guilds, and there have been like literally 0 red flags. There have been so many things in this guild where I'm like, this is the greatest guild ever. I never want to leave. So, you know, on one hand, it makes me happy because it means there's a lot less stuff that I have to worry about. But on the other hand, some of my best stories on stream were guild drama stories. So, probably won't be many of those, but, you know, maybe you'll still get that from Classic WoW, because, I mean, I've been in this guild on Classic WoW that has been good, but I've seen some shit. Like, there were just people who would randomly post, like, really shitty things in chat, like, calling out another person, and then, like, G-quit on the spot, which, like, I don't know, it's a weird, like, leveling guild type of thing where you get, like, all these mixes of personalities who have, like, never met each other before, because it's also on a fresh server, so it's not an established guild. But overall, the leadership at least seems cool for this new classic guild I joined. And speaking of which, I think they raid tonight, but they don't raid until later. So, oh, wait, raid is in... Oof. I might be late. That actually completely reminded me. I probably should say something. If this run ends up being too long, I might be late to their raid. But, I'm gonna be completely real here. Oh, thank you. Like, classic WoW rating is not even close to a priority to me compared to finishing this. So, if I'm late to my classic raid, so be it. That's just gonna need to happen. Thank you. Huh? Or saw. Yeah, I saw the little RP bullshit you threw in chat. Close the door! Anyways, my dad brought me pizza. But I have about an hour or so, so I don't think I can get 9 levels in an hour, though. I might be slightly late. Well, here, actually, now that I remembered that, I'll at least throw a courtesy message to the GM, just to be like, hey, because I would feel so bad if I just, like, said it, the guild was kind of, like, a bit messy, and then said I don't care about missing their raids. That, yeah, no, I shouldn't do that. I need to at least ask them, or let them know. Here, I'll send him a message. Might be slightly late, not sure. Okay. But they have, like, 5 tanks, so worst case scenario, I miss 25-man max, which, like, I'm gonna be real, I don't give a shit. Like, at this point, Phase 1 of Classic Wrath has been so underwhelming to me. I thought the raids would at least take me a bit longer to clear, but I literally did them all in the first night on 10-man. And I've already now done 25-man Sartharian, and it wasn't that hard. And I mean, 25-man Malagos, from everything I've heard, is nowhere near, or isn't even remotely difficult. So I don't know. I don't think it's going to be too tricky. My dad is a cool dude. Yes, he is. He definitely likes showing off for the stream, so that's why he puts his little funny messages, because he thinks he's so clever. Because then after the stream, you know, if I don't address it, a lot of times he'll put some, like, really dumb, like, groaning dad joke type of thing in chat, and then if I don't address it, after the stream he'll be like, "Did you see the thing I posted? Wasn't that funny?" So, yeah, he loves his own humor is probably a good way to describe it. I know this is very private information to ask, but do I have Asperger's? No. No.
I'm out of range.
I don't know. Well, I mean, I guess I don't know why you're asking. Maybe just because I talk a lot. I can tell you very much, if you're wondering why I, like, kind of jump around from topic to topic, that's just anxiety. Anxiety and ADD. I get distracted easily. But very stressed, very anxious. It's also hard for me to think straight when I'm, like, really stressed out and streaming. But also, a lot of the distraction stuff, that's ADD. So, I'm not afraid to admit that I have ADD. It's not, like, bad. I know there's varying degrees to it, from what I've heard. Mine is, like, very much on the low end. It's like, the way I always like to describe my ADD is, it's to the degree where, while my teachers in high school were giving lessons, I would, like, look out the window and, like, see a bird, and I'd be like, "Oh, look, there's a bird," and I would stop paying attention to class. Like, that's my level of ADD. It's not the crazy levels that some people have. But not that there's anything wrong with that, just for information purposes. I've talked about this before. What is ADD? It is attention deficit disorder. Basically means you have trouble focusing. I think the full thing, they've now called it, it's ADHD, attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So I'm definitely more on the attention end of it rather than the hyperactive. I definitely get very excitable. I guess maybe that's partly ADD. I don't know. But I've seen people who have really, like, bad cases of ADD, and it's like they have, like, non-stop energy and they're, like, bouncing off the walls, and that's very much not me. I just get really excited, and honestly, the thing about streaming is, because of my anxiety, I am constantly, like, on edge, constantly stressed. So I am trying to be a bit more high energy for the purposes of the stream, but then I do not have, like, a boundless energy battery. After every stream, I am dead. I am so tired. That was one of the other big issues I had with streaming in the past. A lot of times when I would stream constantly, I would basically be exhausted all the time. Because after every single stream, I would just want to collapse and just, I could not, like, move. I was so tired. Because this really does take a lot of energy out of you. It's a lot of work, even though I know it may not seem like it. Just keeping up, like, the energy and having to go through all this while, like, keeping my mind focused on two things at once, both the actual leveling and the stream and responding to comments. It's a lot. It's a lot to maintain. So definitely it requires it requires me to be, like, really stressed, really anxious the whole time, and that takes its toll for sure. ADD is an outdated term. It is ADHD now. Yeah, I just said that. I don't know if you said that before or after I said that. Yeah. So I don't know exactly what it entails. All I know is when I was diagnosed, it was still just called ADD. But I'm well aware that, yes, it is technically now ADHD. So I think I'm not a doctor, so I don't know all the details. I know what I was diagnosed with. And all I know is that when I was in, like, high school and stuff, I had trouble focusing. I got diagnosed with ADD, and nothing to do with being hyperactive. Okay, gotcha. Whatchamacallit? You got ADD too, not medicated? Yeah. I used to take medication for it, because one of the main issues, like, generally speaking, I don't find that like ADD impacts me at all. It's one of those things where, you know, I technically need to write it down as like, you know, or you diagnosed with anything. Yeah, technically ADD, but I never find that it like hinders me. The only time ever in my entire life where I have been like, yeah, having ADD sucks is on math tests. It's just math tests. Because on like, on history tests and stuff, you know, if my mind wanders, but I'm trying to like think of the answer to something, a lot of it is like memorization. So a lot of times if I just like, if I get distracted, but I'm like thinking on the general subject of history, a lot of times that'll jog the memory that I need to like complete the history test. So I was really good at history, really good at like English, all that stuff. If it was like read a book and then like answer questions about the book, which I had to read a lot of fucking like Romeo and Juliet stuff in like the end of high school. And those were tests that I always did well on. But math, God. Because for that type of thing, you need to be hyper-focused on doing the problem. And if I would get distracted, if I would lose my train of thought in the middle of doing like a long math problem, that was like extremely detrimental, because suddenly I would find that like I completely forgot what I was doing and I don't remember where I was going with like my train of thought, and I have no idea how to solve the math problem, and then I would just start panicking. So I took ADHD medication a few times in high school specifically for math tests. It was like, I would just take one right before the test. I had, what's the term? I forget the name of the thing. It was like a 504, I think it was called. A little like form that I had to fill out for high school. And it basically says like, you know, it basically said I can take like, you know, ADHD medication. I also got extra time. So I got like 10 minutes extra time on math tests and stuff. Technically, it was one of those things where it covered all tests, so I could have taken extra time on a history test, but I literally only ever needed it specifically for math. That was the only subject where I ever really struggled with because of that. In Germany, that's ADHD. Yeah. There are workplaces that specifically look at it because people with ADHD are actually hyper-focused on things they're interested in. Yeah. I've heard that as well, and that's the thing. I mean, I can't say for sure if that's the reason I am that way, but I am absolutely the type of person who, when I get hyper fixated on something, I will just slam my head into a problem until I solve it. Like I said, a good example is, and that surprised even me. Oh shit, I forgot to interrupt the heal. The Dragonflight Professions, quite literally, and I do not exaggerate this, I started at like 11 p.m. and I was just literally obsessively messing around with Dragonflight Professions, and then suddenly I realized, oh my god, it's 6 a.m. When did that happen? And that's just what will happen with a lot of my testing stuff. I get onto the beta, I go to test something, and suddenly, you know, 10 hours have passed. So yeah, when I get really fixated on something, it's really hard, and it's frustrating because I would say one of the other situations where I can kind of notice it impacting me is when I was testing, like Dragonflight Professions, because I did this over the course of a few days, and then I had raid the next day. So I tested it like all of one night. I, you know, went to sleep. I probably need to grab all this. I went to sleep. I woke up the next day. I was like working on some of my videos. I think I was still finishing the Wrath Classic guides at the time. And then I had to go to raid. And all I wanted to do was test Dragonflight Professions. So the entire time during raid, I was like, just in my head thinking, Dragonflight Professions, Dragonflight Professions. And then the moment raid ended, I immediately hopped back onto the beta and tested it. And I spent, once again, the entire night just testing that stuff. Because I'm just like, I need to figure this out. Because there were so many things that I would just look at it and I'm like, this is so complicated, I need to figure out the best way to do this. And at this point, I kind of think I've solved Dragonflight Professions a little bit. There's still a lot that I need to figure out. One of the main things I haven't tested is the leveling of it. So leveling up Professions is going to be a really time-consuming process, and that is something that I need to test. But I cannot really accurately test the difficulty of leveling it on the test server. So there's like the regular beta servers, like the one I'm on right now, and then there's the all your characters are automatically set to level 70 servers, which is where I was testing the Professions. So at this point, I have a good handle on what every single profession does. What are all the special things? What are all the special bonuses? You know, I dumped a massive wall of text in my guild Discord, basically talking about all of the different, you know, things that people need to look out for. Oh, shit. Will I get to the bomb in time? Ah, I didn't get under the bridge. Best way to handle that is to get underneath the bridge, and then you just hit the bridge and fall down. But still made it close. At least I didn't die to fall damage, because I've made that mistake a few times. But yeah, I posted like a massive wall of text in my guild Discord, basically going through all my findings and outlining all like the really powerful bonuses. Like I talked a lot about engineering and all the different tinkers and how I think some will be really useful for certain things. So that's kind of the stuff that I was testing. And until I finished testing every profession, it was definitely a hyperfixation. I'm like, I need to figure this out. So yeah, absolutely. That is how I am with stuff like this. And that's one of the reasons why, like, a lot of people have asked if I've heavily tested, like, Chromie Time or Dragonflight leveling yet. And the answer is no, because the moment I start, I won't be able to stop. So, you know, Pandora's box has been opened. I guarantee you later tonight, off stream, I'm going to be leveling a different character. I'll probably be doing individual zone testing just for fun. Because now that I've gotten onto this bit of testing Chromie Time leveling, I will not stop until my guide is finished. So I wanted to make sure I waited until I had everything else done. All of my Wrath Classic videos are done. You know, all of my initial beta testing videos are done. I think tomorrow I'll probably upload the Algathar Academy video. And I'm not sure what I'll upload Monday. We'll see. At this point, I almost need to do daily uploads. Does Surmar work, though? Because if you tested Surmar and you saw that it worked, I will try it out. But I thought you were just saying it would be cool if it worked. Because I agree, it would be sick if it worked. But I don't think it's a leveling zone. I don't think it's part of Legion Time Walking, unfortunately. But, I mean, if they actually made that a thing, I would love to test it. What was I saying? Even at 45, 15 levels could be enough to see if it's good or not. Yeah, it depends on how well it's scaled. So, the quests might give, like, really bad XP because they haven't tuned it. So, I don't know. I mean, if we look at the map, right? So, Worlds, Azeroth, Broken Isles, Surmar, yeah, 45 to 60. So, obviously, it was never going to be a viable option when it started at 45 and only lasted 5 levels, but I could see it, yeah, being a viable option if you have 15 levels. You know what? I'll give it a shot. It does work, you can only access it at 45. Huh. I won't do that now, obviously. I want to test, like, what we're doing right now. This first run is the bog standard stuff. This is what I want to do. So the bog standard leveling experience of Spires of Iraq, all the usual suspects. That's what we're going to be doing in this run. If I need a bonus zone, I'll do like Stone Talon Mountains or something as a throwback. Speaking of throwbacks, I don't know if anybody picked up on it, because there's probably only a very small amount of people who have been here since day one, which, you know, I still welcome any new people to the channel. But the first video I ever uploaded, my initial world record speedrun, was my Volpera Hunter in Silverpine Forest using gun shoes. So I thought it was fitting that now that I'm finally starting Chromie Time testing again, but for Dragonflight, I wanted my new thumbnail, and since I'm leveling a Volpera Warrior, my thumbnail for this stream is basically a callback to my first ever YouTube thumbnail, which I don't think most people notice, because I think most people probably haven't even seen that original video, because it's like 2 years old at this point. Is it actually, has it been 2 years? It's been almost 2 years. I think that video was like very end of October. So it's almost 2 years old. I'd imagine most people haven't seen it, but I had the idea and I was really happy with it, because it's actually the only thumbnail that I've never gone back and updated. So a while ago, like a few months ago, actually no, it's been about a year ago at this point, I went back through all of my old videos, all the ones that are still relevant, like the old leveling guide and stuff like that, and I gave them brand new thumbnails. A lot of them I tried to like evoke the same style that the original thumbnail gave off. So my my like leveling guide thumbnail for 10 to 50 chromie time, like the very old one at this point, which is still up to date for all intents and purposes, or at least it will be up until the end of this month. But that original thumbnail, the very first one, was very rough, right? Because I was still getting into like, you know, thumbnail design and stuff like that. And I wasn't really happy with that initial design, but I liked the general idea I was going for. It was like my Volpera Hunter, and I had like the gun back on my shoulder, and my pet wolf was howling right next to me, and I really liked that shot. I remember the first time I got that screenshot, it was unintentional. It just, the pet happened to howl the moment I took the picture. And then after the fact, I was like, oh, this is perfect. This needs to be the thumbnail. But then when I went back to redo the thumbnail, I specifically set up a scene that looked exactly like the original thumbnail, but just with updated, like, you know, a better backdrop that wasn't like as cluttered, better text, you know, basically I made it more readable and just overall a more presentable thumbnail. But I still wanted to keep the same style. But I never did that for the first ever thumbnail because I am slightly nostalgic about it. And I partially want it to convey its age, because if somebody finds that video, which I've still kept public, the original leveling run, it's so old at this point that there's so many like audio issues and stuff that were just artifacts of when I first started streaming or just recording in general. And I want it to be clear if somebody sees that thumbnail that this is an older video. And in that case, it's my first ever video. So that way somebody doesn't click on like, you know, one of my fancy new thumbnails and think, oh, this is a new leveling run. And no, it's actually my first ever video and it's really rough. But that's the main reason I kept it, but also partially nostalgia. So this is basically, if I had to revamp that video's thumbnail, this is what I would do. And I thought it was like the perfect thumbnail to put for like the return to both streaming and chromie time testing. It fit in my mind, so I was happy with it. Anyways, let me catch up. Let's see. I tested Mythic Plus today, and the first dungeon, Ruby Life Pools, went fine, and the second one, Algathar Academy, after the first wave, people left. Yeah, I've noticed that happens a lot. On Beta M Plus testing, a lot of people, if the run is clearly not perfect, they will just leave. It's unfortunate, but that is something I've experienced as well, which is why now I've tried to do most of my testing with guildies. So I'll just ask them ahead of time and be like, hey, do you want to test it, you know, this time later tonight? And they'll say yes or no, right? So Iron Man is leveling grays, whites, and whatnot, grouping and dying, and also no dungeons. Yeah, that makes sense. That's kind of the traditional rule set that I've heard. Retail Iron Man, you need to level as a Holy Priest and do all rares. So the Holy Priest is actually not as bad for leveling as you might think. I would actually argue that Holy Priest might be as fast as Shadow. They have some good shit. Like, Holy Nova is really good. Now, I don't know if that's still true with the Dragonflight revamp, but on retail right now, Holy is actually not bad. It's not amazing, right? Like, all three Shadow specs are really, really bad for leveling. Like, Shadow is probably D tier in terms of, like, leveling efficiency. But if we're comparing Holy and Shadow Priest, Holy and Disc are probably all equal. Or Holy, Shadow, and Disc all equal in terms of leveling times. Disc might actually be the slowest. I think it would be, like, Shadow's probably still the fastest, then Holy, and then Disc. If I had to guess, based on what I've seen. And the minimal testing I've done, I have leveled as a Priest a little bit, but never a full run. I've healed for friends in dungeons for fun, and I usually always do that as a Priest, just because I like low-level Holy Priest healing. It's easy. I'm not a healer, so if I'm going to level, like, dungeons at a low level for some of my friends, I'm going to pick the one that is brain-dead easy. And at low levels, Holy Priest is really easy. You have a button that heals, a big button that does a lot more healing, and then you can spam Holy Nova to do damage. So, it makes it easier for me. I know a lot of people love Resto Druid, and I haven't tried it at endgame, but I can imagine that, you know, hot management is just not something that I would be good at, so I'm just not even gonna fucking bother. I know I would be bad. Let's see. They could have something interesting with the aspects giving up their immortality, and dragons despise the mortals for it and want to take back their powers by force. That would be interesting, yeah. I could see that. But yeah, Blizzard writing, definitely very heavy-handed. That's just kind of how it always been how it is. Alright, so it's talk to Shadow Sage, Iskar. I have to wait for the RP. We'll need to buy a couple of books to fully understand the story. What's my opinion on the Season 1 Keystone Master mount? Okay, that's a good point. I don't have any strong opinions for it, but I've seen that some people have strong opinions. So this is the Keystone Master mount. Now, my opinion is it looks derpy as fuck, but I don't mind it. I actually think there's like, it's almost so derpy, I think it's like cute. So, I don't know. I don't hate it, right? It's not something that I personally will ever use, but I am also not a big mount person, so I'm not the kind of guy to ask. Like, you're not going to get, like, mount critiques by Harlden. I have my set number of mounts. Like, I use this thing, Cartel Masters Gear Glider. This has been, like, the recent mount that I've enjoyed a lot. And I'll use, oh, shit. I was supposed to talk to him again. Whoops. I use this thing. I use Thundering Onyx Cloud Serpent. And I use Lifebinder's Handmaiden. And those are, like, the 3 mounts that I rotate between. And I basically use nothing else. I am very boring when it comes to mounts. I will be completely honest about that. Okay, there we go. I thought I did that. I must have misclicked. And then I have to go not get stuck in the trees. I've been having the stream in the background on and off during some hours. Been nice to check in on your progress. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. Let's see. Okay, all the ADD stuff, that I was actively reading that part for. It's actually pretty common with WoW players. I have noticed that. I know a lot of people who play WoW who also have ADD. So, it makes me feel, like, less worried about talking about it. Because, I mean, I don't know. I always feel, like, a little bit self-conscious talking about, like, personal stuff, right? I think that's natural for anybody. But, you know, it's a bit easier when I know that a lot of people who I've played WoW with also have ADD. So I know it's not, like, a super abnormal thing. Let's see. Grab all this, and we're good to go. Okay. Math tests are the only test that doesn't affect you on. Interesting. Huh. Anything that requires memorizing is super simple, but complex word problems are things you get lost in. My main problem with ADHD is finding something to fixate on. I'm either time loop lost on something or bored out of my mind. That, yeah, 100% I can relate to that. That's absolutely how I am with it. It's 2 a.m. and you should be sleeping. I feel that. It's so hard for me to just fall asleep, but yeah. A lot of times it does help to just have something on in the background. That's usually how I fall asleep. Because, you know, a lot of people have said that they like watching my, like, streams or speedruns, etc. to fall asleep. And I can understand that. Because a lot of times I won't personally watch, like, specifically speedruns to fall asleep. But a lot of times what I like watching is technical stuff. So, no offense to Max from Liquid, but a lot of times when I want to fall asleep, I put on one of his videos, because the way that it works is, like, I will try to, like, follow all of his talk, like, whenever he's talking about, like, different meta stuff and explaining how all the specs will work out in, like, raid comps and whatnot. I'll, like, sit there and my brain will be trying to, like, think through all that stuff, and eventually, like, I just tire myself out and pass out. So, and then usually what ends up happening is when I wake up, I'm like, yeah, I should probably actually watch that video, because I do think he makes awesome videos. And I'll go back and I'll watch it for real. But a lot of times, I put that on, and it's like trying to, like, focus on all that stuff. Eventually, my brain just gives up and shuts off. So it works really well for me. But I know some people just like to listen to, like, a long speed run. I imagine it's both, I suppose it's like an insult and a compliment that my ramblings put somebody to sleep. Because, like, on one hand, a lot of people are watching with that purpose. But generally speaking, right, if you tell somebody that, like, them talking is so boring that they make you fall asleep, it's like, Ooh, I don't know. How do I take that? But generally, I think when people say I like falling asleep watching your videos, that's usually meant in a good way. So, I just realized I missed the Poison Vial treasure before. Not a big deal. It's only a little bit of an XP loss. Let's see. But yeah, so I just saw Goose Comics, what you said again about testing Suramar. If you say it works, I absolutely will test it, yeah. Because I thought you were just talking hypothetically, and I was like, yeah, hypothetically it would be really sick if it works. But if it actually does scale all the way up to 60, that would be sick. And technically speaking, it's not too hard to get to, because, you know, it's really close to Dalaran, and getting the Dalaran Hearthstone is really easy. I forgot to do that this run. Huh. I guess it doesn't matter since I play Volpera. So if I was not playing a Volpera, this would have really sucked, and I would have really regretted not getting the Dalaran Hearthstone, but having the racial basically bypasses the need for that, so probably wasn't a huge deal. But yeah, Suramar is pretty easy to access. I wonder if there's a faster way to get there, though. Let's see. When I leveled my druid there back in Shadowlands pre-patch, it seemed to be working properly. Interesting. Yeah, definitely something to test then. Same pose, slightly different angle for the thumbnail. Yeah, it's not exactly the same. I think like it's hard to say because like that pose works well and my Volpera is like the only thing in frame. But I think it's better to have like some text at least showcasing at a glance what the video is if somebody misses the title. So I think unless the image is really, really like eye-catching, you want like some text there to basically be like, hey, here's what the video is about. So generally that's my logic with making thumbnails. But yeah, it's not exact. It's not like a one-to-one replica of the first thumbnail, but it's a callback to it. So, yeah. Your videos help me level up alts faster. If it wasn't for that original Silverpine Forest route, I would still be leveling all my characters using Legion content. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, I'm really glad I decided to start making these videos in the first place. Like, it's something that I never thought I would be doing, but it's been a lot of fun. And as long as I continue to enjoy making leveling videos, or just guides in general, because at this point I've definitely, like, I would say it's safe to say I've branched out into dungeon guides, because early on I was very worried that my dungeon guides wouldn't receive the same, like, level of viewership as my leveling guides. And definitely, if you look at, like, the heavy hitters on my channel, it's still the leveling stuff. Which makes sense, because in many cases, that's just still more broadly applicable, whatever words, to the average WoW player. Whereas, like, individual dungeon guides, maybe a lot of people won't really care about that, or they'll just try to figure it out on their own. But at this point, between, like, Wrath Classic and Shadowlands Season 4, I'm quite happy with how those guides have been performing. Like, they may not be, like, insane numbers like my leveling guides, but they're still pulling in a good amount of views. Like, the lowest Wrath Classic guide has 5k views. And all of the early Season 4 guides, Iron Docks kind of bombed, but Iron Docks was 100% my fault because it took me forever to upload it. So I don't really think that my Iron Docks guide like performed really poorly, but that's because I didn't upload it until like a week after Season 4 launched. And that was just mismanagement on my part. I thought I would be able to have it out sooner. I took too long to finish it, and I posted it late. Which is why for Wrath Classic, I basically killed myself getting all these videos out in time. And luckily, I managed to get the Oculus out before most people reached it, so that video has been doing work. A lot of people want to learn how to do the Oculus, and I really wanted to get that one finished because I spent a lot of time researching that dungeon. Oops. I almost started a pet battle instead. Let's click this, and then one more over here. But yeah, on that note, I will definitely continue to do dungeon and raid guides. Raid guides are something which I started doing in not season 4, but SOFO. But raid guides require a lot more research. It's one of the reasons I've been doing raid testing, because you need to have them out early, and it's so much harder to get early testing done on raids than dungeons. But I'm going to try. I will make an honest effort to have polished raid guides done for Dragonflight, but the only thing that I'm 100% confident I'll be able to do is leveling guides, profession guides, and dungeon guides. Those 3 things, I will make sure that I have some banger guides out by the time Dragonflight launches, but raid guides, we'll see. I will do my best. At the very least, I should be able to cover the first few bosses, but there's entirely a chance that when it gets to like Razageth and the later ones, I will run out of time, and I just won't be able to fit making a detailed raid guide into my schedule. We'll see, though. It's something I would love to do. I love making guides, especially raid and dungeon guides. Like, leveling guides, sometimes I can get like a bit tired of doing them, because the reality of testing a lot of leveling routes is the individual leveling is boring. When I'm just running through a zone and watching Netflix on my second monitor, or in this case, streaming, and I'm just saying, how long does this take? That's not very fun. It's just busy work. When I actually get to sit down and look at all the finalized values and like theory craft a route, that's where I really enjoy it. And that's why I like doing this and why I will continue to do it. But the nice thing about testing Mythic Plus, or dungeons in general, I enjoy doing it for Wrath Classic. The nice thing about testing dungeons and raids is I love the testing aspect. I can test dungeons and raids indefinitely. It's eternally fun for me, trying to just run the dungeon and perfect my route. It's so much fun. So I will continue trying to do that. The only thing is, it's a way more saturated market. So I wouldn't say I have a monopoly on leveling guides, because there are a lot of other really good YouTubers who make leveling guides. But I will absolutely say I think mine are very clearly the best. And a lot of that has to do with the amount of time I spend researching this stuff. Most people are not willing to spend this much time researching and testing a leveling route to make a really comprehensive guide. So I am like 1,000% confident that my leveling guides are the best. And I can say that with complete certainty. But there are a lot of really good dungeon and raid guides out there. Now, I would like to think that mine are really good, and I am very happy with the end result. But, I mean, that is something that there is some serious competition on YouTube that just isn't really there when it comes to leveling guides. Honestly, it's something where I've talked about this. Actually, have I talked about this? I don't know. I think I've talked about this in runs that only got half finished, and then I just scrapped the run, and that, like, ramble was lost to eternity. But one of the main things that I've always wanted to do on my channel is dungeon and raid guides. I've always wanted to make, like, guides for tanks on a YouTube channel, even before I ever did this, which is why I've now started to shift towards that, because it's kind of one of those things of, like, that was always a thing I wanted to do, and then I started a YouTube channel for something else, and that ended up doing well, so I'm like, hey, why don't I just start making the videos that I wanted to make years ago? So that's what I'm doing now, for a large part. I'm still obviously doing the same things that people started watching before, but I've started branching out into the videos that I want to make, right? That I've really always wanted to do. And one of the reasons why I never did that is because, in my opinion, the perfect raid guides existed in the form of Fat Boss TV. For anybody that was around when Fat Boss was still making raid boss guides, I really don't think you can top that. And I would watch those guides and I'd be like, this is amazing. I will never make something better than this. So I remember thinking, like, why would I even bother trying to make a guide when Fat Boss just does a perfect job at explaining everything? So it's like, what would be the point? And sure, I could try to make my own videos, and I can try to make them, like, even a fraction of as good as Fat Boss TV's, like, raid boss guides. But to me, that is the gold standard. And I mean, there are some other good guide makers out there, and there's a lot of really high quality dungeon and raid guides, but in my opinion, nothing right now is even close to as good as the old guides that Fat Boss used to make. And one of the reasons why I started making guides is because Fat Boss stopped. So at Castle Nathria was, I think, the last tier where Fat Boss ever made boss guides, because their guild disbanded after that. So for people who don't know the channel, maybe, Fat Boss was run by Alex and Laws, and they ran a guild called, I forget the name, I think it was like Any Hungry or something, and they were really good. It was like a very high-end guild, like top 20 world. Preach was in their guilds, obviously, and I've said before I really like watching Preach. I haven't really watched a lot of his Final Fantasy stuff, admittedly. I'm glad he's still doing well. It seems like his channel's still performing well, but it's just not something I'm interested in. Sometimes I'll click on his videos and like it just because I like Preach as a content creator and I just want to support him, even though his current content doesn't really interest me. But I loved his WoW stuff, and he was in Fat Boss's guild, and I loved their guides. So I followed their guild a lot just because it was like all of my favorite WoW content creators were in there. And, you know, it kind of fell apart towards the end of Castle Nathria, which, you know, understandable given the whole situation in Shadowlands being what it was, right? So, kind of, once I realized that Fat Boss was kind of done making guides, I don't know if they plan on coming back. If they do, that would be awesome, because it would mean that, you know, I get to watch Fat Boss guides again, and I've missed having their guides to go off of. But I was kind of like, all right, well, the gold standard is gone, and I kind of want to see if I can push myself to be that new gold standard. I don't think I will for a while. To be clear, the guides that I made so far, they're not Fat Boss quality. I think if Fat Boss made like guides for the same stuff that I'm making guides for like Dungeons and Raids content, it would mop the floor with my videos. But that's my goal. I want to make guides that are as good as the Fat Boss guides of old. But holy shit, those things are good, and it's going to take some time to reach that level. But that is, I guess, what I aspire to do, and it's the reason why I've decided to start making raid guides in the first place. And I feel like I've been getting better at it, because I've done boss guides and dungeon guides for about, like, few raid tiers at this point. I got a lot of really good practice by doing the Wrath Classic guides. There was a lot of things where, over the course of making those guides, I kind of fell into a style of, like, oh yeah, this works really well for, like, the purposes of presenting information. And I think it's definitely a step up from, like, my Season 4 guides, if you watch those. But anyways, that was a long ramble about something completely unrelated. Holy Nova is even better in Dragonflight? That is good to hear. Solo leveling healer. Oh, I missed a lot. Whoops, let me scroll up. Solo leveling healer, the slowest experience? Yeah. I would imagine solo leveling as a healer is not that fun. Good on you. I went to sleep and you started, and we're talking about dungeon running and you're still here. Yeah. I will be here until the run is over. Initially, I wasn't sure how long this would be. I was worried that I might need to split this run up in half. But at this point, you know, I'm almost level 56. We have over 2 hours left before I have to end the stream. So I won't be getting cut off by YouTube. I think we're probably looking at another 1 hour tops to get the remaining levels. And it might even be only another 45 minutes. This feels really fast. It has been surprisingly quick to do the remaining experience. Like, 5 levels in, what was it, like 1 hour is crazy good. So, honestly, I think Spires, this might be the end route. What you might be watching here is what my final guide looks like, because this has felt awesome. Like, I have been getting so much XP from Spires of Iraq, which is one of those things, right, where I've always said Spires of Iraq is an amazing leveling zone, but it's just slightly worse than Gorgron's, Silverpine, and Hillsbrad. So the end result of a lot of the Shadowlands leveling was you would do like 2 quests in Spires, hit level 50, and get booted out of Chromie time. But when you have an extra 10 levels to play with, you really get to see how awesome of a zone Spires of Iraq is. And this is why it was one of the bread and butter zones for Warlords of Draenor leveling. So my initial guess was, yeah, you're just going to add on Spires of Iraq, and it looks like that's the case. So, good to know my initial hypothesis was probably correct, but I will still be testing further stuff. I'm not just going to say, yep, we found it, this is the route, we're done. No, I will continue testing. I'm not content with just ending it here. I'm going to try out a lot of stuff. I'll try out, probably Hillsbrad Foothills. There we go. I wasn't able to click on it for some reason. Not by Hills. I said Hillsbrad Foothills. I'll try out. What the hell? Oh, I see. I'll try out Western and Eastern Plaguelands. I'll try out Shadowlands, but I can tell you right now, Shadowlands is going to be very slow. I will try it just because I know a lot of people have this misconception that Shadowlands is going to be fast because it is the most recent expansion, and I can tell you right now that is not the case. Threads of Fate is not fast. Threads of Fate is fast relative to the Shadowlands campaign. But you have to look at it from a matter of, like, from the perspective of, is it faster relative to other stuff? I talked about this earlier with the WoD intro, but one of the biggest misconceptions I've seen in regards to, like, Shadowlands leveling is the Maw is fast. A lot of people think the Maw is really quick, because they'll level up on their first character, and they're done with the Maw in 30 minutes, and they're level 51. They're like, whoa, the Maw just gave me one entire level? Wow, the Maw is really efficient. This is like WoD intro levels of experience. I definitely need to do this on future characters. But it's actually a trick, because what they did is they made the experience required from 50 to 51 really low, so you actually barely need any XP to hit that level. And then they made it so the Maw gives exactly enough experience to get you from 50 to 51. But the moment you actually start testing it with Threads of Fate, you realize, yeah, it's not that the Maw is fast, it's that level 50 to 51 is really, really easy. And then there's just so many other sources where you can get that amount of XP faster than the 30 minutes it takes to do the Maw intro. So it actually gives shit XP. It's just that it's framed to look like a really, really fast level when it is not at all. And that's why you always need to test things like relative to each other. So like the way I tested the WoD intro is I would time myself doing the WoD intro from 10 to 15. Then I would time myself doing Silverpine Forest, starting at level 10. And I would get up to like level 20 or something. And then a good rough calculation is, okay, how many levels was I gaining per hour? And it was like something insane for the WoD intro. And for, whatchamacallit? For like Silverpine Forest, it was like even slightly lower, and then you get down to like Wrath of the Lich King, and sometimes you can go an entire hour without gaining a level, and it's just really slow. So it's all relative, is the point I'm trying to make. Anyways, I should just continue on. I'll probably do this questline. That is why I'll never be able to mythic raid. Too much stuff going on and too much stuff I need to focus on. I get that. Personally, I love that aspect of it. The fact that there's so much to focus on is what I enjoy about it. It's like, it's just addicting to me. He has some bad takes in the game, though, because it's coming from the mind of a world first raider and not from the vast majority of players. I think you're referring to Max, because I think that's when I was talking about that. Yes. Some of Max's takes are a bit weird, but I think most of his opinions on the general design of the game, I would very, very strongly agree with. There are some things that I strongly disagree with him on, like, he really likes Sludgefist. I don't hate Sludgefist, but I don't really think it's as good of a fight as he makes it out to be, but I understand his reasoning for liking it, and I can understand how, if I was in his situation, I probably would also like Sludgefist, because for them, the most fun fights are the fights where they get to, like, squeeze out every last drop of damage and really min-max their raid comps and push that. But the reality is, for any guild that isn't in their position, you're not going to be doing that. You're not going to be, you know, messing around with raid comps and experimenting with swapping different classes. You're just going to have the specs available to you, whatever people in your raid, the 20 people that showed up, are playing. And you're going to have to try to make that expansion work, or make that boss work with whatever given specs you have. So that is like a good example, I think, of a take that he's had that I understand why he has that take, but I strongly disagree with it. I did not like Sludgefist. And also, and I think in fairness to Max, he has acknowledged this. So another reason why I dislike Sludgefist is because of the pass-fail nature of it. So Sludgefist is very much a fight where if one person in your raid fucks up chains and snaps it, you lose 2 players, and that sucks. They've tuned it to be maybe not quite as bad nowadays, but early on, it was very much like, if one person snaps their chains, it's a wipe because you don't have the damage. And it really feels bad when you're doing everything perfectly, and because one person made one mistake, the fight is now unrecoverable. That is something I always hate in terms of design. It's one of the reasons I hated Anduin, because even though Anduin is the marks on Anduin, the little blasphemy mechanic, it's not hard. right? It's a very easy version of the Star Augur mechanic. But it's still annoying when on your like 200th pull of the boss, when you're already progging P3, you have that one guy who constantly just charges into the boss and ignores Blasphemy coming out, and then immediately stacks on top of somebody else and blows up half the raid. That never feels good. Sort of like insta-wipe passio mechanics like that, I absolutely hate. And Max has acknowledged that it doesn't bother him as much, but he understands that that is something which annoys a large majority of the, like, WoW raiders. And he has said that he fundamentally knows that a lot of people will disagree with his takes because that is not something he cares about, and he knows a lot of people do. And I can respect that, honestly. I think it's one thing to have an opinion that, like, a lot of people disagree with, and that alone I think is fine. But there are some people, I think, who have opinions that are very much, like, not like the majority, and they'll, like, staunchly stick to those opinions and say, I am right, you are wrong. And from everything I've seen of Max, that is not him. He's very open-minded. He's very willing to say, like, I may be wrong on this, and I know that I might firmly believe that this fight is amazing, or that this thing is going to be good, and everyone will disagree with me, and I respect the fact that everybody disagrees with me, but I maintain my position. And I actually have a lot of respect for him because of that. So, yeah, I do agree. I don't agree with... I do admit that I don't agree with him on everything, but I find myself respecting him more for the things that I disagree with him on, because he usually has a very well-reasoned point as to why he believes it, so I can understand his point of view, even if I don't necessarily agree with it. And I think, like, people like that are the ones I enjoy watching the most, because whenever that happens, whenever Max brings up something where I'm like, yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that, but then it makes me, like, think more about, like, why don't I agree with that? Like, what are the differences between, like, my situation and Max's situation that causes that, like, difference of opinion? And I find it more interesting. So yeah, I mean, all that to say, I think Max is awesome. But, yeah, and so Toth even said, I missed that, Max does have the casual player in mind. The only thing he doesn't consider is PvP, which, honestly, fair. I also don't consider PvP. I don't care about it. I know a lot of people love PvP, but one thing I dislike more than anything is when I am forced to interact with World of Warcraft PvP, because I don't think it's fun. And if you enjoy it, that's fine, but do not make me touch it, because fuck that. It is not something I will ever enjoy. So I completely understand the mindset of just like, sure, I'll consider anything but fuck PvP, because 100% on board with that. Let's see. To his credit, he admits that. Okay, so Goose Comics, you even literally said what I said. I should keep reading before I start rambling about stuff. The intro quest from Dalaran teleports you to Suramar? Does it now? Oh, that would actually be pretty cool. That would save a lot of time. Huh. Yeah, I gotta test this. I might actually test this directly after stream. Obviously, I'll need to take a break after I finish the stream, so this is the kind of thing where, in theory, I could just do a really long stream and test Suramar at the very end, but I would rather showcase No Coup Defensive on the stream, because it's a really cool dungeon, and then after the fact, like later on, once I've taken a break, I can test out Suramar on my own time. Let's see. Oh, I missed a lot. Holy shit. Honestly, Chromie time walking, if they tune it a bit harder so you don't fall asleep while you level, it would sort of fix it. The amount of time it takes to level is fine. Yep, completely agree. I think the difficulty is fine. You have to remember, I'm still like, I'm playing as a really tanky spec, and I've done this stuff a million times. So I think for a new player, a lot of the stuff I've been doing, like a lot of the pulls, absolutely can kill you if you're not paying attention. So I don't know if I would say it's completely brainless. Whatchamacallit? Leveling shouldn't be hard, but it should be engaging. Yeah, that's fair. For sure. Speaking of leveling, is alt leveling as good as they say in Dragonflight? Yeah. I mean, I don't know about 60 to 70 alt leveling. I haven't tested the Threads of Fate system. So there's apparently like a new Dragonflight Threads of Fate system. I don't know how good that is. I will test that eventually. That's definitely something that I will be heavily testing before the expansion comes out. But I will say, Chroming time leveling so far feels great. I'm really happy with the time this takes. It's honestly perfectly balanced right now. I don't think they need to change anything. This is like ideal leveling time. Because I've been taking it pretty slow, playing pretty casually, and this has taken me about like 8 hours. I could absolutely get this down to like 5 or 6 hours if I optimize it, and that is a good time. Oh, there's a quest turn-in over there. Okay. It's been a while since I've done this little side quest, just because I always stopped doing Spires of Iraq before I got here.
I'm out of range.
Texas interface, okay. The way I see it, you're somewhat in danger. If you were somewhat in danger, you would be more invested. At least that's my experience. It requires attention if it's usually received well. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the main issues, and I kind of think traps to fall into when designing leveling, is making it too difficult. Because at that point, it becomes too annoying for new players. So I think you need to strike a balance of, it needs to be engaging enough that people leveling alts are still having fun with it. I agree. But if you make it too challenging, then it's just off-putting for new players. Because then they just keep dying over and over because they're pulling too much, especially if they're like watching one of my videos and they're seeing me do big pulls and they try to replicate that and they just get their like absolute like shit pushed in. That would be a bad experience. And for a brand new player, it's entirely possible that would just put them off the game as a whole. So I would be very careful about making leveling too challenging like that.
Don't have a target. I need to target something first.
Oh, come on.
Acquire a target.
Why am I LOS?
Have a target.
Apparently I need to be standing right on top of this guy to actually click on him. Fucking hell. But yeah, I think, Toph, to your point, that's kind of what endgame's for, right? Like, if you want to be invested in something, there's a reason why a lot of people just don't care about leveling and focus entirely on endgame. Because you're right, like, early Nazjatar, great. I think some of the most fun questing experiences I've had have been endgame questing experiences. Like Nazjatar, that's a great example. And Mage Tower, yeah. I will say Torghast was like hit or miss, because some specs, like Brewmaster, it was just laughably easy. And then other specs like, whatchamacallit, Rogue or Mage or something early on, it felt awful. So Torghast was kind of brain dead if you had a really broken spec for it. Remember watching Hobbs and people don't know how to solo dungeons? Yeah, that, unfortunately, all the people you're talking about now were definitely before my time. At least before I was actively watching WoW YouTube content. Because I wasn't really big into watching WoW YouTube videos until, I would say maybe like WoD. Around WoD is when I started watching some like streamers more actively. But before then, it wasn't really something I looked into. So if this is like an early WoW person, I don't know them. You will get there. You've come a long way. That's for damn sure. No roof or ceiling for you, my friend. I appreciate that. Yeah. Definitely wasn't sure I'd make it here. I mean, hey, I hit 10k subs a few days ago, which was pretty cool. Never thought I would make it that far, but, you know, fingers crossed that I can keep that going. But I definitely don't plan on stopping anytime soon. And I have a lot to cover in Dragonflight, so, I mean, I'm tentatively hopeful that a lot of the stuff I'll be covering in Dragonflight will actually perform fairly well. Because I have a lot of guides that I want to make. Hobbs was OG WoW? Gotcha. I recognize the name. It sounded like something that I heard about from back in the day, but I wasn't sure. But I definitely, that's not like somebody I ever watched, unfortunately. I remember this quest. Yeah, the hitboxes on these things were always janky. Oh, so like classic up to Wrath. Oh, wow. Yeah, so that's a while ago. I definitely wasn't watching any like WoW YouTube videos back then. I have a Pally DK DH monk leveled. What class would you recommend using my Dragonflight boost on? Mercy, you would have to be a bit more specific. So all the classes you mentioned can tank. So if you're looking to play a tank, then I'd say Pally, DK, DH, Monk. In that case, you'd be missing Warrior and Druid, so I would definitely say Warrior. Because at the moment, Warrior, in my opinion, looks way better than Druid tanks are for Dragonflight. But if you're not looking for a tank, and it's just a coincidence that you leveled all 4 tank classes, then just let me know what you're more interested in, and I could try to give a better recommendation. Because that answer definitely depends on what specifically you're looking for. Max made me so fucking mad on his Guardian ranking. I mean, I feel that, but, like, is he wrong? As much as it sucks, and here's the thing, I think if Max calls attention to the fact that Guardian is not in a good spot, it's more likely to actually be fixed. So I think it's good that he put, what was it that he put Guardian in? Like, turbo ass or something like that? And I think it's warranted at the moment, and hopefully if Blizzard sees that, because you know that he can talk to Blizzard very easily, so if they get wind of that, it's more likely to get fixed. So turbo swamp ass, right? Yeah, I love those tier lists. So yeah, it's more likely to get fixed if he does something like that and really calls attention to it. Because I really do hope it gets fixed. Already 57. This is good. Spires is juicy, and I haven't even got into the good stuff yet. I have so many quests that I haven't handed in. There's this entire subzone. There's all the wanted quests. Oh, man. Spires is juicy. Do I even do this bonus objective? This one sucks. This one kind of sucks too, but it's at least fast. But I might just skip this upper one because I hate it so much. What did I think about the Season 1 Keystone Master mounts? I think I briefly showed that earlier. And yeah, I'm good, but thank you. Yeah, I briefly showed that earlier. I don't have any strong opinions on it, really, is the answer. But it's like, I think it's derpy, but I think there's something endearing about its derpiness. So, the way I see it, right? If this is just the Resian mount that they use for all of Dragonflight, then I am very disappointed. But I am hoping that's not the case, and I'm hoping that it's this, like, derpy fucker for Season 1, and then we get, like, a different mount for Season 2. That might be copium, right? It might be entirely possible that we just get more Armoredens for every single season's KSM. And if that's the case, then yeah, I dislike the mount. But if it's a one-off, if it's just one season, we get this guy, I'm fine with that, honestly. Because it's so bad that it's good, right? So there's just bad mounts. Like, what was one of the Keystone Master mounts in Shadowlands literally has the wrong colors for, like, the internal storm. That's just a shit mount, because it just clashes. This mount, yeah, it's not good, but it's, like, almost so derpy, so bad, that you can't help but be like, oh, look at the little guy. So that's my thoughts on it. I'm going to say 8 hours, level 10 to 60, but probably faster if you're doing dungeons. Definitely not faster if you're doing dungeons. I don't know where you got that end bit from, so Brandon Neeford, if you're still here, yeah. That's probably a good estimate of what it'll end up taking me, but dungeons are generally slower. You can try it, by all means, but based on my testing, I suppose I'll probably test dungeon leveling again, just to see if anything major has changed, but no. At least in old Chromie time, it was absolutely slower. And this is not inefficient routing. So this is 10 hours with casual play. Missing Darkmoon Fair, missing 10% XP. I would absolutely be able to do this in 5 hours. And probably one of my goals over the course of the testing is I'm going to get this run down to the 5-6 hours that I did before. Because that's absolutely achievable. Don't forget to eat a slice of pizza. Yeah. At this point, I'm just going to finish the stream and then eat my pizza. Honestly, prog rating would be better if the game could snapshot and show players in the last 10 seconds so they can see what killed them. You can do that, though. You can. I'm not going to die, so I can showcase it, but if you look at your death recap, it tells you roughly what killed you. There are some mechanics that don't properly show up on the death recap, because it's like an issue with, like, if you got killed by... The only example I can think of off the top of my head is dying to the Anduin souls because somebody didn't interrupt it. That won't show properly on the death recap. So you might be a bit confused looking at it initially of like, oh, what did I die to? But most things will show you on your death recap. Absolutely. And hey, if the death recap doesn't work, that's what Warcraft logs are for. And I mean, if you're doing prog rating and you aren't analyzing your logs, you should probably start doing that. Because you're never going to improve if you die and then don't immediately go, okay, let me look over my log to see what I died to so I can improve and make sure that doesn't happen again. Because that's inherently how anybody gets better at something. But a lot of the times, the death recap will just contain that information. I'm glad to hear Prot Warrior's looking up for once. I can't remember the last time they had a chance to shine. I'll tell you the last time they had a chance to shine. BFA, man. That was only 2 expansions ago. I mean, I agree. They were definitely criminally undertuned for most of Shadowlands. They're really good right now, by the way. If you hop onto retail right now and play a Prot Warrior, you will not be disappointed. Necro Prot owns. It's so strong. I would almost say it's the second best tank currently behind Blood DK. So... Prot Warrior got tuned in the 11th hour to be really good. Unfortunately, it was after all relevant World First races this expansion. So, unlucky timing, but still, for most of this tier, it's been amazing. For all of Fated Raids, it's been great. Prot Warrior is very good.
I'm out of range.
Neo, I don't know... I don't know why you keep missing it. I've talked about the Keystone Master Mount multiple times now. So... if you missed it, I'm sorry, but I've absolutely addressed that twice. Because I addressed it a little bit late after you brought it up, but then I also just addressed it like 5 minutes ago, so... check back, like scroll back on the little slider thing, and I show it. I show it, I talk about it. You're assuming you're referring to this thing. Unless I'm confused, and you're not talking about the Hailstorm Armageddon, but I have absolutely already discussed this multiple times. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. I'm not upset. I want to make sure you know that, like, I did address it.
Too far away.
Okay, let me do a big pull here. Might be a little bit scary, because these guys fuck if I don't move fast enough. This is the main reason I hate doing this thing, because that Blade Flurry absolutely shreds. But if I keep moving... and I don't stand in it, I should be good. One thing I really like about Prot Warrior now is Thunderclap is back to being a really strong button, but it's not in a bad way like it was before. Because one of the main things I hated about the old BFA playstyle is Thunderclap was good, but it was so spammy. It was like Thunderclap was just you slam it every other GCD, and that felt bad. But now it's like Thunderclap feels really impactful because it does a lot of damage and it applies a bleed, but you're not like spamming it constantly. I think that build is still like a thing in the talent tree somewhere, so maybe I'm speaking too soon and that is how you eventually play Thunderclap, but the current use of it, I really like. Where I apply it, it's like fire off like every time it's up, but it's not up too often. Yeah, it did, because technically all of my damage here, that's Thunderclap and Rend is Thunderclap. So if you combine both of them, it did about as much damage as Revenge. So that's really nice. I really like that. Let me see, is there one more Varashian Vial thing? And this thing. Alright, here we go. And this should complete it. Shit, don't want to stand in Blade Flurry. Nope, 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 nope. But yeah, on the topic of Prot Warrior having a chance to shine, as much as I do think it was a bit of a shame that it took them this long to tune it properly, BFA Prot Warrior was broken. It was bad in Uldir, but then it was broken for all of BFD, all of BOD, all of Ashar's Eternal Palace, and at least in Mythic Plus, it was broken for all of Nyalotha. It was not quite as meta in Nyalotha. It was still really good, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't like far and away the top tank like it was for BOD and Eternal Palace, specifically because of corruptions. They got less of a benefit from Twilight Dev and other meta corruptions compared to specs like Vengeance Demon Hunter or Blood DK. But still, very strong tank for that entire expansion. So I definitely think there's an argument to be made that it makes sense to tune it a little bit lower. Flight secured to Shadow's Vigil. Where's this? Here, I'll fly out here. It's been a hot minute since I've done this quest, so I don't know what it is. I think it takes me here, if memory serves. No, that's Talon Watch. Where's Shadow's Vigil? Oh, it's up here. Okay. I haven't done this quest in a long time. But I think I'm not going to do this quest line because I don't remember it being super fast. But I'll probably peel off and do some other stuff in the area. Let me grab some water because now my throat's starting to feel a little bit sore. Been talking for quite a while. Okay. I'm so unbelievably pissed that Gladiator gets such an amazing dragon riding mount skin, or dragon riding skin compared to the basic armorless ground mount we get from Mythic Plus. That's fair, yeah. I do think that, relatively speaking, it should be comparable between the two, but I don't know. I feel like Keystone Master mounts have always been kind of subpar compared to Glad mounts. At least for most of them. There are some really good KSM mounts, but most of them have been pretty eh. I haven't really liked any of the Shadowlands ones, to be frank. Actually, I take that back. What was it? Season 4? Can I just type Season 4 and it pops up? Season 4? Nah. That doesn't pop up. What I was thinking is the purple one. The one that they just did. Oh yeah, it's like Restoration Deathwalker. The current one. Restoration... Yeah, this thing. This mount is sick. I really, really, really like the purple color, because I love the gold. This looks awesome. But the other three recolors, I don't know. I just could not get into it. Also, I'm getting smacked around by this guy. Did I just stand in the breath or something? Was I not paying attention? That's entirely possible. Because I did not realize this was an elite. I was just kind of like holding W, and then suddenly I was like, oh wait, this guy's an elite mob. I should probably be paying attention. Okay, here. I like this one, the red one. Why? Because it's red. That one is pretty sick as well, yeah. I think I need to move for that. Yeah, the projectiles are not showing up properly. The red one is the one that has the little, like, weird storm effect in the middle, right? So I would like that one if it wasn't bugs with, like, the internal texture. But I definitely agree that, that is the best out of the other three. Oh, shit. I got hit again. Okay, yeah, I must have definitely just stood in the breath when I wasn't paying attention, and that's why I almost died. And we're good. Alright, so that's one wanted quest down. And then I'll do this little... do I want to do this? I actually don't. Howling Crag bonus objective sucks. I don't know why I came all the way up here. I'm just kind of wondering. I think this is probably inefficient, because it's all the way up here just to kill one elite, and then to go back down, because everything else is really slow. I don't know. Maybe. I'll have to see. I'll fine-tune Spires of Iraq a bit. It's been a hot minute since I've had to, like, optimize this zone for routing, because it was very clearly not something that you needed to do the entirety of back in Shadowlands. The Sinful Glad mount was good, too. What is that? I don't think I've looked at that. Sinful Gladiators. Oh, it's not showing up. I guess maybe it doesn't show up unless you already have it in the search bar. Yeah, that one I did not see. so I forget. Generally speaking, I'm not too concerned about gladiator mounts anyways, because I don't PvP, right? So if there's a cool gladiator mount, I'll be like, all right, I'm happy for you guys that do PvP, but I'm never going to get this, so oh well. And I've just kind of accepted that at this point. But I know some people really hate it because they see a really cool mount and they're like, ah, it's locked behind gladiator. And I can understand that. I have a lot of friends who are big mount collectors, and they've expressed that they absolutely hate when that's the case. So, I get it. Getting Glad is way harder than getting KSM? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I think if it was like... So, what's the title that you get for, like, being the top 1% of Mythic Plus? That is definitely as hard as getting Glad. But you only get a title for that. So I think there's maybe an argument to be made that the KSM mounts maybe shouldn't be as fancy. But I also think there's a fair argument to be made that the people who get the top 1% Mythic Plus achievement should get a cool mount in addition to their title, because it is on par with getting Glad. But yeah, I don't think Glad and KSM are comparable. Speaking as somebody who has never gotten Gladiator, so it's not like I'm flexing or anything. I know how much time and effort it takes to get Glad, and I know that I am never going to be able to do that. So I respect the people who did put the effort in to get that, and I know that that's not in my wheelhouse. I am not a PvPer. I'm not somebody who can get that. Not a mount cool transmog. But do you get transmog? I think it's just the title, right? It's like, yeah, Shrouded Hero, or what would this season be? Yeah, this season would be Shrouded Hero. And then last season was Encrypted Hero or something. Too many mount rewards, yeah. Oh, you're saying that the achievement should give transmog instead of a mount. Ah, I see. Glad is overnight. Maybe it's easy now. I know it used to be hard based on some friends of mine who got Glad, but I don't know. An elite set would be nicer Mythic Plus. Yeah, I mean, they did that kind of with challenge modes. In a sense, that was the original Mythic Plus elite set. So, I definitely think they could do it again. There is a precedent for it, even if it wasn't technically within Mythic Plus itself. But I think that would be cool. I guess the one for Dragonflight Season 1 is going to be Thunderous Hero. Yeah, something like that. I mean, Thundering Hero, or whatever it is kind of a cool title. I would like Thundering Hero. Thundering Hero sounds cool. I'm not going to get it. So I'm not saying I would like it as in, oh, I want to get that title. But, like, if I had it, I'd be like, yeah, this sounds pretty cool. Shrouded Hero also sounds pretty cool. I feel bad for all my friends who got Encrypted Hero, though, because I'm not going to say it to their face, but Encrypted Hero is just such a weird title combo. Like, that just doesn't sound cool. Like, the Encrypted Hero, it's like, what, their name is encrypted? I don't know, it's just, it doesn't sound like an actual title, but the Shrouded Hero, or the Thundering Hero, that sounds like a cool title, where if somebody had that in front of your name, you'd be like, ooh, fancy. So, I don't know. I definitely think it was a bit of a wash. Sinful Hero was also kind of cool. What was it in Season 2? What was that affix called? Because I know it was Sinful for Season 1. I don't know.
I require a target.
I don't know what the something hero title in Season 2 was. Yeah, I have to use this item. People are doing plus 30s or just doing nothing but M+. Yeah. Like, my co-tank lives in M+. I think he's finally going to stop now, because he's gotten, like, all plus 30s on, like, Tyrannical and Fort. He's gotten his 3.2k IO, and I think he's finally done for the rest of the season. But up until this point, he has lived in it. Tormented Hero. I like that title. That's cool. Tormented Hero. Yeah. Honestly, I think all of them except Encrypted have been pretty cool. But Encrypted Hero just doesn't work for me. But Tormented Hero actually is really sick. I forgot that's what it was called. What else? Go back to C-Mode's transmog for plus 20? Yeah, I'd be so down for that. I think that's what they should have done, honestly, instead of increasing the item level. Just give more cosmetic rewards for doing high keys. That would encourage people to try them out if they really want the cosmetic stuff, but it wouldn't make people feel bad if they couldn't get all the best gear. because they're like not able to do 20s or something. It's Cryptid Hero. Okay, still, yeah, not a huge deal, yeah, but I will say the recent Raider IO challenge of off-meta M+, that was quite fun. Yeah, that seemed neat. I didn't actually mess around with it, obviously, because way too much stuff to do, but a lot of people in my guild have been playing around with it. Like, I don't know, maybe some people here have heard of Deswind, but Deswind's one of my friends in my guilds, and he used to be, he has a YouTube channel, and he uploads, like, Mythic Plus runs and stuff, but Deswind used to be in, like, the MDI and stuff. Like, he's insane at, like, just DPSing dungeons, right? And he was all over that stuff the entire time. Is it still going? It might be. I don't know. But last week, all I saw him posting was, anyone want to do break the meta keys? And he was constantly posting updates on, like, his like, progress with, I think he was doing Unholy DK. One of the DK specs, I don't know. But I love Desmond. He's great. And he was, like, super into it. He was having a lot of fun. Because he liked doing that, I think, on his own. He likes playing some off-meta thing and making it really good. So this was perfect for him. You had a group with an Aflock that was doing mega damage. Yeah, I've seen Afs do a lot. It's just, I think this event is really cool, partially because it shows that some of the specs that people don't consider to be the best are actually still quite good in a lot of situations. It's just, you know, just because it isn't meta, right, doesn't mean it isn't good. I think that was the entire point of this event, right? But I really like that. I think they did a great job with that. Now, let me pick talents. I think I've forgotten to keep this up. Big True, yeah. First day you did it, you're a Vengeance Demon Hunter. You did a full tour of 20s. Really surprised of how normal it is. Nice. That's pretty cool. What do I want? Ooh. I feel like I need to take one-handed spec. That's good. What do I go with? Gain strength equal to 2. There's so many good options here, man. What do I pick? I can't take one-handed weapon specialization, actually. Because I need to go into... What is this? Shockwave's range. I don't know what's good. I feel like Spear Bastion is probably really nuts. Yeah, I want, like, my heart is telling me go with Spear Bastion. Because I love Spear. It's such a fun ability. But man, there is some good shit down here. Can I, like, unpick double time? Oh, no, it's required. Okay. Oh, this is a tough pick. Oh, so Unstoppable Force is down here. The question is... Oh, Shield Wall casts Avatar at reduced effectiveness? An Avatar cast... That's good. That might be better than Unstoppable Force. Getting more uptime in Avatar. Spear may be good for group content, but maybe not for solo content. Spear does a lot of damage, though. It's close to Thunderous Roar, though. And, like, I've already picked up all the bleed synergy. And I have this talent, which makes Thunderous Roar deal 20% more damage. The bleed effect, at least. I feel like I have to go Thunderous Roar just because I've already spec'd into it. And it does look pretty good. Ooh. And I can reduce its cooldown. Increases the duration of the bleed effect. And causes... And increases the damage of all my bleed... Yo, what the fuck? That's really good. Hold on. Can I take all these? I think this is the play. This just seems so good. What else can I get? Let's see. Strength and armor and crit chance. Shield charge doesn't seem worth. What can I take down here? Ravager is obviously a solid pick. Ravager's damage is reduced by 40%, but it now has 2 charges and generates rage each time it deals damage. That seems good. If your Ravager helps kill an enemy, it lasts 2% longer and deals 20% increased damage. This effect also applies to future Ravagers for the next 2 minutes. Holy shit. This is good. Oh, this is the tier set. When your health is brought below 30%, you take 80%. Wait, we get a cheat death? Oh, that's sick. It's obviously not a full cheat death, but that's like almost a cheat death with a 3-minute cooldown? This is good. I didn't even know about this talent. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, Indomitable is sick though. Oh, there's a lot of good options here. I don't know what I want to take. I don't know if I go with the cheat death for leveling, because this is the kind of thing where if I'm playing properly, I won't need this for leveling content. But just thinking about using this in raids, this is so nice for raids. What about Punish on the right side? Punish is good, but wait. Okay, no, it's single target. Yeah. So single target talents inherently aren't amazing while leveling, because my entire goal is to do like big AoE pulls and then cleave it down. So Punish is not bad. It's good. I would take it with one of my points, but I want to get down to the capstones as quickly as possible. And that, unless I go with Ravager, the only reason I would take Punish is if I'm going for Ravager, which I don't know if I am. Oh, did it used to be AoE? I did not know that. I feel like I need to take Booming Voice. So I think I go with this. I take Booming Voice. Oh, and I can still take Ravager. This branches off into both. Wait, so the middle of the tree gives you way more flexibility than anything else. I feel like you 100% go down the middle, and then you just branch into the capstones. Because if you don't go down the middle, you're kind of hard pigeonholed into only taking one of these capstones. Yeah. I guess I'd go with Ravager. And then... I haven't really been making use of Warpath, so I think I'm going to toss this and take Morale Killer, because obviously now that I have Booming Voice, Morale Killer is a must pick. You were thinking of Into the Fray? Into the Fray is good, but I don't really think having a lot of haste scales super well at this point. It's not bad, but this is the kind of thing where I would actually rather take a very good single target talent in Heavy Repercussions compared to an okay talent in Into the Fray. And don't get me wrong, Into the Fray is good in like end game Mythic Plus scenarios, but while leveling, you just don't benefit that much from secondary stats to the point where this would actually contribute too much to your damage. It's one of the reasons why just generic damage procs are so good while leveling up, because really you gain more from having like bonus instances of damage rather than actually buffing up your stats and stuff like that. It doesn't do as much. Okay, we got our potion here. Let me find a bind for this. What did I used to bind Ravager to, I think Control 4 was my old Ravager binds. Let me put it on 6 and Shift 6. I like that. Yeah, that's good. So my big AoE cooldowns, and I have them on like roughly the same binds. Alright. So it's hard to really get a feel for how much damage this is doing, because on a single target mob, obviously this is meant to be more of an AoE thing. Can I just spell reflect this? No, I can't. But it still does reduce damage. At this point, I'm just so overcapped in rage, though. The 4 Dragonflight zones are just incredible, and the fact that you get from point A to point B so quick with Dragon Riding makes them even better. Yeah, I really like Dragonflight leveling from 60 to 70. It's something that, yeah, I haven't really had time to cover, but we'll get there. But I will say, I think I've been pretty clear that my overall impressions of Dragonflight leveling at the moment is that it's good. And I like dragon riding as a system. I think dragon riding is maybe a little bit more bare bones than it could have been, but I have no issues with it. It's more just that I think they could have done more with it, not that I think it's bad by any means. Bit of an odd question, but why don't I have error speech disabled? You know, a lot of people have asked me that. I don't know. I like it. I don't notice it most of the time, but sometimes, like, I found that if I disable it, and sometimes if I'm pressing a button, the one that really works for me is that's too far away. As simple as it might sound, sometimes I might be slightly out of range, and, you know, it says it's too far away, and I immediately process, I need to move into melee range. And I might be slightly far away. And a lot of mobs have janky hitboxes, so a lot of times I might not notice that immediately until I hear that sound cue, and it just works for me. It's one of those things. But, yeah, surprisingly, that is a question I get asked a lot, and I never realized that it was something so many people disabled, but I've never even considered it, because I've always actually used the error messages as a way to, you know, kind of subconsciously process the fact that I'm out of range of a mob, or something like that. These ghosts do, like, no damage. I can understand how people might think it's, like, annoying to hear, like, I need to target something first, but I guess I would also say that whenever it's something like that of, you know, there's just a minor error noise, you can barely hear it, or at least I can barely hear it. So sometimes I don't even consciously realize it's there. I don't know. Anyways, let me see if I missed anything. I think I might have missed a message earlier on. Oh, I did. As for tank discussion, Avatar spams Thunderclap if you want. I played all but Monk. As it so happens, Monk is the one I played the most. And P-War, I don't know what you were talking about with P-War. Yeah, so I assume P-War is like a class Discord acronym that people use to talk about like a specific build. I don't know what that means, sorry. But P-War Avatar spams Thunderclap. Oh, does that just mean Prot Warrior? So Prot Warrior Avatar, you spam Thunderclap? Okay. Yeah, because I've already seen that talent at this point. And Prot Warrior is the most fun. Yeah, I'm enjoying Prot Warrior so far. I like all these these changes. There's always something to press, but managing rage is meaningful. Yeah. No, so far I've been enjoying Prot Warrior. The only thing I dislike is the very spammy playstyle that it's had in the past. I like when managing rage actually matters, because right now on modern Prot Warrior in Shadowlands, you are so overcapped in rage 100% of the time, and it's just yuck. It feels bad. So I dislike that, but it definitely seems like that is not the case for Dragonflight Prot Warrior, which I think is good. It's a very, very good change. All right, so talk to Anzu. Start this little thing. And let's see, after this, I have a giant chunk of quests that I haven't handed in. So that's going to be huge. Shit. Okay. It's weird not having Shockwave. Honestly, one of the main changes I dislike is the fact that Shockwave is now like a major cooldown instead of just an AoE stun. I don't know why they needed to change that. Shockwave was like the AoE stun for the longest time, and then they just made it different.
I don't have a target.
Alright, let's see. So, yeah, oh, how did I miss this guy? Yeah, at this point, I think it's safe to say that... Oh, I didn't respond to my raid leader. Yeah, just count me out for tonight. Sorry. I forgot to ask, or I forgot to check Discord to see if my classic raid leader responded. And he did, and he asked me how late. I don't feel quite as bad because I know for a fact that they have options. So, shit. Yeah, I'm not doing this quest well at all. Not having an AoE stun, or a stun at all for these guys, makes this significantly more difficult, but there we go. But yeah, I know for a fact that my classic guild actually has too many tanks. Like, right now they have 3 Prot Paladins. I am one of them. They have 1 Prot Warrior and 1 Guardian Druid, or Feral Druid tank, right? Surprisingly, no Death Knight tanks, which I remember expecting there to be one. Like, at least 1 Death Knight tank, and we have none in the guild. So that surprised me, but I know for a fact that they will be able to fill my spot, even if I'm not there. So I don't feel quite as bad about missing. And I did figure this was a possibility when I started the stream, but it's one of those things where, like, I can't exactly just stream another day. This is just the time that works best for me and makes the most sense to do a stream like this. But I don't know. I do feel bad missing Raid, but the reality is I'm kind of burnt out on Wrath Classic. It's just, there's nothing to do at this point. I'll definitely come back whenever the new patches drop, but I've already farmed Heroics multiple times. I've done Nax 2 weeks now, and it's already kind of boring. And Malagos is like a pretty simple fight. I was actually kind of underwhelmed. Wait, does Crummy TP me? I hope not. Am I done? Okay, I'm gonna guess that that was just a set thing. Because it looks like you can start Dragonflight early, but it's at 59 instead of 2 levels before? I'm not done. Yeah, see, that's why I was wondering. But normally, doesn't Chromie only say that if you're supposed to, or if you're about to be kicked out? I think that's what it was before. So maybe she's just letting you know that, oh, you have access to Dragonflight now if you want to do that. Interesting. And I think Neo was just surprised that at level 58 I didn't get the quest, because historically you would get it at 58. Whereas in this case I didn't get it till 59. So it's a little bit different. Yeah, I guess it's just they decided to tune it like that. Oh! Hold up. Offer up a gift to the Raven Mother. Ineffective above level 49. I feel like this should be increased to be 59, just so it's usable all the way through Chromie time. But this makes me wonder. This would actually mean that you're encouraged to do Spires of Iraq earlier on in the run. Which actually, for Alliance, that would be easy, because Shadowmoon Valley's right here. So Alliance could actually very easily just do Spires first, and then go up to Gorgrond. Oh. Huh. That's interesting. It's not a huge deal in the route, but those treasures are actually a decent amount of experience. So the thing is, it doesn't really matter if you're not doing Spires. Like, these treasures alone aren't worth going out of your way to do Spires of Iraq for. But if I'm already routing Spires in, then I have to wonder, would it be worth just doing it first? But then, as Horde, that's actually quite difficult. But as Alliance, you might actually do it first. I think there is absolutely an argument to be made for that. My first thought of, like, can you do it early would be challenge mode portals. But what's interesting is if I go into my spellbook, the Shadowlands raid portals are account bound for some reason, but all of the dungeon portals are character specific. But if I could use my Challenge Master Skyreach portal, that would actually be really good because I could just teleport to Skyreach. But unfortunately, that wouldn't really apply to leveling characters. but it's an interesting thing to consider. Not adjusted for extended chromie time, just bug report it. It could be intended, but who knows. I will bug report it because I feel like even if that is intended, it's probably not great. It would feel really bad. But I think it's more just that Spires of Iraq is supposed to scale to later. I don't know. Maybe it is specifically region. Imagine if Mythic Plus portals were account-wide. I think they should be, honestly. I don't see a reason why they shouldn't be account-wide. I mean, I think there's something to be said about how, like, that would create some degenerate strats with speedrunning, because it's already a bit restrictive in terms of using new items. So, an example, I guess, one of the new rules that I'm going to be operating under, which I've kind of been informally using in a lot of my runs thus far, but I'm going to be enforcing it in all my future runs, is any limited time item that cannot be still obtained by players currently, you cannot use in speedruns. Just because I think it makes it unrealistic. Because if I use an item that nobody can get now, it makes new players feel bad. Because they're like, well, I'll never be able to use that. So that sucks. When it comes to using speed leveling, just make it so using these portals are disabled. Yeah, but that's the type of thing where I can absolutely enforce that in my own personal rule set. But let's be real, speedrun.com will never do that. They're way too hands-off and, quite frankly, not caring about how the speed leveling works to really enforce something like that. It's a shame because I wish they were a bit more hands-on with, like, adapting the rules. But the reality of speedrun.com is none of the moderators actually speedrun well. I don't know why they do it. Maybe they just can't find anybody else to take over for them. But the unfortunate reality is because none of them actually speedrun the game, they don't actually care about it. So we just don't get updated rule sets. Yeah, and so for sure, I will say, you're absolutely correct that for my own personal rule set, which is what I'll be using, like I said earlier, I will include that. That's something that I planned on doing. Now, initially, the entire reason I was going to include that in the rules is for items like go into collections, heirlooms, garrosh. Oh, it's not. It wouldn't show up under protection. But if I go to all classes, garrosh, it doesn't show. What is it called? I have to look specifically. Oh, yeah, it would be called Hellscream's Decapitated. Yeah, so things like this, which this is blatantly the best two-handed heirloom weapon for strength users. It's not even close. And I have this. I don't have any of the other ones because I wasn't really a serious raider back in MoP. So I did ahead of the curve once. I got Hellscream's Decapitator for my Blood DK at the time, which was the only thing I really played. And then I didn't bother farming the rest. So I could level as, like, an Arms Warrior or something and use Hellscream's Decapitator. Hell, I guess you could use it as Fury, too. But I don't think that would be fair. Because new players wouldn't be able to use that, and it's so much better than all of the other heirloom options. It would just really suck if, as a new player, you see me using this item that they can no longer obtain. So definitely not something I want to do with the rule set going forward. Same thing with, what is it? Trinkets like, let me scroll to the end. Like, Judgment of the Naru, obviously that one isn't good, but Brontooth Warhorn, this one's really good. Infallible Tracking Charm is really good. So these are two very powerful heirloom trinkets, which, once again, no longer obtainable. I forget where you got these. Were these, like, Legion pre-patch things? I forget. And I guess the same thing will apply to this thing here. Unstable Elemental Confluence whenever it comes out. Like, it'll be cool and all, and I might use it if I'm just leveling for fun, but if I'm ever doing an actual recorded speedrun that I'll put on YouTube, I will never use this because I don't think it's fair. That's just my personal opinion. And I'm not saying that Blizzard should stop making unique items like this. I think it's perfectly cool to, whatchamacallit? Was it a WoD Mythic? Right. Yeah, because that was like either the Mythic Dungeon drops that you got, or something like that. I vaguely remember that. But I think it's cool having, like, limited time rewards like that. as long as they're not, like, overly powerful. This kind of teeters in that line of being overly powerful. I think they're maybe a little bit too strong compared to the other heirlooms. But I think really it's more of an, as a community thing, people should be smart enough to ban these items and basically level the playing field. So when stuff like this isn't explicitly banned in the rule set, it just makes it a bad experience for new speedrunners. And I think that should not be encouraged. They should make them reacquirable again, but with some kind of cool questline. I could see that, yeah. Make, like, a little cool questline starting from the heirloom vendor where you have to, like... I think it would be a combination of probably you have to collect a certain amount of a currency and, you know, do a little questline and have some RP shenanigans. And then at the end, you get, like, one of the olds, what's it called? Heirloom trinkets. I think that would be cool. I would be totally fine with them being reintroduced. Hell, if Blizzard reintroduces these and makes new players able to get them, I'd be able to use them in speedruns. So I would be very happy about that, because I like those trinkets. I just don't use them in the name of fair play. At this point, who gives a shit? Yeah, exactly. Oh, I missed it. Toth said he was going to bed. But, I don't know. If you ever watch the recording, good night, Toth. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, let me submit that report before I forget. Raven Mother's offerings are not scaling up to 59, which is the current cap for roaming time. They are still capped at level 49, which is the old cap. There we go. Alright. And then I need to three more Arakoa. So there's 2 over there. I'm going to try to see if there's another cluster of 3. Yep, here we go. Cluster of 3. And free these guys. We're almost done. We're in the home stretch. You have to remember, we're about, like, 5 minutes out from the end here. Because even though I have seemingly one whole level to go, there's a lot of turn-ins over there. So I've been just kind of wandering around spires, doing various things. The moment I go in and hand all that stuff in, we ding. In fact, I could probably ding at this point, but I'm not 100% sure. So I'm just going to err on the safe side and do this bonus objective, and then once I'm done with this, then I can hand it in. So these 3, and then 2 more mobs to kill for this. Why am I leveling a warrior? Because it won my poll. I mean, I like Prot Warrior. I will say, I don't think this is particularly fast for speed leveling purposes. It's felt perfectly fine. Like, I haven't died. I've been doing fairly sizable pulls. But I think at low levels, it still feels like Prot Warrior's damage just doesn't really come online. But I've been doing decent. Like, I've had way worse leveling runs than this Prot Warrior one. This has felt very, very solid. So, I'm more than happy with how this has gone. I'm actually surprised. I expected Prot Warrior to feel a little bit worse while leveling up, but it's been pretty consistently just solid. Not exceptional, not, like, amazing, but just average, standard, solid the entire leveling process. And then, obviously, once you get all the fancy endgame stuff, Prot Warrior feels really good. But I don't think this will be fast in the end. I think Guardian Druid, well, Druid in general, is just so much faster because of Flight Form. Like, Travel Form at early levels saves a lot of time. It's basically a mount that you don't need to go back and learn. So Travel Form is just so nice. Flight Form saves so much time over the course of an entire run. There's just so many reasons why Druid in general is extremely efficient. And I think Guardian Druid will probably still be good for leveling, even with its issues that it's currently facing. But, I don't know, I'll have to test it. I'm trying to think if there's any other things with the changes that would be really fast. I still think Windwalker changes look great. Windwalker's probably still going to be a leveling powerhouse. I'll test that at some point. Because one thing that I didn't mention in the poll because I wanted people to like actually vote for what they really wanted to see, is the next 2 leveling runs that I do, whenever that is, will be Frost Death Knight and Windwalker Monk. Because I wanted to test those at some point, and I figured, you know what, just to be fair, whatever doesn't win the poll, I'll still eventually do a run with it, because I know people would kind of feel bad if they voted for it and their pick lost, right? So the poll was specifically to decide what I would be leveling for this specific stream. So at some point you will get a Frost DK video, you will get a Windwalker Monk video, and I'll probably do a few more. I think I'll do definitely Guardian Druid. I don't know what else I'll cover. I probably won't do most casters, though, just because I'm not a caster player. So I can play some melee DPS. I'll do Demon Hunter at some point. I think people will enjoy that. A lot of people like Demon Hunter. So I'll cover that. I won't give exact dates. I think my current guess is do a Holy Priest. I might do a Holy Priest. I'm not going to guarantee that. The problem with Holy Priest is that's like signing myself up for suffering. What I might do, I'll make a deal with you. Oh, Guardian Druid will happen. I guarantee you. So if you aren't familiar with my channel, I say old world record, technically it hasn't been beaten, but it's just an outdated world record, was with Guardian Druid. Guardian Druid is super fast for leveling. It's really good. So I will do that. Absolutely. There's no chance that I don't do a Guardian Druid run. And I love Guardian Druid leveling. It's so good. But anything besides Guardian Druid and the other 2 specs in the poll, that's very much up in the air. I haven't fully decided what else I'll be covering. Because I might do some offline testing, but I don't know what will actually be covered in a YouTube video. It might just be like something I never show. But those 3 specs, Guardian Druid, Windwalker, Frost DK, will have their own full, complete 10 to 60 runs. That much I will 100% promise and stick to here. Haven't really seen how good they are, but I believe Shaman and Rogue should be good. I don't think Rogue will be good for leveling. Rogue doesn't have enough survivability to be reliable for leveling. Because Rogue has always done good damage, they're just very, very, very squishy. So Rogue isn't bad at all by any stretch of the imagination just as a class, but they have always been one of the weaker leveling classes because they have very limited, like, survivability tools for face tanking AoE pulls. If a lot of stuff is auto-attacking a Rogue, they just fall over. And they have, like, some cooldowns, like, obviously evasion is a thing. Oh, let me stop the timer. Exactly 8 hours, 30 minutes. Could not have been more perfect. I am happy with this time. I thought this would take me, like, close to 10 hours, and I would risk having to, you know, split this run in 2. What I was initially planning when I started this is, okay, if this ends up being, like, the 8-hour mark and I'm still at, like, level 50, I'll just end the stream there and then do 50 to 60, like, tomorrow or something. I will say, I wasn't going to, like, announce it because I wasn't sure if I would do it. I initially was planning on streaming tomorrow. I thought about it. But I'm very tired, and I still have a lot of work to do. So this weekend, I will not be streaming Sunday. What I can absolutely say is I will be streaming next Saturday. So this weekend's probably going to be just a one-stream weekend, but next weekend will be Saturday, Sunday. That I will set myself to. Also, as promised, now that I finished the run, I still have time, so I have exactly 1 hour left. I have time. So I will hop over to Valdraken. That is the level 70 test server. And I want to show you the best dungeon in Dragonflight. This thing is so fucking cool. I think I can still get in because I can queue for a heroic. So yeah, I'll do it on heroic because I think that'll be more fun. I'll queue for normal and heroic and just do whatever pops up first. So where is it? Specific dungeons, no coup defensive. This dungeon slaps. Wait, can I... Oh, do I have dragon riding? Shit, let me double check. I think I have access to it. I just want to make sure. So, mounts, this thing. Yeah, okay. I have it. So, no coup defensive, Dragonflight heroic. Hopefully the queue doesn't take too long. I don't know how many people are just actively doing random heroics at the moment. So, We'll see. Unfortunately, it is not available in Mythic Plus just yet, so I can't put together a group for that. Let me make sure I catch up on chat while I wait. You know, I'm going to level 1 tune to 45 in retail and copy that tune over on beta a few times to test Suramar and other later zones. Goose Comics, that is exactly what I was going to do. So, yeah, good call there. I'll read the other comics after, or the other comments after. I want to see, whatchamacallit. Okay, this popped really fast. I really want to showcase this, but I'll read that stuff after. So, Noku Defensive. This dungeon is amazing. This is easily one of the greatest dungeons, in my opinion, Blizzard has ever made. And I think you're going to agree with me. So, this is a leveling zone. This is the entirety of the, Onaran Plain zone. This is the leveling zone. This is the dungeon. It is the entire zone. And to navigate it, you have to use dragon riding and basically bounce across these little wind rifts. So I can like gain momentum, and the boss is all the way off there in the distance. So I have to use my dragon riding to get there. It's so sick. I love this. This is like the most fun movement throughout a dungeon I've ever seen. And it gives you like so much freedom in how you approach it. God, it's awesome. Oh, now I get to showcase some of the really broken shit I was talking about. So, hold on, let me round up a bunch of stuff. Weapons of Order. I'm gonna get up. Yeah, watch this. No, it my engineering malfunctioned. Okay, so that has a chance to happen. I was hoping that wouldn't. But yeah, whenever you use one of the engineering tankers, it has a chance to backfire. Now, there's a few things you can do with it. So, there's no way, really, to prevent all of your engineering things from backfiring 100% of the time. There's, like, a tinker slot that you can use, so... These are the tinkers. There's Alarma Turret, Breath of Neltharion, which is the one that I'll show. Grounded Circuitry is an interesting little tinker where you have to use one of your 2 slots to make it so your other slot will never fail. It's kind of weird, but I don't know if it's actually worth using. This is going to be a lot to take in, so I'm going to try to, like, run through all this information, and you can process it later. But, yeah, so for this one, you need to clear out these little things, and because of dragon riding, I can just do that, and I can just leap directly from one pack to the other. Oh, I love this. Just the flexibility that having access to dragon riding in a dungeon setting gives you, it's awesome. And one of the good things is this is going to be in Mythic Plus Season 1. So if I had to guess, this is going to be the dungeon they test next after Algathar Academy, so probably next weekend. But it feels so nice. And I'm so glad that we actually get it at a relevant, like, level right out of the gate. Okay, yeah, so... Oh, Brewmaster feels so nice. And look at my damage, right? One thing that I will say is really overtuned with Brewmaster at the moment is look at Resonant Fists. Resonant Fists is just a damage proc that happens naturally. Like, just as I deal damage, Resonant Fists will proc and just blast everything in a small range. It's technically speaking my capstone talent, so I guess it makes sense that it does a lot, but it still feels weird that a completely passive effect is doing most of my damage here. Obviously, Keg Smash is doing a lot, too. The whole fucking zone is a dungeon? Yeah, it's so cool. I love this. I don't think they've ever done this before. And then I really like the way that this boss works. It's pretty simple, but the way that they set it up, where, like, you clear out these little dragon killers, and then the boss will do... I don't know if it's Shards of Stone. No, it's another mechanic. Yeah, so he has Tectonic Stomp, big AoE circle, and then we'll see. I hope he doesn't die before he actually casts it, because I want to show the mechanic. But this, look at this unholy DK. It's this thing, Eruption. So he's about to cast this big ability, and then that guy fired off the Dragon Killer and stunned him. And I love stuff like that, where you have to interact with the environment to get, like, a benefit. Oh, I got a trinket. It's an Absorb Shield trinket. Okay. So I should go like this. It looks like this is still the optimal way to do dragon riding, or words. Okay. Yeah, so you want to, like, bounce into the air and then hover down. So like this, And then I'm going to flick up and gain some momentum. Bounce up, flick down. And basically, dragon riding is just a lot of bouncing. Bounce up, flick down, gain momentum. So, bounce up, flick down. Then I'm going to head for this wind gust. Bounce up, flick down. And that's how you maximize your momentum. So, look at everybody else. Actually, the DK is keeping up. But the first time I did this dungeon, I was here for like 30 seconds before anybody reached me. It was kind of wild. But yeah, if you really like get into dragon riding, it's going to be nice. Because basically, what I like about this is dragon riding, basically on paper, is just a fun little world content thing that doesn't have any relevance in endgame content. But this dungeon single-handedly gives dragon riding relevance in endgame content. Because if you get really good at dragon riding, suddenly you can do this dungeon super efficiently. Because you're able to just move around the area super fast. And it's a payoff to optimizing this feature that otherwise would just be like a fun little world content thing. And I like dragon riding, so I think it's fun that I now have a reason to try and be good at something. That is fun, right? Oh, where is everybody else? Whoa, those guys landed over there? Shit. Okay. So I'm gonna need to, do some fancy shit to not die here. Okay, the healer finally caught up. There we go. Whew. Bit scary for a second there. And then there's one more totem, so the moment I get out of combat, I hop on my dragon. Come on. There we go. And flick up, and then just bank down. And it feels really nice, honestly. So my flamethrower is technically up, but I'm going to hold on to it for a little bit, because this is such a small pull, and I want to show you how absolutely devastating the engineering flamethrower is. If used properly, this thing shreds. You'll see some really good uses of it in my Algathar Academy video, which will probably come out tomorrow, since I don't plan on streaming tomorrow, so I'll upload a video. And then I can pull these guys and Arcane Torrent them. So this boss is pretty straightforward. It's kind of like Wrath of Ashara. Reminds me a lot of that. It has some new mechanics, but I mean, it definitely takes a lot of inspiration from that boss. Alright. This, that. And Celestial Brew. One thing I will say, out of all the changes to Brewmaster, I dislike Rising Sun Kick being a rotational ability. Because Rising Sun Kick has always been a Windwalker thing. And I don't... It's not that I really hate how it flows in the rotation. Like, Rising Sun Kick just kind of takes the place of Tiger Palm. That's it. Because the reality is you just have so many buttons to press, and you don't have enough, like, GCDs to use on Tiger Palm, and Rising Sun Kick just absolutely slams. So, it's just like, why not make Tiger Palm do a lot of damage, and just not give Brewmaster Rising Sun Kick? I don't know. It seems like a weird choice, because Tiger Palm has always been, like, the Brewmaster ability for, like, big filler damage dealer. So it's weird that they just randomly gave them a different ability to do that exact same thing. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna Leg Sweep and Engineering Flamethrower. Oh, let's go. It's working. Oh, it's so much damage. Look at that breakdown, Breath of Neltharion. It did over 1 million damage. And there is no target gap for that, by the way. So, that was honestly a pretty weak pull. In Algathar Academy, there was one pull where I got like 10 mobs together and just used that flamethrower on them, and oh my god, it was glorious. It just shreds. So that's the thing where, although professions are not mandatory, like it's not like legendary powers, having the ability to just delete a Mythic Plus pack from existence every 5 minutes, or every 10 minutes, I guess, that's kind of good. Like, I feel like for any AoE fights in Raid, and also it resets, right? So one of the things that could make it not really viable in Raid is if it happened to have a hard cast 10-minute cooldown, and that didn't reset when you reset a raid boss, which a lot of old engineering stuff did work like that. So it would have like a pretty good effect, but because it wouldn't reset on a wipe, it was like inconsistent, so you didn't really want to rely on it because it might not always be up. But this resets on a wipe, like any other ability. So if you have an ad fight where you need to have everyone in your raid use a flamethrower and just delete one group of ads, you can do that. That is an actual strat. And sure, some of theirs might malfunction, but one of the things that you can do with the crafting, I can showcase it here. So if I go to Breath of Neltharion, oh no, it's with the item, right? So if I go to my crafted item that can hold this socket, which is this thing, peripheral vision projectors. So I can add a safety component, and I'm using this one. Tinker slotted into this device can no longer catastrophically malfunction, which means that when your Tinker fails, it has a small chance to like actually backfire and deal damage to you. Think the old Goblin rocket boots or whatever, or I think it was like nitro boosts, would have a chance to, it was like fuel line leak or something. It would apply a debuff that would deal massive ticking damage to you over time. So there was an inherent risk in using that because if it malfunctioned while a lot of raid damage was going out, it could actually kill you. But with the new safety components, you can make it so that never happens. The worst thing that happens is it just fails to cast and ends on a 5-minute cooldown. So in the absolute worst case, using the Breath of Neltharion will just make you waste a pre-pot. It has no negative side effects if you craft it properly. Which means that I think it's just a net positive for every single person in your raid to have one. Which, I mean, is kind of good for professions and making money, because engineers are going to be making big money selling these things. But it's going to suck for people that want to actually, you know, not spend a shit ton of gold to get all these fancy things before entering raid. And once again, this is like definitely not, oh yeah, if you don't have your Shadowlands Bis Legendary, you're going to do like 30% less damage. No, it's not that impactful. And once again, this is only really relevant for ad fights with like targets of 5+. It will be mandatory for Mythic Plus players though, mark my words. But for raiding, it's a bit more niche. And in that case, am I too close? Yeah, I'm too close. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, so if you try to Dragon Ride into that final boss area, it kicks you out. So I want to ride the line. So I'm just outside of it. And then I'm going to do this. And I'm going to get as close as I possibly can. So 3, 2, 1, and then I dismount. Oh, shit, it still hit me. And I thought I was clever. Do I have... Shit, I don't have rocket. Yeah, so one of the funny things is Gunshoes actually works. I don't know if that's intended, but when I did this while leveling up, I had Gunshoes on me, because it was on my leveling character, and I Gunshoesed all the way up here. That might be unintended, because I think a lot of stuff like that works in non-Mythic Plus dungeons, but doesn't work in M+. So who knows? But I guess it's worth mentioning. It might be really good. Alright, I'm going to do a big pull here. To grab this guy, drag it back. Because there's no casters. And also, one thing I really just like about this dungeon aesthetically is it's a centaur dungeon. Like, how long has it been since we got a centaur dungeon? We have a centaur dungeon, what are they called? A gnoll dungeon? Have we ever had a gnoll dungeon? I guess... I don't know if we've ever had a gnoll dungeon. Obviously, there's a lot of gnolls in, like, classic WoW, but was there ever a dungeon themed on them? I might be just forgetting something really obvious. But I don't think there was. I don't know. Obviously, we've had centaur dungeons in the form of, like, Maradon and stuff. There's some, like, really old ones. But it's been a hot minute. Like, you have to go back to classic WoW to find a centaur-themed dungeon. So the fact that this is now, like, another major race in Dragonflight, I just think is cool. It's nice to see, like, representation of different, like, enemy types that we haven't seen in quite a while. I just think it's fun to have, like, you know, more diverse dungeons. And this boss is honestly kind of not super interesting. It's like a typical, he has ads, and then you kill the ads, and then the final boss activates. But it's not a bad boss. It's a pretty standard boss. The main thing I like about this is just the layout. So, the bosses are pretty normal. There's nothing bad about them. I think they're solid fights. The trash isn't really terribly interesting, but the fact that the movement around the dungeon is on a dragon, I mean, that's just sick. That gives you so much routing potential, and I just absolutely love it. And it's entirely possible that I'm wrong, and that this dungeon ends up being really boring when we get it in M+, and maybe, like, the standard route is always the same, and who knows? I mean, there's a bunch of ways where I could be wrong and this dungeon ends up not being good, but right now, this is the one I'm the most excited for. I remember the first time I did this, I was just blown away. I was like, okay, this place fucking slaps. Let's see. And I'm back here. There we go. Yeah, now we have to kill the ads. I'm going to drop White Tiger Statue, but the ads are probably going to get melted before it ever actually does enough damage. Look at the Unholy DK go. He's slamming. And I should note, once again, before people see this and go, oh my god, Brewmaster OP, please nerf, I am in full decked-out crafted gear, and I would imagine most of these people have not gone nearly as far with it as I have. I'll quickly run through my gear at the end here so you can see how crazy things can get if you really want to take it there. Alright. So, I don't remember where the... Is this the exit? Oh, it's between those two flags. Yeah, the model for the little dungeon exit is not currently working on beta, so it's hard to tell. Yeah, so this is my current gear. I have double crit engineering goggles with a flamethrower socketed in it. I have this thing, Elemental Lariat, and this is not a bug, by the way. It is intended that you're able to get up to 3 sockets on your necklace. There is an item in jewel crafting called Tiered Medallion Setting, where you add 1 socket to an endgame Dragonflight necklace. Now, what's interesting about this is if I... Let me just buy a necklace just so I can demonstrate how this thing works, because it's kind of cool. So let me just buy this necklace, right? And necklace has no sockets. So I can use this thing to add a socket. Or this item cannot be modified. Weird. Okay. Let me grab... the elite ones definitely can, because I added a socket to them the other day. So... this one. I've definitely added sockets to this, so it should be modifiable. Alright. So, add a socket to this. Yep, there we go. Are you sure you want to upgrade this item? This will consume the tiered medallion setting. Boom, it adds a socket. Now, I can add another socket, because this is 2-star quality, so it can add up to 2 sockets. Now, if I try to add a 3rd socket to this, it'll say, the quality of your tiered medallion setting is too low. Let me just get that pop-up again, to add another socket to this item. So in order to get the 3rd socket, I need to get the maximum quality, a 3-star tiered medallion setting, to add this 3rd socket. And then boom, we have 3 sockets on a necklace. This is a big thing for jewel crafting. I'd imagine this is going to be a big moneymaker, but I could be wrong. But, I mean, 3 sockets is pretty fucking good. So having something like this, which the quality actually matters significantly, because highest quality on this literally gives you access to an entire extra socket on your gear that you cannot get otherwise. That's pretty big. And then I have, there's 2 types of necklaces you can get. So, Torque of Past Time here is just the generic necklace. It doesn't do anything special, it just has predetermined stats. But there's a special necklace that you can craft called Elemental Lariat, which is spells and abilities have a chance to empower one of your socketed elemental gems. So this would be... I have a crit gem in my gear. Red gems are associated with crit. So Alexstrasite, basically it empowers an Alexstrasite gem and gives me, how much is this? 471 crit for 12 seconds. And there's also weird things like I have sockets on my rings, right? So in total, I have 4 red critical strike gems in my gear. And this is a jewel crafting trinket, Idol of the Lifebinder, which has a proc effect that reads, spells and abilities have a chance to grant 17 crit per Alexstrasite you have socketed in your gear. Upon reaching 15 stacks, all stacks are then consumed to gain 297 split between all secondary stats. So basically, if you have this trinket, not only do you get the stats from your socketed gem, but this trinket will give you additional secondary stats. And this thing is really good. This gives a ton of secondaries. It's scaled pretty well. I've been using it for raid testing. So it's basically like you get double the value by getting a socket on your gear. It's so good. And there is one of these for every secondary stat. There's one of these for mastery, haste, verse, etc. Dark Moon decks are obviously broken. I have this bonus effect to my staff. There's a bunch of different ones like this where my attacks have a chance to proc a bonus attack for 4k physical. And then I've, of course, got in, you know, all of the other bis enchants and stuff. There's a chest enchant, a cloak enchant, bracer enchant. There's armor kits and spell thread once again for pants. I don't think that was in Shadowlands, so I guess that's new. Boot enchant. It doesn't show, but Watcher's Loam, if I can find it, is, yeah, it increases your stamina. The tooltip's bugged, but this gives you stamina on your boots. And then, of course, ring enchants as always. So there's a lot of new consumable armor enhancements within Dragonflight. And in terms of profession gear, while I have you here, I've made every single piece of profession gear, and it goes up to 5-star quality. So if I open this, you can see that it actually does have a quality associated with it. It doesn't display for this unless you're in the profession window. So this is going to be a major bottleneck early on, you know, making sure that you get all of your best profession gear, because this is going to be huge for crafting all the best stuff reliably. So it's going to be a really expensive investment, but if you get all 3 of them, because there's only 3 slots, and one of the nice things is they have their own equip slots up here. So you don't need to like equip it over your normal gear. There's like special slots up here where if I take this out and hover over it, this is a slot for a profession accessory. So I can just slot this in here and it no longer takes space in my inventory. And even if I close the profession window, it's permanently stored in there. And then if I unlearned engineering, this would get automatically deposited into my bag. So there is a lot of good stuff with this profession rework. I really like a lot of this. As you can see, the UI is kind of fucked at the moment. It gets worse if I look at specializations. This is not working correctly. It was fine on beta a few days ago, but that's just a graphical bug. The actual layout of a lot of this stuff is really good. There's a lot of good stuff here. I think it's more just the opportunity for degeneracy in terms of how much you can do with crafting, I think is a little bit too much. But I could talk about this for hours. So I just wanted to give you a quick preview at the end of the run, little bonus footage for anybody that stayed to the end, because I think this is pretty cool. I'm going to quickly go through chat to see what I missed, but I think I caught up on most stuff. What feels about Dragonflight's leveling is that you come out of the first zone with level 65. Really? Okay, so when I first leveled, I was getting only 63 after the first zone. So that feels like they overtuned it a little bit in a recent, like, tuning balance thing. So if you finish Waking Shores and Onaran Plains and you're 68, they definitely buffed XP by a ton, which is good. Because the issue I ran into was basically the opposite. I finished Waking Shores at 63, and I finished Onaran Plains at like 65. So that was 2 months ago at this point, mind you. But that felt way worse. So I'm glad they did buff up the XP values. I would imagine that the end result we're going to see is somewhere in the middle. Like, you probably come out of Waking Shores at 64, and I think like 66 is probably a good level. 66.5 for Onaran Plains would make sense. But I'll have to test that a bit further. And Thaldraszus, yeah, Azure Span especially is very long. Thaldraszus is actually surprisingly short. It has like 3 major quest hubs and then it's done. But Azure Span is long. There's so much in it. Do a Holy Priest. That was a while ago at this point. I saw that. So Goose Comics, what I will say as far as Holy Priest, I might do a bunch of like short speedruns that are purely 50 to 60. So that is a possibility. So because at this point, I think it's safe to say that the entire process up to 50 is mostly unchanged. There's definitely still some optimization there, but I think the big thing is really like 45 to 60. That's like the sweet spot where, yeah, I can do a bit more routing there, because that's where Gorgoroth will end with an optimal route with like all the XP buffs. So 45 to 50, definitely that makes Suramar a viable contender if it is tuned well. I'll have to test that after stream. And because I'll be doing a bunch of shorter runs that are specifically 45 to 50, I might consider doing a Holy Priest. I would absolutely hate my life if I had to do 10 to 60 as a Holy Priest, but if it's just 45 to 60, I'll give that a maybe. I won't promise you, but I'll say maybe. I'll see if I have time. You don't care about the Holy Priest, you were just poking fun and coming back to our earlier conversation. Yeah. No, but actually, I do think it would be interesting at some point. If I have time, I know you were partially joking, but it does make me think, and I think it would be cool to showcase on my channel, because I've never done that. I've never leveled as a healer. So I think it would be fun to show, is it efficient to level as a healer? Like, how does this feel? At least once, just to show people what it's like. But, yeah. Or maybe I could do a full run as Preservation Evoker. So that would be cool. I could do a full run as Devastation and Preservation to show, is Healing Evoker actually good for leveling? So that kind of kills two birds with one stone. I'll have to figure all this stuff out. Oh, and OB, as for your comment earlier, I talked about rogues. Shamans, I think, might be better. The problem with shamans at the moment on retail is that they just don't come online until, like, super late. So enhancement and elemental just feel really clunky until the higher levels. At level 40, they're fine, but they struggle early on. It's just nowhere near as efficient as other DPS specs. I don't know how it would be now. I would imagine they get access to a lot of their tools earlier, since the new trees let you really pick what options you want to have. So it's entirely possible that if you can spec into AoE really early as an enhancement shaman, they might actually be viable now. That was just one of the main issues with it. Enhancement had good AoE, you just didn't get it until too late. So they were just really weak for leveling as a result of that. I saw that Guardian Druid run, that's why I want to see that again. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. I definitely want to see how far I can push Guardian Druid now that I've, like, optimized the route and gotten more practice, and especially with the new Chromie time changes. Love this dungeon, it's surprisingly fun, yeah. Glad to see other people think it's as cool as I think it is, because I love Noku Defensive. It's such a sick dungeon. I actually really like... I won't show it now because it's literally going to be tomorrow's video, but my second favorite dungeon so far is Algathar Academy, which, like I said, tomorrow's video. So if you haven't seen that yet, check that out whenever I upload it, because it's a pretty neat dungeon. It has like a boss that's themed around Quidditch. It has a thing at the start where you get to, like, pick one of the 5 dragonflights to dedicate yourself to. So there's 4 that give you a stat boost, and then one of them increases your healing taken. So that's kind of neat. So you can just get, like, a free 3% crit if you want it. It's just, like, a pretty neat dungeon. It's definitely not as cool as Noku Defensive, but I really like the layout. There's also, like, these big wind bridges that, like, blast you across the little gaps. It's just a neat place. So I liked that dungeon. What else? Old Hillsrad is the closest they've done. That's a good point, yeah. I guess Old Hillsrad does kind of count as, like, a full zone dungeon. I would count that, yeah. That's fair. But I think the thing about Old Hillsrad is I really like how they did it this time, because it is the entire zone, but it doesn't feel like it because you have dragon riding. Old Hillsrad definitely felt way too big, but that's kind of the point. And I think that's why Old Hillsbrad is such a cool dungeon, because there's just so much extra stuff where after you do the dungeon, you can just walk around and explore all this, like, Hillsbrad in the past stuff, and there's all these Easter eggs. I love Old Hillsbrad. It's a great old dungeon. I definitely think professions are one of the first things to work on. Yeah. I don't know if you mean, like, people should work on it early on, or Blizzard still needs to work on it. I would say both are true. I definitely think professions need a little bit of tweaking. At the moment, they are somewhat problematic, but they're close. Like, that's one of the things. Professions have a chance of being a really bad system, but there is a lot of good here. I think you could very easily make a few small tweaks to a lot of the profession stuff, and suddenly it is like a 10 out of 10 system that will revitalize professions in WoW. It's almost there. It just needs a little bit more tender love and care to actually get it to that point. And I actually think that midway through the expansion, it will get there. Because since it's so close, Blizzard always does, like, heavy iteration on these systems over the course of the X-Pack. So, like, 10.1, professions will probably be awesome. But right now, we might see a situation where they're a bit toxic on launch, just because there's some really weird, like, specialization grinding things that make it kind of unfun. As in first thing for people to work on? Yeah. It's 4 a.m. You're going to head to bed? Yeah. I'm about to end here. I just want to make sure I read every single comments. But I think, yeah, I've gotten it all. Oh, yeah. Yep, that's it. I'm fully caught up, finally, towards the end. But yeah, thank you everybody for watching. So I will not be streaming again tomorrow, but going forward, my streaming schedule will probably be Saturday, Sunday for now. I will probably eventually make changes to that, like add a few days when we get closer to Dragonflight. But the next stream will be next Saturday. So next Saturday, I'll still be doing this testing. I'll probably be doing like a more finalized, polished run, because by that point, I'll have done more offline testing. I might upload a few videos showcasing my findings, like, so maybe it'll be runs kind of like this, but for more specific zone testing, that kind of thing. And you can expect that over the course of the week. But yeah, once again, thank you for watching, and I will catch you guys on Saturday. See ya.